Fairy Li Shan was able to mingle in both the righteous and demonic paths. A lot of that was due to this immortal goo. Mountain Pledge Goo was not an attack-type immortal goo, it could not provide defense or movement abilities to the goo immortal. But whoever held it would gain a huge advantage. It was only an assistance-type immortal goo, but goo immortals were not only concerned about fighting and killing. Goo immortals placed emphasis cultivation, management were their biggest priority. Realistically, fighting was just a small portion of a goo immortal's life. Only with the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the general focus. Just as Fan Yuan was pondering, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook. A rank 8 goo immortal's immense aura emanated and filled the surroundings. We welcome Old Ancestor's arrival. Soon, several demonic path goo immortals spoke from their respective mountain peaks. It is Old Ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven, he almost never comes here, why is he here now? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. The moment he said that, he heard Old Ancestor Shui Hu's voice, resonating through the blessed land. All of you, come to the main hall and see me now, I have an important matter to discuss with everyone. As you command, Old Ancestor. The demonic path goo immortals shouted in unison. Figures of goo immortals rapidly flew out from the mountain peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression paled, he said. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still in a dream. If she does not appear or say anything, Old Ancestor Shui Hu will definitely get suspicious and come here to check. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Li Shan would not be attacked. But Hei Lu Lan is the problem. She is not a member of Snowy Mountain and is a key character who has experienced the True Yang building incident. Once she is captured and has her soul searched, we are all doomed. Bam bam bam! While an intense explosion sounded out, a pathetic figure was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, there was a huge wolf sprinting out of the smoke, opening its bloodthirsty mouth and speaking a human language. Chan Yu Zhong'er, where are you trying to escape to? The pathetic figure was Chan Yu Zhong'er. He continued to escape as he yelled with a panicked expression. He Lang Zi Hei Qing, don't go too far, otherwise I will drag you guys down with me. Immemorial Flame Axe! His body shuddered, put his palms together as he turned around, exerting a chopping motion with them. Immediately, fire rose as they gathered to form an axe in midair, attacking the huge wolf. Before the attack even landed, the scorching flames already burned some of the wolf's fur. The huge fiery axe caused the surrounding sky to glow red. It was powerful and carried an aura of destruction with it, as if it could rampage to kill innumerable beings. This was an immortal killer move, it had incredible offensive power. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's gaze shined with disdain and mockery. Swoosh! The huge wolf vanished, evading the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chan Yu Zhong'er's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack, what good is it if you cannot hit? Fairy Jianyu appeared, floating in the air. She had taken action just now, teleporting He Lang Zi away using an immortal movement killer move. Damn! Chan Yu Zhong'er gritted his teeth. His heart sank as his angry and helpless face showed a hint of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed goo immortal appeared behind him. Chan Yu Zhong'er was shocked, quickly retreating as he created some distance. The mysterious goo immortal remained on the spot, stretching out his right arm while his palm was aimed at Chan Yu Zhong'er. This distance is enough, now, have a taste of my soul suction immortal goo's power. Chan Yu Zhong'er's movements froze, his body turned stiff as his soul shook. It was like there was a huge force trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chan Yu Zhong'er was shocked. Ordinary defensive measures could not defend against such soul path methods. He tried to stabilize his soul, momentarily going into a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed goo immortal. Quickly assist me, the black-robed goo immortal said. The moment he said that, Hei Qing and Shui Songzi flew towards him, placing their arms on his shoulders. By surreptitiously using some goo worms, all 3 of their souls worked together and formed an even greater force. Soul suction immortal goo was used in this way. It was like drawing in a river, disregarding all other aspects. It was a direct contest between souls. At this moment, the black-robed goo immortal, Hei Qing, Shui Songzi collaborated. They had a huge advantage against Chan Yu Zhong'er. I am unresigned. I am full of hatred, let me go. Chan Yu Zhong'er was unable to resist them. His soul was pulled out eventually. Without his soul to control it, his body fell downwards from the air rapidly, like a puppet with its strings cut. But soon after, Fairy Jianyu caught it. She searched it and laughed. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chan Yu Zhong Air's blessed land. So your real motive was my fire path immortal Gu. What do you guys actually want? Chan Yu Zhong Air's soul was held by the black robe Gu immortal. He continued to shout furiously. No, we did not lie to you. The sandalwood sacred elephant egg was also our target. But compared to the immortal Gu, it is like the icing on the cake. Fairy Jiangyu smiled. Their scheme had succeeded. Her mood was great, but just as she was about to continue speaking, her expression changed. Not only her, at the same time, even the black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe, his head was covered by a huge hood, his face was shrouded in darkness. He said with a hoarse voice. Qin Baixing was ambushed. Humph. So this sword master Yulan is an impostor, a Gu immortal from Central Continent. Qin Baixing cannot be lost. Quickly go and save him. Fairy Jiangyu said anxiously, soaring away without any hesitation or pause. The black-robed Gu immortal and He Lang Zi followed suit. Only He Qing and Shui Song Zi were left. Lord He Qing, do we follow? Shui Song Zi was hesitant. He Qing looked at the black-robed Gu immortal and felt a lot of wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, showcasing many different methods. He had great power and had an extraordinary relation to Fairy Jiangyu. Shui Song Zi was hesitant, but was He Qing, any different? It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Lang Zi might be the same as us, being a collaborator. Shadow Sect, and Central Continent's Gu immortals. He Qing's gaze flickered, his body flew up in pursuit of Fairy Jiangyu and the others. Shui Song Zi snorted coldly, he quickly followed them. Huff huff huff. Qin Baixing breathed roughly. There were dozens of wounds on him. Some were bleeding, some were so deep one could see bones, some of his skin had turned black, emitting a foul odor. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to heavily injure 3 of us. Feng Jiugu crossed his arms as he watched, praising with a gaze of admiration. Northern Plains Gu immortals truly have excellent battle strength. Your methods and ours seem to have little discrepancy, yet you managed to make such great battle results. Qin Baixing, you are an outstanding person, give up and surrender. Our words earlier were truthful. As long as you tell us some people's identities, we will let you leave. There were Central Continent Gu immortals all around Qin Baixing. They opened their mouths as they urged him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui of Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as a young-looking Gu immortal, old oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, were quite heavily injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baixing raised his eyebrows, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Bah! Outsiders from another region infiltrating us in Northern Plains. Intruders. I tell you, we of Northern Plains are not cowards. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry, before I die, I will certainly drag one of you down with me. Feng Jiugu sighed helplessly. In that case, the rest of you can stand down, I will handle it myself. Qin Baixing's gaze was heavy as he stared at Feng Jiugu. He did not know who Feng Jiugu was, but he knew that he was the leader. During the battle earlier, he did not participate, he stood aloof. I will only use one move, if you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jiugu flew towards Qin Baixing slowly, his expression was calm as he spoke lightly. Chapter 766. Immortal Gu Compensation. One move? Hearing Feng Jiuji's words, Qin Baixing laughed with a provoked tone. I have roamed the region freely for hundreds of years. I defeated Lu Hao, Chan Yuxiong, New Air Du, killed by Chan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, Mountain Lord Tian Qing, had a draw with Yuan Rang Zun, and managed to escape with my life from 5 Elements Grand Master. In the entirety of Northern Plains, only the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals can defeat me easily. But to kill me, even they would not find it easy. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals that can rival me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to defeat me in one move? Ha! Qin Baixing laughed loudly, his laughter was filled with great confidence towards himself. Feng Jiuji's words indeed were greatly arrogant. At once, even the Central Continent Gu immortals around him were starting to get worried. Feng Jiugu smiled lightly, he slowly narrated. When I was young I loved music, when I started cultivating, I had a grand aspiration. That was to create a total of 9 songs, to express myself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. Up to this point, I have created 6 songs in total. If you can finish listening to this song of mine, then I will admit defeat and let you leave. Qin Baixing's laughter gradually came to an end. He had a serious gaze as he stared at Feng Jiuge unblinkingly. Looking at Feng Jiuge, who had an earnest tone and a smiling face, Qin Baixing felt an immense threat deep within himself. He thought for a moment and greeted Feng Jiuge solemnly. I have not asked for your name yet. Feng Jiuge greeted back. I am Feng Jiuge. Qin Baixing's expression changed. So you are the number one person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Ha ha ha, in that case, let me see what you can do. Feng Jiuge's fighting prowess had long since been famous, even to a Northern Plains Gu immortal like Qin Baixing. The name and reputation were instantly recognizable. But after learning about Feng Jiuge's identity, Qin Baixing instead felt an immeasurable surge of battle intent within himself. We are both rank 7 Gu immortal. What qualifications do you have to defeat the other Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects and become known as the strongest? I will see how strong you truly are. Feng Jiuge breathed in deeply, bowing slightly. This song is known as Green Jade Song, please enjoy it. The rest of the Central Continent Gu immortals backed off and created a wide open space for them. Come! Qin Baixing shouted. His gaze was like lightning as his battle intent rushed out. He was oozing with grandeur. Snowy mountain blessed land. Third branch peak. Just now, this lucky escape was truly thanks to you. If old ancestor Shui Hu found out, even I would not be able to preserve little Lan's life. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan spoke to Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, expressing her gratitude. He Lu Lan was a crucial person in the collapse of Truyang Building. She was more important than Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Once she was discovered, the entire world of Gu immortals would hunt her down. The situation was really dangerous. We were trying to guess why you missed the auction, Tai Bai Yunxing said while sighing. If He Lu Lan was discovered, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing would be involved as well. The three of them were tied together on a string. Oh! Fairy Li Shan sighed. I did not think that a dream realm could become a calamity. Do you have any ways to save little Lan? Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, looking at Fan Yuan who was beside him. Fan Yuan said solemnly, It's difficult. The dream calamity's target is He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan. You were only pulled in because you touched her. Thus I just had to hurt you and make you feel pain. But He Lu Lan is deep inside the dream realm. Even if you kill her, she will not awaken. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. It's only difficult, that does not mean it is impossible, Fan Yuan. It seems you have a plan. Fan Yuan chuckled. He Lu Lan is fortunate. I obtained a Gu in the auction that can form a dream path killer move to resolve this problem. But to form the killer move, the core immortal Gu is not enough. I need the assistance of many mortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, saying, I can help with that. What refinement materials do you need to refine Gu? Just tell me, I can satisfy that request. But Fan Yuan shook his head. These dream path mortal Gu refinement materials can only be found in dream realms. Refining dream path Gu is different from other paths. The entire process needs me to execute it personally. So dream path has such specifications. Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard such news. Dream path Gu worms were different from Gu worms in other paths. One of the points was the refinement material. They were not material objects, they were obtained from inside dream realms. And the dream realm could only be of one's own dream, not others. Only the materials from one's own dream realm could refine these dream path Gu worms. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though he developed slowly in dream path and had limited achievement, he still knew common knowledge like this. Currently, what was his common knowledge was now the most top-tier research results. The few forces treated them as their own treasures, sealing all the knowledge deeply. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fan Yuan's words. But deep inside she saw Fan Yuan in a different light again. She knew some parts of Fan Yuan's experiences and circumstances, especially the Gutsku trade. She obtained part of the profits. Fan Yuan is truly an impressive junior. It is almost as if he has a method to solve any problem. Earlier, he developed the Air Sac Gu to hold the Gutsku. Now, he even has such research in Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator can come up with. It seems his background is not simple after all. Fairy Li Shan was thinking over it when Fan Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that my nature is straightforward. I like to talk openly and not beat about the bush. If I can save you both, what compensation will I get? Fairy Li Shan's eyes rolled. She was long since familiar with Fan Yuan's personality. She was not surprised, she smiled. The favor of saving a life is as heavy as a mountain. Fan Yuan, how many immortal essence stones or immortal goo recipes do you want? Or even immortal materials, just tell me. Her tone was very courteous. After all, she was requesting his help. Fan Yuan raised his head. I do not want anything else. What I have in mind is He Lu Lan's self-strength goo and strength chi goo. 2 lives for 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal goo are little Lan's core goo worms. A gentleman would not take what others love, Fan Yuan. This condition is a little too harsh. Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. Are both of your lives not even as valuable as 2 goo worms? That is not accurate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we were discovered, only little Lan would be in danger. I would be fine. In fact, when little Lan gets into trouble, you too would be implicated too. We are on the same boat now. Helping us is also the same as helping yourselves. Fan Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy makes perfect sense. I am full of admiration. Forget my previous condition, I will go prepare now. I promise you, within 3 to 5 years, I can surely save He Lu Lan. I have to go now. Saying this, Fan Yuan stood up and was ready to leave. Although the two had an agreement, and he could not leave her in the lurch, they also made rules such that one side could not force the other to save them using the agreement. They had to come up with an appropriate arrangement regarding compensation. Fan Yuan was not abandoning her, he was just taking a bit of time, thus, his actions were not against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She stood up and urged him. Wait, Fan Yuan, we can discuss this. What does Fairy have to enlighten me with? I am all ears. Fan Yuan's attitude was very modest. He spoke very humbly. Oh, Fan Yuan, don't act like this. These 2 strength path immortal goo do not belong to me. I cannot promise you anything. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply as she said this. Fan Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right, I find this condition overboard too. Pretend I never said it. Fairy is right, self-strength and strength chi are very important immortal goo to He Lu Lan. How can you decide for her? Never mind, we are allies, I will definitely help her. But you need to know, refining dream path goo worms is very troublesome because it takes a long time and I need to do a lot of preparation. During this period of time, Fairy can try to find other ways to save He Lu Lan. Although my method will definitely succeed, it will take a long time. In this time period, if He Lu Lan is discovered by others, that would be bad. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunxing and I are in Central Continent. Even if anything happens to He Lu Lan, we will act as good allies and avenge her. These words made Fairy Li Shan roll her eyes in anger. Tai Bai Yunxing was laughing madly deep in his mind. He did not forget to add in. Speaking of the alliance, we have about 2 years left. Once the time is up, and He Lu Lan is still unconscious, how would we continue the agreement? Oh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunxing was a kind person, but when it came to key benefits, he had a firm attitude. He was not a pushover. You too! Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lu Lan's identity was a secret. Even though He Qing knew, he had his own motives and would not dare to expose He Lu Lan's identity. But because of this, Fairy Li Shan could not find helpers easily. Regarding Dream Path, most of the superforces had done their research and obtained some results, but they would not give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lu Lan. Thus, for the problem Fairy Li Shan was facing, the most likely possibility with an effective method was to rely on Fan Yuan. Regarding all of this, Fairy Li Shan was deeply aware. Seeing that Fan Yuan was unwilling to relent, she had no better option but to take a step back, breathing in deeply before saying, Never mind, maybe we simply had bad luck. I will do it your way, 2 immortal goo. But you can only pick either one of self-strength and strength chi. I can take responsibility for this much in regards to little Lan. The other immortal goo will be provided by me. I'll speak the truth, this is my limit, don't force me any further. Tai Bai Yunxing was moved, gasping. He Lu Lan is truly blessed to have Fairy as her aunt. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fan Yuan. She knew that although Tai Bai Yunxing was Fan Yuan's senior brother, Fan Yuan was the leader between them. To save He Lu Lan, she needed Fan Yuan to help. Fan Yuan thought about it. He knew that although he could continue forcing her, that would cause their relationship to be greatly damaged. The amicable atmosphere that he had created earlier by splitting the profits with them would be completely ruined. Although self-strength and strength chi were 2 excellent goo, Fan Yuan had obtained several strength path immortal goo, he no longer had such an urgent need for them. All right, I will listen to Fairy. I have always been interested in Fairy's mountain pledge goo. Fan Yuan spoke with a smile. Chapter 767. Immortal Goo Time Luck. What, you want mountain pledge goo? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Her expression was furious. Mountain pledge immortal goo was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's source of revenue. The saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents. It would mean deep hatred. Not only this, mountain pledge immortal goo was the reason why Fairy Li Shan could make connections everywhere and work with goo immortals from the righteous and demonic paths in northern plains without much trouble. Once she lost mountain pledge goo, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would disappear. Fan Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It is a joke, don't mind it. Of course he knew of the importance of mountain pledge immortal goo, he was only probing her just now, he did not think he would succeed. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fan Yuan, that joke was not funny at all. I have several immortal goo here, pick one of them as the compensation. As for the other half, little Lan will pass it to you when she wakes up. Fan Yuan was originally thinking about He Lu Lan's slavery immortal goo. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's immortal goo, his eyes shined as he changed his mind. This immortal goo is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw the immortal goo that Fan Yuan picked, and she sighed in her mind, filled with a bitter feeling deep inside. She had just obtained this immortal goo, she had not even used it yet, and Fan Yuan was already taking it away. This goo's name was Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal goo. It consumed immortal essence, and time to gain a boost in one's luck. Fairy Li Shan was very reluctant, she tried to explain to him. Fan Yuan, if you really want to choose this goo, I have some words for you. I obtained this time luck immortal goo as the payment from Qin Baixing. If ordinary goo immortals use this goo, they will need to expend their own lifespan. But you are a zombie, in a half-dead state, you cannot use this goo. You might as well choose another goo. Oh? So that's it? Fan Yuan showed some interest in his gaze. When goo immortals cultivate, they gain no lifespan during the process. In this world, ordinary people had approximately 100 years of lifespan. They would die of old age when they exceeded that. When goo masters became immortals, this time limit would not change. Only by using lifespan goo could they increase their lifespan without leaving behind any backlash. Other than that, there were methods like turning into a zombie, treatment, or the Inyan life extension method, possession, or to sleep for most of the time to reduce their expenditure, but these were all suboptimal methods that went against nature to extend their lifespan. Because of this, goo immortals treasured their lifespan more than goo masters. When Qin Baixing held this auction, almost all of the heroes and experts in Northern Plains goo immortal world showed up. But even so, no lifespan goo were sold. In contrast, in auctions held by mortal goo masters, there were lifespan goos sold occasionally. This was understandable. When goo masters become immortals, they naturally would understand the difficulty of cultivating. It was not easy to become a goo immortal. They would even more treasure this feeling of being above mortal concerns, having such a high status and standard of living. As a result, they treasured their lives, often roaming the 5 regions. Unless there was a need, they likely would not live inside their grotto heaven or blessed land. Because the time flow in the grotto heaven or blessed land was faster, a goo immortal's limited lifespan would be expended even more quickly than if they were in the 5 regions. Mortal goo masters did not know how precious lifespan was. They would often use some forbidden techniques that expended their lifespan, to raise their battle strength. The higher the rank one reaches, the broader their horizons, the more they treasured their life, and they would try all sorts of ways to extend their lifespan. For example, like First Gen Guyu and Century Boy. Such situations, in regards to goo immortals, were much more severe. This was like the contrast of rich and poor people. Ordinary people were busy trying to earn a living, they disregarded their health. Rich people, however, treasured their lives and paid great attention to sustaining their health. At the end of the day, it was not that rich people were superior to poor people, it was because of their circumstances and statuses that they could act and think differently. Fairy Li Shan was obviously a goo immortal. Time luck immortal goo expended immortal essence and lifespan to boost the user's luck. Since she took it, she naturally had a way to make up for this flaw. Fan Yuan was a shrewd person, he immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had such a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fan Yuan was looking at her with shining eyes, she knew that she could not hide it, and said helplessly. I will not hide it from you. I have a method to use Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core, to form an immortal killer move. It can draw upon another person's lifespan, expending it and amplify one's own luck. Fan Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path before, but he had also benefited greatly from Luck Path. He immediately asked, I wonder if Fairy may sell this immortal killer move to me? Don't even think about it. Fairy Li Shan replied extremely quickly. Fan Yuan knew this would happen. He was not upset, he laughed instead. That being the case, I still want this immortal goo. Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. Fan Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plans? I would not dare to. Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn, he said with sincerity, explaining, even if you did not have this killer move, I would still choose this immortal goo. The reason is solely because I obtained an improved mortal goo recipe of Inch of Time. Time Luck Immortal Goo needs an immortal killer move and time to activate. If I use Inch of Time, I might be able to replace it as the expenditure and prevent my lifespan from being affected. Is that so? Fairy Li Shan was stunned, she did not know this. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, explaining for Fan Yuan. When we bought this goo recipe, we did not think that Fairy would have Time Luck Immortal Goo. It seems that we can fortunately coordinate them together. Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunxing had the right to speak. He was a Time Path Goo Immortal. Time Luck Immortal Goo and Inch of Time were both Time Path Goo worms. Since he had the feeling and predicted that these two goo worms could coordinate, then that was probably going to work. Fairy Li Shan's expression relaxed, but her tone was still stiff. Even in that case, to think of a brand new immortal killer move using Time Luck Immortal Goo and Inch of Time as the foundation will be a huge project. Why don't you leave the Time Luck Immortal Goo with me first, and I will use the immortal killer move to improve your luck? Isn't that a better result? Fan Yuan laughed heartily, immediately replying, precisely because you have the immortal killer move, we thought about the method to use Time Luck and Inch of Time. We can also lend the Time Luck Immortal Goo to you, Fairy. At that point, you can activate the immortal killer move and improve our luck. That works the same. Fairy Li Shan's expression froze. She thought, immortal goo are unique. If Time Luck Immortal Goo is in your hands, you hold the initiative. Who knows what will happen in the future? The Snowy Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether we continue it or not is unknown. If we become enemies, would you lend the Time Luck Immortal Goo to me? As Fairy Li Shan thought of this, she understood. Wasn't her worry exactly what Fan Yuan was concerned about? If Time Luck Immortal Goo was in her hands, and she had the immortal killer move, she would hold the initiative. In the future, if the alliance expired, even if she helped Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing improve their luck, wouldn't she be the one deciding on the price? Fan Yuan, this lad is tough to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth secretly, regretting her decision to take out Time Luck Immortal Goo. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Goo and this immortal killer move to create a new source of revenue. Improving the luck of other Goo Immortals would definitely be a popular service. But He Lu Lan was stuck in the dream realm, and Fairy Li Shan needed their help. Since she was unwilling to allow both Strength Path Immortal Goo to fall into Fan Yuan's hands, she was in a passive spot. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a huge network, He Lu Lan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fan Yuan's help, thus he had her firmly in his grasp. Fan Yuan saw the chance and extorted her. This was a ruthless blow. He struck at the crucial part and bit off a huge chunk of flesh. Forget about it. With Fan Yuan's craftiness, if I did not take out Time Luck Immortal Goo, he might not want the other Immortal Goo. Even if he wanted both Strength Path Immortal Goo, what could I do? Can I let Little Lan remain in the dream realm forever? Little Sister left behind a familial emotion along with a large amount of green grape immortal essence. They are still in Little Lan's immortal aperture. That was the reason why Little Lan was able to use Immortal Goo when she was immortal. However, with this dream realm calamity, the familial emotion has instead made it even stronger. With such a close relationship, the dream realm cannot be broken. It is grasping Little Lan tightly and preventing her from escaping. As time passes, her soul might disappear. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Fan Yuan was her only hope now. She was an astute person, she had her own plans and did not expose He Lu Lan's secret of having Su Xian Air's familial emotion. She did not lie, she just hid it from them. In the future, even if Fan Yuan could not save He Lu Lan, because of the agreement, he had to find a new method. One could say, no matter the results, Fairy Li Shan had Fan Yuan on their side. At least, when it came to saving He Lu Lan, they were in agreement. Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan had to let go despite her reluctance. She allowed Fan Yuan to take Time Luck Immortal Goo. This transaction ended with both sides fulfilling their own needs. Fan Yuan used the chance to extort 2 Immortal Goo. Because it happened to suit his new plans, it could be said that he greatly profited. But he had not found out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In truth, even if Fan Yuan wanted the 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo, it was not impossible. But Fairy Li Shan's acting was impeccable. Fan Yuan could not probe her true bottom line. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan paid 2 Immortal Goo to break free of the Dream Realm and save their lives. Their lives were naturally more valuable than the Immortal Goo. Thus, they formed a new agreement and completed this transaction. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing immediately returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, trying to refine the various Dream Path Mortal Goo to form the Immortal Killer move and save He Lu Lan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to the first peak of Snowy Mountain. There, old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the Demonic Path Goo Immortals, and had urged Fairy Li Shan multiple times already. Before going, Fairy Li Shan said with a look of concern, urging Fan Yuan, "I am only leaving Little Lan here temporarily. The 3rd peak is not safe, Fan Yuan. I hope you can do your best. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets. If Little Lan is in trouble, you will not be safe either." Chapter 768. Identity Exposed. Fan Yuan activated Fixed Immortal Travel, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but at the same time, at a certain battlefield in Northern Plains, a fight was coming to an end. The victor had been decided. More than 10 Goo Immortals surrounded the 2 people at the center. Qin Baixing landed on the ground, bending his back as he pushed his knees upwards, preventing himself from kneeling down. He was no longer in the previous bold and heroic state. Even his intense battle intent earlier had dissipated. It had completely transformed into shock and dejection. This Immortal Killer move is called Green Jade Song? Qin Baixing raised his head and looked at Feng Jiuge, speaking as he spat out blood. His blood was no longer red, it had turned into an eerie green. As the green blood was spat out, it solidified rapidly, turning into beads of jade pearls while falling to the ground. These jade pearls collided with the ground and emitted a crisp sound. The surroundings within a huge area had completely been turned into a domain of jade. The soil on the ground used to be extremely ordinary, but now it had been turned entirely into green jade. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also become jade-like objects. As the wind blew, the jade stems swayed with the wind, as the reed leaves shook slightly. Meanwhile, there was a jade well emitting from Qin Baixing's body. Not only were his clothes turned into jade, half of his hair had turned jade too. Even most of his skin had frozen into jade. The blood in his body could not flow smoothly, there was the contaminated jade blood in his body. Qin Baixing was now trying to get them out of his body. Thankfully, his organs and intestines were protected by his defensive Immortal Killer move. They managed to resist the Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baixing losing to one attack, the remaining Central Continent Goo Immortals had a grim expression. Their gazes towards Feng Jiuge were full of wariness. Feng Jiuge floated in the air, looking at Qin Baixing as he said with a tone of admiration, "That's right, this is my own creation, Green Jade Song. It can convert everything into jade. You were able to resist it for 15 minutes, that is very rare. Alright, you are truly strong and courageous. It is too much of a pity if you die here. Searching your soul is too disrespectful too. How about this? I will ask you a few questions, just answer me truthfully." The Central Continent Goo Immortals heard Feng Jiuge's words and felt some surprise. This was not in line with their earlier plans. "Lord Feng Jiuge, Qin Baixing is a Northern Plains expert. If you let him go so easily, you might be leaving behind a future danger. This person could resist Green Jade Song for 15 minutes, he is a strong adversary and a lone cultivator, why don't we?" Everyone spoke out, hoping that Feng Jiuge would kill Qin Baixing. On one hand, they were wary of his battle strength, but on the other hand, they were coveting Qin Baixing's great wealth. Qin Baixing was one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the total amount of immortal materials that Fan Yuan obtained after selling all of the Goo immortal captives was less than 1% of his earnings. But Feng Jiuge waved his hand. "I have already made up my mind, there is no need to say anything else. Old Oracle, I will need you to use the killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo." Facing Feng Jiuge's firm attitude and insistence, the Central Continent Goo Immortals were silent. The green jade battlefield in front of them was the greatest deterrence. They were all experts of the 10 great ancient sects. but they had all found out now that they could not even take one attack from Feng Jiuge. If they swapped places with Qin Baixing, they would end up in an even poorer state. Feng Jiuji's strength was so great that all the Gu immortals here lost their vigor. Qin Baixing had lost his battle intent, while the Central Continent Gu immortals were thinking, no wonder Feng Jiuge was acknowledged to be at first place in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade's song was only one of them. With such battle strength, he was simply terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, he might not be inferior. The young-looking Wisdom Path Gu immortal that was called by Feng Jiuge was from Ancient Soul's sect of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply, walking out towards the center of the battlefield. He stretched out his fist from his wide sleeve, opening his 5 fingers as a colorless crystal bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 Immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, with 660 Mortal Gu complementing it. It is used specially for detecting lies. Even though the core Immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can work against rank 7 Gu immortals. But against rank 8, it will not be effective. Old Oracle's explanation sounded modest, but it was actually a threat to Qin Baixing to not play any tricks. Qin Baixing's expression was very ugly. He understood what Old Oracle was trying to say. I lost to one move, Feng Jiuge. You are really amazing. My skill was inferior. I admit my defeat. Ask away. But you can only ask 3 questions, Qin Baixing said. You. A few Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy. They frowned as they emitted killing intent. Feng Jiuge smiled. No problem, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I have no time to waste. Qin Baixing spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, regaining a bit of his grandeur. The first question, who is the person who sold these immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace? Qin Baixing was stunned. He imagined Fan Yuan's appearance, feeling sour and bitter within. Shahuang, oh Shahuang, you were the one who brought harm to your brother. Thoughts flashed across his mind as Qin Baixing replied plainly without hesitating. This seller is called Shahuang. He is an immortal zombie. Shahuang. Immortal zombie. Feng Jiuge muttered. Continue speaking. Qin Baixing continued. I only met this person recently, because I used my rank 6 luck inspection Immortal Gu and saw that this person's luck was greater than normal. I befriended him. This person has a mysterious origin. It seems he has a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Gu immortal captives. Among them, there was a rank 7 Gu immortal, Rushing Thunder Han Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. That is all I know. Once he said that, Qin Baixing's body shook as his skin burst open, blood poured out like a fountain with no sign of stopping. Qin Baixing growled in pain, concentrating as he activated his healing Immortal Gu. After a dozen breaths, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was too unbearable. His body was still shivering slightly. This was due to the previous alliance agreement. Now that he leaked the information, he had broken the agreement and was facing an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Jiuge looked at Qin Baixing, then turning around to look at Old Oracle. The colorless bamboo in Old Oracle's hands was swaying without a trace of a change in color. This proved that Qin Baixing's words were all truthful. Thus, Feng Jiuge continued to ask. The second question is regarding the collapse of 88 True Young Building. Tell me all that you know. Qin Baixing heard this and his expression became very ugly. An hour later, the Central Continent Gu immortals watched as Qin Baixing flew into the sky, becoming a small black dot as he vanished from their vision. One of them was not satisfied. Lord Feng Jiuge, are we really letting him off? He has so many immortal Gu with him, he even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jiuge shook his head. It is not that I do not want to strike, but I found out that he has a method to detonate his soul. Just the aura of it alone is terrifying. If we force him, he will probably drag a few of you down with him. By then, our plan to get information would fail. It's actually like this. The Gu immortals were uncertain. Feng Jiuge said with deep meaning. Look at this colorless crystal bamboo. You can tell if I lied. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled sheepishly, retracting his immortal killer move. He changed the subject. Thanks to Lord Feng Jiuge, we obtained these clues. It will really help in deducing the true culprit. Feng Jiuge nodded. We will split into 2 groups now. One will protect Old Oracle and let him deduce in peace. The other will follow me and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, finding out news about Shahuang. If Sha Huang is a member inside Zombie Alliance, we will capture him on the spot. That would be the best outcome. The Central Continent Goo Immortals listened to him. They split into two groups and retreated rapidly. 15 minutes later, several blurry silhouettes landed here. How can this be? Looking at the green jade field in front of them, He Lang Zi could still sense the power of this killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baixing was ambushed. They have already fought. He Qing had rich experience. His expression sank when he saw this. Fairy Jianyu quickly took out a set of investigative goo. After checking, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, even though they fought, Qin Baixing was not captured. He has already escaped in that direction. Fairy Jianyu's investigative method made Heiqin and Xue Songzi gasp in shock in their minds. When the Central Continent Goo Immortals left, they had erased all of their traces. But when Fairy Jianyu used her method, she managed to expose more than 10 Goo Immortal auras. These auras all differed. They were in all kinds of sizes. Among them, the aura that Feng Jiuge left behind was the largest, far greater than the rest. Qin Baixing managed to escape from the ambush of more than 10 Goo Immortals? Xue Songzi was surprised. We are only 5 people, how can we trap Qin Baixing? Don't worry, I have a method. The mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal said in a hoarse voice. Fairy Jianyu retrieved her goo worms. She showed an anxious expression. Go in that direction, let's chase him. Langya blessed land. What a huge piece of spiky metal! Wow, 1,500 kilograms of death water. These are actually jade wood eggs, wow. So many! Fan Yuan, you are so crafty and scheming, you did not disappoint me at all. Langya Land Spirit looked at the mountain of immortal materials, while having a joyous expression mixed with pain. Not only were the quality of the immortal materials in front of him good, they were huge in quantity. The Land Spirit was pleased. But when he thought about the 4 to 6 split between him and Fan Yuan, he felt bitter deep inside. Those 13 Goo Immortal captives were all from Langya Land Spirit's work. But now, Fan Yuan was gaining a huge profit from them. He felt very uncomfortable. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible, Fan Yuan said. Langya Land Spirit stared with his eyes wide open. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense alertness. Rascal, what scheme are you up to now? He was scared of falling into Fan Yuan's trap. You have a lot of hairy men in your blessed land. They are raised well and are good at refining goo. But mine are quite inferior. I have a lot of mortal goo to refine. Help me refine these goo and I'll pay for it using immortal materials. Don't be afraid, this is a fair trade, Fan Yuan said warmly. Langya Land Spirit's eyes rolled. Without thinking for too long, he agreed. All right, since I often help that Inkman lad anyway, I'll take your business too. Chapter 769. Testing Immortal Goo. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood high at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan was hovering above Dang Hun Mountain in his original form, with a height of 6 meters, a green face with sharp fangs, imposing build and 8 monstrous arms. However, when compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was minuscule like an ant. Fan Yuan's eyes let out bright light as he looked at Dang Hun Mountain below him, and suddenly gave a shout. Pulling Mountain. Next moment, a formless, majestic force erupted from within him and moved towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan opened up his 8 arms in an embracing pose, as if he was hugging a giant object. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, like he was lifting a very heavy item. Rumble. At first, the sound was only a slight noise. But soon, the sound kept on increasing till the surroundings started to tremor slightly. The object that was causing the sound was Dang Hun Mountain. Under the activation of Fan Yuan's immortal goo, this large crystal mountain began to slowly rise, leaving the ground. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. The muscles in his 8 arms bulged up like lumps of rocks. Not only his arms, the muscles in his entire body were being exerted. Creaking noises started echoing from his body, with his bones being under extremely heavy pressure. With his great efforts, Dang Hun Mountain was lifted higher, gradually rising 5 to 6 inches from the ground. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was watching this with a shocked expression, with her mouth slightly agape. Rise. Fan Yuan wanted to properly test the immortal goo, and did not stop even at this stage. Rays of light started to gradually shine from his body. These rays were all over his whole body, but were not close together and looked extremely sparse. The rays of light started getting brighter. At the same time, the speed at which Fan Yuan raised Dang Hun Mountain was also becoming faster. At first, the mountain was only raised by inches, now it was ascending foot by foot. While activating the immortal goo pulling mountain, Fan Yuan observed his body as well. These shiny rays of light on his body were strength path Dao marks. Strength path Dao marks covered his whole body without any particular order. Some got entangled and gathered into one ray, while some occupied certain parts of his skin by themselves. I activated the immortal goo, pulling mountain, with all my strength, and the strength path Dao marks on me resonated with the immortal goo. The power of the immortal goo did not change, but I could bring out close to 20% more strength from this resonance. Fan Yuan persisted for a while longer, until all the bones on his body started cracking. Dang Hun Mountain was lifted to a height of 200 to 300 feet, before he slowly placed it back down. The enormous and heavy mountain landed on the ground, producing a reverberating noise like that of muffled thunder, and raising a billowing wave of dust. Fan Yuan breathed roughly, his whole body was worn out and limp, there were many injuries to his muscles as well. However, a few breaths later, with an immortal zombie's powerful regenerative ability, all his injuries, whether they were in bones or muscles, recovered rapidly. Fan Yuan's breathing stabilized. He slowly closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the sensation from just earlier, while still hovering in the air. Before using the strength path immortal goo, pulling mountain, Fan Yuan had gone through many kinds of deductions. Now that he was using it, his understanding was deepened. After all, true knowledge was derived from practice. Ever since I became a strength path goo immortal, there has been no increase in the strength path Dao marks on my body. Thus, even after using all my effort, and under the resonance of strength path Dao marks, I could only increase my power by close to 20%. Activating pulling mountain immortal goo will continuously consume immortal essence. Just this period of time already used up 3 beads of my green grape immortal essence. The consumption seems very high, but considering that the target was Dang Hun Mountain, it is not much. Dang Hun Mountain was a wondrous place that could produce guts goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Not even Snowy Mountain could match the value of such a precious treasure. Based on this, Fan Yuan speculated that it would be much easier for him if he pulled other ordinary mountain ranges compared to Dang Hun Mountain. Pulling mountain is good. After a while, Fan Yuan opened his eyes and softly praised, extremely satisfied deep inside. No mountains were easy to pull or move. Trees had tree roots, while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. According to theory involving Qi path, the whole world constituted of heaven and earth Qi. The two Qi converged, freely and unceasingly, forming all kinds of natural landscapes. For instance, wind, rain, thunder and lightning were caused by abundant heaven Qi mixed with occasional earth Qi. Mountains and hills were the condensation of earth Qi with a bit of heaven Qi blended in. Destruction was always much easier than construction. Mountains and rivers were easy to destroy, but could not be easily shifted. Mountain roots were connected to the earth, interlinked by earth Qi. The earth Qi was like the foundation of a tall building. If the mountain was forcibly pulled, it could directly break the earth Qi and destroy the mountain. However, pulling mountain had a mysterious ability of directly breaking the connection with the earth Qi without damaging the body of the mountain. After the mountain was placed down, it could connect with the earth Qi again. This was not something achievable through ordinary methods. Pulling mountain, pulling water. Let's try this strength path immortal goo next. Fan Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain and with little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the Blessed Land's eastern area, hovering in front of a lake. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covered in lakes of all sizes. It was the result of Fan Yuan linking the east and the north, using water to extinguish fire in the past. At that time, countless rockmen had been sacrificed. Now, the lakes here were supporting the habitats of large amounts of blue jade carps, many air bubble fishes and a few water wolf groups. Above the lakes, there were many dark clouds linked continuously. Large numbers of star fragment grass were planted on the dark clouds, forming grasslands in the sky. In the grasslands, groups of starlight fireflies were fluttering about. Among the ordinary firefly groups, there was a higher than average proportion of starlight firefly goo mixed in them. Thus, although there were thick dark clouds over the eastern part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land, starlight shined brightly all over the area. In the sky was a grassland of starry clouds, while on the ground were lakes spread all over, sparkling and reflecting the starlight. Fan Yuan flew above the largest lake, activating pulling water immortal goo. A similar formless force penetrated into the lake. Fan Yuan slowly raised 2 hands and immediately with a splashing sound, large amounts of lake water were lifted into the air. Compared with pulling Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan felt that pulling the lake water here was as easy as picking up paper. There was an enormous difference between the two. The lake water state was still the same as before with no change. Large numbers of fish, shrimps, eels and turtles were freely moving around inside. It was only that they were not able to swim beyond the periphery. A formless force held up the lake water in place of the lake shore. Underneath the floating lake, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, without a trace of water left behind. Large amounts of water plants were piled up on the lake bed, along with stones, shells, and so on. Fan Yuan moved his 10 fingers in different ways, causing the formless force to change. The giant lake water was like a piece of muddy clay that allowed Fan Yuan to mold it according to his will. Occasionally it took a form of a long strip of dough, round like a ball another time, and the next moment it was finally molded into a hexahedron. After transforming it for a while, Fan Yuan stopped moving his fingers, before exerting the thoughts in his mind. The lake water shook non-stop, displaying all sorts of weird and strange shapes, like a deer flying, a cloud moving. But regardless of the changes, the fish groups and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to get out. Nice, nice! Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, laughed joyfully with bright eyes. Tai Bai Yunxing was also watching, and heaved a sigh. Moving mountains and overturning rivers, it truly is the sight of an immortal's power. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved again, and the enormous lake water slowly and gently landed back into the lake. Fan Yuan retrieved the formless force, stopping pulling water immortal goo. This lake was restored to its previous state, but there were waves churning on the surface of the lake, lasting for a long while. These 2 strength path immortal goo have specific forces. One is targeted at mountain ranges, while the other is for water. If used with kind intentions, one can bring in rain, and move mountains to open a path. If used with malicious intention, mountains can capsize and giant waves could rise up to the sky. Fan Yuan inwardly praised. This was the battle strength of goo immortals. They could directly steamroll through mortal goo masters like crushing ants. I obtained 2 goo and my battle strength immediately rose explosively. But to integrate them in my immortal killer move, Myriad Self, won't be an easy matter. I will definitely need time and effort. Unlike the immortal goo, self-strength and strength chi, which can almost directly merge with Myriad Self because Myriad Self's concept matches with them. Designing a killer move was not simple. The Lightning Path Goo Immortal, Vicious Lightning Fiend, had gone into secluded cultivation for several years before he was able to draw references from the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe to create the killer move, Lightning Deity. He Lu Lan already had the mortal killer move, Self-Strength Phantom. Even with this foundation, making it an immortal killer move was difficult. She had been trying so hard at it, but still had little success. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had created blood path killer moves, and it was a result from racking his brains, spending long periods of time and making painstaking efforts. Fan Yuan still did not have any clue on how to merge these 2 strength path immortal goo into Myriad Self. But he was not worried and was even confident. One part of this confidence came from his strength path attainment. More of it came from his incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom goo. The light of wisdom could produce unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool in deducing goo recipes, immortal goo recipes, mortal killer moves, and many other things. Looking back at this auction, Fan Yuan lost Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Delight in Water and Mountain, and gained Iron Crown Eagle Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Eat Strength and Unravel Mystery. Every goo was good, the main matter was whether they suited oneself. Fan Yuan's battle strength had increased by a very large scale with this auction. Junior brother, you gained a lot in this auction. When you completely process them, your battle strength will surely increase by several times. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew over, praising Fan Yuan happily. Fan Yuan nodded. Right, I now have a desolate beast bat corpse and can add in the 3rd pair of bat wings. Eat Strength Immortal Goo and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo can be used to cultivate, increasing the strength path down marks in my body. The more down marks there are, the more power I can bring out when I use Strength Path Immortal Goo. There is also Inch of Time, Memory Thought Goo, Malicious Thought Goo and others which I need to urgently produce in large numbers. I have to combine the complete unfamiliar face and the incomplete vaguely familiar face to design an entirely new method of disguise. There is much work to be done, and they all need to be carried out. In the coming days, Fan Yuan was definitely going to be extremely busy. But this was a good thing. The auction was an excellent opportunity which Fan Yuan tightly grabbed onto and made the best use of, bringing progress in more or less every aspect. Tai Bai Yinxing reminded. Don't forget your agreement with Fairy Li Shan. The main task is to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo to form the immortal killer move which can awaken Hei Lu Lan. I understand this, you should go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yinxing smiled. Shark Demon has already urged me several times over these last days. Junior brother, if there is anything, just notify me and I will immediately return. Fan Yuan frowned. Be careful. We have revealed many things in this auction. Also, Ma and Zhao have fallen into the hands of others. This is not good for us. At this moment, he was still not aware that his immortal zombie Sha Huang identity was already exposed. Chapter 770. Refining Dream Path Mortal Goo. Amidst the light drizzle, Qing Mao Mountain appeared even greener than usual. Fan Yuan sat in his room, facing his younger brother Fang Jing. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? Uncle and aunt had raised us with great difficulty these last years, yet you reported them to the elders. This is really an ungrateful act. Fang Jing puffed up his chest, standing in front of Fan Yuan as he scolded with a righteous tone. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was cold as ice as he looked around, thinking. This dream realm is very realistic. Soon after, he inspected his body, seeing that in his rank 3 aperture, he had Liquor Worm, All-Out Effort Goo and others. Fan Yuan's mind settled, he thought. This body's cultivation level is the same as before the 3 Kings' Blessed Land time period. At this time, Fan Jing said with agitation. Right now, there is still some time before the Elder's trial. It is still possible for brother to withdraw your case. If you really put up a case against them, your reputation will be ruined. Everyone will look down on you. I will not acknowledge you as my brother. Fan Yuan chuckled. He stood up and walked towards Fan Jing. Fan Jing took a step back. Brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fan Yuan felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart. This is the Dream Realm's entanglement. Fan Yuan knew this in his heart. He held in his disgust as he walked past Fang Jing, walking out of the door. Brother! Fang Jing turned around, grabbing Fan Yuan's arm. Fan Yuan could not enter or leave. He turned around and looked at his brother. The sense of disgust deep inside was growing. He had an urge to give Fang Jing a slap before moving away. But Fan Yuan became calmer. He grabbed Fang Jing's arm as he exerted strength, attempting to free himself. But soon after, Fang Jing's other arm grabbed Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sighed helplessly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he raised his leg, kicking Fang Jing onto the ground. Fang Jing was sent crashing onto the ground. He could not get up for the time being. Fan Yuan was freed and turned around, taking large steps and walking out of the door. The moment he left, the scene in front of him changed. He was in the Guyu clan's discussion hall. The elders were all seated on the 2 rows at the sides. The clan leader was at the center, looking down at Fang Jing and Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan inspected himself, finding that he was kneeling on the ground along with Fang Jing beside him. Fan Yuan's was fully aware. He knew that when he kicked Fang Jing earlier, his emotions had been moved and it caused the Dream Realm's entanglement to become stronger. Previously it was the first scene. It was just a room with 2 people. But now in the discussion hall, it was larger than the room, and there were around 10 people. Most of their faces were blurry. Only Fang Jing's face was clearly visible. Fan Yuan looked around. He only gazed at the clan leader for a short period of time before his face suddenly became clearer. Fan Yuan quickly looked away, not daring to keep gazing. The longer he looked, the more his memories would be pulled out, and the more realistic the Dream Realm would be. The bigger problem was getting his emotions involved. The moment emotions he invested, he would fall further into the Dream Realm's entanglement. Fan Yuan did not have any Dream Path Immortal Goo to help him. If he lost himself in the snare, it would be hard for him to free himself. Where is the Goo refinement material in the dream? Don't tell me it is not in this second scene, but the third? Fan Yuan looked around as he searched, but there was no result. Just as he was thinking, the clan leader spoke. Soon afterwards, a clan elder stood out and announced to everyone that Fan Yuan was suing his aunt and uncle for trying to embezzle his parents' inheritance. Fang Jing was the witness, speaking for his uncle and aunt. As Fan Yuan listened to them, the disgust and hatred deep inside him grew. Even a sense of anger was hidden within. As the elders spoke, they were all siding with Fang Jing. They did not treat Fan Yuan well at all. Fan Yuan's situation was getting more dangerous, but he still remained extremely calm. He paid careful attention to these emotions. Deep within himself, he was sneering in disdain at them from beginning to end. The accused may enter now. At this moment, the clan leader spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had an angry expression. The moment they spoke, they chided Fan Yuan, saying that he had an unfilial attitude. They said that this was completely a baseless accusation. There was no such thing, but all of the elders believed their words, smiling coldly at Fan Yuan. We will give you one last chance. Do you have anything else to say? At the end, the clan leader opened his mouth, asking Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan coldly smiled. This was the trap of the dream realm. Once he spoke and triggered his emotions, he would be in danger. Thus, he kept quiet and shook his head. The clan leader's expression changed. He sneered as he pointed. You are truly guilty. You have no words to rebuke us. I will now declare, you will return the 9-leaf vitality grass goo back to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass appeared very fresh and lifelike. It was taken out of his aperture and handed to his uncle and aunt. Fan Jing cowed out continuously, thanking. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. Thank you, elders, for your clear judgment. You protected my innocent uncle and aunt's reputation. Fan Yuan felt faint anger and sadness in his heart, but he controlled them. His gaze was shining. He stared at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material had appeared in the dream. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. That really was full of hidden danger. The key item is involved in all sorts of ways to trigger my emotions. The more I focus on this dream material, the more my emotions would be drawn out. I would sink into the dream realm's entanglement. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan made a move, using his primeval essence and injecting them into his goo. Several strength path phantoms appeared, attacking his uncle and aunt. He took the 9-leaf vitality grass immediately, not staying afterwards, charging out of the door without hesitation. Scoundrel! The clan leader smiled in spite of his anger. He charged out as well. You dare to offend your seniors. You are too audacious. You deserve death. The elders shouted angrily, following the leader and chasing after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed. He was in a cave with countless pale white bones around him. This reminded Fan Yuan of southern borders by Gu Mountain. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked together, eventually escaping Bai Gu Mountain and hiding from the assault of Bai Clan. This was a vivid memory etched in the depths of his heart. The moment he had this recollection, the surroundings of the cave became clearer. They even changed and became exactly like Bai Gu Mountain back then. Fan Yuan was alerted. He stopped recalling his memories. At this moment, Gu Yu clan leader brought close to 10 clan elders, entering Fan Yuan's vision and chasing him. Fan Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, his soul would take great damage, or he might even die because of the dream. In the 500 years of his previous life, who knows how many Gu masters fell into a dream realm's entanglement and lost their lives inside dream realms. According to Fan Yuan's soul foundation, death was not possible, but his soul could get heavily injured. Fan Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was in control of the exclusive Gutsku transaction. The problem was, if he left the dream realm due to injuries, the dream material that he had searched for with much difficulty would vanish. His work would be wasted. Fan Yuan did not want that. As Fan Yuan escaped, he checked the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his pocket. The grass goo was realistic and lifelike. Fan Yuan had a sensation deep within himself, reminding him that this was a high-tier ingredient for refining dream goo. Fan Yuan moved about left and right, escaping into a small cave. He released a few goo worms as a danger detection method, before sitting on the ground and refining goo using the goo recipe in his memories. Halfway through the refinement, Fan Yuan was discovered by some pursuers. They blocked the only exit of the cave. Fan Yuan sighed helplessly. He activated several strength path beast phantoms and forced his way out. During the intense battle, he restrained his emotions and only forced them out, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered it to refine goo again. This time, the refinement was even shorter. He only finished 30% before he was discovered by Fan Jing. He is here! Fan Jing shouted loudly. Fan Yuan snorted, kicking and sending Fan Jing flying. At this time, an elder had arrived already, assaulting Fan Yuan from behind. Every time he got injured in the dream, it was a huge hit to his soul. Fan Yuan was in a dangerous situation. He turned around and summoned several beast strength phantoms, turning this elder who attacked him into meat paste. Fan Yuan, you will die terribly! Before dying, this elder cursed as he shouted. His blurred face turned clearer, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Fan Yuan sighed deeply to himself. During the dangerous moment earlier, he was distracted and his control over his emotions weakened. It caused him to fall deeper into the dream. This was also the reason why he did not kill the pursuers all along. The dream scenario could go on endlessly, it could be said to be infinite. Even if Fan Yuan killed the pursuers, new ones would appear. Even if they did not appear, there would be new disturbances. Especially when he engaged in life and death brawls, he had to concentrate. His emotions were more likely to influence his actions. There were all sorts of dreams, they involved drawing out a person's emotions, so that they could not distinguish reality and illusions, eventually sinking into the dream realm's entanglement, unable to wake up. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had his previous life's experiences. Even though his achievement in the field of dream realms was pitiful, it was enough to deal with this. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fan Yuan came to a hall. It was exactly the same as the area where he refined bone-flesh unity goo. Here, Fan Yuan finally refined his dream path goo worm. As the pursuers came, Fan Yuan laughed as he muttered to himself, "Time to wake up." As he said this, the scene in front of him vanished and turned into pure darkness. Fan Yuan gradually opened his eyes. The darkness faded and turned into the scenery of Dang Hun Palace, just like before he entered the dream. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was sitting on the bed, his arms grabbing at a space. It was the same as the motions of his arms in the dream. In the dream, he was grabbing the newly refined dream path mortal goo. Now that he was back in the real world, the dream path mortal goo vanished. Fan Yuan was not shocked. He checked inside his mind. In his mind, a dream path mortal goo was floating. The thoughts around it were like bubbles, popping and vanishing. The first dream path mortal goo is finally done. Fan Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Dream path was different from other paths. The mortal goo did not have physical forms. They only existed in the mind. Only dream path immortal goo could turn from immaterial to solid. Chapter 771. Lord Vice Anva. Scoundrel, where are you trying to run to? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led 3 immortal zombies as he flew in the air. They were very fast, as if like lightning. The person they were chasing was none other than Feng Jiuge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to mix into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. But at the last moment, he was blocked by the Dao-marked door at the discussion hall entrance. Because of this, the secret that he was not a Northern Plains immortal zombie was exposed, and Dragon Commander Yi Cha, one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, personally went after him. Suddenly, Feng Jiuge stopped his movements. He turned around and looked at the pursuers, smiling as he said, "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop? I just have a few questions. If you answer me truthfully, I might spare your lives." What? The immortal zombies flew into a rage. Scoundrel, you will not be able to escape. You dared to scheme against us, worm. A brawny male immortal zombie said in a malicious tone. There might be a trap. A female immortal zombie immediately used her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the same time, the female immortal zombie's expression became stupefied. She screamed in shock. 3 Central Continent Gu immortals appeared. Together with Feng Jiuge, they surrounded the immortal zombies in a circle. Feng Jiuge laughed lightly. He got rid of his disguise and restored his original appearance. His rank 7 Gu immortal aura emanated with no room for doubt. The immortal zombies were all stirring anxiously. Rank 7 Gu immortals! Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face was grim. He tried to raise the morale. So what if it is an ambush? We both have 4 people, the numbers are the same. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, but I am also rank 7. Do not think that immortal zombies have low battle strength, we just refuse to do unnecessary battles normally. You Gu immortals from another region are really daring. You dare to target Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Humph. That's right, don't think I'm afraid of you. A battle it will be. You are all challenging our Zombie Alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke. They were united as one. Feng Jiuge clapped as he smiled. By now your letter to request support should have reached Dark Flow Giant City through your blessed land, right? As he said that, the other 3 immortal zombies' facial expressions changed. Even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. Immortal zombies were in an awkward state. If they could avoid battle, they would try to do so. This place was not far away from Dark Flow Giant City, thus, the moment the Central Continent Goo Immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies sent the information back. This was not because they were afraid of dying, but rather, why would they not ask for reinforcements if they could? The more people there were, the greater their advantage. Even if they battled intensely, they would suffer fewer losses, and the benefits after the battle would be higher. Those who could become Goo Immortals were astute people. Even a battle maniac would not fight brainlessly. If that was really the case, even if they became a Goo Immortal, they would not live long. Feng Jiogu looked at their expressions and cupped his fist as he praised. Your esteemed alliance's Marked Door is truly impressive. I am full of admiration. Even though I have heard rumors about it, I wanted to try it for myself. But the Marked Door was left behind by a predecessor. Now that I am here, I have the confidence of taking all your lives before your reinforcements arrive. I am sure that you have already noticed, even though this area seems normal, it is a battlefield killer move, isolating us from the outside world. I'm afraid your letter will not reach the Alliance after all. The 4 immortal zombies' expressions changed again. Feng Jiogu sighed, his tone became more gentle, he spoke with a sense of sincerity that could move people. I have a soul-searching method, but I do not have the intention to kill you. If you cooperate with me and speak the truth, I will let you off intact. Humph, those are big words. Let's see your methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha interjected during Feng Jiogu's words. If he continued speaking, the morale that he had built up might fall apart. Other immortal zombies might give up, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status, he had his concerns. If he gave in without even trying to fight, his reputation would be ruined. How would he command his subordinates in the future? How would he remain as one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged out first. The 3 immortal zombies behind him split up, towards his left, behind him, and to the right, instantly forming a simple diamond formation. Feng Jiogu's smile was unchanged, nevertheless he retreated in relaxed fashion. His opponents were too weak, he did not have the desire to fight. From his left and right, 2 Central Continent Goo Immortals laughed and attacked from either side. An intense battle of 2 against 4 unfolded. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were having the upper hand, expanding their advantage as time passed. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha furiously roared all the while and fought back bravely, he could not reverse the situation. But from start to finish, the 2 battling Central Continent Goo Immortals did not lose control over the situation. After 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark, he stopped the fighting. The other 3 immortal zombies had little battle intent remaining, they showed a faint expression of fear. What questions do you have? As long as they do not infringe on the core benefits of my zombie alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you have such an understanding. Feng Jiogu's smile became wider, he asked. I need to know about immortal zombie Xiaohuang. Xiaohuang? Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh? Feng Jiogu's eyes flashed with joy, he asked earnestly. I would like to hear more. At almost the same time, another intense battle was coming to an end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fairy Jian Yu and the others had injuries as they breathed heavily, in a rough state. Humph. It was due to my inferior skills you captured me today. You are free to kill me at your own convenience. But if you want my immortal goo or immortal materials, you can keep dreaming. Trapped in the middle, Qin Baixing, who failed to escape, was bathed in blood as he maintained his final stance. Fairy Jianyu smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Lord Viceanve, we would not dare to take your life. We have said it already, you are our leader. Humph. Qin Baixing's face was cold as ice, he was very alert. Nonsense. In order to obtain my immortal goo and immortal materials, you are making up such a terrible lie. Do you think I am a child? Lord Viceanve, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember things is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jianyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baixing rebuked angrily. Even if something was done to my soul, it is precisely my own soul. How can I not detect anything wrong? When you make a lie, try to ensure it's convincing. Fairy Jianyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed goo immortal said. Lord Viceanve, think of this from another angle. We are not stupid. Why would we use this lie out of all excuses? The reason why your soul looks like it's unmodified is because we used our sect's supreme methods. Even a rank 9 Gu immortal cannot find any issues with it. But there is a problem, because the person himself cannot detect it due to the perfection of the modification. As time passes, he would become another person entirely. Lord, you had personally designed this plan from the beginning. I had warned you that this was dangerous. After all, Lord Envoy himself was a great example. But Lord was insistent on this. You said that to deceive the enemy, you need to deceive yourself. Inside this soul path immortal Gu, your remnant soul is inside. As long as you fuse it into yourself, you will learn about the truth. Fairy Jian, you said, taking out a soul path immortal Gu. Qin Baixing looked at this immortal Gu silently. Fairy Jian, you continued. Actually, Lord Vice Envoy, you must have noticed. In the battle earlier, we did not use any fatal methods. Even when you injured us heavily, we did not have any intention to kill you. I'll give this immortal Gu to you, you can inspect it yourself. The soul path immortal Gu flew slowly, landing in front of Qin Baixing. She really gave it to him. Shui Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Qing was expressionless, he healed his injuries as he watched. Qin Baixing was extremely alert, he used many methods to inspect it. After confirming that the immortal Gu had no issues, he placed it in his hands and looked into it mentally. Soon, he realized that there really was a lump of soul inside this immortal Gu. Furthermore, this lump of soul vaguely seemed to have a close relationship with him. Qin Baixing hesitated for a moment before chuckling. He squeezed with his fingers and broke the immortal Gu. Scoundrels! This method was your trump card, right? Even using all my knowledge and experience, I could not see any flaws, but your attempt to trap me, even with your glib tongues, will end in failure. This! Shui Songzi shouted reflexively, he felt heartache. This was an immortal Gu, he actually destroyed it. He Qing was a little surprised. Towards Qin Baixing's action, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was absolute self-confidence that could allow this action of his. Even in a desperate situation, Qin Baixing's confidence towards himself had never wavered. He Qing thought to himself, if it were him, facing such words from his enemies, what would he choose to do? Lord Vice Envoy, you! The black-robed Gu immortal shouted. He became anxious. How will we salvage this now? No worry. Fairy Jiang Yu's lips curled up. As expected, Lord Vice Envoy understands yourself best. If this was any other place, when the immortal Gu was destroyed, the soul would dissipate. But thankfully, we spent a lot of effort and moved you here. Humph, where are we now? Qin Baixing shouted as he asked. The surrounding fog was thick. As Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves, wind blew as they scattered, revealing a mountain wall. Qin Baixing, He Qing, and Shui Songzi realized that they were in a valley now. Luopa Valley? Qin Baixing took a few glances and his heart jumped. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves, countless Gu worms flew up from the valley. Using an immense number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu as the foundation, they formed a super Gu formation. The Gu formation activated, the force in it shocked He Lang Zi, He Qing, and Shui Songzi. Ah! Qin Baixing shouted in pain. After a dozen breaths of time, everything ended. Tens of Gu worms, including a good number of immortal Gu, flew up from the valley, returning to Qin Baixing's immortal aperture like birds returning to their nest. Qin Baixing regained his full strength. Finally, I am back. Qin Baixing looked at his hands, he said in a low voice. His expression was cold. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Vice Envoy. Congratulations to Lord for returning safely. Fairy Jiang Yu and the black-robed Gu immortal knelt on the ground, while He Qing and Shui Songzi bowed slightly. Only He Lang Zi was still acting rebellious, crossing his arms and watching coldly. Qin Baixing recalled everything that happened, snorting coldly. Feng Jiuge. I will remember this, sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. Jian Yu, you only found these people? Just them alone will not be able to take down Langye Blessed Land. I have performed poorly in this task. Fairy Jian Yu rapidly lowered her head and admitted error. He Qing and Shui Songzi's expressions changed, but He Lang Zi opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth, growling. Qin Baixing, never mind that you are acting so mysteriously, you actually dare to look down on me? Chapter 772. Silence and sigh. Boom! Amidst an intense explosion, He Lang Zi was like a pile of mush as he collapsed in the huge pit. He tried to get up, but it was like there was a huge formless mountain pressing down on his body. The immense weight prevented him from moving at all. He Lang Zi's eyes were blood red, His expression was distorted, he growled unceasingly. Qin Baixing's arms were lowered, he looked at the pit expressionlessly, at the struggling He Lang Zi. One move, just one move, he completely immobilized He Lang Zi. Shui Songzi's eyes were full of shock. He Qing squinted, he hid the intense shock in his mind as he thought. What immortal killer move is this? Once he used it, He Lang Zi was unable to use a single killer move. He Lang Zi was completely immobilized, but his body is unharmed. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jian Yu, she showed no sign of surprise. Meanwhile, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's face was covered by his hood, his expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, let me use my killer moves. Sneak attacking me from the start, how strong can you be? I refuse to accept this. He Lang Zi almost cracked his teeth, he was sprawled in the pit as he looked at Qin Baixing, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baixing snorted in disdain, he looked down at He Lang Zi as he smiled slightly. Striking first gives you the advantage, does a demonic path Gu Immortal like you not know that? It seems that I overestimated you, in a real battle, who would care if you accept it or not? As long as the enemy is defeated, that is true ability. As he said this, Qin Baixing paused, his expression turned cold. Right now you are meat on the chopping block, you are at my mercy. You are to accept this whether you like it or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time, submit to me, or I will kill you right here. He Lang Zi did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Baixing laughed, releasing the restraint. He Lang Zi felt the pressure lifting, he laughed fiendishly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing bright light shone out. The light came as quickly as it faded. Soon after, a huge and menacing wolf appeared. The huge wolf opened its mouth, pouncing on Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing stood at the edge of the pit, his size was a huge contrast to the huge wolf. Before the huge wolf reached him, a strong burst of wind blew, causing several of the Gu Immortal's robes to flutter in the wind. He Lang Zi turned into a huge wolf, he attacked with rage, he had an imposing aura. Shui Songzi and He Qing retreated, afraid of getting caught up in it. Qin Baixing was very close to him, seeing the huge wolf approaching, he did not move, he showed a cold smile on his face, evidently, He Lang Zi's attack was not out of his expectations. Boom! Another loud bang entered everyone's ears. The huge wolf cried out, falling from the sky, its 4 paws were on the ground, a huge force was pressing down on the wolf's body. He Lang Zi was now just like earlier, completely immobilized again. In his huge wolf eyes he showed unbelieving shock, he looked at Qin Baixing as he shouted. This move again! What is this move called? It is not a big deal to tell you. Qin Baixing laughed. This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. It uses the foundation of my soul to suppress your soul. Even though your body is strong, this move directly targets your soul. Without any immortal transformations that can resist soul path techniques, whatever beast you turn into cannot defeat me. He Lang Zi, I give you one final chance now, submit to me. Or die. Facing Qin Baixing's immense power, He Lang Zi turned silent. He Qing and Shui Songzi looked at each other, they sensed this series of events was anything but reassuring. Sha Huang. Feng Jiuge looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others who were leaving, his mouth muttering unendingly. The information we obtained this time has no practical use. Around Feng Jiuge, the central continent Gu Immortals were mumbling in unhappiness. No, we obtained a lot of information. Feng Jiuge chuckled. Firstly, this immortal zombie, Sha Huang, was able to enter the Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Even if he is not born here, he definitely ascended into an immortal here. Since he disguised himself, that means that his true identity cannot be known to others. Finally, he has a huge force or some great expert backing him up. This force might be the one which caused the collapse of 88 True Young Building. Lord Jiuge makes much sense. Towards Feng Jiuji's deduction, the other 3 immortals nodded in agreement. What should our actions be next? Feng Jiuge thought for a while before saying, we will meet up with Old Oracle's group and tell the new information to them, allowing them to do further deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? Soft jade sand hasn't been fully collected yet? Old Ancestor Shui who looked at the list as he questioned unhappily. The person he was questioning was the owner of the 4th peak of Snowy Mountain, Li Pengwang. Li Pengwang, who had a fierce reputation and rebellious nature, lowered his head, saying politely, Old ancestor, please appease your anger. I met with a group of sky chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go ahead and prepare. I am not targeting you, but this is the first round of immortal material collection, and you already had such a problem. How will you prove yourself and remain as the fourth peak's owner? I raised you to this spot personally. With this performance, what will the other peak heads think of me? Old ancestor Shui, who said a few more sentences before waving his sleeves, asking Li Pingwang, who was apologizing, to leave. Li Pingwang had bad luck. He was attacked by a sky chief beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still brought back a portion of the soft jade sand. It was already not easy. After Li Pingwang left, a female immortal walked out from the hall behind. In the entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to old ancestor Shui, who with such a tone. Old ancestor Shui, who looked over at the female immortal, his expression became more gentle. Wife, you do not know the crucial information in this, thus you think I am overly harsh on the peak heads. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul. I know all of this lad's history. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power is truly fearsome. Do you think Li Pingwang's encounter was coincidental? That is not the case. Not just him, the other peak heads also faced difficulty when collecting the materials. All this is due to Fortune rivaling Heaven affecting us secretly. Any acts that would harm its owner would cause a backlash from Fortune rivaling Heaven, suppressing our luck. There is such a thing? The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked. According to the theory of luck, us Gu immortals have extraordinary luck that protects us. But Fortune rivaling Heaven is the emperor of luck, thus, we are still affected by it. The longer this drags on, the more uncertainties would occur. In the end, not only would the Gu refinement fail, we might even attract a huge disaster. Old ancestor Shui, who explained slowly. As the owner of the second peak, Lady Wan Shou understood now. She thought about it before frowning. If that is the case, wouldn't it be a huge obstacle when I refine Gu? Lady Wan Shou was one of the foremost famous refinement path Gu immortals in Northern Plains. According to old ancestor Shui, whose plan, she was supposed to use Ma Hongyun as the main material and refine Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu at the end. Old ancestor Shui, who nodded. That is why this time, not only do we need to prepare several sets of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, Ma Hongyun is the main material. We saved a lot of immortal materials compared to refining Fortune rivaling Heaven from scratch. Even so, we prepared way too many immortal materials. We are almost going to exceed Snowy Mountain's capability. This refinement is way too important. We almost used up all of our life savings. Lady Wan Shou frowned as she said. Old ancestor Shui, who laughed, holding her waist, he consoled. Wife, you're afraid that the refinement will fail? Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster could fail, let alone me? Ha ha ha, just go ahead and refine it, wife. Whether it succeeds or fails, I will accept the result without any hatred or anger. I have already used up all of my potential to reach this level. I have no confidence in my future calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is my hope of breaking this situation. Oh, hopefully, it will succeed in time. Old ancestor Shui, who said as he sighed. Fan Yuan, go and carry that box of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a box, shouting loudly. Yes. Fan Yuan replied, climbing onto a black-skinned fat beetle as he moved that wooden box from the very top. This lad actually has strength path cultivation. I totally missed it. Seeing Fan Yuan completing his mission easily, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a cold light. No, I already promised second young master. I cannot fail. Thinking so, the caravan steward raised his whip and lashed at Fan Yuan's back. With a loud cracking sound, Fan Yuan's shirt was torn open. A deep whip scar was imprinted on Fan Yuan's back. The intense pain assaulted his heart. Fan Yuan fell on the ground and shivered as blood quickly oozed out of his wound. In his previous life, in the caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's recruitment, he was heavily suppressed and humiliated. The memories were surfacing again. A sense of rage rose deep within Fan Yuan, but he quickly suppressed it. Why are you wasting time? Move quickly! The caravan steward was simply finding trouble with him. He scolded Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not use it. After all, with enough power, he would have killing intent. That was the Dream Realm's trap, luring him to attack so that his rage could be drawn out. After enduring for a day, facing difficulties from the steward, Fan Yuan went into the tent and refined his dream path mortal goo. 5 scenes had passed in this dream realm. I am going to succeed. Fan Yuan looked at the goo worm that was forming, feeling pleased. But during the night, just as he was refining the goo, a group of beasts charged into the caravan's camp. Even with Fan Yuan's defensive methods, he could not defend himself from the assault of the beast group. He ended in failure. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Dang Hun Palace. Checking his immortal aperture, he found a message from Fairy Li Shan. It explained her current circumstances. Old ancestor Shui Hu had ordered all of the peak heads to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and it was not safe to leave He Lu Lan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fan Yuan to hurry up, and she also told him about the situation in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating Sha Huang's identity. They have investigated to this extent already? In the dim room, Fan Yuan frowned and sighed faintly. Chapter 773. Saving He Lu Lan. Originally, when Fan Yuan joined the auction, he had expected that there would be many clues left behind. It would give others many important clues to investigate. But the other party's investigation was faster than Fan Yuan's expectations. But compared to his gains, this was an inconsequential cost. Fan Yuan quickly focused his mind, using the dream realm mortal goo in his mind to enter the dream realm again. Ever since he refined the first dream realm mortal goo, because he had an advantage of using dream path goo, his dream realm exploration became easier, and his efficiency became higher. Dream realms were deep, traps were everywhere. Because of Fan Yuan's experience from his previous life, he avoided most of the dangers. In his first 10 Dream Realm trips, he could refine 3 Dream Realm Mortal Goo. But as the number of Dream Path Mortal Goo increased, his success rate rose from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was one of the highest in the present-day 5 regions. Because Dream Realms had just started manifesting, although most of the forces had some gains, they were starting from scratch, exploring step by step. Like this, he refined goo endlessly without any rest. Half a month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan finally succeeded in refining enough Dream Path Mortal Goo. Using these Dream Path Mortal Goo, he used Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core, managing to form an immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fan Yuan immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was out for the moment, collecting immortal materials for old ancestor Shui Hu. When she heard Fan Yuan's news, she stopped her work, disregarding old ancestor Shui Hu's chastisement, and returned to the 3rd peak. After seeing Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not continue to hide that secret. She told him about it. Before Su Xian'er died, she had left behind a familial emotion with her daughter, He Lu Lan. Precisely because of this familial emotion, He Lu Lan could use Su Xian'er's green grape immortal essence. This allowed He Lu Lan to use immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land when she was immortal. When Fan Yuan heard this secret, he was not surprised. In truth, he had made many guesses towards the cause of He Lu Lan's ability to use immortal goo as immortal. Right now, his guess was confirmed. It was not out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fan Yuan still frowned. This is bad. One should not be influenced by their emotions in a dream realm, otherwise they will sink deeper into it. With this familial emotions influence, my immortal killer move's power will be greatly reduced. What do we do? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was oozing on her face. She was not worried about Fan Yuan lying to her. Because of this Snowy Mountain alliance, both sides could not lie to each other. Fan Yuan did not lie. The killer move Unravel Dream had limited power. Right now, with her being deeper in Dream Realm, Unravel Dream killer move's power became more limited. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. Right now, we can only give it a try. Sigh, I had 70 to 80% confidence earlier, but now I only have 20 to 30% all in all. This was too short of a time period. I have limited Dream Path Mortal Goo. 20 to 30%. What if you fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will take major damage. But He Lu Lan is the owner of the dream. She will still be deep in her dream without any damage. But there is a benefit. Once I use Unravel Dream, the dream realm will weaken. Towards He Lu Lan, this is a good thing without a drawback. Fan Yuan spoke the truth. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air, relieved. But suddenly, she realized her words were inappropriate. She turned to look at Fan Yuan apologetically, lost for words. Fan Yuan waved his hand. stopping Fairy Li Shan from speaking. Say no more, Fairy, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now, our identities are being searched. To prevent any issues from arising further, saving He Lu Lan is a top priority. Even if I fail, once I weaken the dream realm, it will help for the next time I enter it. Alright, enough talk, will you guard my surroundings? That is only natural. Fairy Li Shan thanked him courteously. Next, Fan Yuan sat beside He Lu Lan, who was lying in her bed, activating the dream path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind, arranging themselves into a mystical goo formation. As they activated one by one, the goo formation started. At the last step, Fan Yuan used his green grape immortal essence and activated Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo gave off a bright light in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up into his brain. After being converted by the Dream Path Goo formation, it turned into a green-purple light. Fan Yuan opened his blood-red eyes as a green-purple light flickered in his pupils. Immortal Killer Move, Unravel Dream! A loud sound rang out in Fan Yuan's mind. The scenery in front of him changed drastically. Fan Yuan was still sitting on the ground, but he was not in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, but in a hall instead. I am inside He Lu Lan's dream realm. Fan Yuan's body shook slightly. He had an understanding deep within himself. He diverted his gaze and looked around. A banquet was being held in the hall. The higher-ups of Su Tribe were hosting a young Gu master enthusiastically. Su Tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young Master He Qing, a toast to you. He Qing was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su Tribe leader. Saying this, he raised his head and gulped the drink in one mouthful. The rank 3 elders around him were cheering at He Qing for having such a candid attitude. He Qing cupped his fists. His tone carried the aura of pride that a young genius was meant to have. Fan Yuan saw this and had a thought in his mind. Looking at himself, he was an elder of Su Tribe in this dream realm. His aperture was full of Woodpath Mortal Goo, there was quite a number. Fan Yuan just need one look to know that he was a rank 3 Woodpath Healing Goo Master. Fan Yuan frowned. Woodpath was not his specialty, even more so a Healing Goo Master. He sighed mentally, consoling himself. This is not my own dream realm. As an outsider, having rank 3 cultivation level is already quite good. But I wonder where He Lu Lan is. Just as he was thinking that, a female came out of the back of the hall, wearing an attendant's attire. She resembled He Lu Lan and had an incredibly beautiful appearance. But she was less dominating and more gentle. Her aura was quite different from He Lu Lan. It is Su Xian'er, Fan Yuan thought, recognizing this woman. Su Tribe leader's cup was empty. Su Xian'er carried the wine and was about to pour it, but Su Tribe leader chided her instead. You must be blind, go pour wine for our Su Tribe's esteemed guest. Su Xian'er replied meekly, walking over to He Cheng's table. He Cheng's gaze was shining. He looked at Su Xian'er's face. Only until she finished pouring the wine did he jolt to awareness. Looking at Su Xian'er's retreating back, he stood up and asked, May I know your name, miss? Su Xian'er turned around, bowing as he lowered her head, replying softly, My name is Su Xian'er. Su Xian'er. Xian'er. He Qing muttered. He only sat down after Su Xian'er entered the hall and left his vision. Ha! Su Tribe leader saw all of this. He laughed. Xian'er is a girl I brought back from the battlefield many years ago. My wife had been raising her all these years, watching her grow up. Even though she has the status of an attendant, we treat her like our own daughter. Is that so? He Qing muttered. He continued feasting, but the food felt flavorless. After the banquet ended, He Qing was given a high-class guest room to stay in. Su Tribe leader gathered the elders, discussing about the plan to kill He Qing in the secret room. Tribe leader, are we really striking? They are He Tribe, a superforce that has Gu immortals. An elder was worried. Su Tribe leader's expression turned sharp. So what if they are He Tribe? Once this deal is done, our entire tribe will move to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to live. By then, there will not be the Imperial Court contest, or the 10-year blizzard. He Tribe is a superforce, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders were all fantasizing from these words. Su Tribe leader looked around and saw everyone's hesitant expressions. He said harshly, At this final moment, why are you hesitating? Even if we do nothing, or even snitch to He Tribe, what can we do? If we offend Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Do not forget that our entire Sioux tribe's lives were saved by that fairy. If that fairy could save us so easily, she could also slaughter us all without difficulty." Being shocked by these words, the secret room became chilly. The elders saw this fact and finally faced reality. Tribe leader is right. We had already made that Hei-Ching lad drunk. I will strike now and take his head. The battle hall elder shouted. It will not be easy to kill Hei-Ching. Don't think that he is alone. There are hidden experts in the background protecting him. Hei tribe is a super force. While Hei-Ching has great talent, he will have no less than 5 people guarding him. Sioux tribe leader spoke about the information he had. Fan Yuan was among them. He understood what to say when he heard this. Then we will execute the orders of Lord Tribe Leader. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, go ahead and give the orders. The elders were enthusiastic. All right. The tribe leader was overjoyed, giving out orders straight away. He had obviously thought this over. He almost said them out of reflex immediately. Because Fan Yuan was the medicine hall elder and was a healing goo master, he had weak offense and defense. He was ordered to deal with the strongest enemies by supporting 2 other goo masters. The moment he left the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. The night had a bright moon and strong, howling winds. A rank 3 Hei tribe goo master stood arrogantly, looking at the surrounding people with much anger. Your Sioux tribe is really daring. You dare to attack young Master Hei-Ching of our tribe. Don't waste time speaking with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Sioux tribe elders were acting as offense and defense respectively, charging towards the Hei tribe goo master. Only Fan Yuan was left behind to back them up. I have not discovered Hei Lulan yet. It seems she is not here. Judging by this scene, I can only enter the 3rd scene after killing the goo master here. Fan Yuan thought about it as he activated his woodpath goo worms, healing the goo masters on his side. Initially, the Hei tribe goo master was strong and had the upper hand. But after an intense battle, because of Fan Yuan's healing, the 2 sides mutually sustained injuries and entered a deadlock. Suddenly, the Hei tribe goo master shouted angrily, charging out while injured and attacking Fan Yuan. Oh no, stop him! Medicine hall elder, dodge! The 2 Sioux tribe goo masters were shocked and furious. They lost their bearings. Chapter 774. Unraveled Dream succeeds. Dream realms were dangerous. In dream realms, every time one got injured, their soul would suffer great damage. If their soul injuries were severe, they would feel sluggish, they would feel irritation within themselves, their emotions would be drawn out more easily, thus sinking deeper into the dream and be unable to free themselves. Seeing that the Hei tribe goo master was attacking, Sioux tribe's 2 goo masters' hearts sank. The Hei tribe goo master had strong fighting strength. Even with them joining forces, they could only fight with him evenly. As the medicine hall elder, Fan Yuan's strength was not high. The 2 Sioux tribe goo masters could only hope that Fan Yuan could last long enough until they could reinforce him. But the Hei tribe goo master had been plotting this for a while. Even if he had to risk an injury, he wanted to kill the healing goo master. He certainly had a strong offensive method left. Quickly dodge it! Persevere for a few breaths, we are coming! The Hei tribe goo master quickly shortened the distance between him and Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan remained unmoved, causing the 2 Sioux tribe goo masters to feel anxious. Fan Yuan was not scared at all. He laughed coldly. He dared to enter Hei Lulan's dream realm not because he was rash, but because he had prepared his trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel! Fan Yuan stretched out his right hand, his palm facing the Hei tribe goo master. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a green-purple light. Hei tribe goo master's eyes shined with intense despair. Amidst his anger and shock, his body faded and his speed became slower. When he was a few steps away from Fan Yuan, he vanished into thin air. What method is this? The 2 Sioux tribe goo masters behind him were staring with shocked expressions. A killer move that I thought of. It is nothing important. Fan Yuan lowered his right arm, making a random excuse. Nothing important. One of the 2 goo masters stared with wide-open eyes. Fan Yuan seemed like a desolate beast in his eyes. Killing him in one move, had we known this, why would we fight to the death? Another goo master sighed. He had a complex tone. It was a joyful yet begrudged tone. All right, let's move quickly, go and reinforce the others. The most important matter now is to kill Hei-Ching. Fan Yuan reminded. Sioux tribe's 2 goo masters nodded. Now was not the time to talk about Fan Yuan's killer move. The 3 quickly moved and went to the deeper parts of the grassland. Fan Yuan followed the two Gu masters of Su tribe, sprinting as the scene changed again. The night was dark, the sky had no moon, only several stars were shining. Fan Yuan and Su tribe leader, all 4 people, charged towards the direction of Heiqing. I see him. After flipping over that mountain, we can reach Heiqing. In their rush, an elder used his investigative Gu worm as he spoke. I said long ago, he was hit by my tracking dew, no matter where he does, he will not be able to run away. Battle Hall Elder said proudly. Academy Elder died in battle, we must take revenge for her. Since it is a battle, there will be wins, losses, life and death. Academy Elder sacrificed herself for us, she will definitely be praised. On the other hand, Su Xian betrayed our tribe, helping that Heiqing lad escape. This is an unforgivable crime. Saying this, Su tribe leader's expression was dark. Even though Su Xian is my goddaughter, in the name of justice, I cannot be selfish. When we capture her, we will punish her according to the tribe rules. Hearing this, the other elders let out a sigh of relief. They said, Tribe leader is wise. Wise. He. A cold laugh came from the mound behind everyone. Who is it? Everyone stopped in their tracks. A figure slowly appeared on the mound. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. It was an enemy. With just this hiding ability, it was incredible. If they did not show up intentionally, with just their investigative methods, they would not discover them. The question was, did they use a Gu worm or a killer move? To think that there was still an expert like you protecting Heiqing. Su tribe leader tried to stall for time, as several elders moved out, ascending up the mound in an encircling formation. The mysterious Gu master looked around, but did not move, remaining at the same spot. Suddenly, the battle on the mound erupted. 2 other mysterious Gu masters ambushed Su tribe's Gu masters, striking ruthlessly and viciously. In one move, they heavily injured one, while lightly injuring the other. The Su tribe Gu master who was heavily injured retreated quickly, while the lightly injured one was still fighting partway up the mound. There was a helper. Su tribe leader's heart jumped when he saw this, having a bad feeling in his heart. The 3 Gu masters who suddenly appeared were experts. They had above-average battle strength. They probably made many arrangements when they ambushed at this location. It would be difficult to break through their obstruction and catch up to Heiqing. Hey Lu Lan! Fan Yuan, as the healing Gu master, was behind Su tribe leader. His eyes shined when he saw the Gu master partway up the mound. The appearance of He Lu Lan's body was the one she had when she was He tribe leader. She had broad shoulders and a thick waist. She was rough and fierce. At this moment, she was fighting with the lightly injured Su tribe leader. They were engaged in fierce battle. Her great battle strength was beating the opponent back. She was not like Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was an outsider in this dream realm. There was no identity allocated to him in the dream originally. Thus, when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of another character. But He Lu Lan was the owner of the dream. As the dream owner, she was part of the dream realm's creation. As for her appearance, this was how He Lu Lan saw herself in the depths of her heart. He Lu Lan, it's me, Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards He Lu Lan. Medicine Hall Elder! Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fan Yuan did not care about him. He rapidly ascended the mound. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you had such a strong killer move. A Su tribe Gu master who was in the second scene with Fan Yuan exposed his identity. Fan Yuan? He Lu Lan heard this name and her expression was dazed, but ruthless light shined in her eyes soon afterwards. All of you scram! Saying this, she waved her hand and shot a dark vortex killer move at Fan Yuan. At the same time, the other 2 mysterious Gu masters also charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, saying, Unravel dream! Green-purple light shined in his body. Be it the dark vortex or the 2 Gu masters, they vanished into thin air within a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? Seeing this, all of the remaining Gu masters stared with wide-opened eyes. He Lu Lan's gaze shined. She was very wary of Fan Yuan. She suddenly retreated, leaving this small mound. He Lu Lan! Fan Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lu Lan was the dream owner. Since she was dreaming now, unravel dream could not affect her. Chase! We must kill Heiqing! Su tribe leader and the others gritted their teeth. They had no other way now, they had to follow. Heiqing seemed to be injured. He was moving slowly not far away. Beside him, Su Xian was holding on to him, limping forward at a slow speed. Fan Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. This seemed like a trap. He Lu Lan quickly met up with He Qing and Su Xian. Strong warrior, please leave with young master, I will hold them off. Su Xian did not recognize He Lu Lan, she shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal woman, you have no Gu master cultivation, how can you block these Gu masters? Now that you have betrayed your tribe, you are dead meat. He Lu Lan had a complex expression when she looked at Su Xian. It is too late, strong warrior, quickly leave. As Fan Yuan got closer, Su Xian shouted as she turned back. He Lu Lan sighed, she stretched out her palm and slammed at He Qing's head. With a loud smash, He Qing's head broke apart like a watermelon, the brain matter flew everywhere. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. He Lu Lan raised her head, shouting, He Qing, I finally killed you with my own hands. Nobody can stop me from taking your life. Ha ha. Oh no. Hearing He Lu Lan's shout, Fan Yuan's heart sank. At once, the dream realm scene changed. In the hall, among the toasting of wine cups, Su tribe leader and He Qing were drinking together. It was a lively atmosphere. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young master He Qing, a toast to you. He Qing was sitting at the front of the left row. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. This is a recurring dream. The 3 scenes are looping non-stop. Fan Yuan looked around and inspected himself again. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder. He was a rank 2 metal path Gu master guard. He was standing at the door of the hall, guarding the door. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength fell. Fan Yuan's was bitter inside. This is bad. He Lu Lan has sunk into the dream. She had no reaction even after hearing my name. The more dream realm cycles that occur, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream had already pulled out He Lu Lan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lu Lan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up? For a while, even Fan Yuan had no idea. 7 days and 7 nights later, in snowy mountain blessed land time. He Lu Lan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes with a shift in her aura. Her lost gaze became clearer. Looking at the 8-armed immortal beside her bed, she understood in her heart. So it was a dream realm. I was saved by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan opened his eyes forcefully. His aura was weak and his soul had suffered a huge blow. His mind was extremely drained. After dozens of rounds in He Lu Lan's dream realm, using the killer move Unravel Dream, he accumulated experience and failed repeatedly. After many attempts, Fan Yuan killed He Qing before He Lu Lan could, ruining her goal. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lu Lan's hatred was not resolved. The dream realm changed again. Only until the 17th change, Fan Yuan roused He Lu Lan's consciousness, and she realized she was dreaming. When He Lu Lan understood this, Fan Yuan gained the initiative. After 8 more rounds, the two finally overcame the difficulties, breaking the dream realm and escaping. I am going back now. As for the compensation, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fan Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. Even when he used fixed immortal travel, it was with much difficulty. Compensation? He Lu Lan was about to thank him, but when she heard these words, an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 775. Dream Path Pioneer. Western Desert. Guh! Gu Immortal Tang Niao's body shook. She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another failure. Tang Niao's expression was pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair towards the failure in exploring the dream realm. Tang Niao's soul was heavily injured. Her head was spinning as her body felt heavy. She sighed in her heart. Brother, I was useless and could not save you. Even after exploring the dream realm deeply, I could not find you. She shut her eyes. Bitter tears flowed down her cheeks, forming 2 streams of tears. A moment later, the anxious Tang clan Gu immortals rushed over, coming to the secret room and standing in front of Tang Miao. Tang clan's first supreme elder, Tang Yang, frowned. He looked at Tang Miao, who was sitting on the bed, as he said heavily, I did not think that after spending so much effort to borrow the rank 7 emotion Gu from Xiao tribe, the dream realm exploration still suffered a heavy loss. Sigh, dream realms in themselves are mystical and strange. Moreover, this is thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lan sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread throughout the world. the information regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable was known to not just Central Continent, but the superforces of the other 4 regions as well. Most of them were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience, and developing new goo worms. As a superforce of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery triggered the enthusiasm of Tang Clan in researching Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, Tang Clan's number 1 genius goo immortal, Tang Fangming, had taken this important mission from the clan, but he suffered a great loss and was still lost in the dream realm now. His sister, Tang Miao, in order to save her brother, had tried many times but failed repeatedly. This loss was even more severe. In order to explore the dream realm this time, Tang Clan spent a huge sum to borrow the Emotion Path Immortal Goo and entrusted hope in her. The result was ice-cold disappointment. Although the Immortal Goo was useful and could suppress my emotions, preventing the dream realm from drawing them out, this also made me an outsider. I was always in the outskirts of the dream's core. This time, I did not even manage to discover brother's identity. As she sat on the bed, Tang Miao tended to her injuries as she said solemnly, "Sai, it seems that dream path goo worms are needed to explore dream realms. But our Tang clan has already explored the dream realm for 60 years. We have only created over a dozen dream realm mortal goo. They are all rank 3 and below. More than half of them have extremely limited use. More specifically, only 4 or 5 are suited for dream realm exploration. The hardest part was the start, especially at this initial stage. It was extremely difficult. The pioneers were moving forward without certainty. Every small step was a huge success. Regarding Dream Path, nobody had any experience. Their knowledge was like sheets of blank paper. Once they passed this difficult initial step and accumulated enough experience, their advantage would become larger, like a rolling snowball. Towards the middle to late stage, their advantage would be clear. The difficulty of researching Dream Path would be greatly reduced. In Fan Yuan's memories, there was a time when a new Dream Path goo worm was created every day. The varieties were as numerous as the stars in the sky. That was a time when Dream Path was flourishing like flowers in spring. In human history, each of these grand eras would lead to the birth of a supreme expert. According to the prophecy of 3 venerables, this grand expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But Fan Yuan did not live until Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared. Speaking of which, at this initial stage, Tang Clan was already at the lead of the era. Even when compared to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, their progress was among the highest. But the limitations of this era greatly restricted them. It was like a blind man walking down a path, without any clues. They could only explore step by step. After endless effort was spent, they only had a small result, over a dozen Dream Path Mortal Goo. And among these results, the truly useful Dream Path Mortal Goo were extremely few. For example, on Earth, a newly created experimental product would be very far from military usage, and even further from civilian use. Moreover, this innovation and exploration was not possible for every goo immortal. One needed talent and aptitude. In this aspect, goo immortals who only followed certain rules were useless. Without a creative mind, they were inferior to even mortal goo masters. Tang Clan had many goo immortals, but only Tang Fangming was suited for this. These dozen or so Dream Path Mortal Goo were mostly his creation. One could say that he was the main force behind Tang Clan's dream realm exploration. The regretful thing was, Tang Fangming was trapped in the dream realm now. Because of this, Tang Clan's progress had come to a halt. Tang Fangming's body was intact, the clan's goo immortals were protecting it. But his soul that was in the dream realm had already left his body, it had vanished. Once one was trapped in the dream realm, their soul would weaken continuously, weakening until they died. The Tang clan goo immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. "How is my brother now?" After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them spoke with much difficulty. "We can protect his body, but there are almost no guts goo in the market. We can't buy them any longer." Tang Miao frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The goo immortal from earlier replied, "You know that there is only one person selling guts goo, it is a monopoly. But not long ago, this seller stopped releasing the product into the market for an unknown reason. Even though there are still guts goo in the market, without the source supplier, it is drying out. Right now, the market cannot satisfy our demands. Guts goo was among the best methods to strengthen the soul, and had no drawbacks, And most importantly, it took effectiveness quickly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once commented, this was the #1 soul-strengthening method in the world. He was absolutely right. For Tang Fongming, Guts Gu was the method to save his life. Without Guts Gu, Brother Will. Tang Miao was anxious. Her tone was flustered as she said with a shred of hope, asking, why are they not selling it? Is there so little circulation in the market? This time, Tang Clan First Supreme Elder spoke. We had contacted the seller and promised huge profits, but there was no response. These last days, the Guts Gu that are preserving Tang Fongming's life are the remaining Guts Gu in the market that our tribe is purchasing with a huge sum. By now, the Guts Gu supply has dried out, barely any is left. Tang Miao heard this and her heart sank to rock bottom. Her breathing became rough. Tang Clan had ordinary soul-strengthening methods. Earlier, before Guts Gu were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they used these methods to preserve Tang Fongming's life. But now, Tang Fongming was too deep in the dream, his soul was weakening too quickly, these methods were becoming useless, the recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without Guts Gu, Tang Fongming would die in his dream. What could they do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth, she frowned as she stared at these Gu immortals deeply. I don't care. If you guys didn't give brother that mission back then, he would not be like this. Now that he is this state, are you going to just watch? You can't say that, what do you mean just watch? These years, we in Tang Clan had spent so much effort and finances to preserve Tang Fongming's life. You are also one of us, you saw everything for yourself. Third Supreme Elder retorted. He listed many examples, they were not false, he had the evidence and proof of their actions. I don't care. Tang Miao's eyebrows were in a frown. Her indigo color eyes were gathering rage, even though the surface was calm, it was deep like an abyss. Third Supreme Elder, say no more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand and stopped him. Third Supreme Elder stopped speaking, as First Supreme Elder sighed deeply while gazing at Tang Miao, who was extremely furious and stubborn. Tang Fongming and Tang Miao had a close sibling relationship, all of the Tang Clan Gu immortals knew this. This pair of siblings were once stripped of their statuses and mercilessly abandoned when they were young. The siblings went through much hardship and survived. Due to a fortuitous encounter, the brother, Tang Fongming, became a Gu immortal, while his sister, Tang Miao, became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. The two charged back to Tang Clan to take revenge. The Tang Clan Gu immortals appeared and mediated with Tang Fongming. Eventually, they sacrificed a band of mortal higher-ups and managed to obtain the return of Tang Fongming. Compared to a Gu immortal, even if the sacrifice was a huge number of mortals, what was that worth? Tang Fongming understood the situation. He joined Tang Clan and used the clan's help to make his sister, Tang Miao, a Gu immortal. But Tang Miao was not as big-hearted as her brother, she still had negative preconceptions against Tang Clan, she had hidden resentment and indignation. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, any sort of explanation was useless to her. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, I discussed this with the elders for 3 days and 3 nights, there are only 3 ways to help Fongming now. What 3 ways? Tang Miao's expression softened, she immediately asked. The best method is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. By fusing its soul into Fongming's body, we can use killer moves to nourish his soul with that soul, allowing Fongming to survive this ordeal. The second best method is to use the blood path immortal Gu in the clan to use a method of sensing, forcibly retrieving Fongming's soul. As for the worst method, it is to find that lone cultivator, White Sea Shadow, for help. After First Supreme Elder finished his words, the bitter expression on his face intensified. Tang Miao listened and fell into deep silence. After a while, she laughed grimly, raising her head and sending them out. I need to think about this, elders, please go back first. As the Gu immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She laughed again, tears falling from her eyes, they were showing a cold, mocking expression. What best method? Once we use it, even if we succeed, the souls would fuse and you will be either man nor beast. As for the second method, the chances of success are less than 30%, even if we do not fail, the soul called back would be greatly damaged, you might not even recognize me, your own sister. As for the last solution, there is some hope in that. Although that White Sea Shadow is a lone cultivator, he has incredible dream path proficiency, even brother praised him many times in private. But to ask him for help, we will have to pay a huge price. These old fogies are saying that only because they are concerned about the Paradise Earth immortal venerable inheritance that us siblings have in our hands. Indeed, Only this inheritance can move White Sea Shadow. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears on her face. Brother, I will not give up, even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance. I will save you. Tang Miao sat on her bed. Even in the dim lighting, she still had the beauty of a flower. Chapter 776. Current Situation. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fan Yuan opened his eyes slowly, his red eyes shining with a ruthless light. Inspecting his own body, Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise. I've used it so many times already. These guts gu are truly the best in strengthening the soul. In He Lu Land's dream, I suffered such heavy soul injuries, yet I have already recovered in such a short time. He breathed in deeply, his mind was refreshed, his head was no longer as dizzy as the time when he was heavily injured. Land Spirit, where are you? Fan Yuan called out. Master, have you recovered from your injuries already? At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal asked as she appeared before Fan Yuan. Her crystal-like eyes were overflowing with intense concern. Fan Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, nodded. Tell me what happened when I was healing my injuries during this time period. Little Hu Immortal shook her head. There were many things that happened, but none were major matters. A moment later, after Little Hu Immortal reported everything, Fan Yuan remained seated in his bed, not speaking. His mind was working intensely as he tried to process the information. In Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield. He Feng Yang was still busy trying to save his desolate beast flying crane, Little Nine, moving about all over the region. The 10 great ancient sects each had their restrictions. They mutually restrained and balanced each other. The person currently in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After coming out of his closed cultivation, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity, and challenged a lot of people. Right now, he had battled more than 20 Gu Immortals. He only had 1 draw and 1 loss. With such amazing results, his reputation was soaring. Many meddlesome Gu Immortals were already comparing him with Immortal Monkey King Shirley. These people did not have good intentions, because in accordance with Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would find vicious lightning fiend and engage in a huge battle with him. But Shirley gave no response. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were troubled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's behavior change? Even Combat Immortal Sect had become much quieter recently. The other 9 sects found something wrong. They tried to investigate secretly. Fan Yuan knew long ago, Shirley discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and inside the Grotto Heaven, there was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. Right now, they must be attacking the Grotto Heaven at full force. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, Fan Yuan was moved. Earlier, he had no methods against it. He could only escape pitifully from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. But now that he had the immortal killer move Unravel Dream, this was the supreme weapon to deal with the Dream Realm. During this period of time, Dream Path exploration is still in its initial stages. Any superforce is still stuck at the stage of starting up. Every step is extremely difficult. It is a path filled with thorns. The best methods are naturally Dream Path Immortal Gu, but the number of these Dream Path Immortal Gu could probably be counted on one's hands. Meanwhile, I have a Dream Path Immortal Killer move. Even without a Dream Path Immortal Gu, I am far ahead of these forces. Fan Yuan was getting excited. Unravel Dream was effective in dealing with dream realms. Each time he used it, Fan Yuan gained a huge advantage. For example, just earlier, Fan Yuan saved He Lu Lan. After unraveling her dream realm, he obtained a lot of He Lu Lan's understanding towards Strength Path. This added to his Strength Path foundation, causing it to become more abundant. There is always something to learn from someone else, especially when He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique. She was a naturally formed Strength Path Immortal Seed. Her natural talent in Strength Path was beyond Fan Yuan's reach. A portion of her Strength Path understanding was fully assimilated by Fan Yuan, allowing him to have great gains. If I can unravel Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, my Wisdom Path attainment will improve greatly. Even without a complete Wisdom Path inheritance, I might be able to create my own one. Fan Yuan thought. He Lu Lan was only a newly advanced Strength Path Gu Immortal, but Fan Yuan had great gains after unraveling her dream. If he could unravel Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment would shoot up like a rocket. However, to snatch the Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm from Combat Immortal Sect is too dangerous. It is nearly impossible. Fan Yuan shook his head. To unravel a dream, he had to be in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and get close to that star constellation dream realm. If he did that, he would certainly be discovered. Based on his current battle strength, even if it increased, he would not be Shirley's match. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan, compared to the rest of Combat Immortal Sect, were an even greater mismatch. Unless I have Tang Clan of Western Desert's immortal killer move, Steal Dream, I would be able to steal the dream realm directly from the Grotto Heaven, moving it elsewhere and slowly dealing with it, devouring it at my own pace. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Western Desert's Tang Clan was the superforce with the deepest foundation in Dream Path among the 5 regions. Originally, Tang Clan was not outstanding among the dozen or so superforces in Western Desert, it was at a middle to lower tier. But based on the rise of Dream Path, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, Tang Clan became Western Desert's strongest force. Even among the 5 regions, it was a power that could stand tall, creating what Western Desert people called the Great Era of Tang. Central Continent's current situation, even though there was slight turbulence, was still peaceful. Even though Fan Yuan really desired Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, his battle strength was still much lower than Combat Immortal Sect. He could only watch covetously for now. Fortunately, at the moment, Dream Path was still in its initial stages of exploration. Even if Combat Immortal Sect captured Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they would not be able to do anything to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. To make a comparison, this was like a juicy piece of meat, but it was submerged in boiling hot oil. Even though Combat Immortal Sect knew that it was delicious, they could only watch for now, they could not eat it yet. Compared to Central Continent, Fan Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He had committed a huge crime, it was still being investigated. The other party had great strength and plenty of methods. Soon after the auction ended, they discovered Fan Yuan's identity of Shaohuang. They were not simple, it was giving Fan Yuan huge mental pressure. But when hearing Little Hu Immortal's report, he learned that Northern Plains' situation was much more calm than Central Continent. Almost all of the Gu Immortals who attended the auction were trying to assimilate their gains from it, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the #1 demonic force in Northern Plains, the full power of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to join in the plan to refine Rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, it was well known in Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world already. As the #1 righteous refinement path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang had deepened his collaboration with Zombie Alliance. This collaboration caused Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains to rise up rapidly. Qin Baixing vanished without a trace, and Prince Feng Xian, who Fan Yuan was most concerned about, also made no movements. This calm situation did not lower Fan Yuan's unease, he was getting increasingly worried. The other party would certainly not let him go. Once his identity was exposed, be it Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, they would want to kill Fan Yuan, He Lu Lan and the others. Since it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance, even if Fan Yuan escaped to Eastern Sea or Western Desert, they would definitely pursue him, he would have no peace. The other party is in the dark, I wonder if it is Central Continent or Northern Plains investigating me. Fan Yuan sighed mentally. In this period of time, he had no solutions, he could only deal with the situation by continuing with his former plans. The only consolation was that he had made the right move by allying with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's information network, Fan Yuan could learn about any changes in Northern Plains' situation rapidly. With an advantage in information, he could deal with anything that happens. Ultimately, the issue is that I am too weak. If I was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, I would be able to protect myself. Even if Giant Sun's true inheritance was exposed to the world, so what? Oh. That is not right. Fan Yuan thought about the rank 9 Wisdom Gu and frowned. If news that he had Wisdom Gu leaked out, even if he was a rank 8, he might have rank 8 Gu Immortals attacking him from all sides. No matter what, the urgent matter now is to absorb my gains from the auction, rapidly raising my strength. That is how I can deal with future situations. A few days later, Fan Yuan left the secret room in an unkempt state, but he had a joyous expression. He expanded his wings and flew into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had reached 3 pairs. It gave him a strong flying ability, his speed rose rapidly. During the auction, he obtained a bat desolate beast's corpse. Fan Yuan's killer move, true solid bat wings, had finally been completed. Iron Crown Eagle's strength. While flying, he suddenly unleashed the Iron Crown Eagle's strength. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's speed rose drastically. Earlier, he was like a stream of black smoke, but now he was like a flash of lightning. At once, Fan Yuan's vision became blurry. The intense winds blew at him, like they were sharp daggers. The Iron Crown Eagle's strength lasted for a short time before his speed fell back to the original level. Fan Yuan's vision cleared. Looking back, he had moved 3 li from his original spot, flying 3 li in a flash. Fan Yuan was pleased, but yet not pleased. He was pleased because this speed was really fast. It was on par with some movement immortal killer moves. He was not pleased because the Iron Crown Eagle's strength was not controlled at will. He did not know when he could summon it. Unless my second core goo, all-out effort goo, is refined all the way up to immortal goo level, at that point, I will be able to unleash the Iron Crown Eagle's strength at will. Fan Yuan thought about this and sighed. His all-out effort goo was still at rank 4. Fan Yuan had solid finances now, but he did not have the corresponding goo recipe. Not long ago, he had asked Langya Land's spirit. The answer was partly good and partly worrisome. Langya Land's spirit indeed had all-out effort goo's recipes. From rank 1 to 5, he had them all. But Langya Land's spirit refused to sell goo recipes. Even if Fan Yuan tried his best to convince him, there was no result. Fan Yuan intended to use a Dream Path Mortal Goo recipe to trade for it. But Langya Land's spirit had become more astute. He did not want to trade it for any goo recipe. He gave Fan Yuan a mission. This mission required Fan Yuan to go into immemorial Purple Heaven, to search for a rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. Fan Yuan was so busy currently, he had no time for that. With strong foes pressuring him, if he exposed his identity accidentally, he would become a fugitive. The entire world would hunt him down. Fan Yuan did not dare to relax. He was trying his best to raise his battle strength. How could he go search for poisonous flowers? Furthermore, immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even the fragment worlds was hard to find. Even if he found one, it was extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Fan Yuan's current battle strength was insufficient. If he forced himself into conducting an exploration, it would simply be a difficult and unrewarding task. Chapter 777. Deadlock. This matter gave Fan Yuan a reminder. Even in regards to land spirits, they were not to be underestimated. They could grow with time, gaining wisdom or experience. Ever since Langya Land's spirit met Fan Yuan, he had suffered minor disadvantages many times. Especially in this auction, the 4 to 6 profit ratio was a huge loss to Langya Land's spirit. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was shown in Langya Land's spirit. He had become more intelligent. Langya Land's spirit thought about it hard. Analyzing his relationship with Fan Yuan, he finally recognized their individual strengths and weaknesses. By using Fan Yuan's weakness in goo recipes, he could regain the upper hand when working together with Fan Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of long-hair ancestor after he died. This time, Fan Yuan's neck was grasped by Langya Land's spirit. It was a terrible feeling. But Fan Yuan could do nothing to Langya Blessed Land. Small advantages came at a price. Fan Yuan obtained such a profit from selling the goo immortal captives in the auction. The backlash was showing up now. His mouth was filled with a bitter taste. Landing on the peak of Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan retracted his 3 pairs of bat wings as he stood on the spot, looking into the distance as he thought. All-out effort goo is just a small setback. It is not an immortal goo recipe anyway. Even if I cannot get it, with my strength path attainment and wisdom goo's help, I will be able to deduce the mortal goo recipe. The problem is that it would use a lot of time and energy. At this crucial time, I cannot deduce goo recipes if I want to raise my battle strength. Actually, even if Fan Yuan had a complete all-out effort immortal goo recipe, he had no time to refine it. The real problem was regarding He Lu Lan. The compensation that Fan Yuan asked for after saving her was self-strength immortal goo. After He Lu Lan heard about it from Fairy Li Shan, she was so angry she jumped up from her bed. Self-strength immortal goo was her vital immortal goo. It was the most important core in her self-strength phantom killer move. Fan Yuan asking for this goo was simply crippling her foundation. Without self-strength immortal goo, He Lu Lan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only this, self-strength immortal goo was the memento that her mother, Su Xian'er, left behind for her. To He Lu Lan, it was also a sentimental item that she could not give up. But she, Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had the Snowy Mountain Alliance. In order to save He Lu Lan earlier, Fairy Li Shan had represented her and signed an agreement with Fan Yuan. she could not go back on it. Unless He Lu Lan had a heart of stone and ignored Fairy Li Shan's life, forcefully keeping self-strength immortal goo. In that situation, there was nothing Fan Yuan could do. After all, the agreement was not signed by He Lu Lan herself. But how could He Lu Lan force herself to endanger Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan was the blood-related sister of her mother, Su Xian'er. When He Lu Lan was still immortal, Fairy Li Shan took great care of her. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan nurtured He Lu Lan without regard for the cost, treating her like her own child. He Lu Lan was determined to exact revenge, but at the same time, she felt great gratitude, love, and admiration for this aunt. Fan Yuan was using this key point when he formed the agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not afraid that she would go back on this. Regarding her vital immortal goo, He Lu Lan did not give up easily. Ever since she learned about it, she had tried negotiating with Fan Yuan over 10 times. She threatened and screamed, begged and gave softly spoken requests, talked about the benefits and drawbacks, and tried coercing him with the bigger picture. All sorts of methods were used to try and keep her self-strength immortal goo. But would Fan Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal goo was He Lu Lan's most important core, but to Fan Yuan, it was a similar situation. Fan Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal goo was extremely compatible with it. It was not like pulling mountain or pulling water, in which they needed him to deduce and modify the killer move. He Lu Lan refined self-strength immortal goo during her ascension. When Fan Yuan heard of this, he felt immense regret and pity. Immortal goo were unique. Since He Lu Lan had this goo, as her ally, there was no way Fan Yuan could obtain it. But the tides of fortune were unpredictable. Heaven worked in mysterious ways. He Lu Lan wanted to take revenge and did her best to raise her cultivation level. In the end, she fell into a dream realm and gave Fan Yuan a chance. Fan Yuan was devious and heartless. He was like a shark that smelled blood. He bit down hard. Even if they were allies, so what? His own strength was the most important matter. Others were unreliable. Only one's own self was to be considered the most reliable. Fan Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lu Lan made many attempts but failed in all of them. In her anger, she purposely stalled the handing over of self-strength immortal goo and refused to use strength chi immortal goo to create the air sac goo for Fan Yuan. He Lu Lan's action was very ruthless. This act gave Fan Yuan huge pressure. If He Lu Lan did not use strength chi immortal goo, Fan Yuan would have no air sac goo. Without air sac goo, he could not sell guts goo. Earlier, in order to heal himself, Fan Yuan stopped the guts goo trade, using it for himself. Without this revenue, and with the 2 stone nests refining goo continuously, his funds had dried up. He had less than 100 immortal essence stones left. To break through He Lu Lan's restrictions, Fan Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce a new air sac goo recipe. But this had problems too. Fan Yuan had already sold the light and water and mountain immortal goo in the auction. He was using malicious thought goo as a substitute. The quantity was still low. Even if he had an entire stone nest of hairy men, refining malicious thought goo unendingly, under the light of wisdom, the expenditure of thoughts was too high. Fan Yuan had some early expectations of this kind of situation. His original solution was to raise the scale of production. But to raise the production and build the 3rd or even 4th stone nest, he would need funds. Hairy men, especially those slaves skilled in refining goo, were priced even higher. Fan Yuan had insufficient funds. He could not raise his production. The problem went back all the way to the first issue. It seemed to be a deadlock. Fan Yuan went to find Langya Lan's spirit, and tried to use immortal materials to lure him into refining malicious thought goo using the hairy men in his blessed land. But Langya Lan's spirit rejected him. His request remained the same, for Fan Yuan to go into immemorial purple heaven, to search for the rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to Langya Lan's spirit. Thus, Fan Yuan could not resolve this situation through this. With air sac goo restricted, there was no guts goo trade. The sale of guts goo was Fan Yuan's top source of revenue. Without funds, there was no malicious thought goo, so Fan Yuan could not use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Fan Yuan in the assimilation of his loot, slowing the plan to raise his battle strength. Fan Yuan was fully aware that He Lu Lan was attempting to compel him, forcing him into giving up self-strength immortal goo and choosing strength chi immortal goo. He Lu Lan. I'd like to see who can outlast the other? Fan Yuan snickered, focusing his mind. He summoned Hu Immortal Land's spirit, and went to Dang Hun Palace again. Sitting on the bed, he shut his eyes and went into the dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lulan, Fang Yuan used the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. It expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. In order to activate Unravel Dream Killer move again, he had to go into a dream to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. At the same time, at a secret hideout in Northern Plains, the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of the secret room slowly. He looked exhausted. Trying to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Young Building had left him in deep fatigue. His sideburns had turned white. His young face had become much older and wrinkled. How was it? Hong Chi Ming and the other immortals saw that he was outside and quickly approached him with concerned expressions. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of his deduction. There were many crucial pieces of evidence deduced this time, especially when Zhao Lianyun's soul was searched and they witnessed the scenes that happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was of great help for his deduction. But Old Oracle shook his head, having a gloomy expression. My attainment were insufficient. I have disappointed all of you. How could this be? You could not deduce anything even at this stage. The culprit is not simple. They are hiding too deeply. It seems we still need to collect information. The immortals were all elites of their sex. After slight disappointment, they quickly accepted the results and started to discuss their future plans. After some discussion, Feng Jiuge spoke. Right now, we have no clear target. We should split up and do our own missions. It was not easy to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I am sure you all have private matters aside from investigating the truth. For the time being, while you settle your private affairs, try to collect more information. Feng Jiuji's reputation was the highest. Nobody dared to question him. Right now, with no clear target, everyone had to settle their own matters. They quickly split up and left, in order to resolve the missions from their respective sects. Old Oracle and Feng Jiuge stayed behind. Lord Jiuge. Old Oracle was hesitant. In truth, he had made a huge breakthrough this time in his deduction, but after telling Feng Jiuge, the latter ordered that the information was to be concealed. That was why Old Oracle lied to everyone earlier, telling them that his deduction failed. Feng Jiuge looked at him and smiled with deep meaning. The culprit who caused the collapse of 88 True Young Building was already most likely to be from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you obtained the deduction that the culprit is a member of the 10 sects of Central Continent, I allowed the rest to act freely. In the case that a mistake is made in concealing it, we would be able to find the culprit. But the result of my deduction could be wrong from the start. Old Oracle lowered his head. Don't worry, if it is really a traitor in the 10 sects, after causing such a huge incident, no matter how they try to conceal it, there are bound to be clues left behind. Feng Jiuge consoled him, while also seemingly giving a warning. Old Oracle raised his head, his gaze was clear as he stared at Feng Jiuge. Lord Jiuge is hiding this from the other Gu immortals. Do you not suspect my sect? Feng Jiuge laughed heartily, he frankly admitted. Honestly speaking, I naturally was suspicious since long ago. You can go now. I am sure Ancient Soul Sect gave you secret missions as well. Feng Jiuji's tone was that of one who had confidence in grasping the entire situation. Old Oracle's heart shook, he lowered his head. That is indeed the case. I will leave now. Saying this, his body was like lightning as he vanished into the sky. Only Feng Jiuge was left in his original spot. His gaze was dark and eerie, and his expression was calm. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Chapter 778. Immortal Gu changes owner. More than 10 days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Time Luck Immortal Gu was silently floating above Fan Yuan's head. It was moving from side to side. Time Luck Immortal Gu was like a jade centipede. It was pale green and was swimming about in the area above Fan Yuan's head, coiling around and giving off a watery sheen. Fan Yuan was injecting green grape immortal essence into it, while inspecting the Inch of Time Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Earlier, he had made an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, asking him to refine Inch of Time in bulk using the Hairy Men. The time flow in Langya Blessed Land was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The quality of the Hairy Men was much higher. It could be considered of the highest grade. Thus, after Fa Yuan paid with immortal materials, a large number of Inch of Time Gu, like a small golden mountain, accumulated in Fa Yuan's immortal aperture. As the saying went, time was money, an inch of time was an inch of gold. Although Inch of Time Gu was a mortal Gu, it had an appearance like that of a gold bar. The higher the rank of Inch of Time Gu, the longer and thicker the gold bar. But at this moment, when Fa Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Goo, Inch of Time Goo was used up rapidly. The gold mountain had vanished completely in just a few breaths of time. Without Inch of Time's support, the Time Luck Immortal Goo above his head stopped activating. Fan Yuan sighed in regret. It seems that it is quite tough to use Inch of Time to activate Time Luck Immortal Goo in the place of lifespan. I only activated it for such a short period of time, I gained almost no additional luck. Like what Fairy Li Shan said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal Goo involved expending Immortal Essence and the Goo Immortal's lifespan to gain a boost in luck. But Fan Yuan had barely any lifespan left, how could he waste it so easily? During the final moments of Imperial Court Blessed Lands battle, when he was forced to become an immortal zombie, he was already extremely old. He had not used any lifespan goo before, thus he only had 100 years of lifespan. Right now, he had only around 10 years or less remaining. If one day, he could get rid of his immortal zombie body and become a living person again, his lifespan would not change. That is to say, even if I recover, my body would be extremely old, that is a problem. Before that, I need to find lifespan goo and use it on myself. Fan Yuan thought about this and couldn't help but frown. Lifespan goo were hard to find, they were extremely precious. Ordinary goo immortals would not sell them when they were obtained. In the Northern Plains auction earlier, not a single lifespan goo was sold. Lifespan goo were only mortal goo, the conditions for their production were greatly variable. For goo immortals to find lifespan goo almost meant relying on luck. In many situations, lifespan goo were often obtained by mortal goo masters. Goo immortals could not control where they appeared. Fan Yuan being able to find lifespan goo and extend his lifespan by several hundred years in his previous life was due to this. Up to this point, the best way to search for lifespan goo would have been through using 88 True Young building. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan goo in this immortal goo house, and Tai Bai Yunxing already used it. It is basically impossible to rebuild 88 True Young building now. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved, Time Luck Immortal Goo turned into a flash of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land, once in a while, a small amount would break off, but for goo worms, there was still a lot of space. Time Luck Immortal Goo eventually floated onto another gold mountain. This second gold mountain was naturally made up of Inch of Time Goo. Fan Yuan had obtained a huge amount of Inch of Time Goo from Langya Land Spirit, they had piled into two mountains. One had already been expended earlier. The last remaining one was here. Even though the test result previously was not satisfactory, it gave Fan Yuan a lot of precious and useful inspiration. Earlier, I was only using Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Goo alone. If I add in other goo worms, or even turn it into an immortal killer move, the expenditure of Inch of Time Goo might be greatly reduced, allowing it to become more feasible and desirable. Unfortunately, even though the light of wisdom gives me unlimited inspiration, this deduction involves time path. I have no attainment in it. With such a restriction, Fan Yuan could only keep his thoughts in mind for now rather than making an attempt. He still lacked Dream Path Mortal Goo. Fan Yuan was not going to waste any more time. After regulating his breathing for a few moments, he remained seated on his bed and closed his eyes, entering his dream realm. After going through 3 dream realms, he refined 2 Dream Path Mortal Goo, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was much higher compared to when he initially started. But during the 3rd refinement, Fan Yuan failed and his soul was injured. Dream realms themselves were risky, not to mention refining goo in a dream. If I lose my focus, I will fall into the dream's trap. Thankfully, Guts Goo can strengthen my soul. Fan Yuan felt relieved. He opened his eyes and walked out of Dang Hun Palace. On Dang Hun Mountain there were Guts Goo everywhere. Fan Yuan used a few and healed the injuries to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal Goo, his expression changed, as a letter was sent into his immortal aperture using Moving Perspective Cup Goo. Fan Yuan looked at it, and his face flashed with joy. He immediately stopped the plan of refining goo. He chose a scenic location on Dang Hun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant's leg and using fire goo to roast it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal, with black hair and black pupils. She had a divine beauty and a dominating aura. It was He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan flew in the air, landing before Fan Yuan with a cold expression. She looked at the elephant leg on Fan Yuan's hand, recognizing that it was the flesh and bones of a desolate beast. Drought elephant, she said sarcastically. So the immortal materials in your hands can be wasted to this degree already? Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He looked at He Lu Lan before his gaze landed back onto the elephant leg. After a short while, because of the high heat, the elephant leg was half cooked already. It was oozing with fragrance. It has been a while, Fairy Lu Lan, please take a seat, Fan Yuan said politely. He Lu Lan snorted, remaining standing, unmoving as she emitted a faint anger. Fan Yuan found it funny. Although she was a formidable character, she was still a young woman. But if he was in her place, if someone wanted his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it up? Perhaps he might have already fallen out with the person and fought already? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan mentally alerted himself. He Lu Lan's mistake was right in front of him. He could not ignore it. He Lu Lan desperately wanted to take revenge. She took risks in undergoing tribulations. In the end, she was careless and almost died. Right now, she could not stall any longer. She had to hand self-strength immortal goo over. By this stage, one could not advance prematurely and underestimate risks. A goo immortal's calamities and tribulations, are they so easy to pass? Even if one was overflowing with talent, and had an arrogant nature, they had to admit the facts. He Lu Lan was a youngster who was not afraid of death. By charging forward blindly, she had suffered a loss. Now she would start becoming careful. But it was thanks to her that I could obtain self-strength immortal goo, right? Fan Yuan thought about this and laughed in his heart, putting the elephant leg in front of his mouth as he bit off a huge chunk, eating it with pleasure. He Lu Lan saw this and snickered. You are already an immortal zombie. You have no sense of taste. Now that there is no hope of restoring your body again, you are doing this to reminisce your past? Fan Yuan said slowly and calmly. Fairy Lu Lan, you did not come here to see me eat meat, right? He Lu Lan's expression was still as water. There was anger in her tone as she said with deep meaning. You are so gluttonous, are you not afraid of bursting your stomach? Don't worry, my appetite is good. Dying of overeating is better than dying of starvation. Humph. He Lu Lan was gritting her teeth in rage. She suppressed her anger as she said with a calmer tone. Actually, what's wrong with changing what you eat? That way, we can all have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who would not have downturns in life? Fan Yuan understood her words. He Lu Lan wanted to use strength chi immortal goo to replace self-strength as the compensation to Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan would not agree. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, exclaiming, Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I try all sorts of ways to become stronger, so that I can deal with any desperate situation in the future. He Lu Lan, you understand me. Once I make up my mind, I won't change it. He Lu Lan's eyes squinted. Fan Yuan was such a person, she was of a similar kind. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils shrunk. Only seeing that on Fan Yuan's body, a bright light had appeared in a flash. This light was horizontal across his chest. It was a faint shadow at first, but it soon became brighter and more solid, carving itself onto Fan Yuan's body. A strength path Dao mark? He Lu Lan's expression changed. Just earlier, she witnessed with her own eyes that Fan Yuan gained a strength path Dao mark. She quickly calmed down, thinking of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said dryly. So the Eat Strength Immortal Goo that appeared in Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How do all the good things end up in your hands? Eat Strength Immortal Goo had low value to other Goo Immortals. They even would not dare to use it much. But to Strength Path Goo Immortals, it was undeniably a treasure. Especially in He Lu Lan's case. Her cultivation had met with an obstacle. She could not raise it by undergoing tribulation. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal Goo, which carried 0 risks, became very important. Fan Yuan did not speak. He bit down at the bones. He had already eaten the meat on the elephant leg, but the bones also contained natural strength path Dao marks. Even though the elephant leg bones were tough, his sharp teeth chewed them up and he swallowed. Soon afterwards, Fan Yuan gained a new strength path Dao mark. He was not afraid of He Lu Lan going back on her words. Because the agreement for saving her had already reached the time limit. He Lu Lan came at the last moment to give it one last try. But in this matter, from start to finish, Fan Yuan had no way to lose. Once they went back on the contract, Fairy Li Shan would die. How could He Lu Lan watch that happen? Come, sit, I'll treat you to some meat. Fan Yuan took out another strength path Desolate Beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After cooking it, he gave the leg to He Lu Lan. At the same time, he willed and Eat Strength Immortal Goo flew into He Lu Lan's hands. He Lu Lan received it without hesitation. After swallowing the flesh and bone, she activated Eat Strength Immortal Goo to digest them. A moment later, a strength path down mark appeared in her body. Even though the gains were barely 0.1% compared to a tribulation, this method had no risks. It could be accumulated continually. After eating half of it, He Lu Lan sighed deeply and gave Self-Strength Immortal Goo to Fan Yuan. The two traded on the spot. Self-Strength Immortal Goo changed owners. Chapter 779. Chains of Benefits. Fan Yuan put away Self-Strength Immortal Goo. His expression did not change. He turned to He Lu Lan and said, "From now on, Fairy Lu Lan, if you want to borrow Eat Strength Immortal Goo for cultivation, you just need to pass me a certain sum of immortal materials as payment." He Lu Lan nodded. This was his response. He Lu Lan was a formidable person. The moment she saw Fan Yuan display his Eat Strength Immortal Goo purposely, she knew his intentions. He did not want to sever their relationship. He chose to deepen their cooperation. Fan Yuan forcefully asked for Self-Strength Immortal Goo. It bit open a huge, bloody wound on their alliance. Blood was oozing and the bones could be seen. However, in contrast to the precious Self-Strength Immortal Goo in sole possession, Fan Yuan was lending Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This was giving He Lu Lan a way out. He Lu Lan ate the leg that she had, letting out a heavy sigh as she looked at Fan Yuan without a trace of anger on her face. "Let's go to a stone nest." He Lu Lan set out, taking the initiative to help Fan Yuan refine the air sac goo. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed like He Lu Lan was having a hard time. Just now, she underwent tribulation and went into great danger. After being saved by Fan Yuan, her blessed land was sure to have suffered heavy damage. Fairy Li Shan had always been helping He Lu Lan with her cultivation, regardless of costs. But now, she was in trouble too. She had to help old ancestors Shui who refined fortune rivaling heaven goo. All of the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain were kept extremely busy in collecting immortal materials. This was an important and burdensome task. Fairy Li Shan had no choice but to spend all her efforts on it. Fan Yuan wanted to continue selling guts goo. Didn't He Lu Lan have the same desire? Fan Yuan's earlier action of splitting profits with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan was an extremely wise decision. At this point, it had taken effect. Profits were a form of restraint, even if He Lu Lan was furious internally. Because of the big picture and her own circumstances, she had to cooperate with Fan Yuan. On this day, He Lu Lan summoned large amounts of strength qi, allowing the refinement of air sac goo to restart. Before leaving, she gave Fan Yuan another idea for cooperation. Right now, Fan Yuan did not have the funds to increase his production, but He Lu Lan was willing to invest in this, building a third stone nest and obtaining ample hairy men. Her condition was that Fan Yuan must give her a higher profit ratio. Fan Yuan agreed immediately. The transaction of guts goo had restarted. It was like a fresh current of water flowing into a drying river. The management of the blessed land was almost stale. Now it was operating again. Like a horse carriage, the huge wheels were rolling and moving it forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was built in Fan Yuan's immortal blessed land. Right now, Fan Yuan had several goo worms to mass refine: air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, and inch of time. 3 stone nests were insufficient to meet his needs. This invited a key question: how could he most effectively make use of his limited resources? Eventually, Fan Yuan ordered the first and third stone nest to refine air sac goo. The second stone nest would refine malicious thought goo. He had a large number of deductions to do, thus, he had to refine either memory thought goo or malicious thought goo. Malicious thought goo was good for plotting against others, while memory thought goo was useful for extracting information from his memories. But in terms of deduction, the two had no clear difference. As for why he was mainly refining air sac goo, that was because Fan Yuan realized that he could sell a lot of guts goo without any issues. Times had changed. The market for guts goo had been steadily growing. Especially when Fan Yuan had stopped the trade of guts goo not long ago, he had used it solely for healing himself. This act had cut off the supply to the market, causing a shortage to occur, thus the price of guts goo had been skyrocketing. This phenomenon made Fan Yuan realize that the market for guts goo had truly expanded. He could totally raise the prices. He thought about this, thus he did it. The guts goo trade earlier was done monthly. His profit was 48 immortal essence stones. After raising the price, and excluding the profits given to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, Fan Yuan earned a total of 92 immortal essence stones. This was almost double his previous earnings. A monopoly is truly useful for earning profits. Fan Yuan's circumstances became much easier because of this, he sighed to himself, also being deeply alerted. Because the greater the profits of the Gutsku trade, the greater the prospects, the more Immortal Crane's sect and the other forces would inevitably become restless. Maybe because Fan Yuan displayed a huge amount of strength earlier, and because Immortal Crane's sect was restricted in other aspects, they could not find the time or effort to deal with Fan Yuan. Right now, the profits of Gutsku transactions were going up. One day, Immortal Crane's sect would make up their mind and put in more strength to try and regain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A man's wealth is his own ruin by stirring another's greed. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they pursued profit. The difference was, the righteous path had nicer-looking methods on the surface. As for the cultivation of Gu masters, or rather, the core of it was about a person's survival. It was always to defend one's own interests while devouring others' interests. Fan Yuan knew this clearly. He did not deny that there was no difference between him, any other person, or any force. In the face of profits, they were all wolves. To deter Immortal Crane's sect, there is only one method. That is to increase my strength unceasingly, to cause their actions to fail, to make them feel threat. With such urgency and drive, Fan Yuan successfully integrated Self-Strength Immortal Gu into the Immortal Killer move, Myriad Self, a few days later. Although Self-Strength Immortal Gu was very compatible with Myriad Self, Fan Yuan still spent several days to adjust the complementary Mortal Gu. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I cannot use Cleanse Soul, but I added in Self-Strength. With this, my battle strength is back to first rate within rank 6. In fact, the killer move Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable inheritance. Fan Yuan was thinking carefully. He had assimilated much of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self returned to having an Immortal Killer move strength. True solid bat wings paired with Iron Crown Eagle strength Immortal Gu was on par with a movement Immortal Killer move. To deduce vaguely familiar face and the others, he needed a huge amount of malicious thought Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was only one stone nest fully refining it. It would still take a long time before the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient degree. As for how to solve the Immortal Zombie problem, even though Tai Bai Yunxing was making some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and took too long. In terms of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because Feng Jiuge forcefully asked them for information, his Shahuang identity could not be used anymore. That plan was halted. Speaking of it, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for quite some time. If I can get Luopa Valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation would rapidly grow. That is a good method to raise my battle strength as well. In the future, I can even undergo the transaction of Bewilderment Fog and Luopa Wind, increasing my revenue. At the same time, in Luopa Valley, a negotiation had reached its most crucial moment. Qin Baixing had a light smile as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought about it, suddenly laughing as he looked up. Qin Baixing, to think that I treated you as my best friend, you actually lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot take down Langya Blessed Land. You want me to be cannon fodder? Qin Baixing's gaze shined. He said lightly. With your wind escape move, you can retreat as you wish. You are famous in Northern Plains. How could you end up as cannon fodder? Even if Wind Escape is an Immortal Killer move, the best in movement within Northern Plains, it cannot penetrate Blessed Lands or Grotto Heavens. Qin Baixing, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi rejected as he shook his head. He was a rank 7 Wind Path Gu Immortal. He was a famous and established character. Even if he had a superb skill, he was still very vigilant. Perhaps that was the reason he could live up to this point and have such an achievement. Qin Baixing nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not unexpected. In that case, I will be forced to make you come. You want to stop me? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed. His eyes shined with a sharp light. Very well, let us spar. It will dispel some unrealistic thoughts in your mind. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be ordered around easily. As he said that, he struck. Boom! Hui Fengzi opened his mouth. He flicked with his tongue as a huge wind blade shot towards Qin Baixing. Immortal Killer move, Death Wind Flying Blade. Good timing. Qin Baixing did not move, he only laughed. The wind blade hit Qin Baixing, who did not move at all. At once, golden light burst out. As the golden light faded, Qin Baixing remained unharmed. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in astonishment. My death wind flying blade did not even cut a single strand of your hair? Qin Baixing smiled without speaking. How can I fight him like this? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched, his battle intent fell, he wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move, wind escape! He used his signature method, famous within northern plains. At once, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind as he flew towards the sky of Luopa Valley. This movement killer move had helped Hui Fengzi escape danger countless times. It made his enemies sigh in helplessness. The most memorable occasion was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 Gu Immortal, Yao Huang, who was pursuing him. But Qin Baixing did not move as he looked at Hui Fengzi escape, he was expressionless. Rumble. On top of Luopa Valley, thunder was booming as clouds rumbled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The intense wind blew, countless ghostly figures, at a quantity of millions, flew around below the clouds. Hui Fengzi spit out a mouthful of blood. It was like he rammed into an iron wall. He was forced out of his wind state. What Gu formation is this? He was uncertain. His wind escape could not break out of this area. Qin Baixing smiled without answering Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, "Does Sir want to consider joining us and attacking Langya Blessed Land?" This time, Hui Fengzi only thought about it for a few breaths before landing. "Qin Baixing, you were superior after all. Never mind, I will join you in this." Qin Baixing laughed. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing his place. He was a wise man who submitted to circumstances. Since he could not escape, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baixing's alliance conditions were not too harsh. Even though he was slightly unhappy, he still joined in helplessly. Chapter 780. Fate Immortal Gu. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. The silver-white sky shined with a bright and pure luster. Countless exquisite halls made of white jade could be seen everywhere, empty and tranquil. Amongst the halls, there was an old white tower covered in blemishes, standing tall and conspicuous like a crane in a flock of chickens. The tower's name was Heaven Overseeing. It originated from star constellation Immortal Venerable. As the name suggested, one could observe the whole world from this tower. However, winds never stopped blowing. The events of the world were turbulent and changeable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable's talent and wisdom could rival that of the heavens, she still could not escape the fate of dying from the end of her lifespan. Later, Heavenly Court experienced the attacks of 3 demon venerables, and when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, they also had the intention of taking possession of Heavenly Court, but for some reason, they dispelled that thought. Over 3 million years, countless marks of history had deeply been imprinted onto Heaven Overseeing Tower. Splendid brilliance or deep gloominess, the vicissitudes of all kinds of experiences had merged into Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning it into an imposing structure, resembling an ancient tree that has lived since ancient times. Or like a bronze cauldron that had stood witness to the changes of the world, and still stood tall without collapsing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord walked up the stairs holding a walking cane. His back was bent. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but his majestic aura revealed an intense aura of old age. His hair had turned white, wrinkles covered his body like an old tree's bark. His eyes were blurry and his gaze cloudy. He slowly lifted his foot, or rather, dragged. He was like an old insect, tottering up the endless stairs with difficult steps. He walked forward step by step. Every step he walked, the white jade stairs under his feet would shine with a slight light and let out a beautiful sound, like that of a xylophone. The next change was to the walls beside the old man. Images changed constantly on the walls. Sometimes there was a lump of vague, foggy figures, sometimes there were innumerable colorful lines, and rarely, there would appear clear pictures. The old man paid close attention to the pictures on the walls. Whenever he went up a step, a bead of the immortal essence inside him would be consumed, and changes would occur to the pictures on the walls. The old man's movement paused. A picture on a wall vividly portrayed a valley. Luopa Valley. The old man softly muttered. A flash of brilliance appeared and disappeared in his blurry eyes. 2 Gu Immortals were fighting at the center of the picture. A Wind Path Gu Immortal and a Metal Path Gu Immortal. At the periphery of the picture, several Gu Immortals were standing, looking at the battle in the center. The picture continued to change. The battle of the 2 Gu Immortals was not intense. They stopped after exchanging 1 or 2 moves. Finally, the picture froze at this scene. The Wind Path Gu Immortal slowly lowered his head at the Metal Path Gu Immortal. The old man inwardly engraved this scene in his mind. In the innumerable steps that led to the top of the tower, those that could show such clear pictures would only number a dozen or so. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to move up the tower. He saw a deep sea, in which a group of goo immortals, consisting mostly of immortal zombies, were attacking a blessed land. A female immortal was kneeling on sandy ground, pleading for assistance from an elderly male goo immortal. A young goo master was unconscious in a bed. A spirit incubating flea was lying on his forehead, slightly shaking. He saw a goo immortal with white clothing and blue pupils, quietly moving through a forest and southern border. He also saw an eerie dark swamp. Huge rays of blood-colored light were enshrouding it, within which a blood path goo immortal was cultivating. The more the old man saw, the more chilly his face became, and the more fury accumulated in his blurry eyes. These people, they have all escaped the judgment of fate. Finally, he walked to the top of the stairs and stepped onto the peak of the tower, where an immortal goo appeared in front of him. Rank 9 Immortal Goo, Fate. It looked like a spider, colored in black and white. Its aura was weak. There was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. The old man gazed at this goo for a long while before he heaved a sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 Immortal Goo house. Unfortunately, its most important core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was close to destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable! The old man gritted his teeth, his gaze revealing deep enmity. The person who inflicted such an injury onto Immortal Goo Fate was none other than a famed character in history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke fate, destroying the chains of fate, and allowing all living beings in the world to grasp their own destiny. But Immortal Goo Fate was not completely destroyed. However, despite the care and protection from all immortals in Heavenly Court, the injuries Fate had suffered had yet to recover even after 1,000,000 years. This situation was caused by the attack of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The injuries on Fate Immortal Goo were not only represented in its physical wounds, it was also reflected on all the living beings who had escaped the judgment of fate. The existence of these people in themselves signified the breaking of fate. Thus, healing the Immortal Goo Fate had to be done in two aspects. One was to deal with the wound on the goo. The other was to clear the obstacles for Immortal Goo Fate by eliminating all those who had escaped the judgment of fate. No matter which aspect, both were troublesome issues. Especially the second aspect, the 5 regions were extremely vast. Every moment, there would be someone who escaped their fate. It was extremely difficult for Heavenly Court to eliminate these existences. Even if Heavenly Court was the most powerful Goo Immortal organization, it only controlled Central Continent. The remaining 4 regions were linked to Central Continent through regional walls. The higher the cultivation of the expert, the more difficult it would be for them to pass the regional wall. The regional walls of each of the regions were like protective layers that isolated the 5 regions from each other and made them independent territories. In the beginning, when Fate Immortal Goo had just been injured, Heavenly Court was still seeing some efficiency in eliminating escapees of fate. But merely some years later there were countless escapees like waves formed in a sea, appearing repeatedly, to the extent that they could not be fully attended to. More than 10 years later, this situation spread like a wildfire throughout the 5 regions. Dozens of years later, immortal zombies appeared, humans that were supposed to be dead but were still living. This was the classic example of escaping fate's judgment. Back then, this situation had shocked, angered, and shaken the whole of Heavenly Court. As such a practice grew more popular to this day, a branch of immortal zombies appeared even in Central Continent. Survival was a basic human instinct. Even Heavenly Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring Fate Goo seemed to be getting more distant day by day, and there seemed to be no hope. However, Heavenly Court had never given up. Because every generation of Heavenly Court Goo immortals firmly remembered the dignity of Heavenly Court during the Olden Antiquity era, and its glory during the Remote Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone in building this was Fate Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables arrangements used Fate Goo as the core. Therefore, allowing resistance against 3 demon venerables and ensuring Heavenly Court did not fall. Completely healing Fate Goo was akin to grasping the paths in life for all living beings. This also meant that Heavenly Court would once again be paramount, becoming the supreme immortals among immortals, rulers among countless rulers. All their efforts had provided some results. Under generations after generations of efforts from Goo immortals of Heavenly Court, and enormous prices paid over the course of history, Fate Goo was recovering bit by bit until the current state, where although it was dying, it could be barely used. It was because of this that pictures appeared on Heaven Overseeing Tower's walls. Fate escapees and Fate Gu were irreconcilably opposed. However, those that had escaped the judgment of fate were truly too many in numbers. The ones that appeared in Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest ones, while also not being inside blessed lands or grotto heavens, in addition to not using wisdom path methods to conceal themselves, therefore they were easy to deduce. Soon. Using the latest refinement path convention to heal Fate Gu's injury will result in a qualitative breakthrough. All the investments we made will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be brought about to fruition from this. After the refinement path convention, Fate Gu should be able to display 50% of its might. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord mumbled while caressing Fate Gu. His expression gradually eased up, the anger in his heart temporarily pacified. But before this, we still need to eliminate these main sinners who had escaped the judgment of fate. All lives have their trajectory and destiny predetermined since they are born. This is the law of heaven and earth, the rule of nature. How can we allow you to leisurely escape? This is life that does not belong to any of you. While thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear pictures which he had engraved in his mind when he moved up the stairs. Before fate recovers, I will act in the capacity of heaven and eliminate the tallest of these weeds. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Fan Yuan was inside the light with his eyes tightly closed. Behind him was the biggest Lingji in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest and had already grown to the size of a fat, mature small tree with lush mushroom heads. Bright colored lights shined on Fan Yuan's face. His breathing was deep and slow, malicious thoughts rose up and down in his mind like waves, constantly crashing against each other. After a while, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. I took such a long time in accumulating malicious thought goo, but they were used up like this. He frowned, unsatisfied with this result. He had first attempted to deduce how to add pulling mountain and pulling water into the killer move Myriad Self. The result was that he used up half of the stock of malicious thought goo, but only made less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Fan Yuan then tried to deduce immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. He used up all malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. In the end, it was because my transformation path attainment is too low. Fan Yuan sighed. At this moment, he suddenly felt something. A moving perspective cup goo came out of his immortal aperture. The goo brought a letter. Fan Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words on it. The time has arrived. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed as he stood up. The sender was Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan had originally intended to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luopa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan had suddenly sent news which caused Fan Yuan to dispel the plan of Luopa Valley. This news was regarding Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance. After Dong Fang Chang Fan died, Dong Fang Yuliang was his legacy successor. But the latter was only a mortal Gu master, thus to stop the intention of other Gu immortals, Dong Fang Chang Fan did not directly hand over the wisdom path inheritance to Dong Fang Yuliang, instead arranged it at a hidden place. Fairy Li Shan had vast connections and specialized in getting intel. This time, the intel was that Dong Fang Yuliang had secretly headed off to an unknown location, attempting to inherit the wisdom path inheritance. Chapter 781. Taichio is not an inheritance ground. Northern Plains, Taichio. An intense battle was reaching its climax. On one side, there were 3 Gu masters. On the other side, it was a myriad beast-sized goat group. 2 Gu masters were in front, retreating under the fierce attacks of the goat group. Behind, one person had a robe filled with bloodstains. Even though his face was like jade, he had a tired expression. He was breathing roughly as his eyes were drooping. Suddenly, with a loud call, the myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led its group of elite goats as they attacked the 3 Gu masters. The assault became faster and faster. The goat group attacked from both sides, resembling ripples from a sea's waves, splitting up and leaving a path in the middle. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was right in front of them. "Young master, quickly retreat! The situation is dangerous. We will stay here, young master, think of the future." The 2 Gu masters saw this desperate situation. Their eyes were wide open as they shouted. But the person behind them was in bad shape. It was as if he did not hear them. One of the Gu masters had a resolute expression as he made a decision, speaking. "Dong Pakong, you are a flying master, quickly escape with young master. I will stall them." The other Gu master, Dong Pakong's body shook. Looking at his ally, he hesitated. "Tan Wu Feng." The Gu Master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wufeng. Previously, he was a demonic path Gu Master. He, together with Hao Ji Lu, were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were very famous. Hao Ji Lu went to He Lu Lan. In the end, he died in there, along with everyone else later due to Fan Yuan destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. On the contrary, Wind Demon Tan Wufeng went to Dong Fan Yuliang. Even though they lost in the Imperial Court contest, his life was preserved. He converted from demonic to righteous, becoming a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous leader, Dong Fan Yuliang. But right now, Tan Wufeng wanted to stay behind and single-handedly resist the myriad beast goat group. He was using his life to gain precious time for his allies, for them to escape. There was no hope of surviving. This was truly a suicide mission. Dong Pekong's heart shook. He felt moved. Even though Tan Wufeng was strong, as a Righteous Path member, he felt suspicious towards Tan Wufeng's motives and intentions for converting. Other than that, he also felt disdain and contempt. But right now, in Dong Pekong's heart, these suspicions, disdain, all vanished, turning into an emotion of tragic guilt. Under the influence of his genuine emotions, he spoke. "Good brother, I will bring young master away now." Tan Wufeng was staring with wide-open eyes, seeing the approaching goat group. He was anxious, shouting loudly, "Why aren't you scramming?" Dong Pekong turned around and left, 2 streaks of tears falling from his eyes. He knew that he had to fight against time. If they wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice was not enough. They needed his flying master attainment to be fully displayed along the way. Even then, they had less than a 30% chance of success. However, at this moment, the blood-bathed white-robed Gu Master opened his eyes, raising his head as he shouted, "7-star light!" Saying this, his entire body shot upwards. 7 lumps of light of all colors were floating around him, rapidly circling around his body. Swoosh! A huge lump of star thoughts, under the support of the 7-star light, burst out. In an instant, the surroundings were dyed in blue. Starlight shined brightly and hit the surprised goat group. The coiling mountain goat group's myriad beast kings shouted loudly, but their momentum was too great. The goat group rammed into the countless star thoughts. "Young master! Lord Yuliang!" Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong saw this and were excited and joyful. An immense amount of star thoughts formed a star cloud as it rumbled endlessly. A moment later, half of the star thoughts were destroyed, but as they dispersed, the myriad beast goat king had died, along with dozens of elite goat beasts. The goat group lost their goat king and broke apart. Splitting into multiple smaller groups led by 1,000 beast goat kings, the huge goat group had turned into numerous smaller groups that scattered everywhere. The blood-bathed white-robed Gu Master descended slowly to the surface. His body shuddered as he almost fell on the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and overturned the situation, he was barely hanging on now. "Young master!" Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong came up, holding this Gu Master's arms. This Gu Master was Dong Fan Yuliang. After Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dong Fan Changfan, died, he was his chosen inheritor. His face was extremely pale. He controlled his dizziness as he forced a laugh. "All right, we finally beat this myriad beast goat group. We have time to rest now. Young master." Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong looked at each other. They were moved and in admiration. Dong Pekong was holding Dong Fan Yuliang as he sat down slowly. He could not help but urge, "Young master, Taichio is one of the 10 great fierce areas. After entering this place for 3 days, we had already encountered more than 10 waves of beast groups. Originally, we had more than 10 people, now only us 3 are left. It is not a big deal if I die here, but young master is precious. If something happens to you, what will we do? Looking at this situation, why don't we retreat first before coming here again?" Dong Fan Yuliang sat on the ground, smiling bitterly to himself, shaking his head. "You do not know the situation. This is my last and only chance. I had already put everything into this attempt. It is like an arrow that has been shot. We cannot turn back any longer. We need to make use of our time now and rest, trying to recover our battle strength." Saying so, he shut his eyes, grabbing 2 primeval stones as he entered a state of rest. Dong Pekong and Tan Wufeng looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They nodded as they sat around Dong Fan Yuliang, taking out their primeval stones and meditating. At the outskirts of Taichio, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised. To think that as immortal, Dong Fan Yuliang could advance so deeply into Taichio. This time, he expressed weakness and lured his enemies in. causing the coiling mountain myriad beast goat king to charge up and letting him kill the leader. He actually managed to survive this difficulty. Standing beside him, Gu Immortal Han Dong snorted coldly. This Tai Chio is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living here. Even us Gu Immortals do not dare to charge in recklessly. Dong Fang Chang Fan placed his inheritance ground here. He was guarding against us. Gu Immortal Su Guang added. That is right, Dong Fan Yu Liang and the others are all mortal Gu masters. They have weak auras and do not attract the attentions of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. With the route that Dong Fang Chang Fan planned for them, they would only meet some ordinary beast groups while entering the deep parts of Taichio. If we go, our Gu Immortal auras would leak and cause the resistance of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. More Gu Immortals are coming to the outskirts. The other 2 Gu Immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast direction. Only to see that 3 Gu Immortals had just approached towards them. They were wearing black robes and had masks on, only showing their eyes. More people that want to have a share of the profits. Han Dong's eyes shined ominously. His tone was eerie. The 3 black-robed Gu Immortals descended. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lu Lan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. Previously, she had agreed to an alliance with Dong Fang Chang Fan. She could not covet his possessions openly, thus she had to hide her appearance. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were involved in the collapse of 88 Truyang building. They had to conceal their appearances. The 3 slowly descended, floating in the air outside of Taichio. They were not planning to go inside. They first glanced at Dong Fang Yu Liang and the others before looking around. He Lu Lan chuckled. Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. The outskirts of Taichio had so many Gu Immortals hiding around. Just with my methods I found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued. I found 26, most of them are demonic path Gu Immortals, but there are also Gu Immortals from Dong Fang tribe. Fan Yuan took a look, but he only found 19. Although his battle strength had been raised, his investigative methods could not compare to an established veteran Gu Immortal like Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lu Lan, her investigative methods exceeded his. This made him internally alert. No wonder Dong Fang Yu Liang is rushing to obtain the Wisdom Path inheritance. It seems that Dong Fang tribe's Gu Immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, with this inheritance, one has a chance of becoming Northern Plains' #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even their own Gu Immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dong Fang Chang Fan make any mistakes? He signed an agreement with the Righteous Path Super Forces, so that they would not come after this, but he missed his own tribe's Gu Immortals. He Lu Lan said. She frowned slightly. She felt that Dong Fang Chang Fan would not be so careless. Dong Fang Chang Fan is the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clues in Dong Fang Yu Liang's mind. Such Wisdom Path techniques cannot be broken easily. Right now, the Gu Immortals are all waiting here. It seems that they are biding their time until Dong Fang Yu Liang opens the inheritance, before they start robbing it. Fang Yuan said. His motive in this journey was to get a complete Wisdom Path inheritance. Wisdom Path inheritances had greater value the more complete they were. But currently it seemed like his goal was going to fail. There were so many Gu Immortals after the inheritance. When they obtained it, they might form a situation where the inheritance gets split up. Thankfully, my battle strength rose a lot just now. I have a chance at competing. Later, when we snatch it, I should avoid being the center of attention, so that the crowd would not attack me together. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan made his tactics. Although he had high battle strength, there were many Gu Immortals. He could not fight them together. Of course, he was not stupid enough to attempt doing that anyway. However, a change occurred right at this moment. A blinding flash appeared. As the light faded, Dong Fang Yu Liang, Tan Wu Feng, and Dong Pakong vanished from their original spots. This is a teleportation Gu formation? It was hidden underground, we didn't discover it. Dong Fang Chang Fan's arrangements are indeed not simple. This Taichio was not the true inheritance ground, it was just a place to hinder us. Quick! While the Gu formation still has some aura remaining, quickly search for clues before it dissipates. The Gu Immortal realized at once, showing up and charging towards the deep parts of Taichio. Grr! Desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts were stirred. They rushed out from all areas of Taichio. Chapter 782. Myriad Self First Style, Giant Hand. Seeing a large number of desolate beasts appearing in their sights, with several ancient desolate beasts among them, the Gu immortals flying in the sky slowed down, their expressions turning dark. They were indeed worthy of being Dong Fang Chang Fan's arrangements, meticulously set out and interlinked. He had completely deduced today's situation. Even after he died, he created huge problems for these Gu immortals. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were alerted felt that the Gu immortals were intruders. Originally, they were resting in Taichio, peacefully in their respective territories. Dong Fan Yuliang and the others' intrusion was like a few butterflies flying into their garden. The beasts were not disturbed. But the Gu immortals were like bandits entering their homes. They were alerted and went all out, even working together to protect their territory, Taichio. To humans, Taichio was one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce areas were their sanctuaries. They were places where humans could not take over. Seeing so many desolate beasts charging over at once, the Gu immortals were apprehensive. Although there was a good number of them, they were not united. Instead, they were wary of each other due to the wisdom path inheritance. It was hard to work together sincerely. They could not battle with the desolate beasts either. Once they fought, the chaotic battle would cause damage to Taichio. If they destroyed the traces left behind by the teleportation Gu formation, the Gu immortals would have even greater trouble tracking them. Those who could become Gu immortals were not fools. Dong Fang Chang Fan's plot was very obvious. They all understood it clearly in an instant. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not the point. We cannot spend too much time with these beasts and lose our clues. Get past them and find the traces, following the clues to the inheritance ground. The Gu immortals were still flying towards the area where the teleportation Gu formation was, but they had to slow down. Desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding Gu immortals were worse. If it was convenient, these demonic path Gu immortals would certainly not mind exterminating some of the competitors around them. How? A desolate beast flying at high speed engaged with a female Gu immortal. This rank 6 female Gu immortal's name was Hirua, also known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She was skilled in transformation path. She shouted a curse. She felt sullen inside, but she could not blame anyone. She could only blame herself for being unlucky and placed in a bad position. Seeing that the desolate beast was charging over, she did not fight it. She turned into a blurry green-gray bird, spreading her wings and flying away, towards the crucial location. The desolate beast was unable to catch up to her. It turned around and targeted another unlucky person. The green-gray bird flew past the other Gu immortals, becoming the Gu immortal closest to the crucial location. Other Gu immortals did not watch this without doing anything. A mere mortal killer move, you dare to stand out? Waves were crashing as a rank 7 Gu immortal rode on a huge wave and blocked the green-gray bird. This Gu immortal had a strong aura, but he was so thin his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and dry, sticking close to his bones. Veins could be seen on his skin, they were everywhere. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding Gu immortals showed a wary expression on their faces. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, Pai Shuihan. He was a member of the demonic path and cultivated ice path and water path. He was a famous expert. Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua saw that Pai Shuihan was obstructing her. She did not evade him. Instead, she snorted lightly and an immortal Gu aura burst out from her. Hirua activated her immortal Gu. The green-gray bird she had transformed into turned from blurry to clear. In an instant, the green bird's body expanded by 30%. 3 golden peacock tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply as she flew past the waves, towards the Gu formation. Pai Shuihan's actions failed. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Indeed, after attending the Northern Plains auction, you think you have some ability now, hee." Saying this, he raised both his arms. Gurgle gurgle, with 2 loud sounds, the water waves surged up, emerging from nowhere, blocking the green bird like 2 huge walls. Meanwhile, Pai Shuihan's speed did not decrease. He rode on the currents and charged towards Hirua. Hirua did not dare to fight with Pai Shuihan. She raised her head and spread her wings, rising into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves grew alongside her. Pai Shuihan smiled coldly. He rapidly got close to her. But Hirua did not want to battle. She put all her efforts into escaping. Pai Shuihan could do nothing to her within a short period of time. Just as the two were fighting, one figure emerged from another side, like a flash of lightning. This person was brawny and muscular. His skin was bronze in color. Lightning was coiling around his body. His speed was faster than Hirua. Fan Yuan felt some familiarity upon seeing him. He thought over it for a moment, and realized that this person was Divine Lord Tiandu, this immortal cultivated lightning path. He alongside Shi-Ho had once coerced an immortal zombie of Zombie Alliance, buying 150 kilograms of wilted essence with one immortal essence stone. Divine Lord Tiandu saw Pai Shui Han and Hero chasing and fleeing. He found a chance and activated his movement killer move, gaining a huge boost in speed. Soon, he surpassed everyone and quickly became the person closest to the Gu formation. Ha! Divine Lord Tiandu saw that he was getting closer to the Gu formation and was overjoyed, laughing loudly. Divine Lord, hold up! Accompanying a calm and slow voice, one white-robed scholar appeared before Tiandu. Ah, unfettered scholar! Divine Lord Tiandu saw this person and his expression changed, his speed fell drastically. He knew that he was not the rank 7 Gu immortal, unfettered scholar's match. He shouted quickly. Shi-Ho, quickly lend me a hand. Shi-Ho's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show up beside Divine Lord Tiandu. He was a muscular man, looking very rugged and brutish. His hair was in a mess and he held a skull in his hands. Divine Lord Tiandu cried out, pushing with his hands as a lightning dragon was unleashed. At the same time, Shi-Ho activated his mortal killer move, attacking unfettered scholar. The two were not weak in battle strength among rank 6 Gu immortals, otherwise, they would not dare to extort a Zombie Alliance member. At this moment, they joined forces and had an impressive attack. It attracted much attention. Come then. Unfettered scholar smiled lightly. He moved his hand as 2 immortal Gu flew out. Boom! In an intense explosion, Shi-Ho and Divine Lord Tiandu flew back after spitting blood, but unfettered scholar stood on the spot, having a calm demeanor. He was fighting 2 against 1, beating back Shi-Ho and Divine Lord Tiandu. The immortal Gu he used had great power, but they were already placed back inside his immortal aperture. Nobody had seen them clearly. Let's go! At this moment, from another direction, Gu immortal Lu Qingming shouted, as the Gu immortals Su Guang and Han Dong followed after him. Their advance caused gasps among the crowd. It is the traveling 3 elites! Block them! Be careful, when they join forces, their battle strength can match rank 7. The 3 elites gave off bright lights each. It was a dazzling scene, forming an image of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be unleashed when all 3 Gu immortals worked together. The killer move had great power. The 3 elites could charge forward fearlessly. Nobody could stop them for the moment. They got close to the Gu formation. There were 5 publicly well-known rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. There were more rank 7 Gu immortals, but they were not in large numbers. People like Qin Baixing, Fairy Li Shan, and others, they were famous people who had been around for a long time. In the Gu immortal world, most Gu immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites joined up, they had rank 7 battle strength. This made people wary. Furthermore, they had chosen their specific direction and had no strong foes of rank 7. Whether it was by coincidence or not, the 3 of them managed to become the ones closest to the Gu formation. They were extremely fast. Pai Shui Han, unfettered scholar, and the others could not stop them. They could only watch as the 3 elites landed on the Gu formation that was set up earlier. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The figures of the 3 elites vanished, while a huge bat desolate beast flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat! Ruin bat is a space path desolate beast. There were actually concealment-type Gu on this beast. The 3 elites were engulfed by it. Ha ha ha! Although they are not in mortal danger, they lost precious time and the valuable opportunity. Some Gu immortals were shocked. Some were taking pleasure from their misfortune. Ruin Bat was not an exception. At this moment, the desolate beast and Tai Chio had surrounded the Gu immortals, ready for a huge battle. The peach wolf, which was pink, cute and had a tiny body, moved extremely quickly like light. The white hoofing horse was stalwart like a mountain. The blood-tongued tree had bloody and long tongues. And also, the Chi-Path ancient desolate beast, primeval returned peacock, that could absorb the primeval energy of a huge surrounding area, 3 desolate beasts coiling mountain goats, and a lawless antelope that could give even a rank 7 Gu immortal a headache. The scene became chaotic at once. Desolate beasts and Gu immortals fought in intense battles, while the Gu immortals were wary of each other. But no matter how chaotic it was, the Gu immortals were protecting one crucial location. They tried to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fan Yuan and He Lulan were in the chaotic battle, fighting carefully and moving around agilely. They stealthily had gotten close to the Gu formation. Grr! A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fan Yuan and the other's path. You dare rob me? Gu Immortal Zhuozhan carried a huge hammer and wore a red-bronze suit of armor. He rode on a fat boar as he charged towards Fan Yuan and the others. At the same time, Divine Lord Tiandu, who was far away, laughed coldly. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into lightning as it shot over. It was known as Thunder Shuttle. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were about to strike, when Fan Yuan stopped them. Please don't worry, let me use my method. As he said this, countless Gu worms flew up in his immortal aperture. Rank 4 All-Out Effort Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Water Strength Gu, Wind Strength Gu, Lightning Strength Gu, Fire Strength Gu, Lurking Soul Coat Gu, Breath Concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu flew up like butterflies, circling around one spot. An immortal Gu was probably at the center. It was the Strength Path Immortal Gu, Self-Strength. From the mesmerizing flying, the mortal Gu created traces of light in the air. Self-Strength Immortal Gu burst out with a blinding light, connecting all of the traces of light into one, forming a light lump resembling a small sun. The light shined on the ground in the immortal aperture. On the ground, there were hundreds of thousands of Fan Yuan's Strength Path phantoms standing and waiting silently. Before coming here, Fan Yuan made his preparations. He summoned his Strength Path Phantom Army prior to this trip. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self, First Style, Giant Hand! Fan Yuan mentally called out. Tens of thousands of phantoms of Fan Yuan stretched out their right hands, raising them up high, palms facing the huge light lump in the sky. Around the light lump, there were 100 groups Strength Gu entering it. At the same time, Fan Yuan in the outside world stretched out his right hand. Boom! A Strength Path Giant Hand appeared out of nowhere. The air within dozens of meters around him was pulled. The giant hand pushed, the bull-shaped desolate beast was pushed away and into the air. The giant hand gripped, Thunder Shuttle Immortal Gu was trapped inside. The giant hand closed into a fist, it punched at Gu Immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned, his eyes were wide open and staring. After shouting in shock, he escaped in panic. Chapter 783. One real among 100 fakes. Once Fan Yuan's giant hand was unleashed, the effect was shocking. Countless Gu immortals looked over with surprised gazes. In truth, such a method of accumulating quantity and unleashing it all at once was a very common way of designing killer moves. Like the very common fire pellet Gu, it can summon one fireball. How could one increase its strength? Normal people would think like this. By accumulating fireballs, during battle, they would unleash it all at once. This way, by raising quantity, the power of their move will increase. This was the most common and simply train of thought. But most things were easy to plan, yet the execution was not easy at all. If they formed the fireball beforehand, how could they store it? Even if they stored many fireballs, how can they shoot these fireballs at the same time? Even if they fire it, how can they ensure that the aim is accurate, and that the fireballs are not shot in random directions? Only after resolving all of these questions would the Gu master truly own what was known as a killer move. That was why the nurture, use, and refinement of Gu worms were deep fields. Especially in terms of using Gu, one needed creativity. Even if killer moves were created because people were all different, each killer move would naturally have their own strengths and weaknesses. When Fan Yuan conceived the immortal killer move Myriad Self, it could be said that he had broken traditional confinements and fused enslavement path and strength path, making a great and rare achievement. He had a Strength Path foundation originally, and when he underwent immortal ascension using his second aperture, he queried heaven and earth, gaining a deeper foundation. Next, he made a huge sacrifice, taking a near-death risk, eventually using the rank 9 Wisdom Gu, gaining unlimited inspiration and creating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Throughout the process, Fan Yuan played the most crucial role. But his environment, Wisdom Gu, immortal ascension, destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were all unique stimuli. The immortal killer move, Myriad Self, which successfully fused enslavement path and strength path, due to the nature of its design, had surpassed most immortal killer moves. With this starting point, if Fan Yuan explored it in the future and developed it, he might be able to create a completely new path. Thus, even though the killer move, Myriad Self, was still in its initial stages, its potential was shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition battling, commanding an army and using the tactic of cannon fodder to drown the enemies in sheer numbers. Strength path created an individual champion, by adding great strength to oneself, one can kill whoever stands in their path. If they rage, the battlefield would be bathed in blood. In this aspect, a single person was a huge force. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move, Myriad Self. Fan Yuan could use his own strength to create innumerable strength path phantoms that he could manipulate at will. When he battled with Heiqing, the strength path phantom army forced back Heiqing and Shuasongzi. There was nothing they could do. In the killer move Myriad Self, this was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path. Right now was the opposite, it was enslavement path supporting strength path. What caused this crucial effect was group strength goo. This ancient goo worm was sent into the light lump for the killer move at the end, transferring the strength path army's strength, and adding it all to Fan Yuan's own body. There was also one key point, that was self-strength immortal goo. If it was cleansed soul immortal goo, he would not be able to summon the giant hand. The so-called giant hand was only a giant strength path phantom's hand. He Lu Lan had once controlled self-strength immortal goo. Her killer move's strongest transformation was a giant strength path phantom. Fan Yuan used the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream, and saved He Lu Lan, obtaining her strength path true meaning afterwards. This true meaning became the final catalyst to create the giant hand. With all these causes, the move giant hand was formed. Self-strength immortal goo was indeed the best suited core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With it, Myriad Self developed a step further. It could finally interchange between the main and support roles for either path. Fan Yuan used this move instead of unleashing the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He had his reasons. These strength path phantoms had his appearance. Now that he was the culprit of a huge crime, he needed to hide his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity was exposed to a degree, and he had not deduced the killer move, vaguely familiar face, yet. Giant Hand was the move most suitable for Fan Yuan currently. It had incredible power, and would not expose his identity. The huge fist continued to punch at Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was breaking out in cold sweat. He retreated more quickly as he created some distance from the giant hand. Swoosh, the immortal goo thunder shuttle, which was immobilized, broke free from the giant hand, flying towards its owner. Divine Lord Tiandu. Fan Yuan was not surprised. The design of the giant hand was indeed influenced by the formless hands. But the two were very different. Giant Hand was a strength path killer move, but Formless Hand was the essence of theft path. Formless Hand could capture immortal goo, but Giant Hand could only immobilize them for a short period of time. That already could be considered very good. After attacking once, Fan Yuan stopped his offense. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand vanished into thin air. During the entire process of the attack, his right arm was making cracking noises. Even with his immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to sustain the attack. Now that he stopped the move, his strong arm drooped down weakly. The tendons and muscles under his skin were almost all torn. His bones were full of cracks, and his arteries burst, mushing together with his muscles. Giant Hand extracted strength from all of the strength path phantoms, gathering it into Fan Yuan. Because the strength was too great, and Fan Yuan was like the foundation holding it together. This time, I activated Giant Hand using 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the Giant Hand's power can only be at this level temporarily. Even though it has room for improvement, my body had reached its limits. Fan Yuan sighed to himself mentally. His arm was slowly drooping down, but concealed by his wide black robe. In a short time, using the recovery ability of the immortal zombie body, his arm completely recovered. Even so, Giant Hand's power was too shocking. Zhuozhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated a great distance. His gaze towards Fan Yuan carried immense fear. The surrounding goo immortals subconsciously created some distance from Fan Yuan. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's faces were hidden under their black hoods. They both showed complex and surprised expressions. The power of Giant Hand had made them inwardly apprehensive and alert. But currently, Fan Yuan was their ally. They were on the same side. The two felt glad. These two emotions mixed together. It was a strange feeling. Their states of mind were complex. Especially He Lu Lan. After sensing that Giant Hand had a hint of her own killer move's design, she felt a slight sense of dejection. Far away, Unfettered Scholar pushed Divine Lord Tiandu back as he grabbed at Thunder Shuttle Immortal Goo. Divine Lord Tiandu was anxious. He used his method and successfully took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal Goo. Unfettered Scholar did not achieve his goal. He was not upset. He smiled serenely as he turned his gaze towards Fan Yuan. An impressive immortal killer move. Deep within his gaze, there was a solemn feeling. This is truly battle strength reaching rank 7. Lu Qingming and the others killed the ruined bat and returned to the outskirts of Taichio. Seeing this, they had wary expressions. Who is this? Pai Shuihan was guessing. This was the first time Giant Hand was used. It was obviously not a well-known immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move. Is the person domination immortal Chudu? Many Gu immortals could not help but guess. A strength path Gu immortal with such battle strength, there was only one well known in Northern Plains. But soon everyone shook their heads. With Chudu's demeanor, he would not conceal his identity like this. After Divine Lord Tiandu took back Thunder's shuttle immortal Gu, he looked around. He did not want to fight Unfettered Scholar anymore. Now, even Fan Yuan was a tough opponent, and the traveling 3 elites were back as well. He knew that with his strength, he could not take advantage of this situation. His expression turned ugly. Even though there was much going on, this all happened in a short period of time. After Fan Yuan used Giant Hand, he had retracted his hand and his arm drooped by his side. Under everyone's gaze, he went back to beside Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He purposely kept his head low, not making any noise. It was like he did something insignificant. Fairy Li Shan was in front. He was walking behind her, together with He Lulan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and suspicious. Fan Yuan and the others were dressed in black robes. They wore the same clothes and were very mysterious. Seeing Fan Yuan's attitude, everyone guessed He Lulan, who was beside him, could have the same battle strength as him. As for the one walking in front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might have even greater strength than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was very familiar with people's minds. This small action by him was much more terrifying to other Gu immortals compared to his Giant Hand. Even though the other immortals knew that he might be bluffing, but as Fan Yuan and the others landed on the ground and reached the Gu formation, as they were searching for clues to capture Dong Fan Yu Liang, nobody stopped them. Everyone acknowledged the strength of Fan Yuan's group. Of course, the bigger reason was that the Wisdom Path inheritance was nowhere to be seen. The immortals were shrewd people. They did not want to truly fight now. They fought earlier with probing as their intention. They did not use their real trump cards, or any all-out attacks. Fan Yuan and the others were searching for clues together. A few breaths later they all gasped. What a teleportation Gu formation! Fairy Li Shan's voice was very hoarse. Truly worthy of Dong Fan Chang Fan, he purposely left behind a Gu formation and misled us. He Lulan said. The clues here can help point out the correct direction, but to find Dong Fan Yu Liang, we need to rely on luck. Fan Yuan continued. What do you mean? A Gu immortal did not understand, he asked loudly. Fan Yuan and the others did not answer. They rose into the sky suddenly. They left Taichio, moving in 3 different directions and rapidly vanishing from everyone's eyes. A moment later, Unfettered Scholar landed as well. He inspected it and realized Fan Yuan and the others' words were not lies. As it turned out, Dong Fan Chang Fan did something to the Gu formation. He did not make arrangements to destroy the Gu formation, since this formation could only teleport mortal Gu masters. It could not transport immortals. If he destroyed the Gu formation, there would be Gu immortal experts who could capture all sorts of clues and traces, following them and finding Dong Fan Yu Liang. After all, Dong Fan Chang Fan was skilled at plotting and deductions. He was not an expert in teleportation Gu formations. Thus, he intentionally left behind many trails, while concealing the real route within them, making it hard for people to decipher what was real amongst the fake. This way, the Gu immortals would have to split up to find him. Even if someone found Dong Fan Yu Liang, his pressure would be much lower. Earlier, Fan Yuan and the others chose the 3 most probable directions. Unfettered Scholar thought over it before choosing a 4th direction, rapidly leaving Taichio. After he left, the immortals landed one by one, getting their own clues and leaving in the directions they chose. In the end, only Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were left. These Gu immortals are so crafty, no one destroyed the teleportation Gu formation. Even if they destroyed it, clues would still remain. These demonic path Gu immortals have survived until today. They are not people who would do such strenuous and unrewarding tasks. That's right, they are hoping that even if they went the wrong direction, someone would find the real route. By then, if there is any commotion, they would rush over immediately. Alright, let's go down and see what clues there are. Chapter 784. Ordinary desolate beasts are not my match. Alright, let us go down as well and see what clues there are. Dong Fang Wanxiu dispelled his concealment methods and moved to the spot where Dong Fang Yuliang disappeared. Wasn't First Supreme Elder given special care by Lord Dong Fang Changfan before death? A Dong Fang tribe Gu immortal asked with some doubts. Yes, First Supreme Elder specially convened us to come together. There are none of us Gu immortals currently with the tribe. I was still thinking First Elder would already have some clues. The Gu immortals expressed their worries. Dong Fang Wanxiu heaved a long sigh, speaking in a bleak tone. Don't call me First Supreme Elder. In my heart, only Lord Dong Fang Changfan can be our tribe's First Supreme Elder. We all know Lord Wanxiu was nurtured by Lord Changfan. But now, Lord Changfan has already passed away. Who can avoid dying in this world? In my opinion, we should focus on the present. Right. Now, Lord Changfan's wisdom path inheritance has attracted so many demonic path Gu immortals. Our tribe might be one of the superforces, but any carelessness could result in a catastrophic danger. We need to handle this prudently and safely. If not for Lord Wanxiu honestly explaining that these are Lord Changfan's arrangements before death, we would have left behind at least one Gu immortal to guard against any accidents and protect our tribe's seeds. Unlike now, where we have all gathered here. The Gu immortals followed closely behind Dong Fang Wanxiu, speaking one after another. Dong Fang Wanxiu waved his hand. There is no need to worry. I might not have the correct clues, but I know the method to get those clues. He then closed his eyes and probed clues from the aura left behind by the teleportation Gu formation. The Gu formation's aura kept on changing. Dong Fang Wanxiu got different results every time he checked. Dong Fang Wanxiu followed the instructions Dong Fang Changfan gave him before death, engraving these aura clues in memory, comparing and examining them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew to the sky, saying to the rest, "Follow me." Where is this? Dong Fang Yuliang slowly woke up from his state of unconsciousness, his gaze turned from blurry to clear. He had a terrible headache, and in fact, not only did his head hurt, his entire body was covered in wounds of all sizes, blood flowed from his internal organs and bones were fractured in many areas. According to the map left by Lord Changfan, we have only traveled half the path. How did we suddenly arrive here? Dong Fang Yuliang was puzzled, pondering on this while treating the wounds. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, the injuries on his body were soon being healed. I remember that when we meditated to absorb primeval energy from primeval stones, the teleportation Gu formation suddenly activated and sent us here. Could it be that the map Lord Dong Fang Changfan gave me is actually fake? Maybe the latter half is fake and the true final point is midway through it. Dong Fang Yuliang felt his guess could be correct. From his understanding of Dong Fang Changfan, the latter indeed had such a way of doing things. These arrangements were set up to block the methods of other wisdom path Gu immortals. Gu immortals of other paths would be afraid of causing inadvertent damage, afraid that the clues with Dong Fang Yuliang would be ruined as well as being wary of each other, thus they chose to stay behind and wait for the chance to move. Wisdom path Gu immortals, however, could search thoughts and extract the true clues of the map. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong were teleported along with me, but I see no traces of them right now. Maybe they are nearby, who knows? I should first look for them before exploring this hall. After a while, Dong Fang Yuliang healed the injuries on his body, then started searching around. He had found that this place was like a group of large halls, and he was inside a hall. The halls were beautiful but ruined, and could be considered to be a giant site of ruins. Dong Fang Yuliang moved with caution, but there was no one in the hall, not to mention enemies. Tan Wu Feng! Young master! After walking a while, Dong Fang Yuliang met Tan Wu Feng, who also had been looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Pekong at the exit of the hall. Dong Pekong was lying on the ground, still unconscious. Dong Fang Yuliang and Tan Wu Feng used some methods to awaken him. The three were happy at having reunited. Naturally, Dong Fang Yuliang was still the leader. He thought for a while and decided. If I am not wrong, this should be where Lord Changfan set the inheritance. We have already searched the first hall but did not discover any clues. Let's take a look at the second hall. Sure enough, like he expected, when the three entered the second hall, they met with a test at the center of the hall. This was a complicated puzzle, involving a complex mystery. There were clues and evidence given, of which both truths and falsehoods were included. There was also a time limit, under which Dong Fang Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to not only search through the false clues, he also had to deduce the truth of the case. Dong Fang Yuliang was indeed worthy of being the successor Dong Fang Chang Fan chose. In less than 1/3 of the time limit, he passed the test and was richly rewarded with a set of rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu worms. With greatly increased strength, Dong Fang Yuliang entered the third hall. This test was a remnant Gu recipe. It required Dong Fang Yuliang to deduce the recipe within 15 minutes. Boom! A giant strength path hand smashed down like a mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out miserable bleats, filled with injuries and completely suppressed by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled hard several times, but the giant hand still pressed down on it firmly. Finally, the giant horned sheep's energy was used up and it gave up on resisting, not moving any more. Fan Yuan let out a breath of cloudy air, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. He had followed the clues in his search, but the clues turned out to be false. And when he followed the 5th clue, he came across this desolate beast, giant horned sheep. Fan Yuan was interested in it, and started a huge battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected luck with Yifan, Hongyi and Hanli, Fan Yuan did not have a deficit in luck. This giant horned sheep he fought did not have any difficulty to handle Gu worms. Giant Hand was extremely useful. He repeatedly used it to subdue the giant horned sheep and soon restrained it. There were no twists and turns during the entire battle. Fan Yuan's superiority kept on accumulating until it turned into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. Giant horned sheep is purely a strength path desolate beast. I will raise it in the blessed land. At every set interval of time, I can cut off some of its flesh and use eat strength immortal Gu to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. Who would have expected that I would be able to capture a giant horned sheep alive in this place? It is truly a surprise blessing. Fan Yuan relaxed his breathing. The injuries on his immortal zombie body had already healed. He willed and the giant hand grabbed the giant horned sheep and transported it to his immortal aperture. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, he had frequently purchased strength path-related food in Treasure Yellow Heaven, which came out to be a significant expense. Once or twice was okay, but as it continued on, even Fan Yuan was feeling the effect of the huge expenses. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as long-term investment. But the transactions of desolate beasts were rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not to mention that Fan Yuan only wanted pure strength path desolate beasts. I truly made a good move by extorting self-strength immortal Gu. My battle strength has reached rank 7 and the giant hand is somewhat more practical than the strength path phantom army. Ordinary desolate beasts like giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even regarding the swamp crab which once damaged Danghun Mountain, I should be able to face it heat-in. Even if it had gruel mud immortal Gu, I could ensure the safety of Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the pleasure of having the situation in his grasp. He rested and reorganized himself leisurely with no hurry. He was aware of the situation. There were many wolves but only one prey. Only relying on his strength, the chances of devouring Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance were too low. If nothing unexpected happens, even if this wisdom path inheritance lands in my hands, it will only be an incomplete part. I wonder when I would be able to obtain a truly intact wisdom path inheritance? As Fan Yuan thought over this, Fairy Li Shan's message appeared in his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information-gathering ability was indeed superior to Fan Yuan's. There were already some people who had discovered the true location of Dong Fang Chang Fan's inheritance ground, and an intense battle was already underway at that area. Because of this loud commotion, more and more Gu immortals were heading there. Fan Yuan met with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. When they arrived at the place, a dozen or so Gu immortals were pacing around the outer perimeter. Ah, it is them. Careful, these three are extremely mysterious. I just returned from the area to the southeast, and saw that person using a giant hand to capture a desolate beast giant horned sheep alive. Demonic Path Gu immortals prioritized strength. The strength Fan Yuan displayed made them apprehensive. Thus, when they slowly flew over, these Gu immortals subconsciously parted to make way for them in the air. This is the inheritance ground? Dong Fang Chang Fan indeed put much thought into this. Fan Yuan observed from above, and soon said in a moved tone. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple. While alive, it was an immemorial desolate beast with the battle strength of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was a space path desolate beast with countless space path Dao marks on its body. These Dao marks were influencing this space, constructing a land of illusory large halls. As long as someone stepped into its range, they would be dragged into the halls. Only if they were rank 8 Gu immortal would they be able to resist this huge force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Taichio. Its presence caused there to be no desolate beasts around a huge surrounding range. This was a forbidden place within a forbidden place, a fierce area among fierce areas. Dong Fang Chang Fan was also only a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he was actually able to arrange his wisdom path inheritance at this place. This was indeed another clear indication that he was worthy of being called the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal of Northern Plains. It was truly extraordinary. Right as the Gu immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dong Fan Yulian had already been smoothly succeeding and was charging into the 8th hall. My chosen inheritor, you have finally arrived. A lump of star will condensed into Dong Fang Chang Fan's appearance, in front of Dong Fan Yuliang and the others. Master! Dong Fan Yuliang prostrated with tears in his eyes. The star will slowly nodded and looked at Dong Fan Yuliang. Being able to come here shows your superior talent. This is not the final hall, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you are able to perfect this Gu formation and successfully activate it, you can be said to have completely obtained this Wisdom Path inheritance, and received my Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Master, I will definitely do my best. Dong Fan Yuliang showed an intense fighting spirit. You need to be quick, there is not much time left. The star will raised its head, gazing at the sky. Chapter 785. Phantom beasts obstruct the way, immortals are troubled. Bam bam bam! Intense explosions continued to occur. In the sky, Gu immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they had now found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path Gu immortals were all practical and straightforward. Without much hesitation, someone flew down. Since Dong Fang Chang Fan chose the corpse of an immemorial ruined bat as his wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his own reasons. The huge phantom beast army was stirred. Like a giant black cloud, they rose from beneath the feet of the demonic path Gu immortals. These phantom beasts were all of strange appearances. They attacked fearlessly. They were skilled at dodging, and there were several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocking the demonic path Gu immortals. Phantom beasts are normally rare, they only appear in places with numerous space path Dao marks. There are so many here? He Lu Lan was fighting fiercely as she cursed. She lost self-strength Immortal Gu, her battle strength plummeted. Even though she could use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to replace it, and still summon the giant Strength Path Phantom Killer move, she could not show her appearance now, thus, when fighting, she was very restricted. Stay calm. Fairy Li Shan consoled. Phantom beasts have the natural ability to turn into phantoms and avoid attacks. Inspiration for the Phantom Path of Gu Masters was obtained from phantom beasts by Gu Immortal Su Wu Xie. As long as an ancient desolate beast-level phantom beast doesn't appear, we will be able to enter the corpse of the immemorial ruin bat eventually. As she said this, a large group of phantom beast birds flew over. Fan Yuan snorted, keeping them away from the other two as he used Myriad Self-First Style, Giant Hand. A Strength Path Giant Hand appeared, stretching its fingers and grabbing. The Strength Path hand had great power, but when it grabbed, it caused little damage. In this 1,000 phantom beast group, only some dozens had died. Most of the phantom beasts had turned vague, they became nearly invisible, as they remained in their places. When Fan Yuan retracted his Strength Path hand, these phantom beasts appeared again. They became solid and had real bodies, charging towards Fan Yuan and the others again. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Next to him, Fairy Li Shan waved a hand as a sea of fire spread out. The fire burned in the air, over the entire surroundings. They formed a large barrier. The phantom beasts charged into the sea of fire, using the same ability again and avoiding the flames by turning into phantoms. Their advancement did not slow down. But the moment they ran out of the fire, Fan Yuan had been waiting for them. He grasped with his Strength Path Giant Hand. Splat! This time, Fan Yuan grabbed onto them. Hundreds of phantom beasts were turned into meat paste. They lost their lives. The hand slowly opened up, as flesh and blood rained down from the gaps between his fingers. Blood was pouring like a drizzle of rain. This group of phantom beasts had around 1,000 in number. With this grasp from Fan Yuan, most of them died. The remaining ones lost their fighting spirit when faced against the imposing Fan Yuan. They scattered and escaped. Fan Yuan killed this group of phantom beasts so easily, but he was not smug, he had a grim expression. The ordinary phantom beasts are still fine, they can only turn into phantoms for a short while, we can eradicate them with some cooperation. But the problem lies in the desolate beast-level phantom beasts. Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan nodded. They were observing the surroundings and paying attention to the battles elsewhere. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, the two rank 7 Gu immortals, were fighting with 2 Desolate level phantom beasts each. Desolate level phantom beasts were truly special, they could turn into phantoms for a long time. Thus, even though they were rank 6, they were hard to deal with. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han could not take them down even though they hurried to do so. But the two had rich experience. After fighting for a while, they recognized the situation and became less rash. They started to deal with the situation calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in a dangerous situation. One Desolate level phantom beast turned phantom. Its speed rose quickly as it charged towards Gu immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, but the phantom beast also could not touch Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast became solid. Han Dong was inside the phantom beast's body. Once this happened, he entered the phantom beast's stomach. The phantom beast growled proudly. It flew away and left with Han Dong, leaving Lu Qingming and Su Guang behind. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were the traveling 3 elites. When they joined forces, they could match a rank 7 Gu immortal. But they were cooperating when doing that. They were not as powerful individually. Once Han Dong was gone, the remaining 2 Gu immortals' battle strength fell drastically. They were no longer as imposing as before. The two were anxious. They chased and attempted to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that engulfed Han Dong flew down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks without turning phantom again. Han Dong was attacking it from within its stomach as well. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Along the way, it was clearly troubled. It was spitting blood. Why is this phantom beast so stubborn? Earlier when we fought, they would all turn phantom the moment any attacks got close. Quickly turn phantom now! Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's face was grim. Can you still not tell? There is a mastermind behind this. Dong Fang Chang Fan, I underestimated you. In a hall within the ruins, Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will watch the sky with his hands behind his back. His body was shining in starlight. His thick and condensed body was shrinking rapidly, becoming more dispersed. This was the ability of the number 1 Wisdom Path Immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he had died, the methods he left behind could still be used, controlling this phantom beast army, to fight for precious time for his inheritor. Quick, faster! Just a bit faster! Behind him, Dong Fan Yuliang was full of sweat as he squeezed out all of his potential, trying to finish this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After he passed it, he would obtain Dong Fang Chang Fan's immortal Gu, the core essence of the Wisdom Path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate level phantom beast was bringing Han Dong back to its home, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dong Fang Chang Fan had such incredible enslavement path methods, he really concealed them deeply. Brother Han Dong will be in deep trouble if he can't escape. What shall we do? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are all very similar. They almost have the same origins. That is not strange. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with a determined light. But Dong Fang Chang Fan, we feared you when you were alive, avoiding you and your deductions. Now that you are dead, you are still causing trouble for us. But do you think such methods are enough to take us down? You are looking down on the talents of this world. Saying so, his body shook as his arms spread open, resembling a bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, his arms swung in front of his chest, without bending at all, as his hands clapped in front of him. With a loud, crisp sound, an intense wind blew from the force of his clap. The wind danced in the air, forming tens of thousands of wind blades in the air. The wind blades spun around each other, forming a ball-shaped mass resembling dark green vines. They intertwined together, as they were sent attacking at the desolate level phantom beast. It's here! Brother Lu's immortal killer move, Entangled Wind! Su Guang's expression lightened. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If used on the phantom beast, it would definitely suffer a huge blow. Han Dong would be saved. Furthermore, this move, Entangled Wind, was strong and incredible. It was a famed move of Lu Qingming. It could be manipulated at will. The wind blades could gather and separate with just his thoughts. That was why, even if the phantom beast turned phantom the moment it was hit, causing Entangled Wind to hit Han Dong, Lu Qingming could still separate Entangled Wind in time using his own strength. Once Entangled Wind was split up, even though the attack range would increase, its power would reduce, Han Dong would survive it. But just when he was about to succeed, a vine dragon flew over, targeting the entangled wind. Unfettered scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and stared with a furious expression. He hurriedly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. A water lotus appeared below the entangled wind all of a sudden. This was the action of the rank 7 Gu immortal, Pai Shui Han, who freed himself for a moment. Lu Qingming snorted coldly as the entangled wind split up. A small portion of it could not dodge and entered the water lotus. But most of the wind blades dodged the water lotus and gathered together again, forming a smaller entangled wind, and charging towards the desolate level phantom beast. But right at this moment, a strength path giant hand came out of the clouds and grabbed the entangled wind. With a loud bang, the strength path giant hand and the entangled wind both dissipated. The desolate level phantom beast found an opening and landed on the palace below. With a ripple in space, it vanished. Ah! Success had been just around the corner. Su Guang growled loudly in anger, turning towards Fan Yuan with a furious expression. I will kill you! Fan Yuan snickered coldly. He waved his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack, but Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him in time. Stay calm, Su Guang! Lu Qingming's eyes were blood red. We will definitely take revenge for this later, but now, the urgent matter is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang controlled his anger and clenched his fist. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu is right. Only after finding Han Dong, we would have rank 7 battle strength by combining our strength. Before this, only the two of them were left. Finding trouble with a rank 7 battle strength expert like Fan Yuan was just asking for humiliation. The two talked at a low volume for a while, before turning around and attacking the palace below. The palace was unmoving from start to end. It was only a mirage. As space rippled again, 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming wanted to save someone. They went all out and stopped preserving their strength. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were pushed back. Pai Shui Han saw this and laughed coldly. This was the result he wanted to see. Demonic Path Gu immortals were wary of each other. Until the last moment, nobody would go all out. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the way, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. I have one less true competitor now. At another side, Unfettered Scholar smiled. As he dealt with the desolate level phantom beast, he looked at Pai Shui Han and Fan Yuan. Especially when he saw that Fan Yuan and the others were still standing in a spot without a desolate level phantom beast fighting them. A solemn gaze flashed across his eyes. These 3 are having it easy. This is not a good thing. Unfettered Scholar moved as he thought, luring the desolate level phantom beast towards Fan Yuan and the others. Fan Yuan had already been paying attention to the surroundings. Seeing this, his gaze was cold. He retreated as he stretched out both hands. 2 giant hands flew out, charging towards Unfettered Scholar without any restraints. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him from his surroundings. He can actually use 3 hands at once? Unfettered Scholar's movements paused, the wariness in his mind intensified. Just as they were all harrying and plotting against each other, an elderly Gu immortal appeared silently behind Dong Fan Yuliang, who was in the large hall. His eyes were shining with divine brilliance. His gaze swept across Dong Fan Chang Fan's star will, as well as Dong Fan Yuliang, who was working hard. He stared at the walls of the hall and the huge Gu formation on the ground. Good formation, good formation. Even I, O Lord Kenyang, am seeing this for the first time in my life. He praised continuously. Chapter 786. 1 against 2 rank 7s. Who are you? Dong Fan Yuliang saw old Lord Kenyang and was shocked. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong were vigilant. The aura old Lord Kenyang naturally sent out made them feel a strong sense of fear. Dong Fan Chang Fan's star will slowly turned around, saying to old Lord Kenyang calmly, You are also here to inherit my wisdom path inheritance? Old Lord Kenyang was slightly stunned. After assessing the star will, he said with a tone of surprise, Oh, I am also qualified? You could pass the test. You are a capable person. Since you appeared at this moment, you have an affinity with the inheritance. The wisdom path inheritance that I, Dong Fan Chang Fan, left behind cannot be passed down to those cowardly and useless people. That would just be ruining my reputation, and letting our descendants laugh at the great wisdom path Gu immortal who can't even arrange his posthumous matters properly. Isn't that right? The star will pause for a moment before continuing. Since you have shown your outstanding skill, you naturally have the qualifications to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. But this lad was picked by my main body. Now that he is in the test, you cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will not be able to get it. But if he fails, you are allowed to try. Dong Fang Chang Fan, you are indeed peerless within Northern Plains. You had such a disposition. Old Lord Kenyang looked at Dong Fang Chang Fan's starwheel, sighing as he spoke matter-of-factly. I was going to snatch it forcefully, but since this is the case, I do not mind waiting. Old Lord Kenyang was indeed powerful, but this place was arranged by Dong Fang Chang Fan. Even if he snatched it, he would only get an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. For wisdom path inheritances, the more complete they are, the more valuable they will be. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Old Lord Kenyang did not want to lose it. His gaze went from Dong Fang Chang Fan's starwheel to Dong Fang Yuliang. After looking at him for a while, he turned to Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong had been completely on alert since he appeared. Old Lord Kenyang's gaze was very calm, but for Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong, they felt as if a fire alarm was blaring. An immense sense of danger was filling them. What are you thinking of doing? Dong Fang Yuliang sensed something amiss. He shouted loudly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered. He did not move, but Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong's bodies had ignited on the spot. Ah! The two screamed out shrilly. They collapsed on the floor and struggled intensely. But the yellow-green flames continued to burn. It roasted these two rank 5 Gu masters and made them feel pain that could make one wish for death. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed a cold and cruel smile. His intention was to deal with Dong Fang Yuliang. If he failed, the opportunity would come. But if he wanted to exterminate Dong Fang Yuliang, the starwheel at the side would not allow it. This would cause Old Lord Kenyang to lose his opportunity. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang targeted Dong Pekong and Tan Wu Feng. To Dong Fang Yuliang, these two people were loyal subordinates. They were his right-hand men. He was naturally affected greatly. He was also an astute person. He knelt down and begged Dong Fang Chang Fan's starwheel for help. Master, without these two, I would not have made it here. Please save them. Starwheel waved its sleeves. It said coldly, Mercy does not suit an army commander. Kindness does not suit scheming. Dong Fang Yuliang, you are the disciple of my main body, but my main body is dead. I am only a starwheel left behind. My main purpose is to find a suitable inheritor for this inheritance. The help I gave you has already reached its limit. There is no use even if you beg me. Rather than wasting time here, I would rather you use your time well and complete the Gu formation, passing the test. The starwheel said that out loud, but at the same time, a voice was transmitted into Dong Fang Yuliang's mind. Yuliang, oh Yuliang, the situation is extremely dangerous. This Gu immortal is a huge threat. He has great battle strength. Even my main body would be wary of him. Furthermore, I am only a will now. I deceived and managed to stall him. You have to quickly complete this Gu formation. This formation is both an inheritance and also a way to deter enemies. If you can complete it in time, you will be able to use it to challenge Gu immortals. By then, you might be able to save your two subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure, they never lied, their actions and words were all truthful. But the starwheel was a will, it could lie. Dong Fang Yuliang heard the starwheel's transmission and his heart shook. He finally understood the starwheel's difficulty. He shouted loudly as he stood up. He screamed at Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong. Brothers, you have to hang in there. I will definitely save your lives. Saying this, he turned back with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the Gu formation. Old Lord Kenyang frowned. He willed and the fire became larger. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong's faces contorted from pain. Their painful cries became twice as loud. Even though they cried out in grievous pain, they could not die. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Old Lord Kenyang, they were like wooden puppets. They were completely controlled. They could not die even if they wanted to. As Dong Fang Yuliang heard the cries, his mind became clearer, his gaze became more firm. He was not overrun by anger and hatred. Instead, his eyes started bleeding. This was the result of him deducing intensely and expending his mental strength. Old Lord Kenyang tortured the two and saw no effect. Instead, it made Dong Fang Yuliang try even harder. The incomplete Gu formation was being constructed at a faster pace. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed some worry. At this rate, if Dong Fang Yuliang succeeds, his plans would be ruined. Dong Fang Yuliang had quite a chance to succeed, not only because he was doing well now, but because he was the person chosen by Dong Fang Chang Fan, he had to have potential. If Dong Fan Yuliang obtained the inheritance, with old Lord Kenyang's battle strength, there was a possibility that he could snatch it. But the problem was his Central Continent identity. He was a Central Continent Gu immortal. Coming to Northern Plains was risky in itself. The 5 regions in this world, no matter which one, were hostile to foreigners. Especially in Northern Plains, now that 88 Truyang building had collapsed, there was a huge wave of commotion. If his Central Continent Gu immortal identity was exposed, there would be huge trouble. Thus, old Lord Kenyang would rather move secretly, trying to save time and keep himself concealed. He would want to avoid any battle. Old Lord Kenyang took a look at Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He felt an urge to attack Dong Fang Yuliang secretly. But he was afraid that he would lose the opportunity because of this. If he lost this chance, in the end he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance. It had little value. But he was afraid of the star will lying. With old Lord Kenyang's experience, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dong Fang Chang Fan was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even the star will that he left behind after dying could influence a strong foe like old Lord Kenyang and make him uncertain with just a few words. Outside in the sky, Gu immortals and phantom beasts were fighting chaotically. Unfettered Scholar saw Fan Yuan's 3 hands. His wariness increased. He only froze momentarily. Soon, he raised his speed and charged towards Fan Yuan. Even though he was facing 2 strength path hands, he did not have any intention of retreating. He wanted to force Fan Yuan and the others into trouble, to probe their true abilities. Fan Yuan saw that he did not manage to deter Unfettered Scholar. He was not upset. He manipulated the 2 hands and without any scruples, attacked Unfettered Scholar. He dared to attack? He really attacked, hee. Between 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this will be a good show. I have to hide far away, to not get dragged in. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a huge space for Fan Yuan and Unfettered Scholar to fight. Unfettered Scholar was agile. Even though Fan Yuan's 2 hands grabbed, they could not touch even his clothes. Unfettered Scholar was dressed in a white robe. He wore a tall hat and had black hair. He flew like an agile crane, free and unrestricted. Seeing the 2 hands fail in getting him, Fan Yuan's body shook as 2 more hands showed up. Along with the Strength Path giant hand protecting his body, he summoned a total of 5 giant hands. Each of his Strength Path giant hands took the strength of 20,000 Strength Path phantoms in Fan Yuan's aperture, gathering and focusing on one of Fan Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. In accordance with Fan Yuan's current body toughness, he could only take the strength of 20,000 phantoms each. Any more and his arms would break apart even before attacking. But do not forget, Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed zombie. He had 8 arms. If he used all of them, he would be able to summon 8 Strength Path giant hands. 5 was not his limit yet. 4 of the Strength Path giant hands flew in the air, attacking Unfettered Scholar. The latter was still safe and sound even though it was harder now. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fan Yuan. "Sir, is that all you can do?" He called himself unfettered. He was naturally skilled at movement. Fan Yuan's Strength Path giant hands were powerful, but they were not fast. They could do nothing to Unfettered Scholar. Unless Unfettered Scholar made a mistake, there was no chance of Fan Yuan capturing him. This was the limitation of Giant Hand. Giant Hand was powerful, but it had weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although Unfettered Scholar was leading in the battle, he was shocked inside. The battle strength that Fan Yuan displayed made him feel heavy. Especially with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan standing behind Fan Yuan, fighting with minimal force, could those 2 be even more powerful? Even if Unfettered Scholar himself fought, he could not force out the true strength of these 3 people? At another side, Pai Shui Han was also suspicious. This can't continue. His gaze was determined. The waves below his feet split. A wave that was more than 100 feet tall crashed at Fan Yuan and the others. Actually, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were not on good terms. They even had fought with each other previously. They had old grudges. But right now, after seeing Fan Yuan's strength, Pai Shui Han was not an ordinary character either. He put down his grudge and turned his firepower towards Fan Yuan, assisting Unfettered Scholar. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fan Yuan. The other Gu immortals quickly retreated. "Come then!" Fan Yuan laughed loudly. He had no fear. 3 more hands flew out. A total of 8 Strength Path giant hands. 3 were blocking Unfettered Scholar. 3 were flying at Pai Shui Han, the last 2 were floating around him, prepared and ready to strike. It gave others a huge sense of threat. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies also gave off immortal goo auras. These immortal goo auras were not just one each. They each had at least 2 auras they oozed out, unconcealed. But just this could not scare off Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. The 2 looked at each other before one of them shouted, "Having so many immortal goo, you 3 must be famous experts. You are hiding your identities so deeply, don't tell me you are Righteous Path goo immortals?" The other person, Unfettered Scholar, shouted, "I am familiar with many Northern Plains goo immortals. I wonder which old friend could be playing a joke on me? Or perhaps none of you are Northern Plains goo immortals." Both of their words were deadly. One was slandering them to be Righteous Path goo immortals. They were trying to set them apart from the demonic path cultivators. The other was more ruthless. He said that Fan Yuan and the others were not people from Northern Plains. He was trying to stir up the feeling of a common enemy in these demonic path goo immortals. Goo immortals were all calculating and scheming people. When they fought, it was not just using swords and blades, they fought using words. They competed in terms of wisdom and strategy. Chapter 787. Plotting for the tribe even after death. Ever since 88 True Young building collapsed, and Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, the entirety of Northern Plains goo immortal world had stirred up in shock. They were trying to find the culprit behind this. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had malicious intentions. Not only did they join up and attack Fan Yuan together, they even slandered and tried to isolate him. By now, Fan Yuan had to speak. "Are you 2 trying to slander me into doing something foolish? Hee, you are looking down on me, you are looking down on all our fellow immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains goo immortal, my Northern Plains aura is clear for everyone to see. If you want to defame me, you should at least make a credible lie." The other demonic path goo immortals retreated even further now. He Lu Lan's mouth twitched. Fan Yuan obviously was the culprit behind it all, but he was speaking now like he was innocent, with such confidence. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not know that although they were deliberately making slander, they actually hit the truth. The one who caused Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, who else could it be but Fan Yuan? The contest of words was countered by Fan Yuan. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not speak, they attacked even more fiercely. Being attacked at once by 2 rank 7s, Fan Yuan's forehead became covered in sweat quickly. He defended himself from all directions, he was barely holding on. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while his opponents were true rank 7 goo immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge difference. Fan Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but the longer the strength path giant hands were used, the more Fan Yuan's arms would be unable to sustain the burden. They would gradually reach the point of exploding into meat paste. "I have a wood path killer move, but it is a trump card of mine. I barely use it normally. It can be used on one of the enemies, and possibly gravely injure them. But I will need you to restrict them and move the location elsewhere." Fairy Li Shan saw that Fan Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and transmitted this to him. Fan Yuan shook his head as he smiled bitterly, replying, "The strength path giant hands have incredible power, but they are slow. It is extremely difficult to trap any one of them. There is little hope. Fairy, you can wait for a moment, I still have a plan. If this fails, it will not be too late for you to strike." "Oh?" Fairy Li Shan heard this and held in her anxiety. After several rounds, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were closing in. Fan Yuan's disadvantage was getting higher. Now is the time. A bright flash shined across Fan Yuan's eyes. He manipulated 6 strength path giant hands as he slammed down. Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were both below the giant hands. They felt a strong pressure coming down from above, slamming towards them. At once, the air seemed to have frozen. The giant hands whipped up strong winds, causing Unfettered Scholar's clothes to flutter, as Pai Shui Han's expression tensed. The strength path giant hands slammed down together. They were so fierce that the onlookers' hearts jumped. But Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands. The former scoffed while the latter smiled lightly. They used their movement killer moves and avoided the hands. But Fan Yuan acted differently from before. He did not stop his attack. He continued exerting force, slamming the 6 giant hands down on the ground. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Dong Fan Chang Fan's Star Will below became stunned. Oh no! The Star Will's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Boom! 6 strength path giant hands slammed down in the air, causing ripples to appear in the space. The loud sound was like the boom of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks embedded in the air were smashed by the strength path giant hands. Dong Fang Chang Fan's arrangements were destroyed, the concealment illusion was gone, the immemorial desolate beast-level ruined bat corpse's true appearance was exposed. What a huge ruined bat! Its body was sprawled flat on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters in size. Its wings were thick and huge, covering a few li of sand. The bat wings were slightly lower, while the head was the highest. Looking upon it from a high altitude, it resembled a small mountain. On the ruined bat's back, there was a huge wound. The wound was extremely deep. Fan Yuan looked at it, and knew that it was the ruined bat's fatal injury, but he did not know which existence caused it. At the periphery of the injury, the flesh and fur of the ruined bat was corroded, showing its white bones. On the skeleton, there were extremely thick space path Dao marks, interweaved together to conjure a small space. Inside this space, there was a hall that was so rundown it looked like ruins. Fan Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands had already broken into this small space. It was connected to the outside world now. Dong Fang Chang Fan's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside, whoever snatches it first gets it. Fight our way in. Wealth moved people's hearts, the inheritance of Northern Plains number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in this generation. To the Demonic Path Gu Immortals, it was extremely attractive. Fan Yuan opened a pathway directly, it triggered the greed in all of the Demonic Path Gu Immortals. The first Demonic Path Gu Immortal flew down, causing the other Demonic Path Gu Immortals to feel an intense sense of urgency. They rushed down one after another. Unfettered Scholar was hesitant. While Pai Shui Han had already given up on Fan Yuan, he flew into the tunnel below. Unfettered Scholar sighed lightly. Looking at Fan Yuan deeply, he turned into a white light and fought his way into the tunnel. But at the next moment, 6 brand new desolate level phantom beasts, as well as an ancient desolate level phantom beast flew out of the small space, colliding with all of the Demonic Path Gu Immortals. The two sides fought in a chaotic mess again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fan Yuan saw this and squinted, slightly shocked inside. Old Lord Kenyang was also shocked. The situation was getting more urgent, seemingly thoroughly sobering him. Snorting coldly, a cruel smile appeared on his face, as a huge flame turned Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong into charcoal. These two poor rank 5s, at the peak of the mortal world, they had a tough journey in following Dong Fan Yuliang, reaching this stage. In the end, they were killed by Old Lord Kenyang in an instant, burned to death. At the same time, as Old Lord Kenyang snorted coldly, Dong Fan Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out blood like he was struck by lightning. He knelt on the ground. Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates, and still dared to attack me! Dong Fan Yuliang struggled to get up. He was shouting in anger and hatred. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes darted around, he sneered. Don't frame me, I did nothing. In saying this, the corners of his eyes were locked on Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will. This was Old Lord Kenyang's probe, to see if this star will's methods were real or not. Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will saw this and heaved a long sigh, saying, It has gotten to this point, so be it, everyone come out. Once he said that, a change occurred. In the hall, a mysterious light burst out. When the light faded, 8 Dong Fang tribe Gu Immortals appeared together. They were surrounding Old Lord Kenyang in the middle as they shouted. Old scoundrel, you dared to target our tribe's inheritance, your death date will be today. Although this old scoundrel is despicable, the traitor in our tribe is even more deplorable. Quickly tell us, who was the one who informed you in secret? Old Lord Kenyang was no longer calm. Panic flashed across his eyes as he looked at the star will with much rage and shock. So this was a plot against me. Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will nodded. Indeed. Before my main body died, I had instructed Dong Fang Wan Xiu and taught him the correct method. Using this, he obtained a secret passageway from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the 7 Gu Immortals around him this secret passageway. After that, on the way here, they met with my arrangements and were attacked by the desolate beasts, keeping them busy. Meanwhile, the traitor in my tribe is evidently among these 8. The traitor was stalled by the desolate beasts and could not come here. Afraid that the Wisdom Path inheritance would end up in the hands of others, he sent this secret information using a certain method to you. After receiving the information, you surpassed the other Demonic Path Gu Immortals and arrived here first. Old Lord Kenyang's expression was grim. He stared at the star well as he said eerily. So that is it. Even though you knew that Dongfang tribe had a traitor, you did not know who it was. That is correct. Starwell nodded. But now it seems, the traitor is among these 8. Who was it? Who betrayed our bloodline? Who betrayed our tribe? Dongfang Wanxiu screamed. At this point, you have already exposed some clues. It will only take some effort to find you. Why are you not owning up? Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had solemn expressions while the others had a furious look. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. Old Lord Kenyang was a true rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Even though Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were greater in numbers, they knew that one of them was a traitor. That caused them to be wary of each other. They did not attack directly. Old Lord Kenyang frowned slowly, looking at the Star Will. Wait, since you saw through the plot and were targeting me from the start, you could have triggered the arrangements before I entered. Why did you wait until now? The Star Will stood on the spot, refusing to answer him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence. Noises of the intense battles from above could be heard. Old Lord Kenyang twitched in sudden understanding. I get it, you want to borrow my strength to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. All you need to do is to intentionally make Dongfang Yuliang fail, and I would think that I could compete for this inheritance. By then, all of the demonic path Gu immortals outside would be my enemies. Of course, with your wisdom, you can certainly think of another, better method to make me your pawn. When these demonic path Gu immortals and I fight it out and become weakened, your Gu immortals would be able to reap more profits. It is a good plan. What a great scheme. Unfortunately, any sort of arrangement is not safe from accidents. The Star Will said, acknowledging old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6th strength path giant hands. Teacher. Dongfang Yuliang was standing stunned on the spot. The scene in front of him made him feel helpless. He was both joyful and sorrowful. He was joyful because the enemy was restricted, the tribe was prepared for it. He was sorrowful because he was just bait, he was a pawn meant to attract the enemy. His hard work, Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong's sacrifice, they seemed like foolish, laughable jokes. As if he sensed Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, the Star Will turned around and looked at the inheritor that he chose. Yuliang, you do not need to think too deeply about it. I was using the wisdom path inheritance to trap our strong foes and exterminate the traitor in our tribe. But the arrangement here is real, the wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He is from Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They also have their wisdom path Gu immortals. It is only when I place the true wisdom path inheritance here, that I would not leave behind any flaws that would allow the enemy's wisdom path Gu immortals to find out. So that's it. Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook. He felt ashamed but also deep admiration. He was ashamed about his own foolish thoughts. He was also admiring his teacher Dongfang Changfan. The latter taught him painstakingly. Even after death, he plotted and attempted to protect Dongfang tribe, eliminating their traitor. The enemy was so strong, Dongfang Changfan made such an arrangement due to his wisdom, but also because he was helpless against such a strong foe. After experiencing the difficulty that his teacher was feeling, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more deeply ashamed of himself. Chapter 788. Cards revealed, the true traitor's identity. Alright, Yuliang, go and complete the Gu formation. As long as you go through this last round, you will be able to obtain my main body's true inheritance. As for you, old Lord Kenyang, you will die here today. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will said slowly. Old Lord Kenyang took a step back. He spoke arrogantly. Humph, although I am alone, you are only a group of rank 6 along with a mere will. You want to take my life? Don't forget that my ally is among you. There are also demonic path Gu immortals outside. They are like hungry wolves. Your phantom beasts can't hold them off for long. Although he said that, his face showed a vigilant and alert expression. To live to his age, and obtain such accomplishments, a vigilant nature was a necessary trait. Old Lord Kenyang's words were true. He attacked Dongfang tribe's weakness. That was also why Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals did not attack rashly despite having an advantage in numbers. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will laughed. During the remote antiquity era, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, died, but she deduced matters over 1,000,000 years after her death. It caused 3 future demon venerables to return empty-handed, protecting Heavenly Court. Although I, Dongfang Changfan, am far inferior to star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still somewhat deduce matters within 100 years after my demise. Since I made such an arrangement, I have my trump cards. Saying so, an illusory goo formation appeared in the hall. Countless goo worms flew around, they were like the threads of countless spiders, weaved in the large hall. Compared to this new formation, the goo formation that Dong Fan Yuliang was completing resembled a baby in front of an adult. Old Lord Kenyang saw this and his expression turned ugly. This is a phantom formation! To think that you, Dong Fang Chang Fan, had such deep attainment in phantom path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary goo formations, once exposed, were easy to target and destroy. That was because the goo worms that made up the goo formation were of solid form. The goo worms themselves were very fragile. Even the immortal level spring-autumn cicada could be destroyed by Fan Yuan if he squeezed it between his fingers lightly. But this phantom formation was a high-level method involving phantom path. It made all of the goo worms in the goo formation turn phantom, while not obstructing the effect of the goo formation itself. The phantom beast could hold off Fan Yuan and the other demonic path goo immortals for so long because of their ability to turn phantom. Once they turned phantom, no moves would have any effect on them. The star will displayed the goo formation outright, not afraid of Old Lord Kenyang destroying it. That was because the goo formation had turned phantom. Old Lord Kenyang could only watch it activate. There was nothing he could do. As the goo formation started to activate, a blinding light filled the hall. Ha! Old Lord Kenyang laughed loudly. Since I cannot do anything to the phantom formation, I will kill all of you instead. Everyone be careful. He is attacking. Beware of the traitor, do not be too careless. This is a life and death moment for our tribe. That's right, as long as we survive this, all will be smooth sailing. The Dongfang tribe goo immortals were all waiting in seriousness, they were deeply focused. Everyone, don't be anxious, for the time being, he can't get here. Dongfang Chog Fan's Starwell was very calm. At the next moment, Old Lord Kenyang charged over, but his movements were very slow. The fire that he shot out was originally very fast, but now it was slow like a snail. This is... Old Lord Kenyang quickly realized that he did not become slower. Instead, a mystical change had occurred to the space in front of him that could not be observed with the naked eye. The distance seemed short, but the space was condensed. I spent decades and immense effort to design this. Although this hall looks ordinary and is no different from the other halls, I had shifted most of the space path down marks on the corpse here. Although we and Old Lord Kenyang are only tens of steps apart, our true distance is gigantic. The Starwell said slowly. As expected of Lord Dongfang Chang Fan. Dongfang tribe goo immortals were relieved, their eyes were shining as they looked at the Starwell with much admiration. The Starwell nodded. Now is the crucial moment, I will tell you the truth. This formation is a large formation. With my Wisdom Path Immortal Goo as the core, and Blood Path Immortal Goo as support, once activated, the power will be overwhelming, it can shake heaven and earth. Furthermore, because of the Blood Path Immortal Goo, it has an amazing effect against goo immortals. As long as the goo formation is activated, not only can it kill Old Lord Kenyang, it can even slaughter all of the demonic path goo immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will be renowned in northern plains, both the righteous and demonic paths, and the other major forces would be greatly wary of us. After this battle ends, you can move this formation back to our blessed land. If Yuliang can obtain my inheritance, he will be the person in charge of controlling this formation. Dongfang tribe's goo immortals heard this and became excited. In contrast, Old Lord Kenyang's expression was unable to conceal his suspicion and wariness. The Starwell continued. My main body had formed an agreement with the Righteous Path superforces before dying, creating an alliance, but in this world, only power that one has in their own hands can best ensure safety. You must remember, do not unnecessarily place hope in others' hands. Dongfang tribe's goo immortals nodded, they expressed that they had learned a lesson. Dongfang Yikong shouted. Lord Changfan, our tribe still has that traitor. No matter how vigilant we can't defend against an internal threat. Don't be anxious. The Starwell laughed. I'm not finished yet. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. This goo formation is very powerful, but it has a severe drawback. To activate this goo formation, it will need to use the immortal aperture origin core of goo immortals. What? Many of Dongfang tribe's goo immortals shouted in shock. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of the immortal aperture, the base of it all. Once it was drawn out, the painstakingly developed immortal aperture would reverse its progression, the space would shrink and the primeval energy would dwindle, life forms within would die en masse. The goo immortal themselves would weaken instead of progressing. Once the time comes, heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities in the immortal aperture would be devastating. The shrinking of the immortal aperture would mean the weakening of the goo immortal. They would die from disasters if they were not vigilant. Since their lives were at stake, Dongfang tribe's goo immortals lost their bearings. But soon, one goo immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanxiu. The people in the hall heard him speak. There cannot be benefits without losses. Lord Changfan had planned this with much difficulty, creating this situation now. For Dongfang tribe, what reasons do I have not to make such a sacrifice? That's right. Truly worthy of Lord Wanxiu. I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. The Star Will smiled. He was silent as he looked at the others. The other goo immortals looked at each other, nodding quickly. They decided to eliminate the tribe's strong foes by sacrificing themselves. No need to rush. The Star Will waved his hand. He said slowly, I have something else to tell all of you. Once you enter the goo formation, the immortal aperture origin core would start being extracted. By then, none of you would not be able to move or leave forcefully. Your lives and deaths will be in my control. Are you still willing? If you are not, you can step out now. The goo immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes were shining with a lively light. He looked around and smiled coldly. Traitor, you should reveal yourself now, if not, it will be too late. Star Will's words were naturally for the traitor. As long as one thought about it, they would realize, if there was really a traitor, after hearing this, they would feel great mental pressure. Once they entered the formation, their life would not be in their own hands. If they were exposed when attacking old Lord Kenyang later due to panic, then they would not be able to fight back at all. If there really was a traitor, they would have other goals and would not want to attack old Lord Kenyang. They would not want their lives to be in the Star Will's hands. After that, a few breaths later, none of Dongfang tribe's goo immortals in the hall stood out. All right, at this point, I, Wanxiu, have to admire you. No wonder you could conceal yourself in the tribe for so long, and so deeply. Dongfang Wanxiu said with much hatred. The Star Will laughed lightly. In that case, enter the formation. The Phantom Goo formation had 8 core points. The Dongfang tribe goo immortals entered and occupied 1 each. The goo formation activated slowly. The goo immortals' expressions changed as they felt their immortal apertures tremble. A strong suction force was emitting from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation, let it run fully. The Star Will was solemn. The goo immortals were hesitant, but they eventually opened their immortal apertures and allowed traces of their immortal aperture origin cores to be drawn out, flowing out from the 8 core points of the formation. In the Phantom formation, a faint blood-colored light quickly surfaced. Under the effect of the blood-colored light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores converged in the goo formation. They were actually fusing into one. This formation is really mystical. A goo immortal saw this and could not help but praise. This is because all of you have Dongfang tribe's bloodline in you. Your bloodlines are close, your origins are the same. Therefore, your bloodlines can mix, and your immortal aperture origin can could fuse. Only by fusing could they accumulate in quantity, and summon a huge force. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will slowly explained. The 8 goo immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes were shining with brilliance. He looked around but could not find out any flaws that could expose the traitor. No matter. The Star Will laugh lightly. In this situation, regardless of who the traitor is, they are already under my control. They are putting in strength for our tribe. Everyone, relax. I am going to extract more of your immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Right, we will kill all of these accursed demonic path goo immortals. They dare to target our Dongfang tribe. The Phantom formation burst out in a bright light. The goo immortals snorted as their expressions turned dark. Some of them were frowning while others were feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores were like lumps of water as they fused in the Phantom formation, converging into a huge force. They resembled a slumbering fierce beast. No matter who it was, anyone could feel that this force was huge. Even the surrounding air had ripples it in, as if it could not hold such power. The goo immortals in Dongfang tribe had red faces. Some of their bodies were trembling. Some of them had ruthless expressions. They were all looking forward to this rampaging power. But this power was not unleashed yet under the control of the Star Will. It was prepared for release but remained in place. No need to rush. The Star Will looked into the sky, at the chaotic battle. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path Gu immortals were all slaughtered, almost none were left. The Star Will was like a flood dragon, hiding in the river, waiting for the best time to strike. Once the time was right, the flood dragon would soar into the sky, overturning rivers and seas. By then, the unfortunate people would be the one charging at its front. Right at this time, Dong Fang Yuliang stood up, shouting loudly, "Master, I did it! I succeeded in completing this Gu formation. I completed your request." The Star Will's gaze swept towards him. He showed a pleased smile. "Very good. Yuliang, you did not disappoint me. Enter the formation 2, stand at the center. Although you are immortal, you will need to ascend to immortal eventually. When the battle begins, you will experience the power of a Gu immortal. It will be of great help for your future." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dong Fang Yuliang's eyes were red. He was so moved he was choking back tears. He leaped, jumping into the air. With the power of the phantom formation, he stood in the formation's central core as he floated in the air. In the sky, despite unfettered scholar and Pai Shui Han's heavy disturbances, Fan Yuan finally found a chance. The sky in front of him was clear, there was nothing stopping him, the chance was only momentary. He latched onto it, and flew down with minimal attention to his safety. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down. Only one was left protecting his body. "It is time." The Star Will saw this and sighed lightly. Dong Fang tribe Gu immortals were all looking into the sky with much bloodlust. At the next moment, they saw old Lord Kenyang flying up, blocking Fang Yuan's attack as he forced the latter back into the sky. This turn of events made all of the Dong Fang tribe Gu immortals look on with stunned expressions. "All of my efforts were not in vain. In forming this plot to regain my life through possession, now is the moment." The Star Will laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul suddenly appeared, charging into the phantom formation center, as he entered Dong Fang Yuliang's body. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of fools! I will tell you the truth. The true traitor in Dong Fang tribe is that beloved Lord Chang Fan of yours, ha ha ha." Old Lord Kenyang was laughing maniacally. Chapter 789. Blood Veil Obstruct Immortals. What? Dong Fang Wanxiu stared with wide open eyes. This is not possible. Dong Fang Yikong firmly denied. How could it be Lord Dong Fang Chang Fan? Everyone be careful, this is likely to be an illusion. The enemy cannot break the formation, so he is trying to confuse us. All the Gu immortals of Dong Fang tribe had incredulous expressions, unable to accept this shocking fact. Old Lord Kenyang scoffed. Confuse you guys? Laughable, all of you are incapable of moving, you aren't even worth confusing. You have already become meat on the chopping board, unable to free yourselves. It is funny how you still cannot see the truth. These words were like shocking strikes of lightning that ruthlessly assaulted the Dong Fang tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone looked at Dong Fang Chang Fan's Star Will. Dong Fang Wanxiu shouted, "Lord Chang Fan, this is not real." Dong Fang Yikong asked, "Lord Chang Fan, please speak up." "Lord Chang Fan, Dong Fang Chang Fan, what are your intentions?" Countless questions and shouts echoed in this hall. The Star Will chuckled, seemingly at leisure. He was only a will, but had condensed into the image of his body back when he was alive. His frame was upright, his face like that of jade, his eyes full of splendor, and a graceful aura of a great commander was revealed. However, right now, this sight, this attitude and demeanor, caused a chill to emerge in the hearts of Dong Fang tribe's Gu immortals. The phantom formation transformed again. The enormous power which it had condensed was finally being released at this moment. It was like a surge of waves. Blood-colored light shot out everywhere, forming a thick bloody veil that covered the main location in the ruined bat's corpse. At this sight, Dong Fang Wanxiu and the rest finally had a huge change in their expressions. They had thought this formation was used for attacking the enemies, but its true use was to defend. This chilling fact was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, tearing apart the lies told by the Star Will. Dong Fang Chang Fan, why are you doing this? Why are you harming us? Dong Fang Wanxiu looked malevolent, his expression filled with pain and grief. What could it be for? Being alive is the foundation for everything. Who would want to die? Who doesn't want to live? As long as there is a sliver of a hope to survive, who can resist the temptation? Old Lord Kenyang sneered, staring at the phantom formation intently without blinking. Looking at the phantom formation operating normally, old Lord Kenyang could not help but take a deep breath. This possession technique really has an extremely high price. It needs the sacrifice of Gu immortals every time it is activated. If it was true, this possession technique could not be used widely as the activation conditions were too costly. Dong Fang Chang Fan's Star Will slowly shook its head. Old Lord, you don't need to worry. I previously obtained this possession technique in 88 True Young Building. The contents inside allow one to possess mortals and even Gu immortals. But to possess Gu immortals, one's cultivation must be higher than the target. Moreover, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This is akin to a raven taking over a seagull's nest. It is unfitting and has great disadvantages. While alive, I was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, but I did not have a suitable Wisdom Path Gu immortal as the possession target. Thus, I exerted effort to think and plan for so many years before I finally obtained this formation. This formation was created with the possession technique as the foundation. It can let me possess a mortal, and at the same time, it can mobilize the origin cores of Gu immortals of the same bloodline and create a completely new Wisdom Path immortal aperture, allowing me to immediately become an immortal after possession and avoid the dangerous stage of having weaker cultivation initially. Hearing the Star Will's explanation, old Lord Kenyang sized up the Star Will while also being inwardly shocked. This Dong Fang Chang Fan concealed his abilities really well. Not only is his Wisdom Path attainment enough to be known as the best in Northern Plains, he also can use Space Path down marks and manipulate the Phantom Beast army. Now, it seems his Blood Path attainment is also not low. The Star Will did not know of the churning of old Lord Kenyang's inner thoughts, still continuing its explanation. Don't underestimate this formation. With these 8 Gu immortals sacrificing themselves, they will be supplying me with abundant resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will absolutely be the best within high grade. There is also another key point: the immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fish, insects, and so on. It would be as if I had managed the blessed land for many years. This would save hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I complete possession, not only would my cultivation be restored, I will also have enough resources, much more than when I was alive. Old Lord Kenyang, feel free to observe and ask questions as you desire. I will explain the key content of every step. A heated expression flashed across old Lord Kenyang's face. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dong Fang Chang Fan's Star Will. You truly made a good plan, wanting me to keep you safe from danger. My presence here was to help you resist these demonic path Gu immortals. And when you succeed in advancing to Gu immortal, there will definitely be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. At that time, I will be by your side, forced to take action even if I don't want to. Dong Fang Chang Fan's Star Will smiled without any shame from having his scheme exposed. He looked at old Lord Kenyang and said with a quiet and deep voice, If you want to gain something in this world, you need to be prepared to pay the price. How can there be free things? In particular, the more you want to obtain, the higher the risk will be. What is old Lord's decision? Please confirm it quickly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered, but inwardly, he deeply admired Dong Fang Chang Fan for being decisive in what to give up. Back then, when Dong Fang Chang Fan obtained the possession technique from 88 True Young Building's True Inheritance secluded domain, he had also discovered the arrangements of Central Continent's 10 great sections. Meanwhile, Immortal Crane sect had been infiltrating Dong Fang tribe. After Dong Fang Chang Fan became a Gu immortal and joined the higher-ups of the tribe, he secretly discovered this fact. But he did not expose this, instead following this clue to covertly engage in cooperation with Immortal Crane sect. He used the possession technique to make a transaction with Immortal Crane sect. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. Any Gu immortal would scramble for any methods for life extension. Let alone when this possession technique came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Immortal Crane sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and had long history with deep foundations. But even it could not resist the temptation of the possession technique. The two sides had their own needs. Dong Fang Chang Fan slowly released the contents of the possession technique, while obtaining resources from Immortal Crane sect. He used these resources to quickly advance and successfully passed many tribulations. He also supported the next generations of the tribe and formed schemes directed everywhere, bringing the declining Dong Fang tribe to glory. In cooperating with a person like Dong Fang Chang Fan, old Lord Kenyang was very cautious, not relaxing his guard, even though he was stronger. He did not think for long, nodding and accepting. Dong Fang Chang Fan's Starwa gave a laugh. Good, I will explain the first step. Old Lord Kenyan listened, paying full attention. It was clear to him that Dong Fang Chang Fan was using him, but old Lord Kenyan had come as a representative of immortal crane sex will, thus he also had no other choice. Old Lord Kenyan thought of the heavy reward from the sect for completing this mission, and that was his motivation to continue. Dong Fang Tribe's 8 Gu immortals were already cursing loudly. Dong Fang Yulian was unconscious and motionless, his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fan Yuan looked down at another sight. He saw an incomparably large blood veil which covered the ruined bat's corpse like a mountain. The blood veil was extremely thick, with greatly plentiful quantities of blood-colored light, and the terrifying might it showcased could make one's heart palpitate. The demonic path Gu immortals turned their attentions to the blood veil, and stopped their internal conflicts. Some among them tried using their methods in attacking the blood veil, but it was like pebbles being thrown into a large lake. There were only slight ripples on the blood veil, and it stood unmoved, stable like a mountain. Such a strong defense! What Gu formation is this? I have neither seen it nor even heard of it before. Dong Fang Chang Fan truly left behind an endless number of arrangements. The demonic path Gu immortals were making guesses. Fan Yuan also frowned. Even though he was an expert in blood path and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen nor heard of this Gu formation. Who cares what Gu formation this is? It will break with one smash from my hammer. Gu immortal Shuozhan shouted and charged forward. He was riding a flying boar desolate beast, his body was covered in armor, and he was holding a giant hammer. He had a burly build and was easily irritable, but he bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Shuozhan felt very proud for being in the limelight, his expression turning even more fierce. But several breaths later, his fierce expression was gone completely, replaced by shock and fear. As he approached the blood veil, the blood in his body went out of his control, and started flowing out of his body. Gu immortals were called immortals, but their bodies, for the most part, still retained the normal workings and functions of the human body. Blood supported the movement of the body and was a crucial part. Shuozhan was still a far distance from the blood veil, but half the blood in his body had sprayed out. If he continued before he even reached the blood veil, his blood would completely seep out and he would turn into a dried-out corpse. Such an odd formation! This is the effect of Mensi's blood Gu, it can draw out blood. Mensi's blood Gu is one of the blood path inheritances of Blood's sea ancestor. Who could have thought that the rumor of Dong Fang Chang Fan obtaining it was not only true, he also raised this Mensi's blood Gu to immortal Gu level. The demonic path Gu immortals showed moved expressions. Several Gu immortals tried all kinds of methods, but everyone failed. Everyone was aware that unless they used methods that targeted defensive abilities, they would not be able to break this blood veil. Fan Yuan frowned tensely. He himself was an expert in blood path during his previous life, but he currently did not have any blood path immortal Gu and he cultivated strength path. Without the necessary starting components, one couldn't get anywhere. He was unable to do anything to this formation. The situation was troublesome and everyone was feeling anxious. Dong Fang Yulian had been inside for so long, he might have already completely obtained the inheritance. The current plan should be to use long-range killer moves. Everyone, attack together, let's destroy Dong Fang Chang Fan's arrangements first before we fight for the spoils. Otherwise, under the eyes of numerous immortals, a mortal would seize the inheritance. If that really happens, I, Unfettered Scholar, would have no face left to continue living in Northern Plains. Unfettered Scholar suddenly shouted. He immediately made his move after shouting. The demonic path Gu immortals agreed. For a while, water and fire converged, lightning and wind struck, colorful lights sparkled, and countless explosions struck the blood veil, reducing its mass. Everyone had joyful expressions before they soon turned grave. The blood veil continuously shrunk but also unceasingly regenerated. Especially for the parts further inside, the demonic path Gu immortals' attacks clearly showed insufficient damage. Chapter 790. Contest of Offense and Defense. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, resisting the wanton attacks of the demonic path Gu immortals. Having not expected such resistance from the blood veil and under the urgent situation, Pai Shui Han shouted, "Make way!" He was a rank 7 Gu immortal and had already formed a reputation within the demonic path. Everyone parted ways and opened up a space for him. Water path and ice path killer move, Flood Glacier! Inside Pai Shui Han's immortal aperture, over 10,000 goo worms were activated, while his rank 7 red date immortal essence was being consumed bead by bead. Rumble! Endless waves started surging out of thin air from the space within hundreds of steps of Pai Shui Han. Surging waves, like innumerable raging dragons, roared and crashed down with a catastrophic momentum. The giant wave was still crashing down when it underwent another transformation. Crackle! The giant wave started condensing into ice from inside to outside. Within several breaths, the monstrous giant wave turned into an enormous glacier and pressed down like a giant whale, or a pillar falling from the heavens. The ice-cold chilly air could make one tremble. The terrifying attack made people hold their breaths subconsciously. In the hall, Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will no longer had the leisurely attitude from before, and all his focus was on raising the defensive power to the maximum. The previous demonic path Gu Immortals' attacks were fierce, but they lacked coordination, and although they were numerous in quantity, they had limited qualitative increase in power. Now that Pai Shui Han used this trump card, his strength was united as it was his own power, and was stronger than the earlier chaotic attacks by at least 10 times. Rumble! The glacier heavily smashed at the blood veil. The blood veil deformed from the enormous weight, but was still able to rigidly resist the pressure of the glacier and the corrosion of the cold aura. Immortal Killer Move Flood Glacier was powerful, but Dong Fang Chang Fan's blood veil was arranged from the origin cores of 8 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures and also was aided by the arrangements prepared at this location. Pai Shui Han, alone, could not break through the blood veil. But this killer move was still astonishing. The demonic path Gu Immortals looked down from above, and saw that with the ruin bat at the center, the entire surroundings had turned into a glacier. The dead immemorial ruin bat was huge, like a mountain, and now that it was covered by the glacier, it was as if it wore a heavy suit of ice armor, looking even more gigantic. Inside the translucent glacier was a giant red blood veil. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere. Frost had covered the vegetation on the periphery, and was expanding. For a while, everyone looked at Pai Shui Han with astonished gazes. Although the killer move had not broken the blood veil, its power still left a deep impression on everyone. Even if I used all 8 strength path giant hands together, I wouldn't be able to resist this killer move head-on. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. This was the true strength of an inveterate rank 7 Gu Immortal. Compared to this, Fan Yuan was still lacking greatly. Previously, Fan Yuan had been able to fight against 2, blocking Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, because the 2 had not used their trump cards. Gu Immortals were rational. They all came for the Wisdom Path inheritance, and had no deep hatred against each other. They would have to be mentally handicapped to fight each other to the death. But now, the Gu Immortals realized something was wrong. Only then did Pai Shui Han use a trump card and put out his full strength. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with my immortal killer move Myriad Self, it is only barely at that level. If I had to truly fight an expert like Pai Shui Han to the death, the one who is likely to lose is me. But if I had to confront this move, I would not face it head-on, but attempt to evade and detour around to battle. The power of the immortal killer move, Flood Glacier, made Fan Yuan aware of some of Pai Shui Han's strength, and also made him aware of the gap between him and Pai Shui Han. Immediately, Fan Yuan felt a slight sense of urgency. The cultivation of Gu Immortals was a major factor in influencing battle strength. A part of Pai Shui Han's power was because he had used rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. Fan Yuan already had made extremely superior progress in this life, but the thing hindering him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation was only at the bottom of rank 6 with not even one tribulation past. Cultivation is the base, the foundation. My immortal zombie body might be strong, but there is no room to greatly improve. I still have to search for the method to regain my living body. Brother Pai really is mighty. Let me also test my hand. At this moment, Unfettered Scholar laughed brightly and flew towards Pai Shui Han. Pai Shui Han coldly snorted, with an ugly expression on his face. He had made such an effort in front of everyone, but had still not been able to break the blood veil. Seeing Unfettered Scholar coming over, he slowly gave way for the central position. Under everyone's gazes, Unfettered Scholar flew right above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already been preparing earlier. He suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were completely white and shot out 2 thin rays of faint white light. This move looked very inconspicuous, purely based on how imposing it appeared. It could never be compared to the glacier earlier. The Gu Immortals who were unaware were rather baffled at this. However, Pai Shui Han's complexion changed. When the two faint white light rays shined down, the glacier instantly melted and the blood veil intensely shook, unexpectedly displaying immense power. This is Unfettered Scholar? What an amazing move, 1,000 disintegrations! In the hall, old Lord Kenyang, however, recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated into Northern Plains for many years over 88 True Young building. Since old Lord Kenyang took the risk to come, he naturally had a lot of information on Northern Plains. Unfettered Scholar originated from Central Continent's Jin clan. Central Continent's Jin clan specialized in rule path, but Central Continent was ruled by a sect system and did not leave room for clans to prosper. After being pushed aside, Jin clan moved to Northern Plains. Unfortunately, Northern Plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Jin clan might be a super force with Gu and mortal level strength, but under secret repulsion from Huang Jin bloodline forces, it finally weakened. By Unfettered Scholar's time, he was the only outstanding talent remaining and the clan already did not exist anymore. He was left to fight alone and fend for himself. Jin clan specialized in rule path and among its Gu immortals, rank 6 could use the killer move 100 disintegrations, rank 7 could use 1,000 disintegrations, and rank 8 could use myriad disintegrations. This killer move is extremely powerful and can attack as well as defend, disintegrating almost any mysterious elements. In Central Continent's past, many Gu immortals from sects suffered crushing defeats under the might of myriad disintegrations. Old Lord Kenyang sighed as he recalled. You have spoken so much nonsense, are you still not going to strike? The blood veil is being consumed greatly because of Unfettered Scholar. These are all precious immortal aperture origin cores that are being used up. Dong Fang Chao Fan Starwell urged. Ha! Old Lord Kenyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and did not seem like he was going to fight. Unfettered Scholar is only one person while you have the collaboration of 8 people. He also doesn't know the situation here, watch me use my method. He then let out his rank 7 aura. The aura immediately shocked the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky. They actually have a rank 7 Gu immortal? Aren't all the Gu immortals of Dong Fang tribe rank 6? Could it be that someone advanced to rank 7 but kept it a secret all along? Or maybe Dong Fang tribe invited reinforcements. Don't forget they are of Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The Gu immortals were startled and puzzled. Unfettered Scholar looked indifferent, but he was inwardly shaken. His killer move was powerful and had a huge origin, but its consumption of red date immortal essence was extremely intense. The other side had a rank 7 Gu immortal, thus they could clearly fight toe-to-toe with him. His side has numerous people, but everyone had their own intentions. Unfettered Scholar could not help but consider, he could not brainlessly charge ahead and waste his immortal essence. Otherwise, during the time when they fought for real, he would lack the necessary immortal essence to continue, and all of his efforts would have gone to waste and to the advantage of others. Unfettered Scholar stopped his killer move when he thought of this. See, didn't it stop? Old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, a pleased expression on his face. He only leaked his aura, and was able to make Unfettered Scholar stop. Just based on scheming and deceiving, Old Lord Kenyang might not be a match to Dong Fang Chang Fan, but his plentiful life experiences were enough for him to know people's mindsets and use the situation to make schemes. The longer the time prolongs, the more favorable it is to that Dong Fang Yu Liang. This blood veil is extremely thick, we need to use our trump cards to attack it if we want to break it. Unfettered Scholar spoke, his gaze cast towards Fang Yuan. Traveling 3 elites lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming and Su Guang were only at rank 6. Besides Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, there was only Fang Yuan who had shown rank 7 battle strength. Pai Shui Han also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path Gu immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take easy benefits. Fairies, please guard me while I exert all my strength. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, and after obtaining affirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the blood veil was covered with a layer of glacier, looking like a stuffed large iceberg. Fang Yuan paid no attention to it, moving his 8 strength path giant hands in 8 directions. The giant hands opened up and the palms tightly stuck to the surface of the iceberg. The 5 fingers then started to dig into the iceberg. Rise! Fang Yuan called out. Immediately, a rumbling noise resounded in everyone's ears. At first, this noise was only slight. But soon, the sound got louder and louder, until the rumbling resounded like bursts of endless thunder. Earth shook and giant cracks started to appear on the ground surrounding the iceberg. In everyone's astonished gazes, the iceberg that covered the blood veil was actually slowly rising, like it was going to leave the ground. The hall was trembling and swaying. Old Lord Kenyang blurted out, "This is..." The star will also changed expression. "Not good. I have already remodeled this immemorial ruined bat's corpse, and to make it stable, I connected it to the ground to form a mountain based on the corpse. The other party seems to have the ability to pull mountain roots, which happens to counter my arrangements. Kenyang, you need to make a move!" Dong Fang Chang Fan's star was so anxious that his figure almost collapsed. His main body could indeed make great calculations, but human minds had their limits. The arrangements were set long ago, and even the most extensive calculations could have mishaps. Fan Yuan's pulling mountain immortal goo was one such mishap. Pulling mountain immortal goo could target any mountainous body. When Dong Fang Chang Fan was alive, he had linked the immemorial ruined bat's corpse to the surrounding landscape, forming what could truly be called a corpse mountain. This arrangement instead became a flaw which happened to be used by pulling mountain immortal goo. "This mountain with roots connected to the ground can be pulled up?" Pai Shui Han stared with wide open eyes, his gaze constantly flickering. Who could this person be? Unfettered Scholar was startled and puzzled, while he used his killer move, Thousand Disintegrations, at the blood veil again. Being attacked from two ends, the situation did not seem to bode well for Dong Fang Chang Fan's side. Old Lord Kenyang laughed before finally making his move. "Look at my life-chasing fire." Chapter 791. Unstoppable Life-Chasing Fire. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Chasing Fire. Old Lord Kenyang looked solemn as he slowly opened up his hand, revealing a weak flame. The faint yellow flame swayed, appearing dim and weak, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Old Lord Kenyang's pupils, however, let out a sharp and bright radiance, and as he gazed at this flame in his hand, a proud expression appeared on his face. This was the supreme technique which he had used to make his name and shake Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go! Old Lord Kenyang lightly shook his palm. The life-chasing fire made a whooshing sound as it shot out rapidly. The star will quickly opened up a path. The unremarkable-looking life-chasing fire moved out of the blood veil and pierced into the cold iceberg. Boom! Almost at the same instant, there was a large yellow flame that blazed to the sky and burned the whole iceberg. Almost all the demonic path goo immortals in the air were taken aback at this change. Soon, they revealed odd expressions. The reason was, although the fire was fierce, it had no heat. The iceberg covered in the fire was completely undamaged with no signs of melting down. Some demonic path goo immortals were just about to ridicule it, when the rank 7 demonic path goo immortal, Pai Shui Han, suddenly let out a miserable scream. Everyone followed the voice and saw a sight that gave them a great shock. Pai Shui Han was covered in fire, of such intensity that his whole face twisted in pain. Great amounts of cold air were being let off from his body and a river of water started flowing around him, like a dragon coiling around his body. The faint yellow fire, however, did not weaken, instead looking like it was growing even fiercer. What move is this? How did Pai Shui Han get attacked? Why didn't I see it? Such a strange fire, everyone evade it. The demonic path goo immortals retreated one after the other, while looking with lingering fear at Pai Shui Han exerting all his efforts to extinguish the fire. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Not good! Fan Yuan's mind was shaken as he realized something amiss, and quickly withdrew the 8 strength path giant hands. But it was already too late. The fire burned the iceberg and quickly had spread to the 8 strength path giant hands. The strength path giant hands were completely unharmed, but a faint flame had emerged out of thin air in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, quietly burning his 160,000 strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had their arms raised. They had been providing the strength to form the 8 strength path giant hands in the outside world. They were bathed in the fire, but were completely safe. Fan Yuan's heart shivered at this sight. This is truly that killer move, life-chasing fire. Fan Yuan was aware of the terrifying power of this move. He quickly made a decision and willed. The 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed. Without these strength path phantoms, the 8 strength path giant hands pulling the iceberg also crumbled apart. Boom! The ruined bat's corpse mountain heavily fell down, producing a huge tremor. The surrounding ground cracked and countless stones were splattered, leaving dust swirling everywhere. Fan Yuan suffered an intense backlash from forcibly halting use of pulling mountain. He felt intense dizziness and nausea. His body shook and he almost fell down from the air. He Lu Lan saw this and quickly moved to support him. Fan Yuan, however, evaded and shouted, "Don't approach me!" He quickly retreated backwards. A faint yellow flame started to burn his body like Pai Shui Han. At the same time, Unfettered Scholar turned pale. He was also struck by this move and his body was similarly burning in fire. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually detect auras and follow our attacks back to the source, directly reaching our immortal apertures. Unfettered Scholar was greatly shocked. Unfettered Scholar realized at this moment why Pai Shui Han was in a panic. Not only were their bodies burning, the fire was spreading in their immortal apertures as well. The former was okay, but the latter was a Gu Immortals' headquarters, their foundation that had been managed meticulously for countless years, and also where innumerable cultivation resources had been stored inside. Now that this foundation was being burned, it was like the fire was burning directly at the Gu Immortals' heart, make them bleed from the heartache. Pai Shui Han not only was extinguishing the fire on his body, he was even more importantly putting out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by water or ice. The surrounding demonic path Gu Immortals started to move away from Fan Yuan, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, fearing this strange fire would spread to them as well. Why are the flames on Fan Yuan weaker than the other two? He Lu Lan was bewildered. The remaining Gu Immortals soon discovered this difference. Immediately, Fan Yuan looked even more unfathomable to everyone. Unfettered Scholar's gaze also paused on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. There was only a thin layer of flames on him, as if they were the fires of an oil lamp, while the flames on Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were blazing like a torch. In just a few breaths of time, Unfettered Scholar's body was already mostly burnt, and started to emit the smell of burning meat. Unfettered Scholar himself was calm and not particularly panicked. The reason was that he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He wildly activated the killer move. The light in his white pupils turned even more vigorous. But this time, the light did not shine on the iceberg and the blood veil, instead it shined on himself, on his immortal aperture. The faint yellow flame started to disintegrate continuously under the white light, weakening rapidly. Soon, the flames on his body completely dispersed and the fire in his immortal aperture was also suppressed. 1000 Disintegrations was very useful. It could not only be used to attack enemies, but could also be used for defense. Offense and defense in one move, and its power was also extraordinary. In a short while, Fan Yuan also stood up, the fire on his body completely dissipated. Only Pai Shui Han was still trying out all sorts of methods, but the flames on him were instead burning even more. His whole body was darkened from burns, the intense odor of burnt meat was spreading everywhere. He had no choice but to activate Healing Gu to heal his injuries and also endure the burning of the fire. He shouted furiously. He felt pain not only physically, but also heartache mentally. The fire was spreading in his immortal aperture, large amounts of resources were being burned to nothingness, but he still had no way to put out this fire. What to do? What to do? Pai Shui Han thought rapidly in extreme anxiety. Fan Yuan and Unfettered Scholar just watched him coldly and silently. The remaining demonic path Gu Immortals stood further away, some gazes were flickering, eager to make some trouble. If Pai Shui Han were to be seriously injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu Immortals would absolutely be moved and interested in attacking Pai Shui Han, adding on to his misfortune. Suddenly, Pai Shui Han gave a loud shout before soaring high, and with his whole body in flames, he shot far away like a meteor. This fire was giving him enormous trouble, and there were many demonic path Gu Immortals present. He could not stick around. Pai Shui Han's retreat was a wise choice. Seeing him rapidly disappear into the horizon, several demonic path Gu Immortals at the periphery also stealthily left, following the trail of Pai Shui Han. In the hall, old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, saying to Dong Fangchong Fan Star Will, "How was that? Truly worthy of being called life-chasing fire." The Star Will nodded. "This fire has the ability to trace auras back to their source. Gu Immortals normally place Gu worms in their immortal apertures, thus this fire would burn their immortal apertures. This fire also uses life as the fuel. As long as life has not been extinguished, it will keep on burning. Thus, special methods must be used to extinguish this fire, like the technique of 1000 Disintegrations. If one doesn't have such methods, then they have to be resolute in cutting off the burning part, restraining it from burning sources of life force within their body as much as possible. As long as the life force is used up, this fire will disperse. Unfortunately, this Pai Shui Han did not think of this point and continuously healed himself, which increased his life force, increasing the intensity of the fire. The star will chuckled as it said this and praised, "Old Lord Kenyang, your move is a truly unique and innovative method. As long as this fire strikes the enemy, they will fall into chaos. If it is allowed to keep on burning, even the wealthier Gu immortals will have their foundations greatly damaged and have no battle intent." Listening to the star will praise his method so much, Old Lord Kenyang's pleased expression instead disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. The reason for Old Lord Kenyang's fame was the killer move life-chasing fire. Once this fire burned, even if it was eliminated, the enemy would be low in spirits. If they attacked, the fire could follow the attack and burn their immortal aperture. Immortal apertures were the foundations of Gu immortals, and it would be greatly damaged if it was burned a few times. Even if the fire did not burn the enemy to death, it could ruin them. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang had already been able to roam unhindered around Central Continent in his early years, and was very well known. Gu immortals fighting him would have a headache. After becoming rank 7, Old Lord Kenyang did not wander around much, but just based on his battle strength, he was in the top 5 of Immortal Crane's sect. The matter of 88 Truyang buildings' collapse was simply too important, so Immortal Crane's sect had sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, it restrained Fan Yuan, an unfettered scholar, and caused Pai Shui Han to retreat in a miserable state. Old Lord Kenyang was repelling the enemies on the surface, but was covertly also trying to intimidate Dong Fang Chang Fan. However, Dong Fang Chang Fan was aware of the details of life-chasing fire. His words were appreciative, but in truth were a counterattack against Old Lord Kenyang. If Old Lord Kenyang could still show a good expression, that would be strange. Life-chasing fire. Old Lord Kenyang. Why is he here? Fan Yuan hovered in the air, looking at the blood veil below in uncertainty and doubt. He might have his previous life's memories, but there was an extremely large difference between having them and being all-knowing and omnipotent. Dong Fang Chang Fan's possession scheme was kept in extreme secrecy and Fan Yuan was not aware of it. Now that he saw a Central Continent Gu immortal mixed up with Dong Fang Chang Fan's inheritance, he naturally felt surprised and bewildered. When Old Lord Kenyang repelled him, he had done so evasively, and had not revealed his identity at all. Old Lord Kenyang had methods to conceal his aura, and with them being used, his aura was the same as a Northern Plains Gu immortals. The other demonic path Gu immortals did not discover anything wrong, which showed how ingenious Old Lord Kenyang's methods were. Not good. Fan Yuan inwardly shouted. Thoughts of retreating rose up inside him. He knew Central Continent's forces had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains to search for him, the culprit. He also knew someone had gone to Northern Plains' zombie alliance with suspicions about his Shahuan identity. The reason I could resolve life-chasing fire was because I knew the details of this move and made the decision quickly. And as an immortal zombie, I am among the living dead. My immortal aperture is a dead land with sparse life force, thus it could not be burned. Old Lord Kenyang has plenty of experience. He might have already discerned that I am an immortal zombie. Hiding myself like this, perhaps he might become suspicious. The more Fan Yuan thought, the heavier his state of mind. Chapter 792. Lightning of Heaven and Earth, Risky Attempt. As far as Fan Yuan was concerned, a wisdom path inheritance was indeed precious and rare. But even if he gained a complete inheritance, risking his true identity and the pursuit of Northern Plains Gu immortals was absolutely not worth it. Old Lord Kenyang had restrained the group of demons with one burst of fire, and even sent Pai Shui Han retreating far away. Fan Yuan had realized the bad situation and also was considering retreating, thus he naturally stopped his attacks. The rank 7 unfettered scholar also did not risk attacking. He thought higher of Fan Yuan from the way he dealt with the life-chasing fire. He himself had to rely on 1,000 disintegrations to get through that danger, which made him feel Fan Yuan was even more mysterious. And besides Fan Yuan, there was still the 2 black-robed Gu immortals, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus unfettered scholar restrained his desire to make a move and only observed Fan Yuan's side. His thoughts were obvious. He was waiting for Fan Yuan's side to make a move. For a while, the surroundings above the ruined bat's corpse became silent, while inside the ruined hall, curses were still being endlessly hurled out. Dong Fang tribe's 8 Gu immortals could not budge even a bit but had retained the ability to speak. Since the moment Dong Fang Chang Fan's possession had begun, they had been throwing curses and shouting at Dong Fang Chang Fan. Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will turn a deaf ear to this. He saw the situation outside had quietened down, the group of demons would be restrained for a while. He smiled. Finally, the time is ripe, my possession and rebirth will start at this moment. Old Lord Kenyang, I have explained the previous main steps to you. The crucial time has arrived, I will have to trouble you to guard me. Being indecisive when a decision was needed would instead worsen the situation. The star will made the decision and did not hesitate any longer. A change occurred, a large vortex suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy started fermenting in the vortex. It condensed into form before suddenly bursting out. It turned into a giant blood pillar that directly shot straight down to the center of the phantom formation, covering Dong Fan Yuliang's body. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes opened wide, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Old Lord Kenyang understood after seeing this change. This blood veil was not used just to defend, but was also involved in a purification process. The extracted 8 immortal aperture origin cores were like 8 metals melting together. It then used the demonic path Gu immortals' attacks to temper the melted origin cores, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals, before pouring the fused product into the possession target. Dong Fang Chang Fan had arranged the situation exquisitely, calculating the demonic path Gu immortals within his plan. Even Fan Yuan was in the dark, used by Dong Fang Chang Fan into unknowingly becoming a blacksmith. Now, the blood energy flowed backwards, filling Dong Fan Yuliang's body. Naturally, the blood veil would weaken. With the weakening of the blood veil, the defense immediately fell. Old Lord Kenyang had a heavy duty from the sect and with enormous benefits in front of him. How could he stay still and not share the burden? Seeing the blood veil weakening, the demonic path Gu immortals indeed were moved. It seems the previous attacks were effective. There is hope in breaking the blood veil. Everyone attacked together. The Gu immortals attacked one after the other. Countless attacks rained down like a violent storm. The blood veil was sending the blood energy inside, while also having to endure the attacks. Immediately, it was strained and started to sway unstably. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to take action, using an immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. A light barrier emerged outside of the blood veil. It looked to be condensed from the afterglow of the setting sun, and was so thin and faint that it was almost like there was nothing. Countless attacks passed through this light barrier and landed on the blood veil. However, their power was reduced to less than half the original. This was the use of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense, instead it weakened the power of most attacks. Even immortal killer moves on the level of Flood Glacier would be weakened by 30%, and what the demonic path Gu immortals were using right now were mostly all mortal killer moves. After being weakened by Final Afterglow, they only appeared strong but had little threat. Dong Fang Chang Fan showed a joyous expression. The situation was extremely beneficial to him in this way. The phantom formation was constantly extracting the 8 immortal aperture origin cores and fusing them to create the blood veil. When the blood veil suffered the attacks, the foreign wills and auras hidden inside the origin cores were gradually being removed. Afterwards, the purified blood energy would then pour into Dong Fan Yuliang's body. Dong Fan Yuliang was a Gu master with a rank 5 peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul was already eliminated by Dong Fang Chang Fan, leaving him in control of his young body. Dong Fang Chang Fan's attention was fully focused on the aperture. The aperture burst with a loud sound as it was filled with blood energy. Dong Fan Yuliang's aura rose higher instead of shrinking. An astonishing transformation was occurring, surpassing mortal, charging to Gu immortal. Crack! In the clear sky outside, a lightning bolt flashed. Within several breaths later, dark clouds surged and spread over the entire surroundings in the clear sky. Earth tremored and rumbled, and vast amounts of dust surged, as if countless bulls were running on the ground. Heaven and earth were stirred. A heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were forming. Someone is actually ascending to immortal inside? What is going on? The Gu immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Rays of lightning struck down together from above. The power they contained shocked the demonic path Gu immortals into hurriedly retreating. Amazing! This is the heavenly star lightning tribulation. How unlucky is the mortal to not receive the favor of heaven and earth. He is just ascending to immortal, and is met with such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The Gu immortals retreated to the edges and observed. Countless round craters appeared in the surroundings of the ruined bat's corpse. The craters were pitch black and unfathomably deep. Bang, bang, bang! Balls of pitch black lightning shot out from the craters and impacted on the ruined bat's corpse mountain, creating loud explosions. The lightning strikes flashed, and in just a few breaths of time, the iceberg was struck by countless lightning balls. The iceberg was smashed into pieces and spattered everywhere. Even unfettered scholar was moved at this, inwardly exclaiming, "The heavenly tribulation is heavenly star lightning, tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is the earth ghost lightning, underhanded and explosive. These two great lightning tribulations are called the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. Their power is increased further when they combine. Even I have to worry if I face them." The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined. One fell from above while the other exploded from below. The lightning was dazzling, forming a purgatory filled with the sound of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning, densely packed together, combined into a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice pieces were completely destroyed, even the remaining traces of frost energy were extinguished. The scene, as if part of the world was ending, caused the observing demonic path Gu immortals to hold their breaths in and feel stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse mountain, old Lord Kenyang looked serious as he put all his effort in maintaining the immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. This ingenious defensive killer move was being used to its utmost to weaken the strength of the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. However, all of old Lord Kenyang's effort only weakened the lightning by 15%. His red date immortal essence was being consumed extremely quickly, and soon, his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. How could there be such a strong lightning tribulation? Dong Fang Chang Fan Star Will muttered with a worried expression. This was almost the worst-case scenario in his plan. He had not thought he would be faced with them at this moment. His luck really was extremely bad. The blood veil was being badly destroyed by the lightning strikes and explosions of thunder. The losses caused Dong Fang Chang Fan to feel extreme heartache. These losses would greatly influence the foundation of Dong Fan Yu Liang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Time continued to pass, but the lightning tribulations from heaven and earth did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, they were constantly increasing in strength. The immemorial ruined bat's corpse was wrecked until it was beyond recognition. There were previously countless numbers of densely packed space path down marks covering the surroundings of the ruined bat, but now they were almost completely cleared up by the lightning tribulations. Old Lord Kenyang was already unable to support the situation, and the severe loss of immortal essence caused him to feel heavy. Right. The power of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is beyond normal. It is all because of you, Dong Fang Chang Fan. Old Lord Kenyang suddenly spoke. You are already dead, and according to the arrangement of fate, your soul should be returning to the door of life and death. How could you still remain here alive and kicking? Right now, you are not only trying to revive, you are even thinking of ascending to immortal. This is truly an act in defiance of heaven. No wonder heaven and earth are so enraged. When Dong Fang Chang Fan Star heard this, his grave expression changed. He raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke fate, the destiny of all living beings in this world has been in their own hands. So what if it is in defiance to heaven? My fate is in my own hands. I have planned for so long, I made so many preparations, I will definitely succeed. He had just spoken when they heard a rumbling sound. The lightning strikes were already as dense as rain and the thunder was already resounding non-stop. The thunder at this moment was beyond that of the previous ones. Its sound resounded through the skies and caused everyone's ears to buzz. Dong Fang Chang Fan Star shook and dispersed at once. A dazzling white light filled the world. Fan Yuan, Unfettered Scholar, and the remaining demonic path Gu immortals all retreated in alarm, and even old Lord Kenyang had to tightly close his eyes. From the white light, a ray of divine lightning struck down. This divine lightning was incomparably fierce, sweeping past all obstacles. In an instant, it blew up Final Afterglow, broke the blood veil and directly struck at Dong Fan Yu Liang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it had broken through all the barriers like they were rotten wood and appeared in front of Dong Fan Yu Liang. Dong Fan Yu Liang only had a mortal body and would definitely be shattered to pieces if he really was struck by this lightning. Dong Fang Chang Fan's possession plan would come to an end, resulting in complete failure. At the moment between life and death, Dong Fan Yu Liang, whose eyes were tightly closed the whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. In the dazzling white light, he barely managed to see that ray of thunder and lightning. Intense startled anger rose up inside him. Fluctuating light. Falling star lightning. Tribulations hidden inside my original tribulation, accursed heaven, you want me to die so badly? Then I refuse to die. Dong Fang Chang Fan roared in his mind. The phantom formation started to give off bright radiance. Boom! A piercing explosion resounded. Endless rays of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse. The light rays swept through some unlucky demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, their minds and souls shook, and some even directly crashed down from the sky. The terrifying explosion created a huge shock wave that lifted all the vegetation in the surroundings. The skies seemed to be collapsing while the earth quaked. The demonic path Gu immortals retreated in panic. They retreated several kilometers, before the wild light rays gradually dispersed. Only then did the Gu immortals calm down, returning. There was nothing left of the enormous, lofty ruined bat's corpse mountain. In the air above, a young figure appeared, standing proudly as he looked at Fang Yuan and the others. Dong Fang Yuliang. Chapter 793. Myriad Star Fireflies vs. Band of Experts. Dong Fang Yuliang? Am I seeing wrongly? How did he become a Gu immortal? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, was that Dong Fang Chang Fan's inheritance? Sigh, a mortal actually snatched it. The demonic path Gu immortals saw Dong Fang Chang Fan and were very shocked. They felt some dejection and sadness. Dong Fang Yuliang was expressionless. There was no pupils or whites in his eyes. They were completely shining with many different colored crystalline lights, flickering continuously. He had this gaze while observing the demonic path Gu immortals around him, saying softly, "You are the people who want to snatch my master's inheritance? What gives you the guts to attack a righteous path superforce?" After Dong Fang Chang Fan succeeded in his possession, but he did not expose the truth, he still spoke as if he was Dong Fang Yuliang, with his voice. The demonic path Gu immortals were in a dejected state, filled with great grievance. Now that they heard Dong Fang Yuliang's arrogant words, their faces turned ugly. Some scoffed while others shouted, "You mere junior, you have just become an immortal. After ascending in one step, you are arrogant. Here, take my hammer." As he said so, a figure flew out from among the crowd. This demonic path Gu immortal had broad shoulders and a thick waist. There was a flying heavenly boar underneath him. Its fat legs were running quickly, as it carried its owner towards Dong Fang Yuliang in an imposing manner. It was Zhuozhan. The immortals jolted, reacting to what had happened. This Zhuozhan is so crafty, he is trying to pick up a bargain. We were almost deterred by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. But even if Dong Fang Yuliang became an immortal, he is a newbie. What is there to be afraid of? Capture Dong Fang Yuliang alive, and interrogate the wisdom path inheritance from him. The demonic path Gu immortals moved quickly, charging towards Dong Fang Yuliang, fearing that they would be left behind. Unfettered Scholar was among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few other people did not move, they remained in their places. He did not know that Dong Fang Yuliang's body was already possessed by Dong Fang Chang Fan, but he was wary of Old Lord Qingyang. Dong Fang Yuliang appeared, but where is Old Lord Qingyang? Old Lord Qingyang was actually standing behind Dong Fang Yuliang, but he used an immortal technique and concealed himself. His method was superb, none of the demonic path immortals sensed him. But he was quite injured. Seeing the immortals charging over, he transmitted to Dong Fang Yuliang, "Do you need my help?" Dong Fang Yuliang quickly rejected him. "You do not need to do anything, let me deal with them." Once Old Lord Qingyang attacked, if he was exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would realize that Dong Fang Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dong Fang Yuliang get ostracized by the righteous path, even the demonic path would not welcome him. In addition, Dong Fang Yuliang wanted to single-handedly showcase a heavy crippling of his enemies. That was the only way he could rise up after the death of 8 Dong Fang tribe Gu immortals, to allow Dong Fang tribe to once again become a force to be reckoned with. Zhuozhan led the way. He was getting closer. Dong Fang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were charging with killing intent. Dong Fang Yuliang was all alone. His cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was neither flustered nor scared. His lips curled up, he showed a mild smile as if he was in complete control of the situation. Old Lord Qingyang, who was behind him, looked on with much curiosity. He wanted to see how he could repel his foes with his current cultivation level. only to see that Dong Fan Yuliang raised his right arm. His white sleeves were pulled back as his right index finger pointed at the sky. He spoke loudly and leisurely, word by word. Myriad. Star. Fireflies. The immortals heard this and their advancement halted, their expressions changed. Myriad star fireflies was well known in the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was Dong Fang Chang Fan's strongest killer move. Dong Fang Chang Fan was known as the #1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. That was not just because of his deductions alone, there was also his battle strength. Without stunning battle strength, how could he stand firm in the turbulent Northern Plains? Without immense power, how could he lead Dong Fang tribe on the road to success? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dong Fang Chang Fan easily surpassed Pai Shui Han, an unfettered scholar during his life. After all, he was the first supreme elder of a righteous path superforce. The Wisdom Path killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, was the greatest display of Dong Fang Chang Fan's battle strength. This move was extremely famous. It was ingrained into the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Myriad Star Fireflies involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Can it be activated so easily? Zhuozhan shouted. He is just a newbie Gu immortal. He has just ascended and gone beyond the mortal stage. How can he manipulate so many Gu worms immediately? Lu Qingming snickered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tian Du held his immortal Gu as he prepared to strike. Myriad Star Fireflies, I lost to that move back then. I wonder how much of its power you can use? Unfettered Scholar's expression flashed with rage. Are we really doing nothing? He Lu Lan's heart was pounding in excitement, but Fan Yuan was a great strength amongst them. After He Lu Lan lost self-strength in Mortal Gu, her battle strength was weaker than before. Wait a while longer, this situation is not right. Fan Yuan wanted to speak of what he had found out earlier, but the sky suddenly changed. Earlier, the clouds had dispersed, the surroundings were entirely clear skies. But now, darkness descended as the world turned dim. Darkness surrounded the surroundings, countless firefly-like spots of light appeared in the sky, dancing as they moved around. Starlight burst out. It was a brilliant and dazzling sight. Myriad star fireflies. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed, they shouted as they fell into the midst of the star fireflies. Starlight was glowing and reflected on their faces. Unfettered Scholar's expression was pale. This was truly myriad star fireflies, it seemed even stronger than in his memories. But how could this be possible? Dong Fang Yuliang had just become an immortal, right? Even if he had Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will, and could use rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dong Fang Chang Fan, this was the first time he was activating myriad star fireflies. How could he be so familiar with it, like he had practiced it 1,000 times? Unfettered Scholar could not understand it. The Gu immortals around him were in a more pathetic state. The surrounding specks of starlight were attacking them from all directions. One starlight speck was not powerful, but with tens of thousands of starlight specks? Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of starlight spots. Especially when each of the starlight specks had a star thought in them. Even if the Gu immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would come out and force their way into the Gu immortals' minds. Even if the Gu immortals had defensive methods, the starlight specks were endless and nearly unlimited in numbers. They were bound to fail eventually. Once star thoughts find an opportunity and enter their minds, that would be dangerous. The least they could do was to disrupt one's thoughts. The worst they could do was to destroy the person's thoughts, causing them to become slow-witted, or if all the thoughts in their mind were star thoughts, they would be subdued completely. The star thoughts would replace their cognition, and the Gu immortal would become Dong Fan Yuliang's puppet, manipulated at will. What are you doing? Beside Zhuozhan, a demonic path Gu immortal shouted angrily. Zhuozhan's face was turning purplish red. Sorry, my attack changed directions all of a sudden. Humph. With your ability, you want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance? In such a short time, you already got invaded by the star thoughts. You are really more of a trouble than help. The demonic path Gu immortal was nearly hit. He was extremely angry. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhuozhan was furious too. He shouted at the demonic path Gu immortal. Enough, are you still fighting amongst yourselves? The important thing now is to escape. This is myriad star fireflies, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is. A Gu immortal said anxiously. Another Gu immortal immediately rebuked. Escape? What are you afraid of? He is only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. We have so many people, and Lord Unfettered Scholar, why are you afraid to this extent? In my opinion, we should just attack. Everyone was hesitant on whether to retreat or advance. They subconsciously looked towards Unfettered Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped, Fan Yuan was far away, Unfettered Scholar was the only rank 7 battle strength here, he was their shepherd. It was not that everyone acknowledged Unfettered Scholar as the leader, but in times of difficulty, the strong would handle the greater dangers. Unfettered Scholar was their strong person. By moving alongside an expert, they would have a greater chance of surviving. Unfettered Scholar himself was hesitant. He and Dong Fang Chang Fan had fought before. Back then, he lost to this move, Myriad Star Fireflies. After losing in battle, he learned from his painful lesson, focusing more attention on information regarding Dong Fang Chang Fan. Thus his understanding of Myriad Star Fireflies was much deeper than that of other people. He knew that Myriad Star Fireflies was a Wisdom Path killer move, it had immense power, and was created by Dong Fang Chang Fan single-handedly. The weakness of this move was hard to discover. At the moment, Unfettered Scholar only knew this. Once a person enters the range of this move, they would be plotted against. Each of the Gu Immortals' thoughts could produce star thoughts. These star thoughts were formed by Myriad Star Fireflies to turn into starlight specks, attacking the Gu Immortal. During an intense battle, Gu Immortals would have to consider many things. As their minds worked rapidly, they would create more star thoughts. The more star thoughts produced, the stronger the killer move becomes, especially when there are more Gu Immortals in the range, the star thoughts produced would be even greater. When the star thoughts completely took over the Gu Immortals' minds, they would turn into Dong Fan Yuliang's puppets, fighting for him. Even if it could not reach that stage, being influenced by the star thoughts, mistakes would occur. Like earlier, when Zhuizhan almost injured an ally. Thus, Myriad Star Fireflies was a move well suited to deal with multiple enemies. It was weaker when fighting one enemy. Against more people, they would be used to restrain each other. The battle might instead be easier to win. The reason Dong Fang Chang Fan created this move was because he had tried to develop Dong Fang tribe single-handedly. Without many Gu Immortals in his tribe to help him, he often had to fight many enemies alone. But after Dong Fang Chang Fan created this move, he no longer feared group fights. The current scenario is what Dong Fan Yuliang most wants to see. We have many people and are not united, everyone is wary of each other, and we have barely any elites. I am the only rank 7. In a fight, we will become hindrances to each other. Not only that, from the battle earlier, there also seems to be a fire path Gu Immortal hiding here. Unfettered Scholar thought rapidly in his mind. Starlight specks appeared around him. He had much more of them compared to other people. Given such concerns, Unfettered Scholar did not feel like retreating. Instead, his battle intent was roused. I lost to Dong Fang Chang Fan. That was the greatest humiliation in my life. Now that I am facing his successor, if I retreat, how will I face myself afterwards? Even if they have a hidden Gu Immortal, we also have many people. If I retreat instead of fighting, which Gu Immortal in Northern Plains would look up to me in the future? Chapter 794. Internal Threat, Chaotic Battle, Advance or Retreat. After making his decision, Unfettered Scholar's vigor rose and he shouted, "Fight! The enemy is merely one person, anyone who is afraid can leave. Alright, we will follow Lord. Truly worthy of Lord Unfettered Scholar, with you here, who would fear Dong Fang Yuliang?" The group of demons shouted. Unfettered Scholar flicked his sleeve and used his killer move, clearing up the lingering starlight around him as he charged towards Dong Fang Yuliang. Come. Dong Fang Yuliang was not in the least afraid of Unfettered Scholar's rank 7 power. He did not retreat but advanced, submerged in starlight. For a while, the starlight churned as if it were a sea of stars, surging and rolling unendingly. Dong Fang Yuliang was like the master of stars as he maneuvered the endless starlight, raising majestic waves of stars to fight against a group by himself. Stars swayed and light fragments flew everywhere. Dong Fang Yuliang was hopelessly outnumbered at first, and the situation was dangerous. But as time passed, the starlight continued to increase rapidly, almost filling the whole space. The starlight obscured vision and made cooperation difficult, while the star thoughts invaded minds, causing the demonic path Gu Immortals to make repeated mistakes. As the situation turned more chaotic, Dong Fang Yuliang's advantage was getting bigger. Many Gu Immortals were accidentally injured several times. Gradually, they did not dare to team up, choosing to fight alone, which further reduced the pressure on Dong Fang Yuliang. Only Unfettered Scholar was able to maneuver skillfully around the obstacles, and was the strongest opponent of Dong Fan Yuliang. Dong Fan Yuliang had been evading him since the start, not daring to fight head-on with Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar's fury surged as he got repeatedly obstructed by other demonic path Gu immortals. This Dong Fan Yuliang is too slippery. He is so young, but he is as cunning as Dong Fan Chang Fan back then. He is showing no flaws, as if he has been manipulating this killer move since birth. Is Dong Fan Chang Fan's inheritance so magical? Not far away, old Lord Kenyang was also inwardly shocked by the might of myriad star fireflies. He remained hidden the whole time, quietly healing himself. Occasionally, he would gaze eerily at Fan Yuan and the group at the edge of the battlefield. He had vague speculations about Fan Yuan's identity, and had been waiting for Fan Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He did not excel in pursuing enemies, but with the help of myriad star fireflies, he would have a greatly increased chance of capturing Fan Yuan. However, since the beginning, Fan Yuan only stood by, looking on without lifting a finger, which caused old Lord Kenyang to feel anxious and forced him to endure waiting patiently. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. Unfettered Scholar could not fight a prolonged battle, finally using his trump card Killer Move. Dong Fan Yuliang chuckled, already on guard against this move. His body swayed nimbly like a butterfly, dodging the rays coming from the gaze. But right at this moment, Dong Fan Yuliang suddenly stopped. Dong Fan Wanxiu's furious roar resounded within him. Old scoundrel, I will take you down with me. Dong Fan Yuliang suddenly changed directions and charged straight towards the killer move 1000 Disintegrations. This change was beyond anyone's expectations. The power of 1000 Disintegrations was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Dong Fan Yuliang charging straight at it was simply suicidal. For a while, everyone was startled and could not react. Even Unfettered Scholar was stupefied as he looked at Dong Fan Yuliang charging at his killer move. The light of 1000 Disintegrations shined on Dong Fan Yuliang's head. In an instant, Dong Fan Yuliang's hair was destroyed, then his skull was melting, with the rays about to hit his brain. On this boundary between life and death, old Lord Kenyang shouted, and with no time to continue healing, he showed himself to save Dong Fan Yuliang. He attacked while also defending. Flames surged, a blazing inferno rose and charged towards Unfettered Scholar. Confronted with a rank 7 expert, Unfettered Scholar had no choice but to divide his attention. As this happened, old Lord Kenyang was able to pull back Dong Fan Yuliang. Dong Fan Yuliang's skull was penetrated through, and his brain almost suffered extremely severe damage. At this moment, countless star thoughts surged like a fountain towards the outside through the hole in the skull. After being saved by old Lord Kenyang, Dong Fan Yuliang's expression turned calm, representing that Dong Fan Chang Fan's soul had regained control of the body. Lingering fear unavoidably showed up on his face. If there had been just a slight delay, Dong Fan Yuliang's brain would have been entirely disintegrated. Dong Fan Chang Fan could be said to have walked around the gates of hell, barely holding on to life. And without old Lord Kenyang, he might have died again. What happened? Old Lord Kenyang retreated while pulling Dong Fan Chang Fan and shouted at the latter, his heart still palpitating. Dong Fan Chang Fan had explained most of the possession technique to him, but a few crucial final steps were still kept undisclosed by Dong Fan Chang Fan. Thus, old Lord Kenyang was absolutely not willing to see Dong Fan Chang Fan's death. Dong Fan Chang Fan intentionally held these back as a failsafe against old Lord Kenyang. The effects were shown now. However, he might have had his life preserved, but Dong Fan Chang Fan looked pale and had an unsightly expression. This series of events was because he had hurriedly ascended to immortal, and were the side effects of the struggle against the lightning tribulation. Originally, Dong Fan Chang Fan had deceived Dong Fan tribe's 8 Gu immortals and used the phantom formation to extract their immortal aperture origin cores. But these cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals, and could not be directly transferred to Dong Fan Yuliang's body. Thus, Dong Fan Chang Fan used Mensi's blood immortal Gu to turn these origin cores into a blood veil. Then he used the attacks from the demonic path Gu immortals to temper and remove the impurities that were the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals. Dong Fan Chang Fan then would transfer the purified immortal aperture origin cores into Dong Fan Yuliang's body, which should have resulted in no side effects. However, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had been too terrifying, far surpassing Dong Fan Chang Fan's estimation. It resulted in a dangerous situation, and at the crucial moment between life and death, Dong Fang Chang Fan had no choice but to skip some of the blood veil's tempering steps and directly transfer the extracted origin cores into Dong Fang Yuliang's body. He passed the tribulation and advanced to Gu Immortal. But the new immortal aperture had the 8 Gu Immortals' wills and was filled with their auras. These 8 Gu Immortals' bodies and souls were already turned to nothingness prior to the heaven-shaking tribulation. But they were betrayed, creating hatred towards Dong Fang Chang Fan, which was retained in their wills and auras. Dong Fang Chang Fan had to pay full attention to the battle when fighting Unfettered Scholar. A moment of negligence caused the internal danger to erupt, resulting in a strong backlash. Dong Fang Chang Fan had expected it, but during the backlash, he discovered his previous estimations had been too optimistic. The power of the accumulated wills in his immortal aperture was beyond his expectations. Thus, the backlash had almost sent him to his own death under 1,000 disintegrations. Dong Fang Chang Fan heaved a sigh and was just about to explain matters to Old Lord Kenyang, when suddenly his face twisted into a ferocious expression. Old Lord Kenyang's mind rang with warning sirens, and he quickly released his grip as he retreated. The next moment, Dong Fang Yuliang used a powerful killer move against his benefactor, Old Lord Kenyang. Fortunately, Old Lord Kenyang had been vigilant. Dong Fang Yuliang's attack struck empty air. "Old bastard Chang Fan, you shameless scoundrel, scheming against your own tribe's Gu Immortals for your rebirth!" Dong Fang Yuliang furiously shouted, but it was not with his previous voice, rather, it was the voice of Dong Fang Yikong. Such a strange change confused everyone. Unfettered Scholar's eyes shined with a bright light, and moved in for the kill again. He reacted promptly, and used the killer move 1,000 disintegrations, again directed at Dong Fang Yuliang. However, Dong Fang Chang Fan regained control again, and narrowly evaded 1,000 disintegrations. The good scenario did not last for long, as soon the will of another of Dong Fang tribe's Gu Immortals forcibly took control of the body, shouting and seeking death of their own accord. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to save Dong Fang Chang Fan from danger again. The battle situation had changed. The orderly myriad star fireflies which attacked and defended in turn were now flying around chaotically. The pressure on the demonic path Gu Immortals had greatly decreased, and they charged towards Dong Fang Yuliang one after the other. Among them, the threat from Unfettered Scholar was the largest, as he moved unhindered around the sea of starlight, his 1,000 disintegrations breaking through all obstacles. Dong Fang Chang Fan, however, had the help of Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sects and had deep foundations. His immortal killer move, life-chasing fire, was also rather troublesome, obstructing Unfettered Scholar. Dong Fang Yuliang would occasionally suffer the backlash from a certain Dong Fang tribe Gu Immortal, at times causing him to attack Old Lord Kenyang or even seek death, but at other times Dong Fang Chang Fan was able to regain control and fight the demonic path Gu Immortals, attempting to remedy the situation. However, all things considered, such a battle situation could not avoid being chaotic. The source of the chaos was Dong Fang Yuliang. "What is going on?" Fairy Li Shan and the others were standing at the edge of the battlefield, not knowing what to think about this chaotic fight. The strange and confusing situation was beyond their expectations. "It seems Dong Fang Chang Fan sacrificed his tribe's Gu Immortals and possessed Dong Fang Yuliang, but his plan did not completely succeed. This old bastard really can scheme." He Lulan sneered. "No matter who Dong Fang Yuliang is, that Fire Path Gu Immortal beside him is not of Northern Plains, but an expert of Central Continent's Immortal Crane sect, named Old Lord Kenyang. After the battle earlier, he is probably suspicious of me." Fan Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, exposing the identity of Old Lord Kenyang. "What? This is troublesome." He Lulan frowned. She and Fan Yuan were tied to the same boat, their gains and losses were linked together. If Fan Yuan was exposed, she would also be in jeopardy. What should we do now? Perhaps we could kill him? Fairy Li Shan was ready to attack. "No. He only has some doubts. As long as I don't expose myself, he won't be able to guess my identity in Central Continent. The battle is extremely chaotic now. It will be hard for us to withdraw if we meddle in. Moreover, Dong Fang Chang Fan is a deep schemer. Myriad Star Fireflies is also powerful, while we will have to restrain our full power to hide our identities. What's more, Old Lord Kenyang is an expert among rank 7s and won't be easily defeated." Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he sent this message to the two women. He already had the intention to retreat. The situation might be in disorder now, but their circumstances did not allow them to do as they pleased. Even if they could use their full strengths, the combined strength of the three was not enough to dominate the whole battlefield and control the lives and deaths of everyone present. You mean that we should retreat? He Lu Lan, however, was reluctant. As far as she was concerned, the chaotic situation in front of them was still an opportunity. She had sworn to get revenge, but He Qing was powerful and her battle strength had decreased after she had also lost self-strength in mortal goo. If she did not use these opportunities to quickly progress ahead, when would she be able to take her revenge? Fan Yuan smiled. I mean that we should retreat as well as advance. Haven't the two of you discovered that Dong Fan Yulian has already lost control over a dozen times in just this short period of time? All in all, it should be due to the wills of the 8 Gu immortals causing trouble. You mean? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's gazes shined brightly as they understood the meaning behind these words. Right. How many Gu immortals does Dong Fan tribe has? Even if there is some hidden force left behind, Dong Fan tribe's headquarters would still be at its weakest state in all time. Just think about it, the accumulations of a region's superforce. Fan Yuan spoke leisurely, however his words ignited the fires in the hearts of He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's rob Dong Fan Chang Fan's base. He Lu Lan did not hesitate as she flew straight towards Dong Fan tribe's headquarters with excitement. Chapter 795. Arriving first, but without success. Jade Pool Blessed Land, Dong Fan tribe's main headquarters, Dong Fan Chang Fan's home. It had a long history of thousands of years. This type of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were a Gu immortal's immortal aperture, they belonged to one person. Once their cultivation level reaches rank 8, the immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. Meanwhile, Jade Pool Blessed Land did not belong to one Gu immortal. It was formed from a group of Gu immortals cutting off a part of their own blessed lands, and was pieced together after that. Blessed lands could swallow each other. Earlier, on Tianti Mountain, Fan Yuan was undergoing the earthly calamity of the desolate beast swamp crab. He had to discard a portion of his blessed land. In the end, this part was taken away by the demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain, fusing it into their own blessed lands. The swallowing of blessed lands had very strict requirements. But the requirements of piecing blessed lands together were much lower. Most of the superforces in the 5 regions had a main camp that was formed by piecing together the contributions of various Gu immortals. Dong Fan tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land, Murong tribe's Yinyang Blessed Land, Guan tribe's Shihuang Blessed Land, and He tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land all were like this. Even Northern Plains No. 1 Demonic Path Force, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, was the same. The demonic path Gu immortals contributed a portion of their blessed lands, creating Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They then lived in it. The mountain peaks that they each occupied was the region that they took out from their own immortal apertures. The owner of the first peak, old ancestor Shui Hu, had his own rank 8 grotto heaven. Fairy Li Shan, who was the owner of the third peak, also had her own immortal aperture. The Gu immortal's personal immortal aperture was extremely important. There were countless treasures placed in them. It was a private area. In most situations, outsiders would not be allowed in. If there was any damage done, the losses were severe. Regarding this, there was also a rather peculiar example. It was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were immortal zombies. Since the immortal zombies' immortal apertures were dead, a portion of the aperture would break apart once in a while, and they furthermore could not be fused together. Therefore, in each of the 5 regions, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance did not form from immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters was Dark Flow Giant City. Such a headquarters was naturally inferior to a blessed land. This was another reason why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than super forces. Thus, to Fan Yuan and the others, Jade Pool Blessed Land was not hard to find. Blessed lands that were pieced together like this were usually placed on the ground, taking in earth chi to stabilize the space inside. At the same time, they could slow time flow and postpone the arrival of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I know the location of this Jade Pool Blessed Land clearly. If it was not moved away, it should be to the northeast. Let's fly over there. At this speed, it would only take an hour. Fairy Li Shan led the way. It should still be at the original place. The main camp of such a superforce is very important. It is the central point used between superforces when splitting up their respective territories. It would not be moved under normal circumstances. He Lu Lan was excited. Dongfang Chogfan miscalculated this time. He actually removed his own manpower, sacrificing Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals to revive himself. Fan Yuan followed behind the two women without speaking. As they flew rapidly, huge winds were blowing, causing buzzing noises around the ears. Fan Yuan's memories of his previous life began to surface in his mind. In his previous life, he knew very little about Dongfang Chongfan. He had no idea whether Dongfang Chongfan succeeded in possessing Dongfang Yuliang's body in his previous life. But he knew at least that Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Gu master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. After He Lu Lan won and came out from Imperial Court Blessed Land, she tried to overturn and change the current rules, dying suddenly one day. Eventually, Ma Hongyun stepped up on the stage. After that, he led his army and became the lord of the Imperial Court for many rounds. During the third Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 Hearts Combination Soul and was captured by Dongfang tribe alive. In the end, Ma Hongyun's luck was overwhelming. He actually got Dongfang Yuliang's sister, Dongfang Qinyu, on his side. Not only did she free him, she also gave him the secret of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, allowing Ma Hongyun to emerge victorious, and Dongfang tribe lost terribly. Fan Yuan thought about this and he inwardly came to a realization. He had a different view now. If, in my previous life, Dongfang Chongfan managed to possess Dongfang Yuliang, then Dongfang Qinyu was doing this not because of Ma Hongyun, but because she found out something and wanted to avenge her brother. After all, Dongfang Yuliang and Dongfang Qinyu were siblings that had mutually supported and stuck close by each other since they were young. No matter how Dongfang Chongfan acted, after a long time, he would definitely mess up in front of such a close relation. Or maybe Dongfang Chongfan failed in his possession. Or maybe he succeeded, but the effect was not great. Dongfang Yuliang was still a mortal Gu master. Fan Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88 Truyang building, along with Imperial Court Blessed Land, the events in Northern Plains had changed hugely. Just at minimum, in his previous life, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals like Dongfang Yikong and Dongfang Wanxiu were still alive, but now they were sacrificed. Such huge changes had also affected Central Continent's events. They were changing rapidly. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions. One could predict that in future developments, the other 3 regions would also be affected to an extent. The advantage of my rebirth is becoming smaller. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. As he got stronger, the influence that he was creating also increased. It was called the butterfly effect, but Fan Yuan was already no longer a butterfly, he was an eagle. An hour later, they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. The situation in front of them was slightly out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world. When its entrance was closed, it could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, there was a huge hole in it. One could see the situation inside the Blessed Land from outside. At the same time, there were loud explosions, sounds of fighting could be heard. There was someone who got here first? He Lu Lan's gaze focused. Judging by this, they have just created a hole and entered. I had made an agreement with Dongfang Chongfan. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fairy Lishan said. Fan Yuan would thus be the core battle strength amongst the 3. He walked in front and shouted, "Let's go in and see!" The 3 entered the hole and got into Jade Pool Blessed Land. Only to see that there was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic path Gu immortals were fighting with the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense fight. It seems that our timing is just right. He Lu Lan's mood relaxed, but her tone sank immediately after. It is Pai Shui Han. As it turned out, after Pai Shui Han was hit by old Lord Kenyang's life-chasing fire, he could not dispel it. Afraid that others would attack him, he had no choice but to escape. As he escaped, he gradually calmed down. He found out in surprise that his clothes were still intact even with the fire burning. Pai Shui Han had an idea. After thinking about it, he realized, this life-chasing fire could only burn something with life force. His clothes were not alive, thus they were not harmed. Meanwhile, he had been using healing killer moves. They made his life force even greater, causing the fire to burn more intensely. After finding this out, Pai Shui Han changed his tactics. He restrained most of the life force in his body, finally extinguishing the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to go back to Taichio battlefield. On the way back, he met a few rank 6 demonic path Gu immortals who had left stealthily, and were trying to take advantage of his situation. Pai Shui-han was an astute person. Seeing that these few people were tailing him secretly, he understood their intentions. Anger surged in him as he taught them a lesson. The demonic path Gu immortals worked together, but they were not the rank 7 Pai Shui-han's match. When Pai Shui-han had been venting, the sound of the battle drew in 2 rank 6 peak Gu immortals. They were Chia Shermin of the Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brute Master of the Moon Path. These two had pretty good relationships with a certain demonic path Gu immortal. They intervened and mediated the situation. They also convinced Pai Shui-han to not go back to Taichio, that he should instead go to Dongfang tribe's main camp. Pai Shui-han was wary of the life-chasing fire already. Next, he heard that Half Moon Brute Master had an immortal Gu that could easily pierce space and could enter Jade Pool Blessed Land. Pai Shui-han thought about Unfettered Scholar, and Fan Yuan's group with their mysterious depths. He also thought about the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even if he got it, it would be incomplete and have low value. It would be of little use to him. Thus, he decided to change his plans, to attack Jade Pool Blessed Land with the other demonic path Gu immortals. At Jade Pool Blessed Land, Half Moon Broodmaster used his method and truly formed a pathway to enter. Everyone charged in, thinking of simply reaping some profits before leaving. But they found out that there were no Gu immortals obstructing them, and just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts protecting the blessed land, Fan Yuan and the others appeared. Seeing that the 3 black-robed Gu immortals were also here to loot the place, the nearby enslavement path Gu immortal Chia Shermin made a move. He willed and 3 huge desolate beast birds flew out from his immortal aperture, encircling them. "Who are you? I spent so much effort in creating this hole, are you here to simply take advantage of this?" Half Moon Brutemaster shouted. He waved his arm and his killer move was unleashed. Pai Shui-han saw Fan Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a faint headache. It's the 3 of them. Why did they come here too? He knew Fan Yuan's strength, but he still found some time to attack him. These people had made an agreement earlier before entering. If anyone else enters after them, they would attack together and defend their interests. But Pai Shui-han's attacks were slightly slower. Even though his attacks looked powerful, he had reserved most of his strength. If the situation turned bad, he could retreat at any time. As for the other demonic path Gu immortals, the moment they saw Fan Yuan, they sucked in breaths of cold air. Pai Shui-han had confidence from his cultivation level, but why would these people dare to attack and implicate themselves? Thus, they disregarded the earlier agreement. They acted like they were obstructed by the desolate beasts and could not find time or energy to attack. Hee, come. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands suddenly grabbed the desolate beast birds. The birds cried out in pain from their force. As for the other 2, they destroyed Half Moon Brutemaster and Pai Shui-han's attacks effortlessly. Chia Shermin and Half Moon Brutemaster did not know about him. They saw this and were extremely shocked. Rank 7 battle strength! Where is this expert from? Fan Yuan forced them back. He laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, along with 2 others formed earlier. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shui-han. At the same time, he shouted, "Pai Shui-han, to think that you came here as well. It seems that the lesson earlier was not enough for you." Saying this, he demonstrated an extremely arrogant and proud attitude, like he had already fought with Pai Shui-han and taught him a lesson. Chia Shermin and Half Moon Broodmaster heard this and their hearts shook. Their fighting spirit immediately fell. Chapter 796. Everyone with different intentions, going after precious treasures. Pai Shui-han snorted coldly. He was inwardly extremely angered. He was a famous expert. Fan Yuan's loud taunting was something that had not happened to him for a very long time. Pai Shui-han did not want to show a weak demeanor. Just as he was about to attack and fight back against Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew out and exposed her rank 7 aura. Meanwhile, at another side, Hei Lu Lan did not conceal her activation of multiple immortal Gu. This was obviously a situation of the 3 of them fighting him at once. Pai Shui-han's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth and stopped his attack. He had no choice but to stop. Because right now, there was no one with the strength of Unfettered Scholar around him. He was alone against many strong foes. Pai Shui-han could not regain the face he lost. As he fought with the desolate beast, he snorted, saying to Fan Yuan, "Didn't you guys run here too? Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I am a pushover? I am thinking about the big picture. I have greater objectives. I do not want to waste time with a brute like you over small matters. With such huge benefits in front of us, If I waste time in being pestered by you, it would be a huge regret to miss this opportunity. Although the desolate beast was fierce, Pai Shui Han was much stronger. He could speak as he fought, interacting with Fan Yuan and the others. In comparison, Jie Shimin and Half Moon Broodmaster appeared much inferior. Hee hee. Fairy Li Shan laughed. She stood in the air as she said in a hoarse voice. He is right, now is indeed not the time to fight among ourselves. Why don't we force them back and take Jade Pool blessed land for ourselves? Fan Yuan growled unhappily on purpose. He Lu Lan coordinated with him. She immediately rebuked. There is not enough time. Do you think we haven't considered this? Since we can come here, others are not fools, there will be others coming here soon. Moreover, Dong Fang Chang Fan is a scheming old fox. Why would he not set up defenses around his base camp? Fairy Li Shan also said. We'll handle it like that. How many times have I told you, number 7, you need to control your quick temper. Fairy Li Shan purposely spoke like she was scolding Fan Yuan. He snorted and acted as if he was obeying orders from her. These three had already cooperated many times. They had chemistry in coordinating between themselves. With their current performance, there was no flaw. Pai Shui Han felt even more wary now. Jie Shimin and Half Moon Broodmaster looked at each other, thinking that this situation was troublesome. At the same time, they felt some suspicion and uncertainty. Where did this mysterious force come from? Such a person is only number 7, and not the leader? Brother Pai, Jade Pool blessed land is so big, it is not something we can take for ourselves alone. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited, the longer we drag on, the more unexpected problems could occur. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shui Han did not want to fight them. He saw a way out that could save some face for him. On the outside he showed a reluctant expression as he spoke. Fine, you can join in too. But we had an agreement earlier. We cannot fight among ourselves. There are certainly many valuable things, so whoever finds them will get to own them. If there is a dispute, you can undergo transactions privately. If that is insufficient, strength will decide the rest. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rules were these? This was no different from saying there were no rules. Among demonic path Gu masters, they often lacked trust. Such rules were compatible with the style of the demonic path. There were no restraints at all. Of course, earlier, Pai Shui Han, Jie Shimin and the others probably had more rules than this. There was probably a part about using cultivation level to decide who gets more resources. Fan Yuan muttered in his thoughts. Pai Shui Han was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had the greatest battle strength. He naturally had to protect his own interests. But the situation was different now. Fan Yuan's side was even stronger. Pai Shui Han was at a disadvantage. He would not blindly list out such a condition. Jie Shimin and Half Moon Broodmaster were extremely regretful. Why did they attack so quickly? They did not observe the situation clearly. The enslavement path Gu immortal Jie Shimin saw that they were negotiating. He had to take a risk and say, "Would Sir return my 3 desolate birds?" Fan Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, "These birds may look impressive but are worthless, you can have them back." Saying this, he tossed these 3 desolate beast birds without a second thought, like they were worth nothing. Jie Shimin felt anger inwardly. He was extremely stifled. These 3 desolate beast birds were indeed low in battle strength, but they were easy to raise and control. There was only one beast enslavement immortal Gu in the world, but there were many ways other than that to control desolate beasts. Wisdom path, water path, fire path, and others, they all could do so. There were other techniques that Jie Shimin did not use. Once he did, he could raise the desolate beast bird's battle strength by 50%. But Fan Yuan and the others were too ruthless. If they had fought, he might have done that. However, they went directly to Pai Shui Han to find trouble. They did not even give him a second glance. These 2 demonic path Gu immortals did not know the background of Fan Yuan and the others, but they knew Pai Shui Han's power. Even Pai Shui Han was suppressed, having the disadvantage. Why would they dare to attack? Thus, Jie Shimin was deterred. He had cowered before even fighting. He did not dare to use his real offensive techniques. He did not reply to Fan Yuan's taunting. He kept quiet as he endured it, not daring to say a word. In truth, Fairy Li Shan was a rank 7 information path Gu immortal with ordinary battle strength. After He Lu Lan lost self-strength, she did not have a true immortal killer move. Her battle strength fell and was around rank 6 middle tier. If Fan Yuan and Pai Shui Han fought, as time passed, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Comparing their collective strengths, Fan Yuan's side was weaker. But in war, destroying the enemy's plan was the best tactic. The second best way was to destroy their connections, then the best after that was attacking their troops, and finally, attacking their cities. Fan Yuan and the others used the best tactic. They won before even fighting. Although the power levels in different worlds were somewhat different, or they could even be very different, but regarding such philosophy, it could be applied everywhere. Whichever world it was, the logic of ruining the enemy's plans was an astute move. Only an imbecile would want to fight and kill all day. Anyone who had slight knowledge of politics would know that war was only a method, it was an extension of political strife. And the core of politics was the economy. Economy meant profits, in other words, all fighting was done for the sake of profits. To Fan Yuan, coldness, arrogance, humility, conceit, all of these were masks, they were tools for him to obtain profits. The two sides came to an agreement and decided to collaborate. The desolate beasts in Jade Pool Blessed Land were originally at a disadvantage, with no commander. Now that there were new members to the group of demonic Path Gu immortals, the beasts quickly lost. Some died, some got injured, and some escaped. Ha ha ha, let's charge in! Fan Yuan purposely laughed wildly, taking the lead as he flew into a deep part of Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view in the air, the Blessed Land's huge landmass had pools of all sizes that could be seen all over the place. There were deep pools and small lakes connected with each other, in untold numbers. They were like the stars in the night sky, indescribably beautiful. The terrain of the Blessed Land was somewhat chaotically ordered. It was organized in accordance to being centered upon each jade pool, spreading out in a circular fashion. There were some grasslands, some green trees that formed shade for the pools. There were some pools in mountains, and there were some in swamps. This is a good blessed land, Fan Yuan could not help but praise. Soon after, Hei Lulan arrived behind him. She did not speak, but her eyes were shining. Fairy Li Shan also arrived soon afterwards. She smiled as she introduced. Each of the jade pools here are unique. They have different types of waters and nurture countless species of creatures, or gu worm groups. Some were used to create a specific environment, to store all their resources. Dong Fang Chang Fan had his own unique concept of management. When he was around, he brought in resources from Eastern Sea, growing them in Jade Pool Blessed Land until they bore fruit, which he then sold to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Be it righteous path or demonic path, they were all popular goods. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Dong Fang tribe's fish groups and aquatic plants were famous. Even though they could not match Eastern Sea's super forces in this aspect, it was quite a unique specialty. Hearing this, Hei Lulan understood. She was ready to move. This means that in each of these pools, there is a stockpile of resources. Ha ha! There are so many crystal marrow aquatic plants, it is suitable for my blessed land. I can save a huge amount of expenses now. Not far away, a demonic path Gu immortal had already taken over a pool as he laughed loudly. We have to split up. If we stay together, others might be suspicious. Fan Yuan transmitted. All right, let's act separately. We can gain more that way. But keep in touch and take care of each other. Not only are we dealing with Pai Shui Han and the others, there might also be Dong Fang Chang Fan's traps. I will go first. Hei Lulan changed her direction and flew away from Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan. She flew towards a deep pool below. This child. Fairy Li Shan looked at Hei Lulan's figure as she sighed, saying to Fan Yuan, I had previously agreed to not attack Dong Fang tribe. I cannot touch these resources, but I can skirt around the restrictions. I will investigate this place. If I find a precious resource, I will inform you too. All right. Fan Yuan replied curtly. He suddenly looked towards a deep pool. It was shining brightly, like there was a layer of oil on top. The surface area of the pool's top layer was also larger than the other pools. I am going too. Fan Yuan moved and flew down at lightning speed. Fairy Li Shan flew towards the sky, hiding into the clouds. Far away, Pai Shui Han saw that the three of them had split up. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly, turning towards a jade pool. Fairy Li Shan flew into the clouds so that she could use whole earth gu. She transmitted only to Hei Lulan secretly. Quick! There are two great treasures in Jade Pool Blessed Land. One is thatched hut, the other is minuscule mountain. The former is a rank 6 immortal gu house. It can both attack and defend, specializing in storage. The latter is a legendary place recorded. One of the variant humans, the Miniman race, lives in it. No matter which one we obtain, it will be of huge help to our cultivation in the future. He Lulan immediately responded. I have also heard of these 2 treasures. But little ant, how did you confirm that these 2 are in Jade Pool blessed land? Fairy Li Shan smiled as she replied. I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe so many times, I know some matters about their internal affairs. Thatched Hut stores most of Dongfang tribe's public wealth. Even Dongfang Chogfan cannot take them for his personal use inappropriately. As for Minuscule Mountain, despite being small, it is a real mountain. It needs to take an earth chi to stabilize its form. It cannot be brought out easily. Furthermore, Dongfang Chongfan had the agreement with the Righteous Path forces created using it. With Minuscule Mountain guarding this place, that would form the greatest restraints on the alliance. Of course, these 2 treasures could have been moved away secretly, but the possibility of that is small. Regardless, we have to give it a try. There are countless jade pools. Thatched Hut might still be at its former location. Follow my instructions and go there stealthily. Chapter 797. Flick, 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 subduing a shark fin wolf. He Lulan was even more excited, quickly replying. Little ant, rest assured, I am already deep into the pool and am drilling a hole underground. In the air, Fairy Li Shan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from the alliance agreement, but she could endure this much. She casually wiped away the blood and continued to transmit information to He Lulan secretly. All right, I will scout for you from up here. Move stealthily and make sure other Gu immortals don't discover you. Especially Fang Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and calculating. Even Pai Shui Han is dancing to his tune. We are in the Snowy Mountain alliance with him, but its time limit is approaching. You need to make sure to be on guard against him. That goes without saying. He Lulan quickly replied. Fang Yuan moved rapidly to above a jade pool, causing gusts of wind that raised waves on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were ahead by a generation in comparison to the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around for a while before immediately ascertaining that there was nothing in this pool apart from water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly as he examined. Oil water was naturally not regular water, but a resource found in the depths of deep seas. It was a Gu refinement material, and was extremely common in Eastern Sea. In Northern Plains and Western Desert, however, it was rather rare. There were almost no transactions of small amounts of oil water in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was because the profits were too low and the fee of Treasure Yellow Heaven was too high, making the loss more than the gains. When oil water transactions appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were essentially in very large amounts, but even then it was hard to earn significant profits. Also, because the oil water Eastern Sea produced was basically used by their own cultivators, the frequency of such large transactions was extremely low. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water, but also had an ingenious use for it. This pool's water was extremely deep, connecting to deep underground and extracting traces of earth chi. Oil water was basically a resource that was produced in deep water and large trenches. Dongfang tribe set up this pool to use oil water to produce more oil water. Once in a while, they will put in clear water, and with the continuous mixing of earth chi and oil water, the oil water in the pool would gradually restore to its original concentration. Fang Yuan was very experienced, and with just a moment of thinking, he was aware of the operation method of Dongfang tribe. Oil water was not easy to extract and required specific Gu worms. Fang Yuan's slight frown was because of this. He knew there was a small, specially designated group of Gu masters who went to the depths of seas to extract oil water. Gu worm recipes that were handed down from generation to generation were arranged in a set to draw and extract this oil water. These people made a living from this, and their Gu worm set were meant to extract oil water. They did not have high battle strength, but their social status were high, and they were welcomed by all the forces of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had been to Eastern Sea in his previous life and had come across an old oil water extraction specialist. This Gu master was rather old, and he only had a granddaughter, to whom he wanted Fang Yuan to wed and also adopt her surname. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan refused in the end. Fang Yuan's eyebrows soon relaxed. He pointed his index finger at the surface of the pool and lightly bent it. Immediately, the pool water rose like a dragon, obediently moving into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. There would have been nothing Fang Yuan could do if this was before the auction, but after the auction, he had the strength path immortal Gu, pulling water. Its effect was specialized for dealing with water. Wasn't this a trivial matter? It is just that oil water is precious, but it is not immortal material. Using immortal goo pulling water to collect it is simply overkill, but I'd plan to attend Central Continent's refinement path convention and oil water is suitable to be used at earlier stages. Otherwise, I would not have gathered it. Using immortal goo meant spending green grape immortal essence. And the value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than oil water. If it were not for the refinement path convention, Fan Yuan might have simply ignored it and left. Right now, Fan Yuan was standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, the oil water constantly moving towards his immortal aperture. He slightly leaned to the side and looked in He Lu Lan's direction. There was no news from He Lu Lan's end, as if she had gone to another pool. A dark gaze flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan's secret plans, but was not worried. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know of Thatched Hut and Minuscule Mountain? In truth, he probably knew of them even more clearly than Fairy Li Shan. In the 5 regions chaotic war during Fan Yuan's previous life, all sorts of immortal goo houses were brought into fights, creating many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves could be easily targeted and subdued, but immortal goo houses combined defense and offense. Even if they had different specialties, they fundamentally did not have shortcomings on other aspects. In particular, the more goo immortals an immortal goo house stored, the stronger their might. It was almost like an unstoppable fortress in the battlefield. Thatched Hut would not be Thatched Hut if it could be easily found. Fan Yuan stored all of the oil water before flying towards another pool. After storing several resources like oil water, Fan Yuan finally came across a pool where a beast group, that made his eyes brighten, was dwelling. Sensing Fan Yuan's mighty presence encroaching upon their territory, wolf howls resounded, several tens of thousands of shark-fin wolves rushed out. The wolves formed a large wave, glaring fiercely at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had used shark-fin wolves when he had disguised himself as Wolf King Chang Shanin. They were extremely useful. They had the size of an elephant, and could live in both land and water, and were one of the few wolf species that could fight underwater. They had powerful defense. Their bodies were covered with smooth, crocodile-like armor, while there were sharp, deep blue fins on the sides. On their backs, there was a row of shark-like fins, which formed a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. They were not fast and were often used by Fan Yuan as shields in his wolf formations. Naturally, these mortal beasts were not of much interest to Fan Yuan currently. Fan Yuan's burning gaze was on the leader of the wolf group. This was an enormous shark-fin wolf that was over 10 meters tall. With a smooth and graceful build, its physique was a perfect combination of strength and beauty. This shark-fin wolf was crouched low, with its dense sharp canines exposed. Its lantern-sized eyes were fixed upon Fan Yuan, as if it was going to pounce at him the very next moment. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, having an intention to subdue it. He did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, but he could somewhat control this level of desolate beast with other methods. There was only one beast enslavement immortal goo, which was in Langya Blessed Land. This goo showed instantaneous effect when enslaving a desolate beast. The desolate beast could be controlled in accordance with one's thoughts. This allowed a supreme showcase of enslavement path. Fan Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, and naturally other enslavement path goo immortals also did not have it. However, the use of goo depended on the goo immortal's creativity. There were all sorts of methods and killer moves that could substitute for beast enslavement immortal goo. For instance, Flying Bear Phantom Goo was a unique method of phantom path in enslaving a desolate beast. Water Path, Fire Path, Light Path and other paths also had their own respective methods. Otherwise, how could Dong Fan Chang Fan control so many phantom beasts in the battle at Taichio? Every path was independent of each other, but yet interlinked with each other. Taking references, interacting and competing with other paths created the current Goo master structure that had all sorts of styles. Even without the enslavement methods, a desolate beast could be raised from youth to nurture emotional connection and intimacy, and could be made to protect oneself or attack enemies. Immortal Crane Sexy Feng Yang and the Nine Palace Crane, Little Nine, were a classic example of man and beast developing a close relationship. Naturally, these methods absolutely could not compare to the effect of beast enslavement immortal goo. Enslavement path was able to be classified as a path, so its enslavement methods were definitely superior to that of other paths. Fan Yuan and the wolf were locked in a standoff for a while. The desolate beast shark-fin wolf was still restraining itself, not daring to recklessly move because it could sense a threat from the aura Fan Yuan gave off. Since that was the case, Fan Yuan took the initiative to attack. Two strength path giant hands pressed down upon the shark-fin wolf from the left, and right. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled before taking a slight step back. A layer of glass-like watery armor immediately appeared on its body. The next moment, it fiercely jumped above Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could detect a foul odor assailing his nostrils from the wolf's open mouth. Following the odor were countless water bullets that were rapidly being shot out of the shark fin wolf's mouth. Fan Yuan did not dodge or evade, as he sent out another 2 strength path giant hands at the shark fin wolf. The storm of water bullets smashed at the strength path giant hands, but only served to slightly slow them. These water bullets could not even be considered mortal killer moves. Naturally, they would not be able to compare to an immortal killer move. At the same time, the previous 2 strength path giant hands rose up and grabbed the 2 rear legs of the shark fin wolf before dragging it down. The pitiful shark fin wolf had just jumped to the air but was dragged down before it could reach Fan Yuan. Boom! The desolate beast shark fin wolf crashed hard at the ground, and some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves that could not dodge in time were turned to meet paced by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared in anger and struggled to get up, to pounce at Fan Yuan again, but the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand getting closer. The strength path giant hand was powerful, and before it even reached the shark fin wolf, the latter felt difficulty breathing as its heart trembled. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its rear legs were firmly grasped by 2 strength path giant hands. It twisted and turned its body but still could not evade. The strength path giant hand fiercely slammed at its face. The shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was slammed to the ground so forcefully that it formed a large crater. Only after a few long moments, it was able to barely raise its head from the crater. However, the attack had caused its sight to become blurry, tears and snot flowing down its face. It shook its head, still not giving up on resisting, but the second strength path giant hand slammed it at this moment. The shark fin wolf howled miserably again as another large crater formed on the ground. It felt extreme grief and indignation. The enemy was powerful and also shameless, not giving it any time to react. Fan Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand. A total of 5 flew around, pressing and beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground. A cloud of dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group beside the desolate beast shark fin wolf darted around everywhere, howling miserably and shooting out water bullets, but the quantity was so large that the bullets collided against each other partway and destroyed each other. Fan Yuan's build was not big and the number of water bullets that landed on him were very few. They were like light drizzle that could be neglected. What sound is this? Not far away, Half Moon Brewmaster gazed over at the commotion. His pupils shrunk when he saw how Fan Yuan was mauling the desolate beast shark fin wolf. He already knew Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, but when he personally saw Fan Yuan leisurely beating up a desolate beast, his heart could not help but tremble intensely. There was simply no suspense, as the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not even have the energy to retaliate. If Fan Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, maybe it could struggle for some time. But with battle strength of a realm higher, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only take the beating passively. Especially given that the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land carried no immortal goo. Any immortal goo would be taken away by goo immortals. Immortal goo were so precious, how could they let a desolate beast have it? However, even though the shark fin wolf was beaten until it could not even raise its head, its attitude was still stubborn. Fan Yuan snorted, deciding to increase the force. With a shift of his mind, 4 strength path giant hands separately grabbed the shark fin wolf's front legs and hind legs, then lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had been beaten into a horrid sight. Its whole body was spread out in an ungainly way, while its 4 limbs were constantly emitting sounds of fractures from the ruthless grasps of the 4 strength path giant hands. The remaining strength path giant hands started to rain slaps on the shark fin wolf's cheeks. Crack, crack, crack. The wolf's large head swung to the left and right from the repeated slaps of the hand. The wolf group below howled more miserably and loudly. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed while some at the periphery were already starting to flee. This is truly hanging it up and beating to a pulp. Cold sweat was already seeping out of Half Moon Brewmaster's shiny forehead at this sight. Fan Yuan's viciousness and strength terrified him. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost pounded into a slurry, even the sounds of its wails changed. However, it still opened its eyes with difficulty, and its gaze still carried extreme stubbornness and bone-deep hatred. Wolves were beasts that deeply bore grudges. Still not submitting? Fan Yuan also felt somewhat of a headache. Submitting to the strong was a wild beast's survival instinct. According to conventional reasoning, The desolate beast shark fin wolf should have already submitted in front of such a massive difference in strength. Fan Yuan carefully observed and made a discovery. So this shark fin wolf has gone into heat, and this time period is when its alpha male characteristics are at its strongest. No wonder it is stubborn. He suddenly had an eccentric idea. Under Fan Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed again. The middle finger of the giant hand bent and touched the thumb. From afar, Half Moon Broodmaster looked on as this strength path giant hand slowly moved down to between the shark fin wolf's two rear legs. Suddenly, the thumb slightly relaxed and the middle finger flicked. It very accurately struck this male wolf's penis. Oh whoa! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook fiercely, like it had been electrocuted. Its eyes seemed to be opened until almost falling out, as it howled to the sky, its voice filled with boundless pain. Flick, flick, flick. Woo, whoa, oh, whoa! The shark fin wolf howled in an increasingly loud voice. Half Moon Broodmaster watched this with his mouth and eyes wide open. This. He stammered, unable to say a word. He understood Fan Yuan was trying to force the desolate beast shark fin wolf to submit, but this method was simply unheard of. In that instant, Fan Yuan's image underwent a huge change in Half Moon Broodmaster's mind. Fan Yuan's entire body was clothed in a black robe, with his appearance hidden. But outsiders could naturally try to make guesses on his appearance. Half Moon Broodmaster had imagined Fan Yuan to have a fierce and cruel appearance, with a burly and thickly built body, his protruding eyes shooting out a fierce gaze that seemed to want to find people to devour. Now, however, this figure underwent a transformation. The image of a robust warrior was no more. The burly build had turned into one with broad shoulders and a thin waist, the gaze was sinister, the teeth were dense and sharp, and there was a trace of perversion. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's mental defenses were finally broken, and it fully submitted. The strength path giant hands loosened their grasp, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Its enormous, aesthetically beautiful body was now bent like a large shrimp, its two front claws were grabbing between its two rear legs as it whimpered weakly, like a weak little flower that could be in dire straits from slight wind and rain. Fan Yuan mumbled while chuckling. This is a good method. He then turned to look at the distant Half Moon Broodmaster. He had naturally already discovered the latter's stealthy glances. Half Moon Broodmaster could not see Fan Yuan's true appearance, but he felt Fan Yuan's gaze was firm, like a giant snake that was coiling around his body. The dark, cold and slippery snake's scales tightly held on to his warm body. Half Moon Broodmaster shivered as he felt an ominous chill emerging from the depths of his heart. In particular, the region between his legs seemed to feel a bit more cold. This person is exceedingly savage and absolutely not someone I can deal with. I have to avoid him when I see him in the future. Sigh, the world is difficult, life is not easy. Half Moon Broodmaster swallowed his saliva and rapidly flew away, going as far as to resemble someone fleeing. Chapter 798. Extorting Regretful Spiders. After Fan Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he placed it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mental defenses had already collapsed, and it had fallen unconscious soon afterwards, unable to keep its shark fin wolf subordinates under control anymore. Fan Yuan could do nothing other than to let these ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was much of a pity. Capturing a desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a plentiful harvest. He continued to search pools, but he only found common resources, and although the quantities were huge, there was nothing noteworthy. Dongfang Tribe's base camp was sure to have many good things. But there were innumerable pools, while Fan Yuan's scouting range was not very far. Add in the other competing demonic path Gu immortals, the amount of resources he could plunder would depend on luck. Not long later, good luck arrived once again for him. He was looking at a deep pool. What this very deep pool accumulated was not water, but fire. The fire was raging wildly inside. This was a special fire pool. Fan Yuan used several investigative methods in succession, and discovered a group of python beasts living in this pool. Fan Yuan found out their identities and discovered they were eerie fire dragon pythons. A mature eerie fire dragon python was enormous, reaching close to 100 meters long and with a body as thick as a tower. The eerie fire dragon python had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on its head, and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its tongue was a strange purple, and when it flicked its tongue, one could see an eerie blue fire coiling around its tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there was no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon python inside, the quantity of the normal eerie fire dragon pythons was extremely high. The pythons were piled up on top of each other, squirming and moving around, creating a horrifying spectacle. Fan Yuan, however, felt excitement. All parts of the eerie fire dragon python had value. For instance, its blood was the best food for some blood path goo worms, its skin, tendons, and other parts were top-class materials for refining a lot of goo worms. In particular, the eerie fire dragon python's gallbladder was extremely precious, and there was a market for it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Eerie fire dragon pythons normally live in the form of small families. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to make so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. This method might not be too complicated, but is quite effective and gives an extreme increase to the reproductive rate of eerie fire dragon pythons. Fan Yuan was able to discern some details of the method. Speaking of which, he had obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now, the eggs had already successfully hatched. The young eerie fire dragon pythons were living in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but Fan Yuan had been neglecting them as their quantity was extremely few. If he could obtain this large group of eerie fire dragon pythons and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would have a continuous supply of eerie fire dragon python gallbladders in the future, which could be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and be a small source of income. Though Fan Yuan was involved in the large business of guts goo, but a quick calculation told him the profits from selling eerie fire dragon python gallbladders was also somewhat lucrative. Taking action was better than thinking. Fan Yuan immediately grabbed with his strength path giant hands. He could not control his strength properly, squeezing many eerie fire dragon pythons to death. After all, changes in this move's form specialized in forceful grabbing, and were rather lacking in the aspect of fine control. He grabbed dozens, but there were still many eerie fire dragon python in the pool. He gradually started to become impatient. He lacked effective methods to gather the pythons, thus could only act rashly. However, he had limited time now. Fan Yuan grabbed a large portion in the end, reaching up to a number of 10,000 before he resolutely stopped and left this fire pool. He continued to plunder resources as he traveled, and occasionally saw many mortal goo masters. Some of these goo masters were fleeing in panic along the areas between the pools, while some concealed themselves, hiding under the ground, under boulders and so on. As Fan Yuan grandly soared away, these goo masters regained their senses from the horror. Some hiding goo masters were still thinking they were able to hide, but were actually already discovered by Fan Yuan. It was just that he had no intention to attack them. When Pai Shui Han and the others attacked the Blessed Land, they had created a huge commotion which had already startled the Dongfang tribe members in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, the vast majority of mortals would not have a chance to come across goo immortals in their entire lives. In comparison to this enormous population, the number of goo immortals was extremely few, only a fraction of a fraction. At the same time, goo immortals also were concerned with their own survival pressures, busy handling such matters day in and day out, generally without the time to make themselves carefree and at leisure. In regards to most people, goo immortals were simply vague figures of legend. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were Dongfang tribe's core. They knew many inside details. Thus, they were even more aware of the difference between immortal and mortals, the gap that was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not think of putting up any meaningless resistance and ran for their lives, while urgently contacting the goo immortals of Dongfang tribe. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fan Yuan and these demonic path goo immortals were people who heavily prioritized benefits, and were disinclined to attack these mortals. Thus, these mortals were actually more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They were able to survive during this disaster. Fan Yuan flew past pools after pools. As time passed, he started to feel increasing urgency, and started abandoning some common resources. These resources were not precious and were readily available. At the same time, Fan Yuan maintained his vigilance. In accordance with Dongfang Changfan's far-sighted nature, it was impossible for him to not make some arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he gradually flew into the distance, Fan Yuan suddenly saw deep pools without any water. These pools were completely dried up. There were a lot of them, about 50 to 60, closely connected, and covering a range in tens of li. Fan Yuan was inwardly moved as he took a sharp turn, rapidly approaching these pools. I discovered these pools first. The regretful spiders inside are mine. Aren't you a bit too greedy? You have already gathered so many regretful spiders, and the regretful spiders here have bred over such a huge range, and you want to take it all for yourself? As Fan Yuan flew closer, he discovered 2 demonic path goo immortals, at the edge of a pool, arguing about who the pools should belong to. The atmosphere was tense and serious. When they saw Fan Yuan fly over, the two Gu immortals paled and quickly stopped their argument, instead standing side by side. "Senior, please excuse us, but the regretful spiders here were discovered by us brothers. According to the rules, One Gu immortal started speaking with a nervous and vigilant expression. "I've heard some news saying there was a pool to the northwest where many large groups of air bubble fish are living inside. Several Gu immortals were fighting to get it." The other Gu immortal attempted to redirect this disaster. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. "Do you mean that I should leave?" The moment he finished speaking, two strength path giant hands flew out and hovered on either side of him. A stance that showed he was eager to make some trouble. The two demonic path Gu immortals paled upon seeing this, while inwardly complaining incessantly at their misfortune. They had personally seen Fan Yuan's might not long ago. Even Pai Shui Han was not able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, these two were only at the bottom tier of rank 6. The consequences would be extremely bad if a conflict occurred with a powerful expert like Fan Yuan. But the resources around them were truly at a large scale. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. One demonic path Gu immortal finally summoned up courage. "Senior, we discovered these resources first. This is an indisputable fact. When you set the rules with Lord Pai Shui Han, we were also present. Our demonic path has always been about running and rampaging freely. What rules? Talking about rules for everything, why don't you just join the righteous path? What's more, what status do you have? Only Pai Shui Han has the qualifications to speak about some rules with me." Fan Yuan had a fierce demeanor. The two strength path giant hands continued to slowly advance as he openly flaunted his prowess. The two demonic path Gu immortals no longer dared to speak, but were still reluctant to leave. The other demonic path Gu immortal seemed to have firmed his resolve, as he suddenly spoke. "Senior, these regretful spiders have great use to me and I had been searching for them painstakingly. How about I use information of equal value in exchange for them?" What information?" Fan Yuan stopped moving the strength path giant hands. "This information concerns Minuscule Mountain." The demonic path Gu immortal spoke directly. "Minuscule Mountain, ha ha!" Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily before speaking in a threatening tone. "Good, I will exchange it with you, but I really hope your information is true otherwise." "True, it is definitely true. I came from that direction, but with my cultivation, I am unable to break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it would be like it was simply meant for you." As he said this, the demonic path Gu immortal secretly transmitted information containing the precise details to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's eyes squinted to a crack as he heard the information, and said leisurely, "Good, I will keep this information in mind for now, but whether it is true still needs to be checked. Hand over the regretful spiders you've just gathered." "Senior, you!" The demonic path Gu immortal's eyes widened, his face flushed red with anger. Fan Yuan smiled malevolently, speaking as if this was how things should be. "How do I know whether your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are a guarantee. Don't worry, I only want this much, you can take the rest." "Senior, you are asking for 20% of the total regretful spiders." The demonic path Gu immortal gritted his teeth in anger, but did not dare to fight. The other demonic path Gu immortal was standing at the side, laughing inwardly. He would definitely work together with the extorted demonic path Gu immortal and resist Fan Yuan if Fan Yuan asked for the regretful spiders in the pool. But what Fan Yuan wanted was the portion that had already been gathered, which was a different matter. The group of regretful spiders stored in the immortal aperture were like crops that had been harvested. It was difficult to return them and they belonged to the Gu immortal themselves. The spectating demonic path Gu immortal's benefits were not encroached by Fan Yuan, and was thus feeling pleasure at the other Gu immortal's misfortune. The extorted demonic path Gu immortal felt his heart sinking and turning cold when the Gu immortal beside him showed no signs of moving. How painful was it to hand over the crops that had already been harvested. "All right, hand them over quickly. I still need to hurry along, time is pressing," Fan Yuan impatiently urged. "Senior, if you renege on your promise, then wouldn't I be?" The extorted demonic path Gu immortal squeezed out words from clenched teeth. "What? Do you actually think I am such a shameless person? I am your senior, why would I cheat you juniors?" Fan Yuan replied with an extremely displeased tone, and at the same time, sent out another two strength path giant hands. Chapter 799. Knowing when to retreat and advance, a true champion. A total of 4 strength path giant hands hovered in the air. The 2 demonic path goo immortals involuntarily stepped back. The mental pressure Fan Yuan gave them was too huge. They were the weaker party, what else could they do? The extorted demonic path goo immortal's expression kept fluctuating before finally turning into one of subservience, as he handed over the regretful spiders he gathered to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not linger around after he received them, and quickly left. The 2 demonic path goo immortals immediately let out breaths of relief. The extorted goo immortal showed an indignant look as he cursed while gazing at the gradually receding figure of Fan Yuan. "Old demon, I hope you die there! Stop shouting, how can you be sure he doesn't have methods to hear us? Be careful of him coming back to find trouble with us." The other demonic path goo immortal quickly attempted to stop the extorted goo immortal. The 2 glanced at each other, both were stupefied for a moment before they suddenly reacted, creating some distance between each other. The next moment, an intense competition started. The 2 used all their strength and silently plundered the regretful spiders in the pool. Minuscule mountain, captivating sea. Fan Yuan rapidly approached the location in the information. He had originally not planned to gather regretful spiders, because he lacked methods to gather them. Regretful spiders were not of great value to him, and he had already planned to let them go. Who would have thought that with some extortion, he could not only save time in obtaining a large batch of regretful spiders immediately, but also obtain important information. Fan Yuan pondered and felt this information was rather reliable. Mini-Man was a type of variant human. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of mini-men, it was their foundation. This was recorded in. Mini-men usually were the size of a finger, and had thin and transparent wings behind them. They survived on nectar from flowers or sap from vegetation. Every variant human had a special ability that was stronger than humans. For instance, hairy men were proficient in goo refinement, rock men lived underground, skilled in mining, and all sorts of ores grew on their body. Snowmen were cold-resistant, ink men had rich knowledge. Mini-men were proficient in growing plants and trees. In the areas they lived in, vegetation was extremely lush, and flowers bloomed throughout the year. More importantly, Minuscule Mountain might be small, but it is a genuine mountain and needs large amounts of earth chi to stabilize its mountainous form. It is an extremely huge burden to put such a legendary mountain within one's immortal aperture. Goo immortals cannot casually take them. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not the private possession of any goo immortal of Dongfang tribe. A goo immortal's immortal aperture, hidden in their body, had limited amounts of heaven and earth chi. If minuscule mountain was placed for a long time in such an immortal aperture, a lot of earth chi would be absorbed to maintain this legendary mountain, causing an imbalance in heaven and earth chi within the immortal aperture. Thus, minuscule mountain was placed in Jade Pool Blessed Land most of the time. The reason? It was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was placed on the ground outside in northern plains. It would constantly absorb the endless heaven and earth chi of the outside world, so there was no need to fear the burden of minuscule mountain. Fan Yuan's Danghun Mountain was also in a similar situation. Danghun Mountain needed to absorb earth chi, otherwise it would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was placed on Tianti Mountain from where it constantly absorbed heaven and earth chi. Thus there was no need to fear the consumption of Danghun Mountain. If it was placed in Fairy Li Shan or He Lu Land's immortal apertures, if they moved around for a long time, they would not be able to bear the consumption even if they were rank 8 goo immortals, and would need to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to absorb heaven and earth chi, and stabilize their immortal aperture world. Next to a seemingly ordinary deep pool. Fan Yuan? Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, who were concealed, detected Fan Yuan's presence. Both of them had secretly agreed to look for Thatched Hut. Thatched Hut was no longer at its original position, but the two still had a great harvest. At that location, they found a group of underworld eels. Afterwards, they looked around everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. However, when they arrived at this place, they were obstructed and thereby in a dilemma. The two were discussing what to do when Fan Yuan appeared in their detection range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope as she said to He Lu Lan. Fan Yuan does not have strong investigative methods. Our concealment methods are immortal killer moves. As long as we don't show ourselves, he certainly won't be able to detect us. Maybe he is only passing by. He Lu Lan had suffered great losses from Fan Yuan, frowning as she had a bad premonition. Sigh, we absolutely cannot underestimate this guy. Sure enough, the next moment, Fan Yuan slowly landed from the air and quickly neared them. His target was the pool they were in. Fairy Li Shan's expression sank as her wishful thinking did not materialize. Fan Yuan had arrived at the place provided in the information. This deep pool in front of him looked extremely ordinary and unremarkable. But Fan Yuan still had some expectations. According to that demonic path Gu Immortal's words, this was an illusory land. Inside were illusory peach trees which could add up to be of similar strength to desolate beasts, and could create illusions to protect themselves. A Gu Immortal could only infer some clues when they walked inside. Fan Yuan raised his defenses, and was just about to step in when two figures suddenly appeared not far away. Fan Yuan, wait a moment! Fairy Li Shan transmitted her voice. He Lulan stood silently at the side. Oh, it's you too! Fan Yuan's eyes flashed, as he spoke with a slight smile. His tone carried a touch of ridicule. As an ally, they had not informed him of such a huge clue. Clearly they had thought of hogging the benefits for themselves. In the end, he came across them unintentionally. He Lulan was a formidable person and spoke with no awkwardness or embarrassment. Fan Yuan, you came at the right time, we were just worrying over how to break into this place. Fairy Li Shan was a veteran Gu Immortal and was also unabashed, continuing. Right. This place is called Captivating Sea and is a restricted region of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It mainly consists of a forest of illusory peach trees. There are many peach trees, and the illusion is extremely powerful. Under the trees are a sea of grasses and flowers. The large patches of groundnut grass are like endless green carpets. The sea of colorful flowers gives off a deep fragrance, and tens of thousands of poisonous purple heart flowers are close to blooming. Fan Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He had only said that there were illusory peach trees but did not mention their numbers. As for groundnut grass, and purple poisonous heart flowers, he did not even bring them up. Groundnut grass was ordinary, but with such numbers, there was bound to be groundnut grass Gu. This wood path Gu only had one effect, which was to instantly send living beings into sleep. Poisonous purple heart flowers often created a poison heart Gu. This Gu was formless and colorless, and gave a wisp of fragrance that could make one feel drunk, but corroded their heart. However, these were only minor inconveniences as far as Fan Yuan was concerned. Fan Yuan did not cultivate poison path and also did not have strength path methods that could defend against poison, but he had an immortal zombie body, which was extremely resistant to poison. He also had a poison path immortal Gu, woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw Fan Yuan was listening carefully but completely indifferent, and continued. The things I have mentioned might be in high numbers, but they are only small problems to us Gu Immortals. In fact, a group of peach wolves dwell in the illusory peach tree forest, with numbers close to 30. Moreover, this captivating sea is actually a Gu formation, and in the depths of it lies Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain has Gu Immortals guarding it. Their auras are uncertain and the numbers are also not clear. Fan Yuan's expression changed. Peach wolves were a desolate beast, comparable to rank 6 Gu Immortals. A group of peach wolves was like a group of Gu Immortals in strength. Minuscule Mountain was the home of mini-men. The Gu Immortals in it were probably mini-men Gu Immortals, and regardless of how many there were, even one would be troublesome to deal with. Desolate beasts had low wisdom, but variant human Gu Immortals had wisdom that could reach a similar level to human Gu Immortals. Having wisdom and lacking it were two completely different levels of threats. Fan Yuan suddenly realized why these two were hiding at the periphery. He sized the two up again, and with his experience, he immediately discovered signs of bitter fights on Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's bodies, although they had tried to treat them as much as possible. Fairy Li Shan is a woodpath Gu Immortal. There is no doubt that Minuscule Mountain and mini-men are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like Captivating Sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength should surpass her normal state. They broke through to the depths of the Sea of Flowers, but were still forced back. Captivating Sea's defense greatly surpasses what were my most hopeful estimations. Fan Yuan did not speak, but his shrewd mind was thinking rapidly and inferring many facts from their behaviors. Fan Yuan, if you move alone, your gains will be extremely low. We took advantage of the other party's carelessness and quietly sneaked in through the gaps in the Peach Wolf group. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses are sure to be tight. As long as we cooperate sincerely, we might be able to swallow this juicy meat. He Lulan persuaded. Fairy Li Shan also added. Fan Yuan, I know you have the strength path Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain. We can cooperate, but I must have Minuscule Mountain. You don't need to worry though, I will be sure to give you a satisfying reward. Fan Yuan did not immediately reply, instead lowering his head to think it over. Several breaths of time later, he slowly shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. Under this juicy meat is a very hard bone. Minuscule Mountain is excellent, but time is limited. I don't want to spend it all here. I advise you to dispel unrealistic thoughts. There are still many resources outside which are much easier to take. Why make an unnecessary risk? What? Fan Yuan, you are actually thinking of backing out? Fairy Li Shan could not believe her ears. He Lu Lan frowned, persuading. Fan Yuan, we have discovered Minuscule Mountain. It could be said to be a rare chance. If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it later on. Fan Yuan's stance was firm. The defense is tight. The key thing is that there are Gu immortals guarding it, as well as a group of peach wolves. Even if all the demonic path Gu immortals in this blessed land gather together, it would take time to break through this place. Would Dong Fang Changfan give us this time? Even if Dong Fang Changfan is hindered, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward. Fan Yuan, I admit that what you say is reasonable, but this is Minuscule Mountain we are talking of. Its value might even be higher than the rest of Jade Pool blessed land. Ha ha ha, Fairy, you don't need to persuade me. I will take my leave. Fan Yuan laughed loudly before flying away directly. The two fairies still did not dare to believe what they were seeing and were even hesitating. Fan Yuan should not be messing around and deceiving us in order to wait for an opportune moment to meddle in and get benefits cheaply, right? That's not possible. We have formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. He has to either remain silent or speak the truth. For a moment, as they gazed at Fan Yuan's figure receding into the horizon, the two women had strange expressions. Chapter 800. 3 Fish Groups, Great Harvest. Plop! The desolate beast Dragofish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was several meters tall. Fan Yuan was cloaked in a black robe. He had his face hidden as he stood in the air. There were 6 strength path giant hands circling around his body. The desolate beast Dragofish screamed, entering the water, and did not want to fight Fan Yuan anymore. It swam into the deeper parts of the water. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Do you think that by hiding underwater, I can do nothing to you? Immortal Gu pulling water! Fan Yuan's body shuddered. He stretched out his left and right hands as he slowly grabbed at the deep pool, that was as wide as a lake, from afar. A formless power held up the lake water. It was as if a thick cloth under the water was being pulled up. Thick columns of flowing water had countless ordinary dragofish in them, as they poured into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fan Yuan said goodbye to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the one with the most water that he had seen so far. It was like a large lake. Dong Fang tribe had specially created it, and raised 900,000 dragofish inside it. Among them was a desolate beast dragofish. Fan Yuan was in an eager mood. He went ahead and took them for himself. The desolate beast dragofish went ahead and fought him. In the end, Fan Yuan used several strength path giant hands and easily defeated it. Even though the dragofish had dragon in its name, it was very mediocre in fighting. Moreover, this dragofish may have been a desolate beast, but it had no immortal Gu. It was almost at the bottom tier of desolate beasts. But the meat of the dragofish was a food ingredient with a wide range of applications. Not only could wild beasts and Barian humans eat them, they could also be used as supplementary ingredients and fed to Gu worms. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the business of dragofish meat had long since been flourishing. Each transaction was a huge sum of profits. So many dragofish, this pool of dragofish was probably accumulated over 100 years by Dong Fang tribe. But now, this is all mine, ha ha ha. Fan Yuan felt joyful. He continued to activate pulling water immortal Gu without pausing. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal Gu, otherwise, he would have no way to collect such a valuable and huge amount of resources. Boom boom boom. Far away, the fighting of Gu immortals could be heard. Fan Yuan collected the dragofish as he looked around. His gaze was deep as he thought. It seems that over at He Lu Lan's side, they are starting to attack Captivating Sea already. He did not regret the decision to give up on Minuscule Mountain. In this world, things were easier said than done. Theories were easy to understand, but when it came to execution, how many people could succeed? Thus, in front of huge profits, it was hard to decide what to give up and what to pursue. Especially when Minuscule Mountain had huge value to Fairy Li Shan personally. Although Fairy Li Shan's vital Gu was Mountain Pledge Gu and she was an Information Path Gu immortal, when she fought, Most of her methods were woodpath techniques. Since she also cultivated woodpath, her immortal aperture probably mostly involved growing flowers and plants as her revenue. Had recorded the details, it made Minuscule Mountain even more attractive. But how could it be so easy to take away Minuscule Mountain? It was simply too difficult. There was little hope. Since that demonic path Gu Immortal gave this information to Fan Yuan so easily, he was likely to also tell others. Or perhaps, there were already Gu Immortals who knew long ago. Attacking the restricted area, captivating sea, would create a huge commotion. How could they hide it from people like Pai Shui Han? Even though more people meant a greater force to strike with, the demonic path Gu Immortals handled matters individually. Fan Yuan was well aware of their natures. Earlier, during the battle at Taichio, if not for the demonic path Gu Immortals fighting among themselves, how could Dong Fang Chang Fan have succeeded in his possession so easily? Thus, there was essentially very little hope in obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan not know that the chances were slim? It was because this profit was too huge. The Gu Immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was just a trace of hope, they would desperately latch onto it. A loud dragon roar interrupted Fan Yuan's thoughts. The huge dragonfish jumped out of the water. Its eyes were blood red as it charged towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had expected this. He slammed down with 4 strength path giant hands. The method in which he was extracting the deep pool water was extremely efficient. He just needed a small amount of time to drain the pool dry. Thus, the dragonfish was already a cornered animal. If it did not attack now, it would be too late. But facing Fan Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength, the dragonfish's final struggle quickly met with a huge setback. It ended up heavily injured. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was sent into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture using the strength path giant hands. After spending some more effort, this huge and deep pool was nearly dried out. All of the dragonfish inside were collected into his aperture. In order to take these dragonfish, he spent a total of 4 green grape immortal essences beads, but Fan Yuan had great joy in his eyes. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he obtained the oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon python, some ordinary resources, and a batch of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this newly obtained dragonfish group was at the top. It was more valuable than the desolate beast shark fin wolf, which was second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There was almost 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he spent some effort in nurturing them, it would be a source of endless revenue. Over on He Lu Lan's end, intense battles were still ongoing. Fan Yuan did not turn around. He flew towards an area even further away. Not long after, he stopped in his tracks and was overjoyed to see the dense forests below him. The forest spanned an enormous range. At the center of the forest, there was a pool of water that covered an area of the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this pool. Or more accurately speaking, it was because this pool was raising a group of peculiar fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are known as the literature and martial twin carps. To think that in Dongfang tribe, they had over 10 literature carps. Fan Yuan quickly went down with great excitement. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were low in numbers. Even in Eastern Sea, they were very uncommon. Literature carps usually remained still in water, moving along with the flow of water. Once they moved their tails, and swam slowly, their entire bodies would turn into textchi. Even Gu Immortals, without specific methods, could not capture them. They could only watch in vain. When Fan Yuan came here, the literature carps were alarmed. They turned into textchi as they moved around, pervading the water. Fan Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control the flow of water. As long as the literature carps did not leave the pool, to him, they were as good as caught. But when he was about to make his move, a demonic path Gu Immortal appeared, rising into the air. "Senior, please wait. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu Immortal was thin. He smiled as he said that. He was only rank 6, but he had no fear when facing Fan Yuan. "Who are you?" Fan Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Ping." The demonic path Gu Immortal cupped his fists. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening. "Junior Zhou Ping, you have guts, daring to get in my way. With your cultivation level, you are not fit to talk about rules with me." The demonic path Gu Immortal, Zhou Ping, instead smiled. No, I am naturally unable to defeat Senior. But I have some insights in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even unfettered scholar, Hei Qing, and Fairy Lu Yao cannot catch me. If Senior wants the literature carps, you can trade with me. Otherwise, even though I cannot defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool in an instant. Fan Yuan was silent, his eyes shined with a ruthless light as he observed Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was unmoved, he was calm and composed due to his trump card. This was the advantage of a Gu immortal skilled in movement. They are often in a situation where they cannot lose. They can talk to opponents with higher cultivation level or battle strength with ease. Even though Fan Yuan had the killer move Myriad Self, he was lacking in the aspect of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu, together with True Solid Bat Wings, that was not an immortal killer move. It was inferior to Zhou Ping's methods. Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I wish you well in constantly guarding this place, and to not fall into my hands from now on. Fan Yuan left behind a threat as he left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile disappeared. He changed his tone. Senior, is this necessary? This junior only wants a transaction. My request is not much either. But Fan Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping. His body was like lightning as he quickly traveled elsewhere. Zhou Ping frowned. He felt a little distraught, pointlessly offending a strong and mysterious Gu immortal. He felt very uneasy. Most importantly, Fan Yuan's words were attacking Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here forever to look after the literature carps. Damn it, I do not have a method to collect this group of literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the deep pool as he stamped his foot, extremely downcast. Fan Yuan left Zhou Ping behind and flew rapidly towards his next destination. After flying a huge distance, he landed. Looking at the deep pool below him, he had a joyous expression. This deep pool was neither large nor small. There was a fish group inside. This type of fish was similar to goldfish. It had a round belly, a small pointed head, and a tail. However, it was not brightly colored like goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have a wavy tail and fins. Its tail was small and exquisite. When the fish moved, they did not go left, right, forwards or backwards, they only floated upwards and downwards. They resembled balloons moving in the water. This type of fish was something Fan Yuan had raised before. It was air bubble fish. But because Fan Yuan ran into difficulties, and was lacking in funds, he had to sell the air bubble fish group that he was raising for a while, to get the funds he desperately needed. Air bubble fish could eat ordinary worms, insects, grubs and so on, digesting a portion of them while storing the rest as reserves in their stomach. These life forms in the stomach were nourished, and had an increased chance to become a Gu. Thus, air bubble fish could increase the production of Gu worms. During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was a heavily sought-after good among Gu immortals. This air bubble fish group has quite a large size. In terms of the price in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it is half of the Desolate Beast Shark Fin Wolf. Fan Yuan inspected. When he saw that there was no Gu immortal like Zhou Ping appearing, he immediately made his move and used Pulling Water Immortal Gu to take all of the air bubble fish. This air bubble fish group was the third in value among Fan Yuan's profits. You band of thieves! Brazenly robbing my Dongfang tribe's headquarters! At this time, Dongfang Chang Fan's furious screams could be heard over the entirety of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Unfettered Scholar burst out and shouted, immediately screaming, Old thief Dongfang, get ready to lose your dog life! Chapter 801. Big to Small, Suppressing the Demonic Cultivators. As it turned out, in the Taichou battlefield, after Fan Yuan and the others left, Dongfang Chang Fan gradually controlled his internal danger. The situation was turning around for him. He was an old schemer. After Fan Yuan left, he realized this problem. He immediately guessed that the 3 mysterious black-robed Gu immortals were going to attack his base. But he had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was not worried. Instead, he was glad that these demonic path Gu immortals were splitting up. He could deal with Unfettered Scholar more easily this way. But soon, he was shocked to find out that he had lost his connection with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dongfang Chang Fan's biggest treasure. It was heavily guarded by Dongfang Chang Fan's arrangements. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it could hold on for a while. How could it lose its connection to him in such a short time without any warning? Dongfang Chang Fan immediately changed his plans. He gave up on the Taichou battlefield, flying towards his base to salvage the situation. Unfettered Scholar saw that Dongfang Chang Fan was escaping. He had to chase after him relentlessly. Dongfang Chang Fan had not told old Lord Kenyang the final critical steps yet. thus the latter also followed him, fighting as they traveled. The two sides flew as they engaged in a huge aerial battle. The battlefield quickly shifted. After spending a lot of time, they reached Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched hut was missing. Jade Pool Blessed Land was broken open, as a hole appeared connecting to the outside world. Seeing the demonic path Gu immortals scavenging for resources openly, Dong Fang Chang Fan was extremely furious. He next saw the enslavement path Gu immortal, Jie Shermin, using his unique method to capture Dong Fang tribe's Gu masters. Dong Fang Chang Fan was so angry, countless star thoughts were flying out of his head, causing the hat on his head to fall off. He was truly fuming. You demonic path scoundrels are truly unforgivable. Dong Fang Chang Fan pointed his finger. Disregarding the huge amount of immortal essence expenditure, he used his trump card killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies. He Lu Lan and the others were still attacking Captivating Sea. They saw the countless starlight specks, starlight filling the sky like snow. It was extremely beautiful. Such a beautiful sight instead made everyone on alert. They quickly stopped their previous actions as they changed their attacks, flying into the sky and attacking Dong Fang Chang Fan. The current situation was very different from the circumstances in Taichio. In the Taichio battlefield, the band of demonic path Gu immortals were competing intensely for a wisdom path inheritance. But Dong Fang Chang Fan had used possession. The wisdom path inheritance would only be in his mind. There was little hope of them taking the inheritance. But now, the huge Jade Pool Blessed Land had countless resources that were openly available to everyone. They could seize anything they wanted. With such huge profits here, as long as they killed Dong Fang Chang Fan, they could continue looting the place. The band of demonic path Gu immortals stopped fighting amongst themselves and worked together. They were extremely excited, and acted like a united group. The demonic path Gu immortals attacked together. Dong Fang Chang Fan's expression became very ugly. He felt his pressure intensifying as he shielded himself from all directions. He was at a disadvantage. Kill him, and the entirety of Jade Pool Blessed Land would be ours! Half Moon Brutemaster shouted. Other than this Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is still old scoundrel Dong Fang's Wisdom Path inheritance. That is the #1 Wisdom Path inheritance in Northern Plains. Peacock Flying Immortal Heroa said with shining eyes. I can give up even the Wisdom Path inheritance. What I want is his possession method. Pai Shui Han's expression was cold as he attacked unceasingly. After Dong Fang Chang Fan retreated several times, he finally stabilized his situation after getting help from old Lord Kenyang. Being suppressed like this, the anger in him was reaching an extreme. After getting some time to rest, he smiled in spite of his anger. I will make sure all of you die here! Saying so, an intense tremor occurred in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The demonic path Gu immortals realized that all of their mortal killer moves lost much of their effectiveness. Dong Fang Chang Fan was Dong Fang tribe's first supreme elder for so many years. He held a large amount of control over Jade Pool Blessed Land. Even though the Blessed Land was publicly owned by the tribe, and he could not manipulate it entirely, he had enough authority to use Jade Pool Blessed Land to repel these demonic path Gu immortals. Jade Pool Blessed Land was Dong Fang tribe's headquarters. Dong Fang Chang Fan had an advantage when he fought here. It was only that the thieves came in when the owner was not around. The demonic path Gu immortals' attacks weakened, but Dong Fang Chang Fan did not continue to engage them. He flew down towards a certain gap in space. He directly flew down into Captivating Sea, breaking the illusion and seeing that the sea of peach trees was in a pathetic state. The peach wolf group had mostly been killed until 2 or 3 were left. Some wolf corpses had yet to be taken away. They were lying down near the peach trees. It was a miserable sight. Dong Fang Chang Fan looked upon this, feeling his heart bleeding. Many years of exhausting efforts had gone down the drain. He suppressed his pain as he shouted, Brother Fang, I protected your tribe for hundreds of years. We have an agreement to look after one another. I have never oppressed or harmed you. Now that my tribe is at a point of crisis, I need your help. Dong Fang Chang Fan's voice reverberated in the air. A few breaths later, a sharp voice resounded in the air, answering, That is only natural. After this was said, everyone saw a jade green light emerging from Captivating Sea, landing in Dong Fang Yuliang's hands. The jade green light faded, and a small mountain could be seen. It was Minuscule Mountain. This is Minuscule Mountain! Many demons were extremely excited. Pai Shuihan, He Lu Lan, and some others had tense expressions. Listening to the words exchanged between Dong Fang Chang Fan and the Miniman Gu Immortal, It appeared that Minuscule Mountain was not actually owned by Dongfang Tribe. Instead, the Miniman Tribe and Dongfang Tribe had come to an agreement. They were allies. To be able to become Dongfang Tribe's ally, the Miniman Tribe should have corresponding foundation and power. With Minuscule Mountain in his hands, Dongfang Changfan laughed. His sharp gaze swept through the band of demonic cultivators. He had no hesitation. His inner fury was urging him to take revenge. "Today is the day you all die!" Dongfang Changfan held Minuscule Mountain as he moved his fingers, manipulating myriad star fireflies to attack the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight specks moved. It was like a huge blue wave. His sleeves were fluttering in the air, as if he was a transcendent being among men. His aura surged as it made the demonic cultivators feel fear. Fading heavenly flower. 1,000 disintegrations. Ice dragon lock. Strength path giant hand. The rank 7 battle strength experts attacked at once, for immortal killer moves were aimed at Dongfang Changfan. Mortal killer moves were unusable already. Only immortal killer moves had any useful effect. Final afterglow, Old Lord Kenyang muttered inwardly. He reinforced both him and Dongfang Changfan, before waving his sleeve and shooting out the life-chasing fire. The life-chasing fire went after Unfettered Scholar, who was the biggest threat. He was forced to retreat as he lost his attacking position. Unfettered Scholar bellowed angrily. This had already happened many times. Life-chasing fire always forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to cancel out the attack. Dongfang Changfan had been struggling at death's doors many times already, but he refused to die. After 1,000 disintegrations was diverted, the remaining Ice Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, and Heavenly Flower was still going after Dongfang Changfan. Dongfang Changfan raised Minuscule Mountain up high. The closer the demonic path Gu Immortal's killer moves approached Minuscule Mountain, the weaker they became. In the end, the Ice Dragon turned into an ice snake, the Strength Path Giant Hand shrank to less than 1% of its original size, and the Heavenly Flower faded and wilted. When these attacks finally reached Dongfang Changfan, he waved his sleeves and blocked them easily. "Immortal killer move, big to small." Pai Shui Han's expression was cold. He found out the enemy's method immediately. It turned out that the Miniman race Gu Immortal with the surname Fang in Minuscule Mountain was a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Small. He led the Miniman tribe and made an alliance with Dongfang tribe, to obtain space for his tribe to live. At this point, when he made his move, he used an extraordinary method and suppressed the demon's surge of power. All of the demons frowned. Hei Lulan was already feeling regret. If she knew that Minuscule Mountain would be so strong, she would not have gone all in. Many demons attacked Captivating Sea forcefully, even though they defeated the Peach Wolf group. That was not enough for Minuscule Mountain to use that killer move. "This is somewhat troublesome. To solve this problem, we will have to rely on you, Unfettered Scholar." Pai Shui Han turned back, talking to Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar snorted coldly. "At this crucial moment, who else can be relied upon but me?" Pai Shui Han's eyelids trembled, but he did not rebuke him. Unfettered Scholar was also a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Disintegrate. He similarly had the Immortal Killer move 1,000 disintegrations. To counter Rule Path with Rule Path was the most effective option. At once, the demons battled Dongfang Changfan, Old Lord Kenyang, and the Miniman Gu Immortal with Unfettered Scholar at the lead. The demons attacked one by one, trying to provide an opportunity for Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar grabbed onto the opportunity and used 1,000 disintegrations on Minuscule Mountain. 1,000 disintegrations was used against Big to Small, but it was countered by the latter. "Your Rule Path Immortal Gu is only rank 6, my small Gu is rank 7, how can you beat me?" The Miniman Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard coming from Minuscule Mountain. It was smug and arrogant. Unfettered Scholar's expression was grim. He could not refute it. His foundation was weaker compared to the Miniman tribe. The situation was becoming worse for the demonic path side. Dongfang Changfan had Minuscule Mountain. He also had Old Lord Kenyang watching out for him. He was in an impregnable position. As the killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, became stronger, his battle strength would surge with it. Eventually, it would end in a victory for him. He would defeat the band of demons and return to the world of Northern Plains Gu Immortals with a domineering display. The demons thought hard, but they had no way to counter Big to Small. The only tactic left for them was to attack forcefully, using their advantage in numbers to drain all of the enemy's immortal essence. But demonic path Gu Immortals were loners. They usually only considered their own interests. they did not want to expend too much of their own resources. It was not worth it. Just as they were worrying, the demonic path goo immortal Zhou Ping shouted angrily. Damn it, my literature carps were taken away! The demons looked over following the voice and saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, Fan Yuan, who was above a deep pool, was drawing the water into his own immortal aperture. Seeing this, even He Lu Lan transmitted a message to Fan Yuan in fury. Fan Yuan, what are you doing? The demons were fighting a tough battle. In the end, they realized that someone was stealing resources while they were occupied. This was like a situation where everyone was in a boat, paddling and moving forward. In the end, one of their companions decided to start fishing and even caught a big fat fish, keeping it for himself. Chapter 802. Looting persistently, internal strife. You, how can you be so selfish? Unfettered Scholar pointed at Fan Yuan, chiding. My literature carps, my fish group. Zhou Ping screamed angrily. We are here fighting desperately, but you are taking benefits in the background? Taking advantage of us? Pai Shui Han's eyes were flashing with a cold light, his tone was chilly. My group of literature carps, return them to me! Zhou Ping roared, mixed with a tone of sobbing. The urgent matter now is to kill Dong Fang Chang Fan. By then, won't we have everything? Fairy Li Shan's transmitted. Her tone also had a hint of accusation in it. Damn it, return my fish group, I demand justice. Zhou Ping was so regretful his eyes turned red. If he knew this, he might as well have destroyed the fish group. He spent so much precious time trying to get this resource, yet now it landed in someone else's hands, and it felt like he was only safekeeping it. Shut up! Otherwise, I am going to thrash some people! Fan Yuan was very ruthless, his tone was arrogant, and he did not make any form of explanation or denial. You! Zhou Ping was so angry his eyes were open wide and staring, he almost spat out blood. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, he had to act ruthless, to not allow these demonic path goo immortals to take an inch and demand a mile. This could protect his interests. Pai Shui Han, Unfettered Scholar, and the others were gritting their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. If they really fought, he still had 2 companions. It's nothing much if it's only that rank 6 black-robed goo immortal, but this rank 7 is likely to be Fairy Li Shan from Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan had once made an agreement with Dong Fang tribe, she could not harm them. Now that she is involving herself in this matter, it's no wonder her appearance and identity are concealed. Once she attacked, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity was already revealed to Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. Even though they found out, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar did not dare to attack her, because Fairy Li Shan was a member of Snowy Mountain. She was a subordinate of the rank 8 Gu Immortal, Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Old Ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, this was known to everyone. But to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu, the investment was massive. Perhaps right now, Fairy Li Shan was here due to orders from Old Ancestor Shui Hu, to loot Dong Fang tribe's resources. This would be the will of a rank 8 expert. Fan Yuan naturally knew Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han's mindsets. He was using Fairy Li Shan's reputation now to deter the demons, so that he could take the literature carps for himself. But just as he was about to continue saying arrogant words and deepen everyone's impression, Dong Fang Chang Fan suddenly lost control again. Dong Fang Yikong's face turned ruthless. He looked at Fan Yuan with eyes that could shoot out fire. His voice turned into Dong Fang Yikong's. He screamed at Fan Yuan. Scoundrel, you dared to take my literature carps away. I was only storing them here temporarily. You dared to take them. Do you know how much effort I had put in to obtain this group of literature carps? I want you to die like a dog. While he roared, he flew towards Fan Yuan. Everyone stared blankly at this. Earlier, Dong Fang Chang Fan had appeared normal for a very long time. Everyone thought that he had regained control and succeeded in his possession. Nobody expected this to happen. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He quickly reacted. His 6th strength path giant hands flew over while his body retreated backwards. He grabbed onto the opportunity. But he was vigilant. What if the enemy was only acting and was purposely exposing a weakness? What if this was a trap? But the truth was, this was no trap. Dong Fang Chang Fan regained control of the body very quickly. His expression turned dark, to think that he had lost control again. Man proposes, God disposes. He had made ample preparations. These demonic path Gu immortals were not his match. Even old Lord Kenyang was his helpless tool that was being made use of all along, but the strength of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his expectations. Earlier, he was only suppressing the wills of the 8 Gu immortals forcefully, he had not gotten rid of them yet. Now that the literature carps were taken by Fang Yuan, an intense external stimulus awakened the rage in Dong Fang Yikong's will. He burst through the suppression and emerged. The wills of these 8 Gu immortals were not the biggest issue. The problem was that due to their support, the original will of this body had been gathering strength, it was becoming quite formidable. Although Dong Fang Yuliang's soul was destroyed, the fragments of his soul was scattered in his body, turning into will. Thought, will, emotion. Within these divisions there weren't individual qualitative differences, differences were shown from quantity. Dong Fang Yuliang's will had already accumulated to become similar to the other 8 Gu immortals. The most key danger was that this body was originally his. If his will burst out, the threat was many times that of the other Gu immortals of Dong Fang tribe. Dong Fang Changfan sighed deeply. He raised minuscule mountain up and used the big to small immortal killer move to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands, before breaking them apart. Fang Yuan shouted from afar. What are you waiting for? The enemy is already separated, why aren't you killing them now? The other demonic path Gu immortals all had rich battle experience, how could they miss such an opportunity? Right as Fang Yuan was still shouting, Pai Shui Han, Unfettered Scholar and the others had already attacked, while Divine Lord Tian Du, Shiho, Lu Qingming, and Hero came over and encircled the area, sealing any escape routes that Dong Fang Changfan could take. At this point, the demons already had some basic teamwork, they could cooperate to execute simple tactics. Even though these were just basics, it gave Dong Fang Changfan huge pressure. Old Lord Kenyang was angered to a boiling point. He did not expect Dong Fang Changfan to lose control again. Originally, he was fighting together with Dong Fang Changfan, they were close together and could take care of each other. Now that Dong Fang Changfan had charged out alone, he was surrounded by the demonic path immortals, while Kenyang himself was blocked outside. Dong Fang Changfan, what is going on with you? At the same time, minuscule mountain was shaking, the questioning of the mini-man Gu immortal could be heard. The alarming change earlier had scared him. Don't worry. Dong Fang Changfan fought against the enemies around him as he answered plainly. You sure are calm. Don't you see how many people are encircling you? The mini-man Gu immortal was going crazy. Hang in there. Old Lord Kenyang was anxious, he fought his way in as he attempted to join up with Dong Fang Changfan again. I will stop him. Fairy Li Shan emerged, obstructing old Lord Kenyang. Fairy Li Shan had once made an agreement with Dong Fang Changfan. She was using a special technique now to suppress the agreement's backlash. Despite this, during the battle earlier, she was focusing essentially all of her attacks on old Lord Kenyang. The battle intensified all of a sudden. The demonic path party wanted to take advantage of the mistake to eliminate Dong Fang Changfan. As long as Dong Fang Changfan was dead, the blessed land would have no one controlling it. The demonic path Gu immortals would not be restricted. Even if old Lord Kenyang and minuscule mountain were around, they could not change the result. Dong Fang Changfan's side was trying their best. As long as he joined up with old Lord Kenyang, they would regain their former advantage. During such an intense battle, Fang Yuan was at the periphery of the battlefield, looting the resources of the deep pools. Fang Yuan's actions made all of the demonic path Gu immortals furious. They accused him while shouting loudly. Fang Yuan, however, gave his reasoning. What do you guys know? This is a battle tactic. I am trying to trigger the Gu immortal wills that were suppressed in his body, to make old scoundrel Dong Fang commit a mistake. Wasn't the current advantage that we gained due to me? Quickly coordinate with me. Do not judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. After Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face distorted with anger. Pai Shui Han's heart was filled with the flames of rage. He felt that at this moment, he was not an ice and water path Gu immortal. Instead, he was cultivating fire path. But what Fang Yuan said was true, they had no way to rebuke him. Divine Lord Tian Du expressed everyone's thoughts. Why is it that we are all fighting here while you are out there gaining profits? The mini-man Gu immortal from minuscule mountain also yelled. What do you mean judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man? This is discrimination against our mini-man race. I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes turned, he said. This battle tactic makes sense, let me coordinate. Saying this, he left his position in the battlefield and flew down towards a deep pool. Pai Shui Han roared in anger. Get the hell back! Unfettered Scholar was breathing roughly, he activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping shouted in pain, he suffered a heavy blow, he almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed. Defeat and victory were thinly separated. If everyone went to get profits, who would be left to kill Dong Fang Chang Fan? Unfettered Scholar shouted coldly. Now is a crucial moment. If anyone tries to leave without reason, even if the enemy is in front of us, I will kill you. He no longer had the gentlemanly air from earlier, he started using abusive language. Zhou Ping, why aren't you back in battle yet? Do you want me to send you off? Pai Shui-han said coldly, threatening. Zhou Ping lowered his head, he had an expression of anger and hatred, but he had no choice but to return. Fan Yuan could not kill him, but that did not mean other rank 7 battle strength Gu immortals could not. The other demonic path Gu immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They felt glad, and also indignant. Why was it that Fan Yuan could scavenge resources while they could not? Because of battle strength. Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui-han, even if they wanted to, had neither the capability nor time to punish him. But for the other rank 6 Gu immortals, if they dared to mess around so openly? Did they think these rank 7s could be toyed with? Gu immortals who made it this far were all astute figures. But to mess around with others, one had to see if they had the ability to do so. But even Fairy Li Shan could not stand to let this continue. She loudly spoke at Fan Yuan with a cold snort. Number 7, come back now, we'll fight together. Fan Yuan was slightly stunned, he could not help but let out a laugh. Earlier, he was scheming against the others, but at the next moment, his ally actually slightly schemed against him. Even though he, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance, in which nobody had command over others in the alliance, but right now, they had to act in front of everyone. Earlier, to show that they had a deep background, they put up a show and deterred the demons. Right now, he could not ruin that background they created, he had to continue acting. Over at Fairy Li Shan's side, her circumstances were quite bad. She fought using Wood Path, but Old Lord Kenyang was a Fire Path Gu immortal. Be it fighting techniques or methods, Fairy Li Shan was heavily countered. Chapter 803. Band of Demons repels righteous immortals. Fan Yuan came to help. He worked together with Fairy Li Shan, obstructing Old Lord Kenyang. Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of life-chasing fire, but even so, the Strength Path Phantom Army in his immortal aperture was taking serious damage from the fire. After fighting for a while, Fan Yuan felt heartache inwardly. When he used the Strength Path Giant Hands, they did not use much immortal essence. That was because the Strength Path Giant Hands were formed using countless groups Strength Gu along with the Strength Path Phantoms. It was the manifestation of their strength. In essence, each Strength Path Giant Hand was made from tens of thousands of Strength Path Phantoms. The Strength Path Phantoms were created using his immortal essence a while ago. They were stored in his immortal aperture. But now the life-chasing fire went after their origin, burning the Strength Path Phantoms directly. By now, the Strength Path Phantom army that Fan Yuan had accumulated had been mostly destroyed. If he summoned more now, he would need to expend huge amounts of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure is too great, this will not do. Fairy, block him for now, I have a plan. After fighting for some time, Fan Yuan suddenly transmitted while retreating. Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt a strong urge to curse at him. At this point in the battle, he was still thinking about immortal essence expenditure? She had already gone all out regarding that. She did not even dare to think about the amount of immortal essence she had expended. When they attacked Captivating Sea, in order to fight against time, she used several immortal killer moves. Now that she was fighting with Old Lord Kenyang, her expenditure was even greater. Fan Yuan was still thinking about immortal essence expenditure now? It was obvious he had obtained the most profits. Seeing that Fan Yuan was retreating, the demons had varying expressions. They were stirred. Why is he flying down again? Unfettered Scholar asked Fairy Li Shan. He could confirm Fairy Li Shan's true identity already. Fan Yuan did not respond to him at all. It was much more effective to ask Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was inwardly angry. She fought intensely as she replied coldly. He said the immortal essence expenditure is too great. If this goes on, he has a plan to execute. Still caring about immortal essence? How much did we spend already? The band of demons were furious. Some had bloodshot eyes, some were breathing roughly. Unfettered Scholar's body was trembling. In truth, even Fairy Li Shan and others had plundered some resources. In the entire demonic path gang, Unfettered Scholar was the one who put in the most work while obtaining the least. He did not even loot a single resource point. Dong Fang Chang Fan felt his pressure intensifying. It was a vicious cycle. Fan Yuan's words angered the band of demons, they were venting their rage on him. At once, Dong Fang Chang Fan raised minuscule mountain to defend himself. He was injured in many areas, he was in a pathetic state, the situation was getting worse. What Fan Yuan had said earlier was not a lie. He flew towards a deep pool directly. In fact, while the two sides fought intensely, they had shifted locations unintentionally. Fan Yuan realized that a deep pool below them was full of Dong Fang tribesmen who were hiding. Evidently, this was an assembly point. Dong Fang Chang Fan, I want you to see it for yourself, the pitiful death of your tribesmen. Ha! Fan Yuan's wild laughter was mixed with the slamming of his strength path giant hand. How could the methods of mortals block an immortal killer move? The barrier of light that was erected with many layers was instantly destroyed, without even holding on for a second the moment the strength path giant hand made contact with it. The strength path giant hand slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed on itself. Many unlucky Mortal Goo masters were smashed into meat paste. The Mortal Goo masters at the periphery felt the intense wind caused by the hand. They scattered everywhere and screamed for help. They had no fighting spirit. The strength path giant hand rose into the air. A large crevice in the shape of a bloody handprint was left on the ground. My tribesmen! My kin! I will protect them! Dong Fang Chang Fan saw this and lost control again. His voice became high-pitched. Dong Fang Chang Fan saw this and knew a problem was arising, but he could not stop it. This was Dong Fang Yuliang's will. The biggest internal threat. The eyes of the demons were shining, they attacked furiously. Dong Fang Yuliang disregarded them, he flew down urgently to save everyone. Damn it! Damn it! As the danger of death approached, the mini-man Gu immortal surnamed Fan shouted out, he had to manipulate minuscule mountain, flying to the top of Dong Fang Yuliang's head, blocking attacks for him due to the agreement. Minuscule mountain shook intensely from the attack of the demons, countless small rocks fell apart and crumbled. Dong Fang Chang Fan, you've caused me great harm! The mini-man Gu immortal shouted in anger and regret. Fan Yuan saw that this method was effective, he laughed loudly as he intentionally slowed down, chasing and killing the escaping Dong Fang tribesmen as he attracted Dong Fang Yuliang's attention. But while Dong Fang Yuliang was flying in the air, he was suppressed and Dong Fang Chang Fan regained control once more. Dong Fang Chang Fan realized that although he was injured, his surroundings were clear now, only a few Gu immortals were right behind after him. There was a high chance he could break past the encirclement and join up with old Lord Kenyang. Because Dong Fang Yuliang had charged out without caring about life or death, Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price and took the damage in his place. Such a desperate and dangerous act had been out of everyone's expectations, it gave him a chance instead. You fools, I gave you a chance but you're letting him escape? Fan Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Unfettered Scholar and the others were furious and anxious, they had no time to care about Fan Yuan, they shouted. Chase him! Don't let him escape! At once, the intense combat had become a battle of pursuit. Dong Fang Chang Fan was escaping and breaking out of his encirclement, success was in front of him, but the band of demons was doggedly on his tail, they threatened to surround him again. On another side, old Lord Kenyang was trying to reach Dong Fang Chang Fan, but Fairy Li Shan remained in his way, blocking his paths. At once, the two sides were like headless chickens, they were flying around chaotically in the air. Their flying route was completely messy, but this showed the strong foundations of the Gu Immortals in flying. These Gu Immortals were all at least flying masters. Mortal Gu masters did not have the time or effort to learn flying, but Gu Immortals did. Flying was a very useful method for advancing or retreating, almost all Gu Immortals spent a lot of time on it, having a good grasp of this ability. Quick, kill some more Dong Fang Gu masters, make him lose control. Unfettered Scholar shouted. Fan Yuan was on it already, he used the strength path giant hands to grab a few Dong Fang Gu masters, before squeezing them to death. His methods were ruthless and savage, it had made Dong Fang Chang Fan lose control many times. But there were limited numbers of Dong Fang Gu masters, and Dong Fang Chang Fan refused to go down. At this moment, someone shouted. Chia Shermin captured many Dong Fang tribesmen earlier, he wanted to sell them as slaves. Chia Shermin was furious, these were resources that he had spent a lot of time to gather. Chia Shermin! Unfettered Scholar shouted while pursuing. Make a sacrifice now, we will compensate you double after the battle, Pai Shui-han said grimly. Chia Shermin wanted to reject them, but seeing that Pai Shui-han was oozing with killing intent, he shuddered. Okay. He took out many Dong Fang Gu masters from his immortal aperture, killing them in front of Dong Fang Chong Fan. This made the remaining wills extremely furious. They came out one by one. Forget the other Dong Fang Gu immortals' wills, the most crucial one was Dong Fang Yuliang's will. He was still immortal at rank 5, he had a deeper bond with the tribesmen. Every time his will took control, it gave Dong Fang Chong Fan, Minuscule Mountain, and Old Lord Kenyang huge problems. As time continued to pass, Fairy Li Shan could not obstruct Old Lord Kenyang anymore. They successfully joined up. But the band of demons had gathered a huge advantage already from Dong Fang Chong Fan's loss of control. Their victory was assured. Minuscule Mountain was full of cracks, even while it flew in the air, rocks were falling off from it. Old Lord Kenyang had suffered many attacks in order to take care of Dong Fang Chong Fan. His body was heavily injured, even his beard was dyed red from blood. This was the most dispiriting battle he had ever had. During the battle, he had asked Dong Fang Chong Fan the final portions of the possession method, but would Dong Fang Chong Fan dare to tell him? Once he told him, Old Lord Kenyang would flee. Dong Fang tribe was only cooperating with Immortal Crane sect, the possession method was the biggest bargaining chip. Retreat, we cannot stay here. Old Lord Kenyang sighed. He transmitted this to Dong Fang Chong Fan. As long as we live, there will always be more opportunities in the future. The Mini-Man Gu Immortal was afraid that Dong Fang Chong Fan would continue fighting. He quickly added this. Dong Fang Chong Fan smiled bitterly. Do you think I am someone who cannot understand this situation? We'll retreat. He gave Jade Pool Blessed Land another longing. He was inwardly filled with anger and hatred, but he had made up his mind. Temporary losses were nothing. A true champion could give things up and retreat. But right at this moment, Fan Yuan laughed. Another Dong Fang tribe assembly point, Dong Fang Chong Fan, watch closely, I am going to slaughter them. Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me to this extent? Dong Fang Chong Fan was furious, he attacked with myriad star fireflies. Fan Yuan saw the imposing attack and smiled. He did not stay any longer, he evaded the attack. But this myriad star fireflies attack did not chase after him, it curved and flew down, slamming into the Dong Fang tribe assembly point. The Dong Fang tribesmen who were hiding inside were all slaughtered in an instant, not a single person was left alive. This! At once, even the demonic path Gu immortals were shocked by Dong Fang Chong Fan's ruthlessness. Rather than let you threaten me, I would rather destroy this weakness while I am in control of this body. Brave souls of Dong Fang tribe, listen to me, I, Dong Fang Chong Fan, will exact revenge for you. The hatred and grudge of today's events, I will return them 1,000-fold to you demonic scoundrels. Dong Fang Chong Fan's tears flowed down his cheeks, he spoke in deep pain. Hearing his anguished voice, even the daring and lawless demonic path immortals felt a chill in their hearts. If the number one person in Wisdom Path escapes, and plots against me in the future. The band of demons were feeling wary, fierce lights emerged in their eyes, they had overflowing killing intent. At this point, both sides were almost running dry, they had expended a huge amount of resources. Initially, it was just a battle for benefits, but now, they could not stop anymore. Such a deep-seated hatred was established, there was no way else to resolve this. Go! Dong Fang Chong Fan suddenly flew into the air, opening Jade Pool Blessed Land's doors and flying out. Chapter 804. Old Schemer vanishes without a trace. Chase after him. The band of demons were relentless. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed. Only a few Gu immortals had followed outside from behind, the rest had to change their directions and fly out from the hole that was made earlier. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dong Fang Chong Fan's figure, he was already far away in the sky. Everyone was like a meteor, flying through the sky, shrill sounds could be heard. The intense winds brushed against them, everyone used their own movement techniques, but the distance was huge, they were already behind from the start. Eventually, their distance started widening. Fan Yuan was wearing a black robe and had 6 wings, his speed raised from time to time, it was due to the activation of Iron Crown Eagle's strength Gu. But even so, there was quite a difference compared to the others, he gradually fell behind, becoming the second wave of immortals. The first wave included Dong Fang Chong Fan, Old Lord Kenyang, Minuscule Mountain, Unfettered Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Li Shan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. The second wave included Pai Shui Han, He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qin Ming, Xie Shimin, and Divine Lord Tian Du. As for Half Moon Broodmaster, Zhuozhan, Shi Ho, and the others, they had been left in the dust, their figures could not even be seen, there was no third wave at all. After flying for 15 minutes, Old Lord Kenyang sighed deeply. He transmitted to Dong Fang Chang Fan solemnly. I will block Unfettered Scholar and 2 other people for you at most. You will give me the final part of the method. Don't mess around, my patience is running out. You also know that my sect has Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. With the information I already have, I can deduce the final steps. Except that I will need to spend a lot of time, effort, and funds, that is all. Dong Fang Chang Fan was quiet for a moment. He did not dare to anger Old Lord Kenyang, otherwise he might turn on him. He had to give him the possession method. Old Lord Kenyang got what he wanted, but he did not go back on his words. He went back to the huge battle and blocked Unfettered Scholar, Lu Qin Ming, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. Meanwhile, the other Demonic Path Immortals chased Dong Fang Chang Fan relentlessly. After a while, Zhou Ping stopped. I am unresigned. I have 2 immortal level movement killer moves, but at this crucial time, my immortal essence is not enough. He screamed. He felt deeply regretful. He could only watch as the immortals flew away. A while later, Divine Lord Tian Du also started to slow down. He sighed. Everyone, please fight valiantly. I am unable to go any further. If they did not kill Dong Fang Chang Fan, there would be huge problems later. Divine Lord Tian Du landed while deeply frowning. Brother Fang, I am not in a good position. Thank you for saving me even though your life was in danger. At this point, you should leave quickly. I will draw them away. A while later, Dong Fang Chang Fan showed an exhausted expression as he secretly transmitted to the Miniman Gu Immortal. The Miniman Gu Immortal was overjoyed, but he hesitated. Are you really letting me go? But our agreement is not over yet. Dong Fang Chang Fan interrupted him, throwing Minuscule Mountain out as he said, Brother Fang, say no more, all the best. Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan immediately changed her direction and tried to grab at Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain shook, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dong Fang Chang Fan's tired expression vanished, his speed raised by 30% as he continued to escape. The two split up, the demonic cultivators behind hesitated. But Fairy Li Shan had no hesitation, she pursued Minuscule Mountain. Compared to the tough Dong Fang Chang Fan, the Miniman Gu Immortal on Minuscule Mountain was weaker, and Minuscule Mountain was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she had sent a transmission to Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan for help. After all, it was hard for one person to catch Minuscule Mountain. If there was help, it would be far easier. He Lu Lan did not hesitate, she immediately followed after Fairy Li Shan. But Fang Yuan rejected her outright. He did not stop chasing Dong Fang Chang Fan. Thus, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han, and Xie Shimin chased after Dong Fang Chang Fan, while He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan went after Minuscule Mountain. Disregarding Fairy Li Shan's side, Dong Fang Chang Fan had successfully used Minuscule Mountain to lure 2 strong foes away. His speed was even faster now as he quickly widened the gap between him and his pursuers. Pai Shui Han was anxious. He shouted to Xie Shimin, Why aren't you taking out the captives? Xie Shimin's movement killer move was a chariot. It gave off the aura of immortal Gu. He was sitting on the chariot, his expression grim. He had kept many of the Dong Fang tribe captives in his immortal aperture. His motive was to leave them for the end, to deal a fatal blow to Dong Fang Chang Fan. But now, he had no choice but to use them in advance. Old scoundrel Dong Fang, your tribesmen are in my hands, fight us directly, you cannot escape. Xie Shimin said this as he killed one Gu master in his hand, taking out another one after that. Dong Fang Chang Fan sneered and chuckled coldly. He continued to fly forward. After Xie Shimin killed the 13th captive, he finally managed to get Dong Fang Chang Fan to make a mistake. The distance between him and Fang Yuan's group shortened again. But Dong Fang Chang Fan quickly suppressed the threat. After regaining control of the body, he flew again and moved ahead. The two sides were in a deadlock, their distance shrunk at times and lengthened at other times. Along the way, they met several Gu immortals. They were either in the righteous path or demonic path. Some obstructed them, some chased them, some left immediately, and did not want to get involved in this messy situation. An hour later, only Dong Fang Chang Fan, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han, and Xie Min were left. If I do not die from this, I will definitely reward all of you well. Dong Fang Chang Fan was already quite far ahead, laughing loudly as he escaped. Fan Yuan and the others had grim expressions. These three pursuers were originally from the second wave. With their speed, they could not catch up to Dong Fang Chang Fan after he raised his speed. The longer this dragged on, the greater Dong Fang Chang Fan's advantage. He was gradually suppressing the internal threats in his body. Even though Xie Min was killing more Dong Fang tribesmen now, Dong Fang Chang Fan was losing control less often than before. What do we do? Pai Shui-han, Fan Yuan, and Xie Min looked at each other. They saw anxiety but also anticipation in each other's eyes. Both of you, if you have any methods, please use them, otherwise it will be too late, Xie Min said. Fan Yuan and Pai Shui-han shook their heads. These three were at their wits' end already. They had to treasure their precious immortal essence beads. If they had any methods left, they would have used it already. Seeing that Dong Fang Chang Fan was going to get away from them, the three pursuers showed intense looks of disappointment. But at this moment, Dong Fang Chang Fan lost control again. Dong Fan Yu Liang's voice was screaming. His speed fell drastically. Fan Yuan and the others were overjoyed. Xie Min shouted. As expected, killing the captives had an effect. Quick, kill him, we can still search his soul later. Fan Yuan and the others quickly got ahead, but at this time, Dong Fang Chang Fan's expression changed. He showed a smile, as if his plot had succeeded. Oh no, it's a trap. Fan Yuan quickly retreated, but it was too late to escape. He only saw a ray of starlight. It moved extremely quickly. It grazed Fan Yuan's shoulder and pierced into Xie Min's forehead. Xie Min's expression was frozen into a look of utter disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded. The chariot disassembled as he fell to the ground weakly. Be it Fan Yuan or Pai Shui-han, they were shocked and nervous. It was already so late into the battle. To think that Dong Fang Chang Fan still had such a powerful trump card. He had truly unfathomable depths. If you pursue me any further, Xie Min can serve as an example. Dong Fang Chang Fan laughed loudly, escaping again. Earlier, he lost control. That was only him acting, a trap. Xie Min was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weaker body than normal immortals. Because he was chasing fervently, he was slightly careless, but he actually got killed in one move. Chase him! He is bluffing! Pai Shui-han was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fan Yuan was also pursuing closely. After this attack, he really has nothing left. Although his tone was certain, Fan Yuan did not believe it completely inwardly. If it were other Gu immortals, that would definitely be the case. But it was Dong Fang Chang Fan, this old scoundrel. This was not a certainty. After Xie Min died, there were no captives left to lure Dong Fang Chang Fan to lose control. This was terrible news. If they stayed and looted Xie Min's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, then they would not make it in time. Dong Fang Chang Fan would manage to escape. Honestly speaking, even though they were still chasing him, Fan Yuan and Pai Shui-han did not have much hope within themselves. But quickly, there was another change. Dong Fang Chang Fan's speed became slower. His speed fell by 30% compared to earlier. With this, Fan Yuan and Pai Shui-han saw hope. As expected, his burst speed has its limits. Think about it, that is an immortal killer move. If he could use it for extended periods of time, he would have used it long ago. Maybe his immortal essence was used up. Fan Yuan and Pai Shui-han interacted. They decided to work together for now, to leave Dong Fang Chang Fan no room to escape. They were also worried that if they fought between themselves, at the crucial moment, they might end in failure. But just as they were getting closer to Dong Fang Chang Fan, his body flickered as another figure appeared, turning into a second Dong Fang Chang Fan. This? Fan Yuan was shocked. Pai Shui-han gasped. Oh no, I've heard long ago that Dong Fang Chang Fan had a split shadow immortal Gu in his hands. To think that it was true. The two bodies had the same aura, they were identical, there was nothing that could differentiate them, they flew off in two different directions. Even though the pursuers were using investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. There was no choice, Fan Yuan and Pai Shui-han could only split up. In the end, not long after Fan Yuan went on his chase, Dong Fang Chang Fan split out another figure and flew towards the left. Fan Yuan was joyful and also worried. This indicated that he had been chasing the right figure, but he did not expect that this old scoundrel Dong Fang could create another split shadow. Fan Yuan quickly took out some Dongfang tribe Gu master captives in his immortal aperture, shouting in the same manner again. Dongfang Chang Fan, I will kill your tribesmen again. Fan Yuan had used his strength path giant hands earlier to attack the assembly points. He killed large numbers of Dongfang tribesmen. But in this process, he had left a backup plan. He secretly kept a good number of the captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dongfang Chang fans did not pay heed to him. Fan Yuan's plan did not succeed. He could not differentiate them, he could only grit his teeth as he chose the left one randomly, pursuing it. Along the way, in just a short while, Dongfang Chang Fan created another clone and flew in two directions. Fan Yuan felt anything but reassured in his mind. What should he do now? His immortal essence was almost used up completely. The strength path giant hands could only move slowly, and ordinary mortal killer moves could not even damage Dongfang Chang Fan's clothes. Chapter 805. A short break, another battle. Unable to determine the fake, Fan Yuan could only guess and make some baseless choices. Eventually, when it was night, he watched as Dongfang Chang Fang's body gradually faded and vanished. In its place was a lump of goo worms. Fan Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. The split shadow immortal goo was not inside. Instead, there were only some rank 5 goo worms that were mixed with a heavy immortal goo aura. I lost him. Only Pai Shui Han's end is left, but the chances are low. Most likely, Dongfang Chang Fan escaped. Sigh. As expected of a legendary character, the leader of a superforce, he has so many trump cards. The most pressing matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder the final portion of the resources. Fan Yuan swept away his emotions. He immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, but they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They promised him a large amount of compensation if he went to help them out. Fan Yuan fell into a difficult situation with two choices in front of him. One was Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was rich in resources, but such a long time had passed, the other demonic path Gu immortals might have looted it entirely already. The other was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, he inwardly felt moved. As night descended, the temperature became lower, the night sky was filled with dark clouds, the air was stuffy. A moment later, intense winds blew. It rained while accompanied by thunder and lightning. Dongfang Chang Fan sat on the ground. His expression was white as chalk. He looked extremely pale. The body that he had just possessed was heavily injured. Some injuries were so severe that bones could be seen. His flesh and blood were exposed to the air openly. Dongfang Chang Fan's aura was weak. He frowned deeply. To think that the possession I underwent caused such a huge and unexpected accident. Indeed, an act of defying heaven incurs the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, towards the end, I gave up Minuscule Mountain and drew some of the enemies away. I also gave up Split Shadow and Mortal Goo to escape successfully. At once, Dongfang Chang Fan felt lingering fear, relief, joy, solemnness, sadness, and hatred. All of these complex emotions were mixing together. The injuries on my body are just a small matter, they are not fatal. The important thing is to get rid of the internal threat. The immortal essence I accumulated was mostly used on possession. After this battle, they have been consumed entirely. The battle of wills is my only chance at defeating these 9 wills. Dongfang Chang Fan thought over it. He shut his eyes and entered a state of meditation. In truth, with his current terrible situation, he had no other options. He was at his wits' end. He was like a long river that had dried up until the riverbed was exposed. To be able to escape from the pursuers in this state and survive, it was truly nothing short of a miracle. Right now, if he hesitated slightly, or refused to undergo the battle of wills, his control over this body would be completely lost. He might as well engage in the battle of wills now while he still had some foundation and mental energy, by converting all of his remaining mental energy into his own will army. The battle of wills was vicious. It did not concern one's cultivation level, only the wills in themselves. But Dongfang Chang Fan had no other method now. He had to do this. His will rose from his mind. It instantly converted all of his foundation into a huge stream. The huge stream flew out of his mind. It was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, pouring down from above. With an immense force, it charged towards all of the other wills in the body. Fight! Let's fight together. That old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of ours. We have to cooperate. That is the only chance we have at winning. The wills of Dongfang Tribe's 8 Gu immortals, as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will, joined forces. They resisted Dongfang Chang Fan's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together, fighting chaotically. Both sides had no alternatives now. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure, their existence would be wiped out. This, from the start, was a battle to the death. Both sides were equally matched, but a moment later Dong Fang Chang Fan's will was at a disadvantage. While fighting with the band of demons, Dong Fang Chang Fan had only been suppressing the wills forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome they were to deal with. Only now when they fought he realized that these wills were tough as iron, they were as firm as steel. All of them bore deep hatred towards Dong Fang Chang Fan. Dong Fang Chang Fan, you deceived us, you betrayed us. For your own selfish desire, you killed all of us, just for your own sake. Old and scheming, we were all wrong about you, you only treated us as your pawns. If you want to kill us, don't think of surviving either. Die together, we will die together. It was you harmed us, you harmed the entirety of Dongfang tribe. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is being looted by the band of demons, nothing is left of thousands of years of management from our tribe. These wills shouted, with great anguish, they formed into a tide and attacked from everywhere in the body. Dong Fang Chang Fan's will was forced back, he quickly squeezed back into the mind. The mind was Dong Fang Chang Fan's final base. Once these wills broke through it, even if Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul was intact, he would have no way of winning, defeat was imminent. Impressive, impressive. These wills have the resolve to die, they are overwhelmed with rage due to betrayal, and most importantly, due to the heavenly tribulation's influence. They were strengthened in an unspeakable way. At this moment, Dong Fang Chang Fan could feel deep animosity from heaven and earth. He walked on a path that defied heaven, he tried to revive himself. The terrifying backlash caused him to be at death's doors again. If he took a step back, it would be the abyss of failure. But Dong Fang Chang Fan was not flustered under such crisis. In fact, the more dangerous this situation became, the more his fighting spirit was stirred. In his life, he had always gone against the norm. Ever since he started his cultivation and led his tribe to prosperity, he had overcome countless difficulties, he had endured immense pressure, and defeated numerous foes. This time, my enemy is this world itself. Even if my body dies of old age, and my soul shrivels, my will is never going to submit. Dong Fang Chang Fan understood. In a battle of wills, he could not feel discouraged or relaxed, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he was more determined now. His fighting spirit soared as his battle strength surged in this battle of wills. This was the spirit that he had nurtured after countless trials and obstacles. He would never yield. The fighting spirit to resist until the very end was engraved into his bones. At once, the counter-attack of his will began. It swept down from the mind, pushing down forcefully. The two sides were fighting using Dong Fang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dong Fang Yuliang's head was Dong Fang Chang Fan's headquarters. Even though he was almost forced back in by the 9 wills, right now, his will was charging down from his headquarters, down the neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortals' wills became even more furious. They defended together, like a tortoise shell. They had a strong defense at the chest, refusing to move backwards. The battle of wills went into a stalemate. The 8 Gu Immortal wills were defending Dong Fang Yuliang's will. They were like 8 thick shields protecting him. Dong Fang Yuliang's will was growing in quantity. Out of the 10 wills, only Dong Fang Chang Fan and Dong Fang Yuliang's wills could recover and grow. This was because the former had undergone possession. His soul was in this body and he occupied the mind. He could replenish his will from this source. The latter was the original owner of the body was most compatible with him. The entire body was Dong Fang Yuliang's base. As long as his body was not destroyed, his will could recover. The key to victory in this intense and dangerous battle of wills was in Dong Fang Yuliang and Dong Fang Chang Fan, the wills of this pair of master and disciple. Compared to them, even though the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and abundant, they had no source to replenish themselves. They knew this clearly, thus they chose to sacrifice themselves and protect Dong Fang Yuliang's will, to allow him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left the injuries on my body and did not heal them. I wanted to slow down Dong Fang Yuliang's recovery speed. But if we continue this, my will is going to be expended continuously, while Dong Fang Yuliang's will is recovering and growing. Thinking of this, Dong Fang Chao Fan became calmer and even colder. He knew that at this rate, he would definitely die. By now he had to bet with his life, to use his will to influence the other wills, and destroy them from the inside. This method was the fiercest, and also the most dangerous one. But I have no choice. Then let's do it. Dong Fang Chang Fan shouted. All of his will that had been gathered together broke apart. It flowed like a river as it swallowed the other 9 wills, engulfing them. The contest of the mind, a battle of willpower, everyone's perseverance had led to the final clash at this moment. The hatred of murder is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang was extremely furious. Dongfang Chao Fan's will was calm. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe back to its glorious days. Do you think I am not anguished? Do you remember the story in order to walk out of ordinary abyss, Renzu abandoned even his own daughter. How can you say he abandoned her? It was self-gu which caused trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will rebuked. Dongfang Changfan sneered coldly. Whose self-gu is that? That is Renzu's self-gu. Those were Renzu's deepest thoughts. In order to stop being ordinary, it was not a problem if one sacrificed their wives or children, let alone merely the tribe. As a dirty and despicable person, whatever you see is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortals will shouted back angrily. Enough. Without me, Dongfang Changfan, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. Would you have been able to reach this point? Would Dongfang tribe be as glorious and prosperous without me? I nurtured you all, I taught you, I gave you your achievements. I planted this tree, this was my achievement, and you were just sitting in the shade of my tree, eating the fruits of my labor. Such words were like thunder, dealing a huge blow to the 9 wills. The Gu Immortals' wills were in a torrential wave, they could only be swept along. All of the scenes in his life were playing in reverse, they quickly filled Dongfang Changfan's mind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, while engaging with the band of demons, the battle that was perilous and fatal. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, his stubborn resistance, all to undergo possession. At the moment of life and death, his ambition that did not waver, his vision of the sky that turned dark. Deducing the location of Immortal Gu for all of the righteous path Gu Immortals, establishing the alliance agreement. In a dark and gloomy hall, he sat alone as he made up his mind to defy heaven, he sneered. Even if you prevent me from obtaining lifespan Gu, so what? If heaven wants me to die, then I will defy heaven. Chapter 806. Outcome concluded, turning around and leaving. Dongfang Changfan's recollection continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly ended. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu Immortal was paying respects to him in the air. Thank you for your assistance, First Supreme Elder. He himself was stroking his beard. That you can advance to Gu Immortal is my greatest wish. Now, our Dongfang tribe has strengthened again. The battle ended in defeat, the righteous path Gu Immortals were sighing to themselves. Oh, Dongfang tribe cannot be suppressed. Fighting alone against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely become renowned in Northern Plains. What is this move? Starlight filled the sky, it was shining in brilliance, he stood in the air proudly as he laughed. This move is called Myriad Star Fireflies. Oh? You killed a disciple of my sect, Immortal Crane sect, but you want to cooperate with us? In this world, there are only eternal benefits, there are no eternal enemies or friends. I have found out a thing or two about the arrangements that you in Central Continent have been planning in Northern Plains. Dongfang tribe is being ostracized by the righteous path. To turn this situation around, how can a single Gu Immortal like me succeed? My aspiration is to promote my tribe and bring glory to our name. I am certain that you can sense my sincerity. He said calmly. You are just a poor Gu Immortal, on what basis can you cooperate with Immortal Crane sect? I have a lifespan extension method for Gu Immortals, it is named Possession, and it was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. What? Is that true? 88 True Young Building, True Inheritance Secluded Domain. He was coughing blood, escaping pathetically among the array of flying True Inheritance meteors. It was like a web of death. But in the end, even after all his scheming, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it, I cannot force this anymore, I will choose you. When he was young. Spare me. The opponent who brought him shame was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. You should not be like this. He shook his head slowly, sighing. I was blind, I was too daring, please spare me, young Master Dongfang. His opponent sprawled on the ground, begging pitifully. If your attitude was more firm, and you were unmoved in the face of death, I would definitely have spared your dog life. But now! He attacked abruptly, dealing a fatal blow. The head flew up and landed on the ground. It rolled for a short distance, dying with a lingering grievance. He turned around and left. Too disappointing. Why did I lose to a person like you back then? And also, that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what is your name? The old beggar asked warmly. His hair was purple and messy. It was like uncut grass. Dong Fang Chang Fan, he said. Chang Fan. This name is very incompatible with you. The purple-haired beggar's eyes were dark like the abyss. He could see his own shadow from within them. The beggar looked at him for a while before saying, You are a good child. I will pass my most important inheritance to you. I believe that without any unexpected surprises, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Dong Fang tribe, Meng tribe, and Gong tribe, these three super forces had gathered for a fighting competition. He was kneeling on the ground, in utter defeat. His opponent mocked him. Ha ha ha, Dong Fang Guangyao, you want to bring honor to your tribe? Your Dong Fang tribe is going to be history. You only have one dying old Gu immortal left. In some years, your Dong Fang tribe will be kicked out from the ranks of super forces. This is good too, as someone who shares the same bloodline of Giant Sun as you. I feel deeply ashamed for all of you. You! He was staring with wide-opened eyes. He struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, his opponent walked up and stepped on his head in the arena. Ha ha ha, Dong Fang Guangyao, according to the rules of our battle, you have to promise me one thing. I really hate your name, it does not suit you. I'll give you a new name, for the rest of your life, you will use this name. Let's go with Dong Fang Chang Fan. He, this suits you better. His opponent said in a mocking tone. He clenched his fists, his eyes were bright red, anger was exploding in his body, almost bursting his blood vessels. But he was too weak. Okay. From today onwards, I will change my name to Dong Fang Chang Fan. He squeezed these words out reluctantly. Ha ha ha, obedient, good. Did everyone hear that? From now on, he will be called Dong Fang Chang Fan. His opponent raised his feet and walked away. He was sprawled on the ground, his injuries were severe, he could not move. But in his heart he screamed, even if I change my name to Dong Fang Chang Fan, I will become extraordinary. I will be able to move freely and unhindered over the world. I will manipulate the masses. I swear, I will definitely take revenge for this with my own hands, in this life. I will lead Dong Fang tribe back to its glorious days. This is my aspiration, the aspiration of Dong Fang Chang Fan. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were engulfed experienced Dong Fang Chang Fan's entire life in this instant. At once, they understood Dong Fang Chang Fan. They understood that deep within his heart, he was greatly anguished by the death of his tribesmen, from the loss of Jade Pool blessed land. This man, Dong Fang Chang Fan. Even if we are enemies, I must say this, incredible. Fine, to lose to a person like this, it is not a dishonor. Dong Fang tribe, in your hands, maybe it would rise up again. Master. The 9 wills conceded, some faded, even if some still resisted, they were engulfed by Dong Fang Chang Fan's will. My name may be Dong Fang Chang Fan, but in this life, I refuse to be ordinary. If a tree collapses, I will plant a new one. Everyone give me time. I swear, I will definitely take revenge for this with my own hands. In this life, I will lead Dong Fang tribe back to its glorious days. This is my aspiration, the aspiration of Dong Fang Chang Fan. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. This will's voice sounded like a clap of thunder from the outside world. Under this will, the 9 wills collapsed. They no longer resisted him, they vanished into nothingness. The battle of wills was extremely perilous, but he won in the end. Dong Fang Chang Fan opened his eyes slowly. They were flickering with countless crystal lights. His eyes opened wide. He realized that out of nowhere, a black-robed Gu immortal was in front of him. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find me? Dong Fang Chang Fan calmed down. Although he seemed exhausted, he was extremely calm. It was as if he still had some sort of trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled. I guessed it. I chased after your split shadow and lost you. Just when I was about to leave, I had a thought earlier when you killed Xie Shimin. The situation was too strange. After checking the traces, I realized that you had dug an underground cavern not far away and hid here. It was all luck. This is not luck. Dong Fang Chang Fan shook his head slowly. My immortal killer move could create 30 split shadows, but they did not waste much of your time. I purposely left Jia Shimin's corpse alone and intentionally let his immortal goo fly away. The traces were obvious, but you did not go after them. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Above this cavern, there is an ordinary pink flower rabbit den, but that did not deceive you. Your intelligence is far scarier than your strength. It is really strange. Why did you cultivate strength path instead of wisdom path? Fan Yuan's lips twitched. Are these the final words of praise from a dying person? Dong Fang Chang Fan shook his head again. He smiled faintly. It is a pity that you came slightly late. If you were earlier, even by a few breaths' time, I would still be in the battle of wills. It would be extremely dangerous, and I would not have time to resist you. But now. Dong Fang Chang Fan dragged out his words. He showed immense confidence in his expression. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fan Yuan saw this and praised. His tone was calm. There was no killing intent as he said warmly, like he was talking to a good friend. Man proposes, heaven disposes. If this method fails, I will leave immediately and acknowledge your superior strength, retreating from you in the future should we meet again. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. This was a young girl. Having a delicate body and watery eyes, she wore a light yellow dress. She looked extremely gentle. This was Dong Fang Qingyu. When Fan Yuan used the Strength Path giant hands to capture Dong Fang tribesmen, he unexpectedly found her, secretly keeping her in his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dong Fang Chang Fan's expression changed. In an instant, even this body started reacting. The will in the body that was nearly dispersed became firm as ever. It rose up and instantly regained control. Sister! He shouted. But soon, even though it was just a breath's time, Dong Fan Yu Liang's will was suppressed again. Dong Fang Chang Fan regained control. His eyes were spewing fire as he looked at Fan Yuan with much anger. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He assessed the situation as he said, Dong Fan Yu Liang, your sister is in my hands, watch closely. Saying so, he stretched out his monstrous zombie hand and grabbed at the young girl's left shoulder, pulling. Crack! Dong Fang Qinyu's body shook, before she let out a shrill scream. Her entire left arm was ripped off, the huge wound was spewing blood. Dong Fang Chang Fan's pupils shrunk until they were pin-sized. He shouted angrily. Damn it! Before he finished his words, he lost control again. Dong Fan Yu Liang emerged. Sister! I will kill you! You dare to harm her! You actually dare to harm her! Dong Fan Yu Liang screamed intensely. He had gone into madness. Tears were bursting out from his eyes. Good, this is how it should be. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. The Strength Path giant hand flew out. The giant hand was about to grab Dong Fang Yu Liang, when a light pillar burst out from his body. The light pillar stopped the Strength Path giant hand. Dong Fang Chang Fan screamed with much fear and anger. A grand Gu immortal going as far as to do this to a mortal, you are so despicable. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed. His monstrous claw impacted. With a loud sound, he pressed Dong Fang Qinyu's head into her chest completely. Sister! Dong Fang Yu Liang screamed at the top of his lungs. This was the most cruel blow he had ever suffered in his life. Dong Fang Chang Fan lost control. The defensive light pillar scattered. Boom! Fan Yuan grabbed with his hand, and Dong Fang Yu Liang's body was smashed into meat paste. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was severely weakened. How could he escape? Fan Yuan easily caught him. The inheritance of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains was obtained. An intense shockwave burst out. Once the Gu immortal died, the immortal aperture would land on the ground, forming an ownerless blessed land. Fan Yuan had expected this. He used his methods and concealed this shock wave to the best of his ability. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not intrude it forcefully. When the blessed land was placed down completely, Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, as he gave it a deep glance before turning around and leaving. Chapter 807. People who refuse to be ordinary. Chapter 3, Section 18 states, Renzu stepped on his own road of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He walked around in the bottom of the abyss, moving forward aimlessly. After a long time, even though he wanted to get out of ordinary abyss, he could not find the exit. In his anguish, Cognition Gu gave him pointers. Human, oh human, you walked in the footsteps of other existences. Although this road is simple and safe, if you want to become extraordinary, and walk out of ordinary abyss, there is little hope if you follow other people's trails. Since you walked on your own road of life, all the difficulties need to be challenged by you personally. You need to innovate and carve out your own footprints. After Renzu received this advice, he came to a realization. He was overjoyed as he followed Cognition Gu's instructions. He walked out of the footsteps that already existed. He started to step on the ground that was not too firm. The ground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were swampy, it was easy to get stuck in the mud, and the stench was foul. Some places were full of thorns, sharp pointy tips were everywhere. Renzu was full of injuries. In some parts of the ground, there were also blade goo. When Renzu stepped on the ground, his soles were injured by the sharp blades, his injuries became larger as blood flowed. When he walked, the pain could be felt striking deep within himself. The injuries on his feet caused huge pain. Renzu decided to walk softly. But as he walked, Renzu lost his way in ordinary abyss. Many times, he would end up on the same route, and waste extra effort traversing the same path. Renzu gradually found out this problem. He was perplexed. How could he not lose his way in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him. Renzu, if you do not want to lose your way, that is entirely up to you. You were afraid of pain, thus you walked softly. The footprints you created were too shallow. When ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss, mortal dust will be blown out, and when the dust settles, your footprints will be covered up. If you do not want to lose your way, you have to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I am saying? Renzu nodded, he understood. Thus, he started to walk using heavy steps. Each time, he stepped hard onto the ground, creating a deep footprint. This way, every step he walked would have a deep and clear marking left by him. As long as Renzu saw these markings, he would know that these routes were already explored, and that there was no exit to ordinary abyss there. But good things did not last. After a while, even the deepest footprints would be covered up by the dust. Renzu was extremely troubled. He asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave him another suggestion. O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and blades. Every time you saw them, you would take a detour. This will not do. You cannot ask to be extraordinary while leading a comfortable life. Renzu got the hint and gritted his teeth. He purposely walked on the paths filled with thorns and blades. Every time he took a step, he would leave a deep footprint behind, no matter how painful it was, no matter how deep the scar was. His sweat and blood seeped into the ordinary soil as he stepped heavily into it. When he left his foot and moved forward on his footprint, there would be a small stem of grass. The name of this grass was accomplishment. In each of his footprints, there would be a small stem of grass. The stems of grass did not fall when the wind blew, they could not be buried under dust, they grow stubbornly and could be preserved for much longer than the footprints. This way, I would not need to be afraid of losing my way. Renzu was overjoyed, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, he tenaciously walked on a road filled with thorns and blades, he was not afraid of bleed or perspiring. He walked further and further, he no longer lost his way, he no longer walked in circles, he went into uncharted territories. He used his blood and sweat to nourish the grass under him, they started growing with more vitality and became taller. Gradually, it was no longer grass that grew from his footprints, they had turned into accomplishment trees. As time passed, the small trees grew into larger trees, the leaves were lush and green, they were even bearing fruits. Renzu was tired from walking, he leaned on a tree for rest, he ate the sweet and juicy fruits to recover his stamina. As time passed, he had almost walked in every corner of ordinary abyss, he created a huge forest spanning everywhere he had traveled. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt bliss and joy, but even when the forest covered the entirety of ordinary abyss, he did not find the way out of it. He felt anxious and disappointed. He plucked one fruit and put it in his mouth. The fruit no longer tasted sweet, instead, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange, he tried to find the reason and realized, unknowingly, there had been a second heart growing in his body. This heart was called discontent. With this, anything that he ate would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit as he looked at the boundless forest. He no longer felt joy or bliss. At this time, his original heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke in Self-Gu's voice. O human, I have thought about a way to leave the abyss. You can plant a tall and grand accomplishment tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to leave this place by climbing onto this tree. Renzu thought about it, and his eyes shined. That's right, that is a good idea. But he was troubled again. But how can I plant a tree that is so grand, taller than ordinary abyss? Self-Gu said. You use the blood from your feet to plant this forest, these are all ordinary trees. If you use the blood from your heart, you should be able to plant a great accomplishment tree. Buried under the ground of ordinary abyss are many blades. Why don't you use these blades to stab into your heart? The heart blood that flows out can be used to water the trees. Renzu tried the method that Self-Gu said. The blade stabbed into his heart, it caused an immense pain. This pain was hundreds and thousands of times greater than the ones in his body. Eventually, the trees that were watered grew tall and large, they were much larger than the original trees. Renzu felt pain but also joy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, causing more heart blood to flow out. The more blades he stabbed, the more heart blood flowed out, and the larger the trees he planted. But even the tallest accomplishment tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Renzu continued to persevere, as Hope-Gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree he planted reached the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree cracked open. Inside, a girl came out. Father, father! The girl went into Renzu's embrace. She was very adorable. This was Renzu's fourth child, called Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu was also overjoyed. He played around with his daughter. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, he would get her fruits to eat. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara loved to eat fruits. She became healthy and well-fed. She played in the forest every day, feeling immense joy. Renzu still wanted to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara urged him many times. Father, why must you exhaust yourself? Isn't staying here great? There are trees to shelter us, fruits to feed us. We can play here forever. Life will be peaceful until we die of old age. Renzu shook his head. His attitude was firm. He planted an even greater tree and the branches of the trees left ordinary abyss completely. Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She held on to Renzu's hands as she pleaded. Father, don't abandon me. I cannot climb trees. If you go, I will be left here alone. I do not know how to plant trees. There are limited fruits. One day, I will die of hunger. Renzu said, Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you and leave this place. Thus, the father and daughter climbed the tree. The higher they went, the more exhausted Renzu felt. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, climbing the tree alone was very dangerous, not to mention carrying a person who could not climb the tree at all. The bigger problem was, the tree started wavering and making cracking noises. Cognition Gu told Renzu, Oh no, Renzu, you are carrying your daughter. It is impossible to get out of ordinary abyss. This is your accomplishment tree. It cannot help others become extraordinary. Even your daughter is no exception. Renzu shook his head. I do not want to give up. Hope-Gu also urged him. Put her down, otherwise you cannot leave this place. Even though you have the hearts of loneliness and discontent, after planting so many trees, your heart blood is already dry. This is your last hope. Look, the tree is about to collapse. Renzu waved his hand. I still want to try. Self-Gu saw that Renzu was stubborn from his actions, and seeing that the other Gu worms failed to convince him, it flew out. Ah, this is killing me. Self-Gu did not discuss with Renzu. It bit on Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted in pain. She was furious. She wanted to kill Self-Gu. But this way, she let go of her hands. With the shaking tree, she fell off Renzu's back, crashing and tumbling. After breaking her fall from many branches, she landed on the ground. She was in great pain as she started crying. Daughter! Renzu shouted, wanting to go down. It's too late. The tree is going to fall. Self-Gu pushed Renzu. He took a huge step forward subconsciously. He left ordinary abyss. The tree fell. Renzu was at the edge of the cliff. He lost the way back. He shouted helplessly. Daughter, I will return to save you. Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She said with much sadness and helplessness. Father, how could you be so cruel to leave me behind to live here alone? I am so scared. Renzu heard her cries and felt extremely anguished. He checked around ordinary abyss, but could not find a way in. It is no use. Self-Gu said, Your accomplishment tree, even if it has fallen, is proof of your grandeur. A grand person is extraordinary. How can a person who is not ordinary enter ordinary abyss? Who immortal blessed land Dang Hun Palace? Fang Yuan closed in his hands. He sighed as he had a complex expression. Water flowed downwards, while humans moved towards higher ground. Discontented with being ordinary, this was a normal human trait. Dong Fang Chong Fan was like this, Fan Yuan was also like this. In this aspect, you and I are the same type of people, Fan Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly now as he tried to speak, but because he lost his body, he could not make a sound. However, the resonance caused by his soul was captured by Fan Yuan. He heard the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains say, "If you want to search my soul, go ahead. But to receive my inheritance, it is harder than you think." Chapter 808. Unyielding Spirit, More Soul Searching. Oh? You are so confident. Fan Yuan smiled. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul had already become his captive and his life or death was held in Fan Yuan's hands, but he still had such confidence. Fan Yuan, however, was unconcerned and started soul searching. For a moment, Dang Hun Palace was shrouded in darkness, cold wind blew and ghostly cries could be heard lingering in one's ears. In the bleak and strange wind, Fan Yuan revealed his original appearance, a towering immortal zombie body in a greenish-black color. A malevolent appearance, sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, 8 arms that stretched out with their sharp and large monstrous claws, one slowly moving towards Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul involuntarily wavered for a moment at Fan Yuan's vicious appearance, but it shortly calmed down and let Fan Yuan's claw grab it. A soul was not corporeal, but Fan Yuan's claws firmly grabbed on to Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. Afterwards, he activated certain goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A formless force emitted from the monstrous claw to Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul immediately started trembling from the bursts of pain that were assaulting it. The soul search ended after a while. Fan Yuan pulled back his claw and let go of Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. He was able to plunder much information, but his brows furrowed slightly. There was a lot of information obtained by him, but none of it was of importance. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul turned dull and looser, no longer having the firm compactness and luster from before. However, it revealed a satisfied expression as it resonated, sending its message. In Fan Yuan's ears he heard Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul snickering. "Do you realize now? I might be a wisdom path Gu Immortal, but soul path and wisdom path are closely connected to each other. I have also delved into soul path, modifying my immortal soul. Your soul-searching method is only a mortal technique. That said, even if you had soul path immortal Gu, I can conceal the information you want." After a brief pause, Dong Fang Chang Fan continued. "Right now, I don't have a physical body. My soul would not receive nourishment. The more you soul search, the more my soul will be consumed. I have plenty of experiences. I can conceal the information up to the moment my soul completely disappears. You simply won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance, or my possession technique." He then changed the topic. "But we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession technique, and other information. You would assist in my rebirth by finding a physical body for me. Don't worry, I only need a mortal Gu master. Since I lost to you, I have to admit my defeat. We can set up an oath. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. If you don't believe me, you should believe in Mountain Pledge Gu, right?" Fan Yuan smiled. Truly worthy of Dong Fang Chang Fan, even in this state, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. It's a pity that I have soul-strengthening method and can take all the time I need to slowly search your soul. Sooner or later, I will get what I want. Soul-strengthening method? Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul chuckled. It seems that you don't have a great amount of understanding regarding soul path. I intentionally remodeled my soul for the possession. It increased my chances of succeeding in possession, but also led to normal methods being useless in nourishing and healing my soul, unless you use immortal healing methods. What I am saying is not a lie. You can try as much as you want." "Oh? Is that so?" The faint smile on Fan Yuan's face faded as he took out Air Sac Gu. As far as Dong Fang Chang Fan was concerned, since Fan Yuan's soul-searching method was only at mortal level, his soul-healing method should also be ordinary. He was even more sure of his estimation when he saw Fan Yuan pull out a mortal Gu. However, when Fan Yuan broke the Air Sac Gu and also crumbled the Guts Gu contained within, Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul immediately received nourishment. His soul regained part of its compactness and luster. What is this Gu? It is only a mortal Gu, but it can heal my soul? For a moment, Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul intensely shook, showing an astonished look. Fan Yuan relaxed when he saw this and smiled. Guess. Dong Fang Chang Fan was an extraordinary character, Even if only his soul remained, his intelligence was still there. The soul calmed down before resonating shortly after. At the mortal level, there is only one thing that can influence my immortal soul, Dang Hun Mountain's guts goo. What you crushed just now should be air sac goo bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Astute. But you only got it half right. Air sac goo is my creation and the guts goo business is also mine. What? It's you! Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul blurted out, the cruel reality striking at it fiercely. The soul did not resonate anymore, sinking into deathly silence. Dong Fang Chang Fan was filled with despair. He knew he was truly done for this time by landing in the hands of someone like Fang Yuan. He was like meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could butcher him whenever he wanted. And Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul would not be able to change the situation even if he resisted. After using Guts Goo to heal Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul completely, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Dong Fang Chang Fan resisted extremely hard, thus the information Fang Yuan obtained was useless for the most part. However, no matter how strong the resistance was, it could not withstand the increasing numbers of soul-searching attempts. Finally, valuable information was obtained by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending a long while, Fang Yuan put an end to the soul-searching, and pieced together the valuable information among them, forming into detailed information about the resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Jade Pool Blessed Land contains 3 large goo breeding grounds. Regretful spiders are ranked at the second, while the one with the largest scale are large cave toads. Their numbers are 3 times that of the regretful spiders, with extremely large numbers of rank 5 large cave toad goo, but Dong Fang tribe left them behind in order to induce the creation of an immortal level large cave toad goo. Truly a big ambition. In the far east of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a pool which looks ordinary but connects to deep underground. Inside lives a desolate beast horse, a rarely seen 10,000 Li horse. This horse has vigorous life force and is extremely useful. Not only is every part of it immortal goo refinement material, if it is raised underground for a long time, its sweat after dropping on the ground will gradually grow into a Ji forest. One 10,000 Li horse can mean the endless creation of Ji forests. Oh? There is this kind of salt bed as well. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast's grey life jellyfish to guard and condense the salinity, forming into a giant salt bed that can produce an immortal material, profound grey salt. A salt bed that specifically produces profound grey salt, truly a great move. Jade Pool Blessed Land also changes between day and night. After 3 days of a bright sky, there is a day of dark night. After the night descends, some areas of Jade Pool Blessed Land will crack and split, revealing 2 deep pools that were underground. One is a jade pool which, although not big, is filled with an immortal material, desolate jade. Another is Canine Pool, in which the walls and bottom are formed from the polished teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Chiling. Under moonlight, it will create moon fangs. This immortal material is like teeth but is as soft as water. Moonlight shines from its surface constantly, and it is extremely precious. Besides this, there is also an ancient desolate beast flying frost antelope, an immortal material hidden underground called Hidden Dragon Beard, the immortal material wind whistling bronze inside Bronze Pool. Dong Fang Chang Fan was Dong Fang tribe's first supreme elder, and naturally was extremely aware of the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was greatly moved as he browsed through these pieces of information, and had the impulse to make a trip to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder the goods. But he restrained this impulse. During this evening in Northern Plains, he had killed Dong Fang Chang Fan and captured his soul before moving towards Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder it again. However, when he reached the Blessed Land, he discovered the fires of combat raging. Intense battles were everywhere around him. Dozens of righteous and demonic path goo immortals were plundering and fighting like they had gone mad. The situation was extremely heated. Fang Yuan had used up a lot of his immortal essence, and also had to conceal himself. Add in that he was alone, with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan chasing after Minuscule Mountain, and also had attracted old Lord Kin Yang's suspicion. He sensibly chose to leave. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a piece of large juicy meat right now, which is stirring all the goo immortals up, luring them towards it. Forget it, I might have rank 7 battle strength, but my movement and defense aspects are rather inferior, and the situation is also not that good. He Dong Fang Chang Fan is still plotting against me, intentionally exposing this information to me to make me tread into the muddy water that is Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's situation was quite bad. It seemed that he was safe, but there were dangers lurking everywhere. He was the main culprit for the collapse of 88 True Young Building, and was being actively searched for by all forces. Sha Huang was a false identity of his, but it was exposed shortly after the auction. Dragon Commander Yi Cha had suffered losses from Feng Jiuji's group, and had started to investigate Sha Huang. Fan Yuan currently did not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. In this trip to seize the Wisdom Path inheritance, Fan Yuan had further exposed many things, giving more clues for his enemies to deduce. But this risk was necessary. If I just sit by passively, I will be exposed sooner or later. The only correct path is to fight vigorously and make every second count in order to strengthen myself. I was able to obtain a complete Wisdom Path inheritance in this trip. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been rather good. I only need to seize the opportunities that come. When I grasp this Wisdom Path inheritance, I should be able to take precautions against Wisdom Path deductions. With this, I will be able to try to find a way out by arranging plans, and greatly delay the time before I am exposed while continuing to hide. Fan Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool Blessed Land, and rested for a while. Soul searching could injure the target's soul, and the soul would need to be healed. But even to the user, soul searching could make their soul become extremely agitated, and this could not be healed by Guts Goo, but rather required rest and sleep to pacify the soul. After resting, Fan Yuan continued soul searching. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul felt an icy chill when he saw Fan Yuan was still here and was not tempted by Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fan Yuan's soul searching lasted for a long while this time. Dong Fang Chang Fan's resisted even more intensely, while Fan Yuan's soul search was only a mortal method, increasing the difficulty sharply. However, Fan Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would try 10 times, 100 times. After a long time spent soul searching, Fan Yuan obtained the memory of Dong Fang Chang Fan remodeling the immemorial ruined bat's corpse. Not only did he obtain the method of enslaving phantom beasts, but also the secret of turning a normal goo formation into a phantom formation. No matter which piece of information, they all had enormous value. Chapter 809. Arranging 3 treasures, earthly calamity descends soon. Fan Yuan did not conceal the joy on his face. Making a goo formation turn phantom is something that Dong Fang Chang Fan himself deduced and polished from some ancient texts. His phantom path attainment should be at master level. He was able to remodel the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain, which means his space path attainment was also at master level. He truly was not a simple character. Fan Yuan was especially interested in the method of controlling the phantom beast army. Several desolate level phantom beasts, although they might only be at rank 6, but relying on their ability to turn into phantom, they could pester a rank 7 goo immortal. Fan Yuan could not help but think that if he had a group of phantom beasts, his battle strength was sure to rise by a large degree. After careful consideration, he discovered the method of controlling the phantom beast army did not have a wide range of applications. The main condition was to remodel the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. Afterwards, with the corpse mountain as the base, it needed to use the immemorial ruined bat's power to control this phantom beast army. Fan Yuan coldly snorted. This is Dong Fang Chang Fan's attempt at trying to harm me again. He knows I can uproot mountains, thus he wanted to use the ruined bat corpse mountain to lure me to take a risk. The ruined bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With its aura gone, it would no longer deter beasts. That area should already be filled with many desolate and ancient desolate beasts feasting on the ruined bat's corpse. It would be a stupid move to use pulling mountain to snatch food from these desolate and ancient desolate beasts. Fan Yuan rested for a while before soul searching Dong Fang Chang Fan for the 3rd time. Dong Fang Chang Fan was filled with fury and hatred for Fan Yuan. It was this man that made all his schemes turn into nothing, destroying his grand plan of dominance and turning all his efforts into naught, as if they were a dream. Despite his foresight and wisdom, he had fallen so far that he had nothing to rely on now. The disparity between the two sides was too big. These 2 attempts he made were actually very crude, aiming at using the greed in human nature and luring Fan Yuan to make a mistake. Compared to the arrangements he made while alive, it was a difference like that of heaven and earth. However, Dong Fang Chang Fan only had his soul remaining. It was understandable that his abilities had dropped greatly. Fan Yuan was not tricked, and after resting appropriately, his 3rd soul search finally yielded him the thing he wanted the most, Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance. What Fan Yuan had not imagined was that Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance was actually somewhat connected to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Naturally, it was not an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was left behind by an Immortal Venerable, Dong Fang Chang Fan would not have fallen into such a state. Originally, this inheritance was left behind in ancient times by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of Heavenly Court. He was adept in exploring secrets, and after obtaining some secrets of star constellation Immortal Venerable, he tried to analyze her abilities, thus creating this imitation. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but his creation was of wisdom path. This wisdom path inheritance used star thought Gu as its foundation, and was related very close to star path, as it entered into wisdom path via star path. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Fan Yuan comprehended, the greater his joy, as he felt this journey was truly worth it. This wisdom path inheritance did not have any specific strong points, other than being particularly good in making deductions. Dong Fang Chang Fan relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, methods of controlling the phantom beast army, and so on. This wisdom path inheritance is so comprehensive that I have an urge to switch to wisdom path. Fan Yuan sighed. This harvest was truly extremely bountiful. A complete inheritance, regardless of which path, covered all aspects like attack, defense, healing, movement, investigation, and others. All of these aspects might not be too outstanding, but there was no shortcomings either, and would not be easily countered by others. Since Fan Yuan's rebirth, his cultivation and strength path was formed together from bits and pieces, or was modified by himself, and was not an inheritance of a predecessor. This wisdom path inheritance's true value was the same as the blood path true inheritance Fan Yuan obtained in his previous life. In Fan Yuan's previous life, it was because of this blood path true inheritance that he had a platform to make his rise. One can well imagine the value of this wisdom path inheritance from this. Blood Sea ancestor was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal and also had divided his true inheritances into 7 parts, thus this wisdom path inheritance Fan Yuan obtained was even more valuable. A pity that I obtained this inheritance a bit late. I am already walking on strength path, even though I still have the first aperture. It died after I turned into an immortal zombie and cannot be cultivated. However, Fan Yuan reconsidered. If he had truly cultivated this wisdom path inheritance earlier, he might not have necessarily created the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The future prospects and strength provided by the immortal killer move Myriad Self was certainly greater than the future prospects and strength provided by this wisdom path inheritance. It is also because I cultivate strength path that I could kill Dong Fang Chang Fan and seize this wisdom path inheritance. How could there be effect without cause? Fan Yuan shook his head, clearing up his disorganized thoughts. Regardless, this wisdom path inheritance came at an opportune time and was extremely suitable for Fan Yuan. Why was that? There was only one reason, that was, rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Who Immortal Blessed Land was holding Wisdom Gu. Fan Yuan would get unlimited inspiration under the light of wisdom, deducing many Immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. But this had one large disadvantage: the thoughts in his mind were consumed extremely quickly. Previously, when he had Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, he had to spend precious green grape immortal essence for large amounts of joyful will to support this consumption. He sold Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu in the auction, and although he earned good profits, Malicious Thought Gu and Memory Thought Gu both could not bear the intense consumption. Even though Fan Yuan created a stone nest particularly for large numbers of hairy men to refine Gu with almost no rest, having them supplied with the greatest speed, it still could not match a session of consumption under the light of wisdom. This was the largest obstacle restricting Fan Yuan from making deductions. But it was alright now. With this wisdom path inheritance, Fan Yuan could use a smaller price and have higher efficiency in deducing all kinds of things. Land Spirit, where are you? Fan Yuan lightly tapped his foot. Master, I am here. Little Hu Immortal appeared in front of Fan Yuan, instantly. Her small face was flushed red, tender and plump. Her snow-white furry tail was wagging happily at Fan Yuan's summon. Fan Yuan spoke. Immediately stop the second stone nest's refinement of Malicious Thought Gu and change it to Refining Star Thought Gu. This is the Gu recipe, go make the arrangement. Understood, Master. Have you already made appropriate arrangements for the resources I brought? Fan Yuan asked. The moment he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had taken out all the resources from his immortal aperture and had them arranged in Who Immortal Blessed Land. The concrete work was handed to little Who Immortal. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was okay for temporarily storing these resources, but if they were stored for a long time, they would be pervaded by death energy, which could cause the value of most of the resources to drop by a large extent. Everything has been arranged, Master. The air bubble fish group has been placed in the east of the Blessed Land, together with the previous air bubble fish. There are a lot of air bubble fish, and the starlight firefly goo are above them. In the future, the production of starlight firefly goo will definitely increase greatly. As for that group of close to 1 million dragonfish, they are temporarily placed in other small lakes. After some time, we can send rockmen to dig a large lake and put the dragonfish group together. Their reproduction will increase even more this way. For literature carps, I specially dug a small pool to store them away from plain sight. Other than those that died, there are over 1,000 living eerie fire dragon pythons which have already been joined together with the few we had before. They have occupied a large territory in the southern part of the Blessed Land. Oh, there is also oil, water, and some other common resources which have been temporarily placed in Dang Hun Palace's storage rooms. The regretful spider group has been placed in the northern part of the Blessed Land, which has a long and narrow terrain. I spent a great deal of effort to make the proper arrangements. Little Who Immortal eagerly raised her head, with an expression that said she wanted to be praised for her work. Fan Yuan smiled and praised. Ah, our Little Who Immortal is the most capable. Little Who Immortal smiled, her large and round eyes curved into a crescent moon-like shape, and her snow-white tail rapidly wagged. For a moment, she was carried away with happiness, lightly hopping to Fan Yuan's foot and hugging his thick calf. She pressed her tender face on Fan Yuan's calf, before raising her head and looking at Fan Yuan with her large watery eyes, her face flushed red with excitement as she spoke adoringly. Master, you are amazing, you brought so many good things this time. We can earn a lot. Who Immortal Blessed Land has never been so wealthy. Fan Yuan laughed heartily and picked Little Who Immortal like picking a kitten, and placed her on his broad shoulder. Don't worry, good times are still ahead. Little Who Immortal nodded multiple times, having complete faith in Fan Yuan's ability. But with somewhat of a worried tone, she reminded, Master, I have something to report. That desolate beast shark fin wolf you brought just now is not in such a good state. It is always hiding inside the pool and doesn't hunt actively, and it even starts sobbing sometimes. Fan Yuan coughed, and said in an indifferent tone, Don't worry, this is because it suffered quite a big setback. I have experience in raising wolf groups, it will gradually recover with time. Master, there is still another matter I need to remind you of. You should not forget that the Blessed Land's earthly calamity will arrive soon. Little Who Immortal said. Fan Yuan slightly frowned. You can relax, I have always been keeping it in mind, how can I dare to forget such a thing? The time difference between Who Immortal Blessed Land and the outside world was 5-1. Earthly calamities happened once every 10 years. In the outside world of Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Who Immortal Blessed Land. The previous earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab, which carried the immortal goo gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? Last time, I was only a mortal goo master. Now, I am already a rank 6 goo immortal with many immortal goo, immortal killer moves, and allies, as well as the newly obtained wisdom path inheritance. I have great assurance in passing the earthly calamity. Fan Yuan was not worried, he had many trump cards and resources, a vast difference from when he faced the previous earthly calamity, thus he was confident. Chapter 8:10. Chang Fan requests to cooperate. Fan Yuan inquired the land spirit about the arrangements of the Dongfang tribe goo master captives. Fan Yuan had killed Dongfang Qingyu and many others, but he still had about 100 to 200 Dongfang tribe survivors. The land spirit replied that she had temporarily set up a prison underground, nearby a Rockman tribe. She then asked if these captives were to be sold. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not obediently listen, and forcing them to refine goo like hairy men would be careless. It could instead result in those that were seeking death to sabotage the refinement and cause problems. Fan Yuan shook his head and instructed. First, take away all the mortal goo on them and keep them in confinement. Give them a little food every day, as if they are pets being raised. I have other uses for these captives, but there is no hurry. Yes, master. How many immortal essence stones do I have left? Fan Yuan asked. 137. The land spirit immediately replied. Fan Yuan nodded. Unknowingly, the quantity of his immortal essence stones had once again passed 100. The biggest reason was because of the increase in price and quantity of the Gutsgu traded. Every month, after removing the shared profits, Fan Yuan earned 92 immortal essence stones in pure profit. Thus, going above 100 had become easy. Fan Yuan had also instructed the land spirit to pay attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven, buying any cheaply sold fox groups in order to raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this way, he would be making use of the specialty of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal had taken action a few times and bought 2 to 3 fox groups, and if not for that, the amount of immortal essence stones would be even higher. Having a monopoly on the business of Gutsgu, where there was a lot more demand than supply, it was easy to earn immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan thought for a while before putting aside 20 immortal essence stones in preparation for unexpected situations, and 70 immortal essence stones to turn into green grape immortal essence. In the series of battle to seize the wisdom path inheritance, he had completely used his previous 77 beads of green grape immortal essence. It needed to be urgently replenished. He gave all the remaining immortal essence stones to Little Hu Immortal to purchase large amounts of Gu refinement materials, and also asked her to particularly focus on the refinement of Star Thought Gu. I can't sell oil water, I plan to use it in the earlier stages of the refinement path convention. Nor can I sell air bubble fish, they are needed to raise the production of Starlight Firefly Gu. Literature carps are precious, but their quantity is rather few, I need to wait for the proper buyer. But eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders and dragonfish are in huge quantities, they can be turned into business projects. Especially dragonfish, they can be directly sold. Fan Yuan thought inwardly. These 3 resources had appeared at a good time. Up to this point, Fan Yuan only had one source of revenue, that was the Gutsgu trade. Owning a monopoly business was simply like owning a goose that laid golden eggs. But it was only one business, after all, and the production of Gutsgu was limited. Fan Yuan had to be very careful in how he used his immortal essence stones. Although he gotten past the initial dangerous state from when he had just become Gu Immortal, and now had established his foothold, balancing his income and expenditure. However, he did not have additional capacity to progress further. Currently, Fan Yuan simply did not dare to refine immortal Gu, he had insufficient foundation. Fan Yuan needed to be constantly ahead, he had to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, deduce all kinds of Gu recipes, killer moves, deal with all sorts of enemies, and multi-cultivating wisdom path, ensuring no shortcomings in all aspects. Just a single source of revenue could not satisfy his ever-increasing needs. If I can operate these 3 businesses, it would be like I have extra support. The earnings of immortal essence stones would satisfy my current needs, as well as greatly speed up my progress in all aspects. Dongfang tribe was, after all, a super force with a strong foundation. After plundering it, my future prospects have immediately broadened. Fan Yuan sighed and had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Changfan again. These economic projects were Dongfang tribe's business secrets. For instance, how to group up eerie fire dragon pythons and greatly increase their reproduction, how to raise dragonfish, what to feed them, which environment is most suitable, what to do if they got sick. To form a source of revenue was very difficult. It involved many aspects and everyone would have their own tricks of the trade and secrets. Back then, to cultivate star fragment grass, Fan Yuan had to purchase the insights and experience of a few star path Gu immortals, and also pay some immortal essence stones. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Changfan surely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was an enormous treasury and its value was certainly not limited to the wisdom path inheritance. Thereafter, Fan Yuan attempted to get these business secrets in his 4th soul search. However, what he obtained this time was Dongfang Changfan's possession technique, not only the original version Dongfang Changfan obtained in True Inheritance Secluded Domain when he was young, but also the method he had modified, as well as the method of extracting origin cores of Gu immortals of the same bloodline to immediately advance to Gu immortal. I can revive using this method. It requires people of the same bloodline. Is that little brother of mine still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he is dead, it doesn't matter, I can still use blood path methods on a woman to give birth to the next generation. But this possession method will anger heaven and earth, the resulting heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity will be terrifying. The main reason for Dongfang Changfan's fall was due to this. Moreover, if I possess someone, even if I advance to Gu immortal, my new body won't have the second aperture. The second aperture's value was enormous. Fan Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dong Fan Chang Fan's soul saw Fan Yuan was moved, and suddenly broke its previous silence, resonating once again as it spoke. You are an immortal zombie. It will be difficult beyond belief for you to regain life. Your cultivation has stopped, and it will forever be at this level. The possession technique is extremely suitable for you. Of course, I now know this method provokes the envy of heaven and anger of earth, and is extremely dangerous. But I can improve the method to hide from heaven, and you can also possess a mortal to reduce the anger of heaven and earth, thereby reducing the might of the calamities and tribulations. You are seeking death if you directly use this possession technique. I am the best example of it. But I now have the most precious experience to improve the method, and I can definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you, I would have already succeeded. How is it we can cooperate? Dong Fan Chang Fan proposed cooperation to Fan Yuan. He could sense Fan Yuan wanted to revive, and in fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to regain life. Not waiting for Fan Yuan to speak, he continued. It will benefit both of us if we cooperate, while it will result in harm if we are divided. What are you still worried about? I am merely a soul. Do you think I can still harm you? While speaking, Dong Fan Chang Fan was constantly agitating Fan Yuan. There was a vague hint of goading him into action. Fan Yuan smiled. As expected of Dong Fan Chang Fan, I thought your silence meant that you had completely admitted your defeat. I hadn't thought that the moment you saw hope and an opportunity, you'd immediately latch onto it. I should learn from this. Oh? I have already said that you and I are the same kind of people. We both have lofty ambitions and aspirations. The soul resonated. However, Fan Yuan changed the topic. Precisely because we are of the same kind, I cannot let you live. Don't worry. Once I extract everything of value out of you, I will destroy your soul and make sure it completely disappears from the world. People like us, the fewer there are, the better. Dong Fan Chang Fan's soul was stupefied. He had not expected Fan Yuan's killing intent towards him would be so deep and firm. He resonated intensely, not giving up as he forced a laugh. Ha ha ha, you cannot fool me, you are already interested. Fan Yuan agreed. I am interested. I believe you definitely have the ability to improve this possession technique because you have master level attainment in Blood Path and Phantom Path, Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, and also the most precious experience of using the possession. There is an extremely large gap between my attainment and yours, and I am sure it is impossible for me to improve this technique even if I have your Wisdom Path inheritance. The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 5 main levels: Ordinary Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, and Supreme Grandmaster. Master was the level when one's use of Gu Worm advances to the level of an art. This level could only be reached if one had abundant talent, or constantly trained and increased their accumulation. Grandmaster level was when one had a very profound grasp of their path. With their deep foundation, they could use inductive reasoning to utilize their own path's methods to make use of the specialty traits and advantages of other paths. Dong Fan Chang Fan had attainment of Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Space Path Master, Soul Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Blood Path Master. Fan Yuan had attainment of Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. As for Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, and others, he was only at ordinary level, and for Phantom Path, he had not even touched upon it. Generally speaking, all Gu immortals had at least master-level attainment in flying. Because flying was extremely important, and even if they had not grasped it while they were mortals, after becoming Gu immortals, they would definitely spend a lot of time to study and master flying ability. Fan Yuan had Grandmaster attainment in 2 paths, but one was from his previous life's 500 years of accumulation, while the other was gained from using the superiority of his rebirth, taking constant risks and having fortuitous encounters. Everyone had their own specialties. Fan Yuan's attainment levels were not enough to deduce and improve the possession technique, but Dong Fan Chang Fan was a specialist in it. It was due to this that Fan Yuan could not do it while Dong Fan Chang Fan could achieve it. Thus, he had confidence in persuading Fan Yuan and requesting cooperation. Soul Search could only give memories, secrets, and so on, but it could not provide attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thinking, their emotional experiences, their insights and experiences of using Gu, and so on, summed up and condensed. They were their comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Currently, There was only one method to acquire the attainment levels of others: by successfully exploring their dream realm. Fan Yuan knew he could gain extraordinary benefits if he cooperated with Dong Fang Changfan, but he had an even greater fear of the consequences of working with this person, Dong Fang Changfan. If he cooperated with this wisdom path Gu immortal, who knew how he would be plotted against and betrayed. This was especially the case because Fan Yuan was the true culprit of the collapse of 88 True Young Building. The external situation was extremely bad, and if Dong Fang Changfan learned of this and made use of it, he certainly could cause Fan Yuan to die a terrible death. Chapter 811. Shocking Secret, Giving Up Cleansed Soul. Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. He continued to search Dong Fang Changfan's soul, no matter how much he persuaded him. This session was the longest so far. Fan Yuan searched Dong Fang Changfan's soul until all of his secrets were exposed. He learned about Dong Fang Changfan's life, the countless experiences he had. Gu immortal Han Dong is long since dead. After the phantom beast dragged him into the corpse mountain, he was supposed to be a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. So it turns out that Dong Fang Changfan had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 immortal Gu house thatched hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, thatched hut went missing. This allowed us, the demonic path cultivators, to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected. The moment I destroyed Dong Fan Yuliang's body, and Dong Fang Changfan's soul left it, he self-detonated all of the immortal Gu in his aperture. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Dong Fang Changfan used large amounts of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to improve his immortal soul. Within his immortal aperture there is still a batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left. Dong Fang Changfan, looking at his whole life, he was unresigned to being ordinary. He was first a hero, then a champion. This is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yunxing's time path inheritance was from this person. To think that Dong Fang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance was also from this mysterious old man. The stream of secrets assaulted Fan Yuan one after another. After a long time, Fan Yuan finally reacted. He had completely taken in this huge amount of information. Purple Mountain True Monarch, this was just the name that Fan Yuan gave to the mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. His background must be very profound. His motives were unknown. It could be said that he played an extremely important role in Dong Fang Changfan and Tai Bai Yunxing's achievements today. For now, he shall be called Purple Mountain True Monarch. In Fan Yuan's memories of his previous life, he had no recollection of this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Even during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he did not appear. Did he hide himself? Did he have another identity? Or did he die of old age? According to Dong Fang Changfan and Tai Bai Yunxing's situations, it seemed that this man was extremely old. Forget Purple Mountain True Monarch for now. My cleansed soul immortal Gu needs food. The amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu is not enough, but it can alleviate my current problem. I did not want to bother with that blessed land for now, but it seems that I have no choice. Fan Yuan destroyed Dong Fan Yuliang's body, causing his immortal aperture to fall on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. Unlike public blessed lands, these individual blessed lands would have land spirits. They were easy to defend and hard to take down. When Dong Fang Changfan lost, in order to prevent Fan Yuan from profiting, he destroyed all of his immortal Gu, to prevent his enemy from getting stronger. But there was still a lot of mortal Gu in his immortal aperture, perhaps because they were cheap, or he did not place much value in them, or maybe he lost control of them too quickly. In any case, they were all preserved in his blessed land and were not destroyed. Not speaking of the other mortal Gu, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was something Fan Yuan needed as food for cleansed soul. Fan Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. The Northern Plains Gu immortal world was originally quite tranquil, but ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, it had produced huge consequences. It was like a giant tsunami. Northern Plains Gu immortals were furious. They wanted to find the culprit. But the immortal Gu that escaped from 88 True Young Building caused Northern Plains Gu immortals to fight over them intensely. It created chaos in the Northern Plains Gu immortal world. After the auction, with the rank 8 Gu immortals at the lead, the super forces discussed matters and the Northern Plains Gu immortal world was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules in place. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent Gu immortals, there were still turbulent undercurrents. Right now, with Fa Yuan's interference, a super force, Dong Fang tribe, was exterminated. The tranquility of the world of Northern Plains Goo immortals was ruined once again. Turbulence swept the region. Currently, countless Goo immortals from the righteous and demonic paths were fighting to seize resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains' situation, it could be said to truly be in shambles. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not had a day of peace. It had thoroughly deviated from its original path. Compared with his previous life's memories, Fan Yuan had a feeling he seemed to have accidentally broken Northern Plains. Fan Yuan took a risk just now. With some luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. Originally, he wanted to develop himself for some time, while helping Hu Immortal Blessed Land to survive the earthly calamity. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he would deduce the Immortal Killer move, vaguely familiar face. Based on the news he had, the current situation was quite tense. It would be best if he stayed away. But the allure of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was too great. Fan Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to keep it alive, Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo was reaching its limits from hunger. He needed to feed it White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Immortal Goo are unique, but even though they are precious, Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo is not something I cannot live without. I have Self-Strength Immortal Goo as the core now. Even if Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo was destroyed, I would not be too greatly affected. Of course, if I could use it along with Self-Strength Immortal Goo, the killer move Myriad Self might be able to become twice as powerful as now. Furthermore, it can even promote the growth of my soul foundation. Fan Yuan was hesitant. Although Cleansed Soul was good, it was not enough for him to risk his life. Immortal Goo were only tools, his life was most important. Fan Yuan was fully aware of this point from beginning to end. He would never be blinded by greed. A few days later, Northern Plains, at the place where Goo Immortal Xie Shimin died. From time to time, there would be Goo Immortals appearing, both righteous and demonic. After staying here for some time, they would leave, trying to find the aura of the Immortal Goo in the air. Some tried to enter the blessed land that formed from Xie Shimin's immortal aperture, but they left after failing. The central continent Goo Immortals were hiding far away, observing this situation, while using their divine senses to communicate. The target has not appeared yet? Since they could kill Dong Fan Chog Fan and made many arrangements here to conceal Dong Fan Chog Fan's blessed land, they obviously want to keep it a secret. Very likely, they want to take down this blessed land. They also know that accidents can occur over time. They will definitely return. That is not very likely by now. We have secretly stayed here for so many days, the other party might have discovered us already. With this opportunity, we might as well go to Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fairy Ling Mei said. Humph, are you saying that my Black Heaven Temple's signature Immortal Killer move, defending day and night, cannot conceal our presence, and would be seen through easily? Old man Tianlong was immediately unhappy, retorting. Fairy Ling Mei went silent. She knew that her earlier words were slightly impudent. Black Heaven Temple was one of the 10 great ancient sects. They needed to defend their reputation. Their names could not be sullied. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I've heard that in Jade Pool Blessed Land, a 10,000 Liji horse ran out. The meaning hidden in her words was very obvious. She was in agreement with Fairy Ling Mei's earlier suggestion. She also wanted to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land for its abundant resources. Humph, this trifling level of wealth can entice all of you. Don't forget why we are here. This immortal zombie is very suspicious. He has quite powerful battle strength and strength path. He is very likely to be immortal zombie Sha Huang. Old Lord Kenyang was hidden to the side, interjecting in this. Trifling level of wealth? You speak as if it's insignificant. Even though Dong Fang tribe is inferior to our sects, it is also a super force. Their foundation, compared to individuals like us, is much deeper. Oh, Kenyang, your harvest just now was great. The reward from Immortal Crane's sect for the mission must be very profitable. You are benefiting greatly from this yourself, but you want the rest of us to suffer losses? Isn't this too much? Qin Jinqi spoke resentfully. He had not completed his sect's missions yet, because Feng Jiugu called him over before he had finished. The others were in similar situations. Others might be afraid of old Lord Kenyang's life-chasing fire, but he was not. He was a flying grandmaster, and had the immortal killer move approaching body. Even if life-chasing fire was used on him, he could escape from it. In the central continent Gu immortal world, there was a saying, Jinqi of the Nine Heavens, followed by Fei Yen. Jinqi of the Nine Heavens referred to Qin Jinqi. He could spread his wings and fly into the immemorial Nine Heavens. Heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter, followed by Fei Yin, referred to a Gu immortal of Heavenly Lotus sect, Bu Fei Yin. She was a female Gu immortal who could move agilely in the sky. She was like a wisp of smoke that could dance in the air. Right now, the female Gu immortal, Bu Fei Yin, had also come to Northern Plains. She represented Heavenly Lotus sect of the 10 great ancient sects. She was joining in the investigation of 88 true young buildings' collapse. At this moment, 2 flying grandmasters of the current generation were present. Chen Jinshi spoke, but Bu Fei Yin remained silent, not saying a word. Old Oracle, however, added, Jade Pool Blessed Land was so easily taken down mainly because the rank 6 immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut, went missing mysteriously. I am not after those resources, but I have made a deduction. I deduce that clues about the culprit are in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Modest thatched hut. Heh, I would rather call it by its original name, thatched hut. Speaking of it, this Gu house was created by the late Antiquity era's 3 thatched demon immortal. It used up almost all of his wealth. During his later years, he roamed Northern Plains, becoming a grand overlord for a while. 3 thatched demon immortal had a daughter. He doted on her. At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal, Dongfang Yu, and this woman were in love with each other. Thus, he left the righteous path and went into the demonic path. After 3 thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut, killing his wife and going back to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of his past, Dongfang Yu added in some other Gu into thatched hut, calling it modest thatched hut. Its effect did not change at all. It was just for his own reputation. Wind Cloud Manor's Gu immortal, Hong Qiming, spoke. Before he became an immortal, he explored Northern Plains while his cultivation level was that of a mortal. He lived there for some time. Thus, he knew about these details clearly. At this time, he mentioned this, his intention was also to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder for resources. But he did not say it, he was subtly hinting them. Alright, how much longer are we going to stay here like this? Should we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues? Or look for that fairy Li Shan? Since she fought together with that immortal zombie, they must have a close relationship. She certainly knows many secrets. A Gu immortal was impatient. No, fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price and left this place after obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Right now, she is hiding inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. That is a den of Northern Plains demonic path. If it was like in the past, it would be fine. But now, old ancestor Shui, who is trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he is overseeing matters there. Chapter 8:12. Battle of Rank 8's Huge Commotion. Once old ancestor Shui who was mentioned, Central Continent's immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, near the top in their respective sections. But against the rank 8 Gu immortal, they would only lose. Even though Fengjiu Gu had the ability to fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he was still rank 7 after all. Meanwhile, old ancestor Shui Hu of the demonic path had terrifying battle strength. According to the intelligence that Central Continent collected, it faintly indicated that he could be the strongest rank 8 expert in Northern Plains. Just as the Central Continent Gu immortals went silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals had concealed their appearances and stealthily entered the trap of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, going to the place where Dongfang Changfan was killed, before revealing themselves. Of these 3 Gu immortals, the one at the lead was tall, giving off a fierce aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, he had an aquiline nose, his eyes were shining with a sharp light. His ears were not human ears, they looked like wings, shining in golden light. He was the owner of the 4th peak of Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Li Penwang. On his left was a person shorter than him, but with a more robust and stocky body. He radiated with dominance as he gave off an icy dragon's prestige. It was the owner of the 5th peak, Demon Lord Longdan, who was in control of Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu immortal walked on Li Pengwang's right side. His eyes were dark, he wore a white robe and had a lean body. He resembled a scholar but was less polished looking than unfettered scholar, yet he still had a grand aura. It was the owner of the 6th peak, Gong Zmo. The Central Continent Gu immortals were laying in ambush. They had outstanding methods. The 3 demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. Their attentions were focused on what was in front of them. There was nothing in front of their eyes, but they sensed that they had found a hidden blessed land. This is the blessed land that Dongfang Changfan left behind after dying? Begin, the longer we drag things on, the more problems will occur. The blessed land that Xie Shimin left behind is near this place. W. Since they are old ancestors Shwe whose orders, we will definitely do our best and take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The three moved rapidly, because they had made sufficient preparations. After making some arrangements in the outside world, they tore through space and entered the blessed land. After watching the three of them entered, the central continent Gu immortals continued to use their divine senses to communicate. Amazing! Snowy Mountain blessed land's 4th, 5th, and 6th peak owners have all moved out. Snowy Mountain's first 3 peaks have immovable statuses, but the rest of them can compete for a higher position. These 3 are scheming against each other while moving together. To have them working together like this, only old ancestors Shwe who can control them. The immortal zombie did not come after all, but Snowy Mountain blessed land's members came. Should we take them down? No. These 3 immortals have extraordinary battle strength. They would combine to be higher than people like Unfettered Scholar, at least equivalent to any of us. Although we have more people, we lack coordination. It is easy to defeat the 3 of them, but it would be hard to kill them, and even harder to capture them. Old Lord Kenyang agreed with this as he sighed. That's right, Northern Plains is a place of constant battles. It has the highest battle strength for individuals out of the 5 regions. Each of their Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods, and their methods of self-preservation far surpass Central Continent. They are very sly. Earlier in Taichio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of dead Gu immortals was very few. But if this was in the other 4 regions, the casualties would be 2 to 3 times as high. It is not impossible to capture them, but we will need Lord Fengjioge to attack personally. A Gu immortal said. In this Northern Plains expedition, Fengjioge's superior battle strength left a deep impression in the Central Continent Gu immortals' hearts. But Fengjioge said, we will retreat. Saying this, without giving the immortals a chance to ask him questions, he left in an extremely secretive manner, not leaving any traces behind. The immortals looked at each other for a moment, before following his lead quietly. The group gathered somewhere far away, as the immortals asked Fengjioge in confusion. Earlier, the ambush was Fengjioge's idea. Now that 3 demonic path Gu immortals appeared, Fengjioge was the first to leave. We have such a strong united force. Are we afraid of just 3 people? Retreating without fighting, this tarnishes the reputation of our 10 great sects of Central Continent. Going to and fro, what is the meaning of it all? The Gu immortals went further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land, as their tones also got more unhappy, but because of Fengjioge's power, they did not flare up. Fengjioge looked around as he said some shocking news. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and had returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already gotten news. A rank 8 Righteous Path Gu immortal of Northern Plains, Yao Huan, has already traveled to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestors Shwe Hu. What? There is such a matter. Are the 2 rank 8s going to fight? Northern Plains is really. Rank 8 Gu immortals would always only act as deterrents in Central Continent, but just from Minuscule Mountain, they are really being so active. They are truly battle maniacs. Back then, during the competition for Danghun Mountain, our 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent only sent disciples to compete for it. The immortals talked among themselves as their expressions changed. They were trying to absorb this shocking news. At this moment, Fengjioge smiled lightly. He said, that Strength Path Immortal Zombie is very vigilant. The 3 demonic path immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land might be pawns to probe us, or might be the force behind him attempting to probe us. If we go after this bait, it would then be falling into a trap. We should head to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and see if there is a chance to enter it, and capture Fairy Li Shan instead. The immortals were all speechless. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the strongest base of Northern Plains demonic path, it would be on a similar level compared to one of the main bases of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Fengjioge's boldness was overwhelming. He was actually targeting Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, first peak. Old ancestor Shwe who was seated on a large chair, he was holding a small mountain in his hand as he rotated it while observing it closely. This small mountain was full of cracks. It was a terrible sight. Corpses were all over the mountain. They were of many men. Blood flowed everywhere. The survivors were weeping in anguish. It was a scene of misery. This was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought against the Miniman Gu Immortal. They attracted other Gu Immortals who attacked, from both the righteous and demonic paths. After a chaotic battle, The Mini-Man Gu Immortal was almost dead. He traveled with Minuscule Mountain and moved randomly. In the end, it was captured by He Lu Lan, who was at the periphery of the battlefield. He Lu Lan killed the Mini-Man Gu Immortal and defended this treasure with Fairy Li Shan. They fought their way out, and went through immense danger to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be in its current state of near destruction. The Mini-Man tribe on the mountain also faced heavy casualties. "This is Minuscule Mountain?" At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wanshou, the wife of old ancestor Shui Hu. She had rank 7 cultivation level, and was one of the 4 most famous refinement path Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Once she appeared, her gaze was affixed to Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. "My wife, did you have any gains this time?" Old ancestor Shui Hu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain over to her. Lady Wanshou nodded. "I have already understood all the procedures to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but to familiarize myself with those steps, I still have some way to go." As she said that, she received Minuscule Mountain and observed it closely. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Mini-Man Gu Immortal had died, there was no leader left. The surviving Mini-Men were shivering in fear as they squeezed together. "Monster! So scary, so scary. Don't eat me, I have too little meat, you won't be satisfied." Lady Wanshou was beautiful and elegant. She had dazzling eyes, but in the eyes of the Mini-Men, she was like a huge monster. She looked terrifying. Lady Wanshou looked at it for a while before moving her gaze away from Minuscule Mountain. She smiled lightly. "Sister Li Shan is very lucky. She was a Wood Path Gu Immortal who also cultivated Earth Path. Afterwards, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it into her core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal without a solid foundation. In fact, her blessed land was still a Wood Path Blessed Land. It managed flowers and grass. Now that she has the Mini-Man to help her, it would be a huge advantage for her. Sister Li Shan is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, it proves that our luck is growing. We are becoming more prosperous." "My wife, that is not correct." Old ancestor Shui Hu shook his head. "It's the opposite. This shows that our luck is declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. I need to use Ma Hongyun as the main refinement material. Thus, fortune rivaling heaven is targeting me, causing me to encounter obstacles. Look at this Minuscule Mountain, it is on the verge of collapsing. To fix it, I will need to pay a huge price. These are the gains of our third leader. It naturally cannot be given up. She will definitely expend a huge amount of resources on it. This will indirectly affect my plan to collect immortal materials. A man's wealth is his own ruin by stirring another's greed. Right now, she obtained Minuscule Mountain, but it created a commotion and attracted enmity. A huge problem has arisen. The righteous path is taking action. Look, this is Yao Huang's letter." "Yao Huang's letter?" Lady Wanshou was shocked. She quickly looked through the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said Minuscule Mountain was in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It is the possession of Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe is exterminated, the world has been shaken. As people with the same bloodline, as descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Yao Huang was requesting on behalf of all the Righteous Path forces, to negotiate with old ancestor Shui Hu and return Minuscule Mountain to the Righteous Path. In the letter, Yao Huang was very courteous, but Lady Wanshou knew that this was the Righteous Path's demeanor. They were always like this. Even if they had huge hatred or grudges, they would act politely on the surface and keep a gentlemanly tone in their speech. Lady Wanshou could feel Yao Huang's overbearing attitude from the letter. She looked at old ancestor Shui Hu worriedly. "Husband, you only have 10 or so years until the next myriad tribulation. You cannot fight easily. If anything happens during the fight and you hurt your origin core, you will lose your foundation, and even if you succeed in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the losses will be greater than the gains. By the time your myriad tribulation arrives, if these losses cause you to fail." Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily. "My wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is one of my trials, but it is also a chance. I have to make use of it and face it head on." Old ancestor Shui Hu said that as he paused. His expression changed as he said resolutely, "Oh? He is here. It is great that he's here." Chapter 813. Grand Snow Power, Defeating Strong Foes. Lady Wanshou looked up, her gaze piercing through Snowy Mountain Blessed Land towards the clear outside sky of Northern Plains. The sky had been clear, blue and cloudless above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but after Yao Huang arrived, His aura was so grand that winds and clouds swept through the sky, dyeing the sky orange and yellow. Yao Huang's voice arrived before his figure could even be seen. Old friend Shui Hu, I seek your understanding for visiting without prior notice. His voice resounded throughout the area, piercing into snowy mountain-blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to tremble and accumulated snow to roll down. Some snowy peaks even had small avalanches. Ha! Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily as he flew out of snowy mountain-blessed land to the sky. The air behind him was filled with frost energy. The sky changed, one half shined with orange radiance while the other half repelled with frost energy. However, right at this moment, a wave of pitch-black ink clouds flew over from the west. The ink clouds seethed violently, quickly spreading throughout the sky. It did not lose out to old ancestors Shui Hu and Yao Huang, forcefully spreading its territory in the sky. Lady Wan Shou's expression changed and her heart sank, crying out, "Why did Heavenly Lord Baizu come as well?" Ink clouds, frost energy and orange radiance seethed with irresistible force as they divided the surrounding sky into 3 sections. Old ancestor Shui Hu sneered, "Heavenly Lord, why are you here to join in the commotion rather than managing your force properly?" Heavenly Lord Baizu coughed as he laughed dryly. "Old friend Shui Hu, it is merely minuscule mountain, how can it be of interest to you? It would be better if you return it to the righteous path and prevent some trouble." Lady Wan Shou's expression turned dark, and the demonic path Gu immortals who had stayed behind in snowy mountain-blessed land looked at the sky with stifled breaths. Heavenly Lord Baizu was part of the lone cultivator faction, but after the auction, he had been preparing to establish a righteous path force. Right now, he was working together with Yao Huang, and the situation did not look good for old ancestor Shui Hu who was alone. However, at the next moment, old ancestor Shui Hu raised his head and laughed loudly. His valiant spirit burst out. "In that case, both of you can attack together. Let's have a round of combat before any further talk." Saying so, he flew to the sky with a loud sound and directly tore open the heavenly wind-chi wall, entering white heaven. Rank 8 Gu immortals had such immense and terrifying power that it was hard for the surroundings to endure their wrath. Normally, when they fought, they would tacitly agree to enter the immemorial 9 heavens to avoid causing a catastrophe to the living beings on the surface. "My friend, since you have such an interest, then I shall keep you company." Yao Huang's gaze flashed as he followed old ancestor Shui Hu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was dazed for a moment before giving a bitter smile. "Since old friend Shui Hu is insistent, please forgive me for my following actions." The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals entered white heaven. Shortly afterwards, explosions resounded out from the sky. "The 3 have started the fight in white heaven!" Someone exclaimed this among the central continent Gu immortals. They had still not reached snowy mountain-blessed land and were an immense distance afar. Right now, as they looked at the sky, they could see space churning over a vast range. Ink clouds seethed, white frost energy blew out, and orange light filled the sky. The explosions were like lightning in the sky. They were never-ending and could make a listener's heart tremble. "Quick, take advantage of their fight to enter snowy mountain-blessed land!" Feng Jioge looked on with a firm gaze before rapidly withdrawing it, a sharp light flashing past his eyes. The central continent Gu immortals took deep breaths. These people were skillful and daring. After hearing Feng Jioge's commands, they felt a long-awaited excitement and nervousness. They all increased their speed. Howl! Halfway along their route, they suddenly heard an ancient desolate beast's cry coming from the sky. The central continent Gu immortals quickly evaded it. "This is a remnant heavenly dog!" The immortals stared blankly, recognizing this ancient desolate beast. Boom! The remnant heavenly dog crashed to the ground like a meteor, smashing open a huge crater. It struggled for a while before it turned motionless. Even this remnant heavenly dog was beaten out of white heaven. How can the power of rank 8s be so fierce? Just the repercussions of the battle could cause this remnant heavenly dog to die such a miserable death. Careful! The warning was just called out when hailstones started to fall down the sky. These hailstones were like the peaks of small mountains, raining down over the surroundings. Their frost energy was piercing to the bone. Countless living beings froze to death, and the central continent Gu immortals also could do nothing other than to make a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky, brushing past the corner of Old Oracle's clothes. Old Oracle gave a miserable scream as he quickly pulled away from the dazzling lightning. Almost half of his body was gone, and he was instantly seriously injured, close to death. After a while, as the central continent Gu immortals got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a cold wind blew. almost as if it was blowing their souls out of their physical body. The higher the cultivation of Gu immortals, the greater the gap between each rank. There was simply a world of difference between rank 8 and rank 7. Since ancient times, characters that could fight against rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation were very rare. Over these recent years, the huge central continent had one such character, Feng Jiu. The central continent Gu immortals were blown from side to side, and were just barely able to maintain their concealment, but their expressions did not look good. All these signs suggested Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals had battle strength that might slightly surpass that of rank 8s within Central Continent. Central Continent had many more rank 8 Gu immortals than Northern Plains. In the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the fewest rank 8 Gu immortals. This was because of the frequent battles in Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the highest death rates. In Northern Plains, those that could carve out a path of blood through obstacles, standing at the peak and establishing their foothold at rank 8, were naturally not ordinary people. All of them were champions. It was impossible to merely achieve it through luck. Just the collateral damage of the battle in White Heaven could throw the Central Continent Gu immortals in an awkward predicament. Old Oracle had restored his body after narrowly escaping death, but his expression still carried disbelieving shock as he muttered, "How is this possible? I actually was not able to predict this thunderbolt." Buffet Yan's gaze wavered as she wondered, if she was in Old Oracle's place, could she escape that thunderbolt with her movement ability? She could not help speaking. "Are we still continuing?" Shinjin, she looked up at the sky, which had now become like a tattered rag which had been patched up with so countless times. Techniques entangled with each other as they covered areas of all sizes. Some had seething dark clouds, some had cold winds, some had thunderbolts, and some had hailstones. It was truly a scene like the end of the world. These Central Continent Gu immortals were not ordinary experts and had outstanding insight. They could see that these small areas were completely transformed by down marks. Some were filled with ice path down marks, some with lightning path down marks, some were of wind path, and some were of soul path. They were less than 1,000 li away from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but this distance was extremely dangerous. It was filled with sinister and fatal traps. This is the gap between rank 7 and rank 8? The down marks in each of these single areas are more than what we have after bitter cultivation. Life and death is beyond one's control. How long has it been since I had such a feeling? Too dangerous, too dangerous. It's not worth throwing away our lives just to capture someone. The Central Continent Gu immortals started to announce their intentions to retreat. Only Feng Jiu remained unmoved as he kept moving ahead, his gaze calm as if he could not see the dangers around him. The Central Continent Gu immortals felt their hearts shaking when they saw Feng Jiu in this state. This guy is truly monstrous, being able to battle rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation. I could not normally sense it, but now that I think of it, Feng Jiu is truly terrifying. No, even if he can battle rank 8s, it is only for a short while. Once our identities are exposed and the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals attack us, our deaths are certain. This guy, Feng Jiu, is facing death with indifference, moving ahead boldly. I had almost forgotten his origin as a person of the demonic path. He only converted to righteous path later on. The Central Continent Gu immortals followed behind Feng Jiu, communicating the intent to retreat with their gazes, but due to their reputations and their sex names, they could not say it out loud and wanted others to say it first. It became harder to bear with every passing minute and second. Right as they were feeling awkward, Feng Jiu, who was at the lead, suddenly stopped and held up his hand behind him. "Stop." The Gu immortals quickly stopped and saw Feng Jiu looking up with a serious expression. They followed his gaze towards the sky, where all sorts of powers were still entangling and repelling each other. The Gu immortals who had the capability to do so activated immortal killer moves to look beyond these barriers, into the scenery inside White Heaven. These Gu immortals immediately cried out in shock. Inside White Heaven, where 3 rank 8s had been fighting, there was no longer a stalemate. Instead, old ancestors Shui Hu occupied the upper hand. The Grand Frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange radiance till it was tightly withdrawn, and made Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's ink clouds retreat. I had not expected old ancestor Shui Hu to have such powerful battle strength, fighting alone against 2, yet he has already grasped victory in such a short time. Feng Jiu heaved a sigh, his expression one of admiration and regret. Retreat. The chance was lost. He immediately flew away without hesitation. The other Gu immortals were already anxious to retreat. At this moment, they quickly retreated from this dangerous area without speaking. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could finally endure no longer, saying, "Old friend Shui, who has exquisite methods, I have learned a lot. We have lost." Yao Huang also said shortly afterwards, "The current state of northern plains is in turbulence. Old friend Shui Hu, now is not the time to determine the winner and the loser. Since you have your sights on Minuscule Mountain, we can forget my previous suggestion. Until we meet again." Yao Huang was still bent on defending his reputation. Old Ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly and said with an unforgiving tone, "The two of you want to come and go as you please, what do you take me for?" When he finished speaking, heaven and earth started to tremor, the ground quaked and mountains shook. Endless frost energy descended, sweeping away all obstacles. The sky became clear with no more cold wind and thunderstorms. In a huge surrounding range, the ground was instantly covered with a layer of ice and snow. The temperature rapidly descended, the ground was frozen as if northern plains had returned to the cold winter from the warm spring. Boom! 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 3 explosions resounded from the sky. Echoes rumbled throughout the world, deafening like a lord of thunder shouting beside one's ears. The concealment of the central continent Gu immortals lifted from this attack and their bodies staggered. Besides Feng Jiuge, everyone's ears were bleeding, their eardrums had broken. Leave quickly! All color drained away from the Gu immortals' faces. The battle intent inside them fell to the abyss as they only concentrated on flying away. There was also a large earthquake in Snowy Mountain blessed land. Primeval energy fluctuated rapidly, and the Gu immortals inside shivered as both their bodies and minds suffered intense shocks. After a long while, the ground gradually stabilized. 6 mountain peaks of Snowy Mountain blessed land were half destroyed. There were enormous fissures in the ground, and countless resources planted and stored in the blessed land were destroyed. However, Snowy Mountain blessed land's Gu immortals were flushed red with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked far away where a tall male figure descended slowly from the sky. Old Ancestor Shui Hu. From above him, pure white crystal clear powder was spreading with the wind. Feng Jiuge looked back at this sight, his pupils dilated as he muttered, "Split heaven powder, even white heaven was split." Snowy Mountain blessed land's Gu immortals, however, were ecstatic as they flew out of the blessed land and made greetings. This subordinate welcomes Old Ancestor. Now, the debate of who the strongest rank 8 of Northern Plains is, has been settled. Old Ancestor has endless power, the greatest in Northern Plains. Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had to retreat with their tails tucked between their legs. The demonic path Gu immortals stopped one after the other in the air, and only Lady Wan Shou moved closer. "Dear." She spoke warmly with a proud expression which also contained worry. "Rest assured, I have my reservations, but Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and Yao Huang also have their own concerns. These two were coveting fortune rivaling heaven and did not want me to successfully refine it. I defeated both of them, now let's see who in Northern Plains has the guts to disturb my work." Old Ancestor Shui Hu chuckled and continued, "It is just that I tore open the sky to white heaven above, and have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will descend from the crack. Although they are of no threat, they will be a persistent bother." Lady Wan Shou relaxed after confirming her husband was all right. She poked at Old Ancestor Shui Hu's broad chest and said with a helpless tone, "Oh you." Chapter 8:14. Clarifying the situation, new transaction. Old Ancestor Shui Hu fought 2 enemies by himself, defeating the collaboration of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. This battle shook Northern Plains. Information spread like the wind, the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world went into chaos because of it. Furthermore, because the Central Continent Gu immortals saw this firsthand, information entered Central Continent, alerting many leaders of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They quickly engraved Old Ancestor Shui Hu's name deeply in their minds. A few days later, Central Continent, Hu immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan visited, bringing first-hand information with them. Fan Yuan held this information path mortal Gu as he shut his eyes. It was as if he was in Snowy Mountain blessed land. He was viewing from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. In the sky, the sight of the 3 rank 8 great experts fighting could be seen. From start to finish, their moves were grand and majestic. His mind was in a daze as he watched. Even though the distance was great, and the 3 were fighting far away in white heaven, but just from the naked eye, one could feel the imposing power of the rank 8s. Among Gu immortals, the higher the cultivation, the greater the difference. Between rank 6 and 7, There are some elites that can fight rank 7s occasionally. Between rank 7 and 8, the difference is immense, like the distance between the sky and earth. To fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level, in the entirety of human history, it was extremely rare. By rank 9, one's own strength could dominate the world, there are no opponents left, one is invincible, the strongest in heaven and earth. Rank 8 Gu immortals are not a rank 9's match, they would always lose terribly, there had never been an exception. Looking over the scenery 3 times, Fan Yuan returned the Gu worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes became clear when he opened them. Fan Yuan had already anticipated old ancestor Shui Hu's great power. In his previous life's memories, Central Continent had lost several huge battles because of him. He even killed some rank 8s from Central Continent. This time, by observing the battle personally, Fan Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of Northern Plains' situation. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they are Yao Huang and Prince Feng Xian. In terms of reputation, Yao Huang has the highest in the righteous path, while Prince Feng Xian is related to Central Continent. He is the biggest spy that Central Continent has hidden in Northern Plains. 88 True Yang building collapsed, Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, Northern Plains is in turbulence. The arrangements that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had made painstakingly were destroyed. With the breakdown of established customs and the competition for Immortal Gu, the righteous and demonic paths went into intense battles. New hatred overlapped on old grudges one after another. Even though Qin Baixing held the auction, the immortals are only busy processing their gains currently. After a short while, their conflicts are only going to escalate. From Imperial Court blessed land destruction, Northern Plains' righteous path suffered the most, while the demonic path actually had great benefits. All along, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements had been to establish his goal of a hereditary monarchy. The righteous path of Northern Plains is also the Huangjin bloodline. They suppressed the demonic path and lone cultivators greatly. Now that 88 True Yang building collapsed, the demonic path and lone cultivators have lost a large amount of pressure on them. Be it in my previous life or this current life, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu only created his super force after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. He is a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he does not have the Huangjin bloodline. Even he is afraid of the combined pressure from all of the Huangjin bloodline's super forces. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu wants to establish a righteous force. He needs a good relationship with Yao Huang and the others. While steering clear of the demonic path, he needs to show proof of where he stands. Thus, when Yao Huang demanded Minuscule Mountain, he had to go with him. But he did not expect that old ancestor Shui Hu would be so fierce, actually defeating the combination of him and Yao Huang. To old ancestor Shui Hu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu is extremely eye-catching. Countless people are coveting it. None of the righteous path forces want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88 True Yang building, the righteous forces are even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They are afraid of them rising up. But old ancestor Shui Hu needs a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. He sent his demonic path Gu immortals all over the place to collect immortal materials. This caused many conflicts to occur, and it would only continue to escalate, creating more animosity and obstacles. Old ancestor Shui Hu decided to fight just now. His greatest motive was to send a wave of deterrence over the Northern Plains Gu immortal world, to clear the obstacles for refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Northern Plains' situation was originally gloomy with many undercurrents. It was like a volcano ready to explode. Now that old ancestor Shui Hu had defeated both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu at the same time, it would have a huge impact. He simply swept away the obstacles ahead of him, skipping past the point of a large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, bringing the demonic path into a position of great strength, pressuring the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Gu immortal world will be overbearing, while the righteous path will be lowering their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle. It affected the entire region. Fan Yuan was old and wise, he could see the situation clearly. Rank 6s, although they had surpassed the mortal realm, they are only the bottom tier of Gu immortals. Rank 7s are the main pillars of strength. Rank 8s usually did not move rashly. Each of their actions, even if unintended, would cause huge repercussions and influence. For any series of events, each rank 8 Gu immortal was a trendsetter. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the main flow of events. When can I also become such an important character? A person who can dictate the flow? Fan Yuan could not help but think of this. Alright, Fan Yuan, we are here this time to bring what you needed to complete the transaction. Now I am passing it all to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought Fan Yuan a group of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo and a large number of Star Thought goo. As it turned out, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land knew about the location of Dong Fang Chang Fan's Blessed Land after he died because Fan Yuan provided them the details. Dong Fang Chang Fan had undergone possession and been restored to life, since he had just become an immortal. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there would be few resources inside. After Dong Fang Chang Fan died, the Blessed Land was formed as a whole entity. In terms of defense, it was far superior to a public Blessed Land. If a land spirit was formed, it might be filled with hatred towards Fan Yuan, or have an obsession of taking revenge on Fan Yuan. In addition, considering the force that was investigating Fan Yuan's background, he did not want to risk his own life just for cleanse soul immortal goo. Thus, through Fairy Li Shan, he borrowed Snowy Mountain's forces to achieve his goals. The value of a blessed land was immense. Fairy Li Shan and Fan Yuan had an agreement. Fan Yuan would provide the information and tell her the location of the blessed land, basically giving this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. In return, he wanted the White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo inside, as well as the ordinary Star Thought Mortal goo. As for the immortal goo, Fan Yuan had already learned from Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul that they had all self-detonated. Fan Yuan obtained the White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo and controlled his joy. After seeing the huge amount of Star Thought goo, over 50,000 of them, he could not conceal the joy inside him any longer. It showed in his eyes. These 50,000 Star Thought goos simply came at such an appropriate time. It was truly timely assistance. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and coughed, saying, "Congratulations, Fan Yuan. Right now, you gained the most from Dong Fang tribe's destruction. After all, you obtained Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. This is not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dong Fang Chang Fan's secrets in managing blessed lands have immense value. Moreover, you had obtained many resources inside Jade Pool Blessed Land as well." As Fairy Li Shan said this, she did not conceal her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance was not over yet, members of the Alliance had to speak the truth. Fan Yuan did not conceal anything of the matter of obtaining Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. He could not hide it anyway. There were many traces and clues left that could deduce the truth. Fan Yuan decided to simply inform Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan without hiding anything. At this moment, he said, "Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain. That is an item recorded inside. Its value is not inferior to what I obtained. You do not need to speak such flattery. You have Danghun Mountain. You do not need Minuscule Mountain. We all know inside ourselves that you are the biggest winner of this. Moreover, about Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. "I am here to ask you a favor. I am here to ask for help." Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn. "I am listening." It turned out that Fairy Li Shan and Dong Fang tribe had made an agreement. As allies, they could not attack each other. But to fight for Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan went back on this agreement during the process. Although Fairy Li Shan only went into information path a while after becoming a goo immortal, she had made preparations in case she had no choice but to go against the agreement. She had asked someone to use a time path immortal killer move on her. The effect of this time path killer move was to allow Fairy Li Shan to break the alliance agreement. The backlash and damage from it would be stalled for a period of time before activating. Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe were only allies with Dong Fang Chang Fan. They did not belong to Dong Fang tribe. Despite this, the backlash of breaking the agreement was still very severe. Fairy Li Shan was originally heavily injured. She was not confident of enduring this backlash. Thus, He Lu Lan thought of a good idea for Fairy Li Shan. Initially, Fairy Li Shan and Dong Fang Chang Fan made the agreement using Mountain Pledge goo. They had used Minuscule Mountain for it. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would fail. There would be no backlash. But if Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's risk would have been for nothing. That was not an acceptable solution. He Lu Lan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, when the time path killer move's effect wears off, after the backlash is over, they would ask Tai Bai Yinxing to use landscape as before to heal the mountain. By then, Minuscule Mountain would be back to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan still would have the agreement with Dong Fang tribe. As long as she did not break it again, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan would be able to avoid the backlash of the agreement, while fixing Minuscule Mountain. As to why they had to ask Fan Yuan, That was because Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan knew that between Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fan Yuan was the leader. Fan Yuan smiled, he agreed. This is a great idea, I am willing to help. As for the payment, we can discuss it in detail. Fairy Li Shan saw Fan Yuan smile and her heart sank, she thought. Here it comes. She knew how ruthless Fan Yuan was, she was definitely going to suffer a huge loss here, she smiled bitterly as she nodded. He Lu Lan, who was beside her, seemed prepared, she spoke now. Fan Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu Immortal Blessed Land is about to undergo its earthly calamity, right? How about this? I will stay here to defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the calamity. It can be the payment for asking Tai Bai Yunxing to heal Minuscule Mountain. How about that? Chapter 8:15. Time assists luck, delay, Zhou Yi Zi. Fan Yuan was a shrewd person, he immediately shook his head. The value of these two services is not equivalent at all. For you too, Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before is a necessity. In my case, I can fully undergo the earthly calamity alone. Furthermore, old ancestor Shui, who is currently staying in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land now, and you, He Lu Lan, are not a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, you are an outsider, you cannot stay there anymore. Using the excuse of the earthly calamity, you can hide inside my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I have not even asked you for rent yet, but you actually want to use this as the payment for Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Fan Yuan exposed He Lu Lan's awkward position. He Lu Lan was unabashed, she laughed, continuing to argue with Fan Yuan. The two sparred verbally, until a while later they came to an agreement. He Lu Lan would stay in Fan Yuan's place for the time being, contributing strength chi without any compensation. The guts Gu produced during this period would not have He Lu Lan's share. At the same time, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land faces the earthly calamity, He Lu Lan would need to help and defend it alongside Fan Yuan. After this transaction was completed, Fairy Li Shan was not anxious to leave. She talked to Fan Yuan regarding immortal materials. Fan Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shui, whose mission of obtaining immortal materials. After Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain, old ancestor Shui, who only borrowed it to have a look, he did not take it from her. After old ancestor Shui, who defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's status rose rapidly. Its reputation had soared to an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shui, who summoned Fairy Li Shan, using the reason that he had acted to protect Minuscule Mountain from Yao Huang, he requested for her to increase her contributions. He gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan's current state was very awkward. She had just obtained Minuscule Mountain. Even though she asked Tai Bai Yunxing for help to heal Minuscule Mountain and saved a huge cost, she was still very heavily injured. Originally, she had a lot of savings due to Mountain Pledge Gu, she was quite affluent. But by funding He Lu Lan intensively, her savings were slowly depleted, and at this point, she was running dry. The cultivation of one person expended countless resources. It was not easy. Many Gu immortals did not have a steady source of revenue, their income did not match their expenses. They could only offer their services and travel everywhere. Even if they had a source of revenue, there were often earnings and losses in trading. Things like Mountain Pledge Gu and the Guts Gu trade were very rare and unique. How could theirs be so widely demanded? Most importantly, there were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Each time they occurred, a lot of resources and hard work would be destroyed. Even if the Gu immortals survive the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, when they see their immortal aperture in bad shape, they would feel a strong sense of dejection. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. Other than supporting herself, she even helped He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan did not have a source of revenue. The two of them had huge needs for cultivation. She was providing for them both. But no matter how great her resolve was, her finances were starting to dwindle. Other than material objects like immortal essence stones and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had a lot of other things. Many precious pieces of information were very valuable. Fairy Li Shan had a huge network. She was a top-tier information collector. Fan Yuan's immortal materials were meant to be used in the Refinement Path Convention, but he had a huge quantity of them. It was fine to sell some to her. Fan Yuan nodded, but he requested for an immortal killer move from Fairy Li Shan. He had been wanting this immortal killer move for ages. Right now was the chance to extort it. Fan Yuan had to make good use of the chance. Fairy Li Shan heard Fan Yuan's request and knew it was coming. She felt extremely bitter. But circumstances were stronger than people. Even if Fairy Li Shan did not want to, what could she do? Time assists luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan requested from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core, to steal other people's lifespan and boost the luck of oneself temporarily. Fang Yuan had obtained Time Luck Immortal Goo from Fairy Li Shan earlier. He had wanted to use Inch of Time Goo in place of lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal Goo, but the result was failure. Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Goo, although they could be used together, the former was expended too intensively. Later, Fang Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce the expenditure of Inch of Time Goo. But he still failed. Although he could use the light of wisdom and gain unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind. It was not enough. Memory thought Goo and malicious thought Goo were still being refined, but the expenditure was greater than the production. He had little in storage. Even if he had enough thoughts, Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was too low. There was little hope of getting any success. But Fang Yuan knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move from the start. It used Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core. If he could use it well, it was a source of revenue not inferior to Mountain Pledge Goo. Thus, Fang Yuan used this extremely rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he checked it and felt some curiosity. He asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I am unable to answer that." Fairy Li Shan's expression was cold. Her mood was terrible. Fang Yuan was taking advantage of the situation, but she had to ask him for help. She could only give in. "The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Is it from a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, Zhou Yizi? This person was very famous during the Five Regions Chaotic War. He was originally a secluded cultivator that did not bother with worldly affairs, but when Northern Plains and Central Continent Goo Immortals fought a huge battle, the battle went to the area he was staying in, causing him to rage and instantly capture 3 Goo Immortals on the spot. Northern Plains asked him to fight. He refused, but because they were on the same side, he used the Time Path Killer move on the Northern Plains Goo Immortals to protect their lives. This killer move had a weird name. It was very short, only one word. Not long after, it spread across the 5 regions, and Fang Yuan had heard of its famed name in his previous life. It was called Delay. The effect of the killer move was to delay damage, leaving some time for the Goo Immortals to find ways to heal themselves. For example, a Goo Immortal who had delay used on him would not die from a fatal blow. The damage would be delayed for a time period before taking effect. Thus, the Goo Immortal would have a chance to seek help. During this period, the Goo Immortal can escape to get some time to recuperate and save himself. He can also fly to his ally and seek help. If it was a certain death situation, he could pass his cultivation resources to his descendants in the tribe, and place his blessed land in a secluded spot to not give his enemies any advantage. Even though Northern Plains Goo Immortals had great battle strength, their numbers were fewer than those of Central Continent. Central Continent made the first moves. They formed arrangements and killed a batch of Northern Plains Goo Immortals first, causing Northern Plains to be at a disadvantage, facing defeat time after time. But the appearance of delay reduced Northern Plains casualties greatly. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, Northern Plains and Central Continent were in a deadlock. Central Continent's plan of attacking and taking down Northern Plains rapidly was destroyed. If it really is Zhou Yizi, then Fairy Li Shan's ability to delay the damage of the alliance agreement would be the killer move Delay. I really cannot ignore Fairy Li Shan's connections. She could actually get this lone cultivator to help. I wonder what price she paid. Fang Yuan felt that this guess was quite probable. Among Goo Immortals there were many who hid their presence. They did not travel around, battle, or attend gatherings. They usually stayed in seclusion and cultivated. Many people would be unknown to the world after their deaths, even if they had astonishing achievements. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, when he was alive, he concealed himself very deeply and did not have much of a reputation. Only until Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was exposed did his high cultivation level get revealed. There were quite a number of such Goo Immortals. They were present among rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8. At least, Fang Yuan knew that there were more than 5 rank 8 Goo Immortals in Northern Plains, only that they were hiding themselves. Fang Yuan also thought about Purple Mountain True Monarch. This mysterious Goo Immortal did not show himself even once during the 5 regions chaotic war. He could not but be moved, thinking to himself, countless streams flow into rivers. There is simply no end to the number of heroes and champions in this world. From start to finish, Fairy Li Shan did not expose any information regarding Zhou Yizi. This transaction, even though she paid a high price, was still successful. she had reached her goal. Fairy Li Shan brought the immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. For the following period of time, she was going to recuperate from her injuries, and resolve the issue of the alliance agreement. She also had to find out about methods to raise mini-men, to gain the most benefits in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan stayed behind. Fan Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they reached their destination. The two looked down from above. They saw that on the ground that was lush and green with vegetation, there were 3 humongous black-gray structures. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The stone nest had countless rooms inside. Each room had at least 1 hairy man. They were refining goo constantly, in an orderly fashion. This was the idea of a production line that was borrowed from Earth, resulting in a huge goo refinement base that was created. Splitting the refinement procedure of a goo worm into dozens of steps, or even hundreds, and making each hairy man in charge of each step. Not only could the goo recipe be kept as a secret, the familiarity of the hairy man will be higher, the success rate and quantity of the goo refinement would be higher. In the stone nests, air sac goo were being produced. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests. They could be both mild or serious. Fire could even break out, as the hairy men were engulfed in flames, crying in pain. But the screams and cries would not travel to other rooms and interfere with the refinement from the other hairy men. Each room had perfect soundproofing methods. Not only were disturbances minimized, the hairy men were also prevented from communicating. This made them easier to control. They had no choice but to refine goo. Goo refinement carried risks. In fact, it was of similar danger to fighting. Once explosions occurred due to accidents, the room would be filled with goo worms that spat out water to eliminate the fire, or to heal the injuries. When goo refinement failed, the hairy men which suffered backlashes would be lucky if they survived. The price for failure in some cases was death. In other cases, their brains might wither, they might go crazy, they might become handicapped, unable to refine goo anymore. Fan Yuan would heal mild injuries. But if they were heavily injured and became vegetables, the price for treating them would be too great. Fan Yuan would abandon and euthanize them. Chapter 8:16. Hairy Men, White Silkworm, 2 Tough Questions. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained a trace of law fragments of the Great Tao, while immortal goo were fragments of the Great Tao. Goo refinement involved the fusion and interaction of the laws of the Great Tao. It was even more mystical than chemistry, and even more dangerous than processing gunpowder. Fan Yuan was in the air. He observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men had failed goo refinement. They suffered injuries. A few of them died on the spot. He could not help but sigh inwardly. As my production expands, the loss of hairy men is becoming a bigger issue. Hairy man slaves were most expensive among slaves. They were even more expensive than human goo masters. This might be quite shocking. How could the price of humans be lower than mere hairy men? The answer was simple. Humans were the spirit of living beings. The human mind was fickle. They were not easy to control. Variant humans were comparatively more simple-minded. Fan Yuan could control so many hairy men, making them refine goo all day long, only giving them time to eat and sleep, with none allocated to leisure. If these hairy men were human goo masters, this life would be impossible. If human goo masters engaged in such strenuous activities for an extended period without rest or entertainment, they would feel extremely angry and hateful. They would attempt to resist. The arrangement of the stone nest was very simple. It could not block the intelligence of humans. They would definitely cause destruction secretly, and communicate with each other. When the time was ripe, they would resist by protesting, or directly revolt using their own strength. Thus, Fan Yuan chose to buy hairy men's slaves which were most expensive, rather than placing his attention on human goo masters. This was also one of the reasons why Fairy Li Shan desperately wanted Minuscule Mountain. It was not just because of the goo refinement materials in Minuscule Mountain, but also because it was the base of a mini-man tribe. Controlling this tribe would grant her great benefits. Otherwise, the old and sly Dong Fang Chang Fan would not have signed an agreement with the mini-man tribe. In the past, I could not feel the loss of hairy men. That was because the scale was still small. Now that I have 3 stone nests, and with the goo refinement processes becoming tougher, the effect is becoming evident. If this goes on, a problem will arise if I do not create a solution. Fan Yuan was trying to think of a way. At this moment, He Lu Lan also advised. Fan Yuan, your loss of hairy men is a bit high. In a month, you lose at least 100 hairy men. It is quite costly if we think about it. If you can reduce this number, our costs would lower, and the profit of Guts Goo would be higher. If she was not roped into the gutsgu trade, she would not have said it. But now that the gutsgu trade also involved He Lulan's interests, she had to mention it when she saw a problem. Fan Yuan nodded. There are two ways to solve this problem. One is to modify the gu recipe and reduce the risk. By further splitting up and simplifying the steps, I can make every step safer, and have a higher chance of success. The second method is to raise my own hairy man tribe. I would not need to purchase them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Gu recipes are usually the result of countless improvements. To diversify the steps on this basis and modify the recipe, it is too difficult. The effort and resources needed to undergo experiments will be a huge sum. She did not think well of modifying the gu recipe. What she did not know was, Fan Yuan had wisdom gu. Even though he could not activate it, the light of wisdom could give him unlimited inspiration. To Fan Yuan, the difficulty in modifying the recipe was about whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fan Yuan would obviously not say this out loud. He spoke without changing his expression. The second method is just as hard. I do not have any methods of raising hairy men. The ones sold in the market are usually male hairy men. Very few females and children are sold. This is also to prevent other gu immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men, a Varian human, was much more difficult than raising wild beasts and plants. Countries were hard to manage. That was because the citizens had wisdom. Even though this was on a larger scale, the logic remained the same. The more wisdom they had, the harder they were to control. The hairy men would know how to rebel. They would find loopholes and create problems on a large scale. Fan Yuan knew clearly, with his current foundation, he would definitely lose everything he invested if he raised hairy men. His previous life's memories could not help him here. He vaguely remembered, from his life back on Earth. He raised goldfish. He did not change the water or give them oxygen. He only knew how to feed them food. In 3 days, one died, and in half a month, all his goldfish died. Raising hairy men was obviously harder than goldfish. The nature of hairy men, their living habitats, all these needed to be considered. It was a huge field to study. Fan Yuan had raised rockmen before. In fact, the rockman tribe in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was still quite large. But that was because of Guts Gu. It could raise the soul foundation of the rockmen and cause them to rapidly reproduce, providing future generations. This was clearly a cheat method, if Fan Yuan had to raise these rockmen normally. In 2 to 3 years, no matter how many rockmen he started with, they would go extinct. Of course, he could buy knowledge in raising hairy men from other gu immortals. Back then, when Fan Yuan wanted to grow the star fragment grass, he bought some planting insights. But the difference in value between the two was immense. To buy the knowledge of raising hairy men, the price to pay would be extremely heavy. Like on Earth, acquisition of an enterprise in the top 100 would involve a huge amount of funds. Even if Fan Yuan stored up all of his profits starting from now, with his speed of profit generation, he would need to accumulate them for many years to get enough. Right now, I have about 20 to 30 immortal essence stones in my storage. Even though I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, and eerie fire dragon pythons, and I even obtained the method to raise them from Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul, but I need to invest and build the structures. Even if I finish building them, I cannot sell these resources directly into Treasure Yellow Heaven. I need to find other avenues. After all, I cannot stand in the limelight now. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly inwardly. All in all, his future prospects were bright, but his current circumstances were in an awkward place. Fan Yuan shrugged off the random thoughts in his mind. He said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already told Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements. I won't be sending you off. For the following period of time, you can stay in the stone nest. I have already given orders. Right now the 3 stone nests are refining air sac gu. Do assist them. When the earthly calamity arrives, I will call you if I need your help." He Lulan felt something amiss when she heard that. From Fan Yuan's tone, he was treating her as a laborer. Fan Yuan saw her ugly expression and did not react. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze out all of He Lulan's value, would that be his style? After settling He Lulan's matters, Fan Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Opening the hidden door, he entered the secret room. He saw Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul again. His soul was extremely weak, being sealed here. Even though he saw Fan Yuan, he could not move. Fan Yuan intentionally weakened him, resulting in Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul being very weak. Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. To an old fox like this, he was very vigilant. But to search his soul again, he needed to replenish it first. Thus Fan Yuan broke some air sac goo, using guts goo on Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. His soul rapidly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it was half healed. Fan Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw, grabbing the soul and searching it. Dong Fang Chang Fan did not resist it at all. Fan Yuan had already searched his soul thoroughly. He had no secrets left in front of Fan Yuan. It was as if he resigned himself to fate. He had lost his heart. A legendary character, falling into such a state, it was quite pitiful. Fan Yuan was vigilant regardless. After searching the soul, he inspected all of the goo worms he set up in this room to prevent any accidents from occurring. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul did not even have a tiny bit of hope left. All these movements were observed by Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. He inwardly felt a freezing chill. Why did he end up in the hands of such a person? There was no way out. This was a dead end. He had no methods left. As he despaired, he felt a peculiar sense of admiration. In Fan Yuan, Dong Fang Chang Fan could almost see himself. Fan Yuan left the secret room, closing the hidden door. He inspected the door again and ensured that there were no issues before returning to the main hall. He sat on the bed. Star thoughts were moving in his mind as he fell into deep thought. Dong Fang Chang Fan no longer had any secrets. He was squeezed dry. But Fan Yuan kept him around. It was a possible card for use in a future scheme to obtain Minuscule Mountain. Right now, Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, but because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fan Yuan could not snatch it. But the alliance agreement was not impossible to circumvent, like Fairy Li Shan's time path killer move that could delay the damage of breaking the agreement. In addition, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dong Fang Chang Fan and Minuscule Mountain had an agreement. From Dong Fang Chang Fan, Fan Yuan learned that the agreement was made with Mountain Pledge Gu using Minuscule Mountain. The agreement was not just between Dong Fang Chang Fan and the Miniman Gu Immortal, but was made with Dong Fang Tribe and the Miniman Tribe. Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise the Miniman Tribe, and make use of them. With this, Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul still had some use. It was an effective weapon. But this effective weapon could not be used at this point, and he might perhaps not get a chance to use it in the future. But Fan Yuan kept this as a secret. It was a casual move. He would rather keep it prepared just in case. He was thinking about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu now. This time, he searched Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul for information about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu needed the flesh of more than 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu each time it was fed. What Fan Yuan obtained was less than this amount. He had inspected and confirmed once again that Dong Fang Chang Fan's White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were only an unexpected benefit. That place was a natural cave and was created in a mystical way by nature. It was an environment that was suitable for White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to live. Furthermore, Dong Fang Chang Fan captured all of these Gu worms. He did not leave any behind. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation. They played a critical role. The remaining portion that was not used was now in Fan Yuan's hands. Right now, Fan Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and undergo experimentation, reverse refining its recipe, or even trying to obtain the method to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. If this method worked, he would have an unceasing source of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. But if this fails, and all of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were consumed in the experiments, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu would die of hunger. There would definitely be not enough White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left to feed it. The other method was to feed it now. To leave aside the experiments, or the long-term advantages. In this case, the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were still insufficient, but it would allow Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu to become less hungry, no longer under the threat of dying for now. Fan Yuan still had some hope that Dong Fang Chang Fan might have a place to obtain White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, so that he could get a number of them. But this soul search ruined his wishful thoughts. After thinking about it for a while, Fan Yuan opened his eyes, making up his mind. Chapter 8:17. Great tool for deduction, Star Thoughts. Never mind! I should play it safe and use these for feeding. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu is already starving to its limits. It is very weak now. If I do not feed it and drag this on, it will die. As for the next feeding session, I can only place hope in the future. Fan Yuan was of the demonic path. He liked to take risks, but he did not take them blindly. He always assessed the benefits and risks. Having a mentality of leaving things to chance and thinking one's own luck is good, to put up stakes on chances that are low. The cruelty of reality would teach them a lesson until they suffer greatly and end up full of bruises. Cleansed soul immortal goo was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was the size of a grown-up's fist. It was like a tadpole. Its body was gray-white and dry. It was sprawled on the ground, not moving at all. Fan Yuan willed and used his goo to dissect the white lotus giant silkworm goo, retrieving the meat and placing it in front of Cleansed soul immortal goo. Cleansed soul immortal goo's body shook, but it did not have any strength to crawl to the food. Fan Yuan could only place Cleansed soul immortal goo on the meat. Cleansed soul immortal goo moved about before calming down, slowly sucking the blood in the meat quietly. After a while, the blood entered its stomach and it regained a bit of strength. It opened its mouth and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh. The more it ate, the more its dry body inflated like a balloon. It became chubbier once again. Its gray-white body also showed a faint luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and the meat given to Cleansed soul immortal goo were all eaten, Cleansed soul immortal goo was no longer as weak as before. It could fly in the sky. It was like a gray-white tadpole. Its round head was like a small balloon. Its tail was wriggling around behind it as it swam slowly like an old man without much strength. It opened its mouth occasionally. Its mouth was half the size of its head. Right now, it could open it and make some soft noises. Fan Yuan knew that it was trying to express that it still wanted more food. But all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were used up. Not a single one was left. Even though Cleansed soul immortal goo was not satisfied, Fan Yuan sighed in relief. For now, Cleansed soul immortal goo had escaped the awkward fate of dying from hunger. After all, Fan Yuan had been ready to give up on it. Now that it was still alive, this was a good ending. Most importantly, he managed to get precious time for it. One could not be certain about the future. Anything is possible. Cleansed soul immortal goo was not full, thus Fan Yuan kept it while trying not to use it. After temporarily solving Cleansed soul immortal goo's feeding problem, Fan Yuan could relax. But he did not take a break. Instead, he made use of his time and rushed into an underground cave again. In the underground cave, there was a Ji forest. The tallest Lingji king was 6 meters tall, reaching the ceiling of the cave. The flesh of the Lingji was like a huge umbrella, spreading out in a circular manner. When Fan Yuan reached here, he saw that the rank 9 wisdom goo was flying around this Lingji king. It was like a child playing around, flapping its wings and bobbing up and down. At times, it bumped into the Lingji king and was bounced back by the rubbery flesh. Fan Yuan's was inwardly moved. He had many immortal goo, but compared to them, the rank 9 wisdom goo had much more intelligence. It was quite extraordinary. Thinking about wisdom goo, strength goo, and the others could speak to Rinzhu. Of course, this might have been exaggeration from the story. But Fan Yuan knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan could bring wisdom goo away during the final moments before Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and be able to use its light of wisdom now. After seeing Fan Yuan, wisdom goo stopped flying. It stopped on the thick stem of the Lingji king. After Fan Yuan sat down on a shorter Lingji like it was a chair, wisdom goo started to give off the halo of the light of wisdom, covering Fan Yuan in it. Fan Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. With the expenditure of each Star Thought Goo, the thoughts in Fan Yuan's mind moved rapidly and generated endlessly. At once, in his mind, starlight specks were created. A moment later, it was like the night sky. Countless stars were shining brightly. It was a beautiful sight. Fan Yuan tried to make deductions. Instantly, star thoughts in his mind burst into action. It was like water poured into a hot pan. Star specks moved like meteors. Starlight spun around. They collided into one another or repelled each other. His inspiration was unlimited. There were many aspects of deduction. He obtained many answers from the complex procedure. It was completed in a moment. Fan Yuan stopped at once. He opened his eyes, showing immense joy in his expression. Earlier, he was just giving it a try. This wisdom path inheritance really did not disappoint him. It was even better than his expectations. Dong Fang Chong Fan's wisdom path inheritance is truly suited for deductions. Star thoughts are so durable. My initial estimation is that one star thought can substitute for 3 to 4 malicious thoughts and memory thoughts. Fan Yuan assessed in his mind. In wisdom path there were 3 aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. But thoughts varied greatly. There were all sorts of thoughts. It could be said that there were countless kinds of them. Thoughts were all different. They had their own advantages and weaknesses. For example, malicious thoughts were good for plotting against others. memory thoughts were good for digging up information in memories. But these two were just average when used for deductions. Star thoughts were not good at plotting or digging up memories, but they were extremely useful for deductions. One star thought was equivalent to 3 to 4 other thoughts. This might seem rather insignificant. But looking at it, how many thoughts were expended to deduce one immortal killer move or immortal goo recipe? When this amount becomes huge, the difference would be great. When hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts are consumed, the advantage of using star thoughts to do deductions would be immense. One could say that this star thought wisdom path inheritance was most suited for Fang Yuan. All along, he had been restricted by the number of thoughts he had. The light of wisdom had intense expenditure, it could use up any number of thoughts quickly. Fang Yuan had many things to deduce in accordance with his plans. The first was the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Previously, he did not succeed, he only finished a portion of it. The second was to complete the immortal goo recipe of Blood Deity. He did not succeed either with that, he only gave it a small attempt. The third was to deduce an immortal killer move to allow Time Luck Immortal Goo and Inch of Time to work together, to reduce the consumption of Inch of Time while amplifying one's own luck temporarily. Fang Yuan had tried this earlier, but he failed because his time path attainment level was too low. Now, he did not have to deduce it anymore, because Fang Yuan had obtained an even better immortal killer move from Fairy Li Shan, Time Assist Luck. Fourth was to fuse Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move Myriad Self, and make Myriad Self even stronger. The fifth was to modify Air Sac Goo and the other goo refinement recipes, to subdivide the steps even further, to lower the risk of goo refinement, and reduce the death rate of the hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, calming his mind. Vaguely Familiar Face was the one that he needed to place most importance in deducing, because the situation in the outside world was getting more tense. If Fang Yuan wanted to move around, he needed an immortal level disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Air Sac Goo and the other goo recipes were not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many details. In the future, when Fang Yuan expanded his goo refinement scale, he would not be refining just Air Sac Goo, Memory Thought Goo, Malicious Thought Goo, and Star Thought Goo. As for Blood Deity, it was only a long-term plan, it was not even necessary to him. After all, Fang Yuan was cultivating Strength Path now, and was planning to cultivate Time Path or Wisdom Path. He did not want to develop Blood Path. If it was in the past, Fang Yuan would naturally deduce the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face first. But now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land was facing its earthly calamity soon, Fang Yuan's first priority was to fuse Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo into Myriad Self-Killer Move. Fang Yuan shut his eyes and settled his mind. He deduced with all his concentration. Starlight reacted in his mind, as countless star thoughts rumbled. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days later. On the afternoon of the third day, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Even with his immortal zombie physique, exhaustion was written all over his face, he was very tired. I finally fused Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo into my killer move Myriad Self. Myriad Self's power has risen by 10% if I am dealing with Earth Path Goo Immortals, or any mountains or rocks, the effect would be even greater, at least 20% higher. Fang Yuan inspected his Star Thought Goo. There were about 40,000 Star Thought Goo left in his immortal aperture. He originally had 50,000 Star Thought Goo, in other words, this deduction used up 10,000 Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo were really durable. Of course, this durability is only for deductions. If I use Star Thought Goo to plot against others or think about harmful schemes, Malicious Thought Goo would be better. In terms of recollection, Star Thought Goo is inferior to Memory Thought Goo. Be it Star Thought Goo, Memory Thought Goo, or Malicious Thought Goo, he still had to refine them and keep a huge stock. This was a huge project, it was a long-term goal. Looking at the time, it was still not the point of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's calamity. But if he used the remaining time to deduce the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, it was insufficient, he could not get anything done. Fang Yuan thus returned to Danghun Palace, continuing to research on the Wisdom Path inheritance. This immortal level Wisdom Path inheritance had a lot of information. There were hundreds of Mortal Goo recipes, more than 10 immortal Goo recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They comprised offense, defense, movement, storage, healing, and others. Other than that, there were many Wisdom Path techniques and methods. For example, secret arts that could expand the size of the mind, or the modification of the heart into a space for additional thinking, unique methods like that. There was even knowledge about astronomy and geography, the map of the 5 regions' resources, the analysis of northern plains forces, an introduction to all sorts of dangers one can face when cultivating, and how to resolve them. Most importantly, there were details on how a Gu master can undergo immortal ascension, an introduction to all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and how to deal with them. Of course, there were details about other paths, like fire path, metal path, space path and time path, the strengths and weaknesses of these paths, what needs do they have and how to deal with them in combat. There were even some insights on how to handle management, especially in a Gu immortal's blessed land, to allow one to survive and progress further. One could say that this was a Gu master's encyclopedia to become a Gu immortal. It allowed one to be realistic and decipher what was easy and hard, to gain methods of dealing with enemies and grow stronger. This inheritance was not just the credit of the Creator, the Heavenly Court Star Path Gu Immortal. Each of the Gu Immortals who cultivated after receiving this inheritance had added in more details and modified the information. After generations and generations of effort and hard work, this cultivation encyclopedia was created. Fan Yuan could see much of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains in it. And at the end of the information on immortal killer moves, Fan Yuan saw that the last, newest edition was the previous owner's, Dong Fang Chang Fan's, immortal killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies. Chapter 818. Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation, Profound Ice House. This inheritance's value could not be expressed in words. It was even more huge than the blood path inheritance that Fan Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Fan Yuan was sighing. If I had obtained this inheritance earlier, be it this life or my previous life, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Fan Yuan had spent so many years staggering along his cultivation journey, crossing rivers carefully by stepping on every rock, finally reaching his achievements today. In contrast, when Dong Fang Chang Fan was still immortal, he received this inheritance. His luck was truly something to be envious about. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. It was drizzling with a thin fog in the air. The Gu immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were trapped inside. They were looking for an exit vigilantly. Damn it, don't let the rain touch you. It has the ability to consume your immortal essence. The expression of the leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, changed as he shouted at the immortals behind him. Shark Demon had rich experience. He reacted rapidly. The moment he saw the ability of this seemingly harmless drizzle, he knew this was an attack. Hearing his warning, the immortals used all sorts of methods and put up their defenses, blocking the drizzle. But it was no use. This drizzle penetrates everything. Is this the immortal killer move that Fair Yulu was famous for, Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain? An immortal zombie thought of a crucial piece of information, as his expression turned very ugly. Even the great Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain cannot have such incredible ability. Our defenses have literally no effect. Another immortal zombie shouted, showing an extremely shocked expression. I got it! In the previous round we were hit by the immortal killer move, Raindrop Equity. Thus, in this round, our defenses have no use against the Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain. We can only let it touch us. Immortal zombie Su Bai Man's eyes shined with brilliance as she said. The immortals communicated rapidly. The moment they got the answer, their hearts sank. This was not the first time they were attacking Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land. Each round was interconnected with others and was very difficult to deal with. Immortal zombies consisted of most of this group of Gu immortals. There were a total of 7 people. 5 were immortal zombies. Immortal zombies have dead immortal apertures. They cannot manage their blessed lands that are filled with death energy. They could not produce immortal essence naturally. Thus, if immortal zombies wanted to have immortal essence, they would need to convert it using immortal essence stones. Immortal essence of immortal zombies was much more precious compared to ordinary Gu immortals. They were not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals were in this round, before they had even fought, the Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain was already vaporizing their immortal essence. It was hitting at their weakness. Seeing the immortal essence that they had painstakingly saved up vanish bead by bead, the immortal zombies felt a strong sense of loss. They discussed among themselves and quickly came to an agreement. They had to get through this round quickly and find a way out, otherwise they would be in danger. The immortals used all sorts of methods, but an hour later they made no progress. Oh no, this battlefield killer move is so hard to resolve. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have melted. Fairy Yulu was the second disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She was a rank 8 great expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most skilled in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disciple. She had learned the core of this ability. Not only did she know many battlefield killer moves, she even innovated and created her own versions. This battlefield killer move was her personal creation. It was not recorded in history. This battlefield killer move has no attacking power, but it has a huge range. When used with Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain, it is being used to drain us to nothing. What shall we do? Almost all of their methods were used up. The Goo Immortals were starting to panic. Shark Demon, the leader, had a grim expression. He looked at the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in the group as he shouted, "Bo Dan, what are you doing? It's been so long, haven't you deduced the flaw in this battlefield killer move?" Bo Dan had his forehead covered in sweat from the scolding. He replied in anxiety and worry, "I'm unable to. This battlefield killer move is simply too profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer move by a huge margin. The Wisdom Path inheritance I have is incomplete. I cannot think of a way to break through this." This Bo Dan was a living person and a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie Shark Demon fiercely. He cowered like a helpless puppy. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It had a huge force and surpassed ordinary super forces by a margin. The Zombie Alliance headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, it also had living Goo Immortals. These living Goo Immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies in most cases. Shark Demon's anger resided slightly after he shouted. He said with some regret, "Bo Dan is powerless. Our only choice is to use Profound Ice House and forcefully attack, to see if a path can be created." The other Goo Immortals were overjoyed, their eyes shined. To think that Lord Shark Demon borrowed Profound Ice House for this trip. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were also shining. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was very powerful. It was a ruler of the region. It was a senior among the super forces. For instance, it had 3 immortal Goo houses. Of course, only one was complete. The other 2 were extremely incomplete. But even an incomplete immortal Goo house could be forcibly activated. It had great power. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since he took the mission from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's main base to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land multiple times and passed many rounds. The more rounds they passed, the more emphasis he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. This time, when exploring the Blessed Land, he had borrowed Profound Ice House from Zombie Alliance after paying a huge price. Due to the urging of his wife, Subai Man Shark Demon took out Profound Ice House. This house was not big, it was like a ball that resembled a block of ice. Once it was taken out, the air turned cold. Many Goo Immortals felt a chill. Shark Demon did not speak. He opened the door of the house, entering it. Next, his beloved wife Subai Man went in, followed by the other 5. Inside the house, there was a huge ball-shaped space with no furniture. The immortals were floating inside, and they were surrounded by a cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. In several breaths' time, the golden light stabilized. They were like golden threads weaving together into a formation chart. Shark Demon ordered the immortals to stand on the formation core. He said, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence and activate this immortal Goo house. This immortal Goo house will record how much immortal essence you put in." Everyone knew that activating this immortal Goo house would expend immortal essence extensively. This activation was probably going to be higher than the amount they had lost in the Vanishing Immortal Essence Dissipation Rain. If not for this weakness, Shark Demon would have used the immortal Goo house long ago. This time, they charged into Yulu Blessed Land without killing any strong enemies or encountering any battles. But they had made such a loss. They consumed a lot of immortal essence. Everyone was feeling gloomy. But hearing this, they restrained their gloomy thoughts and put in all their effort. Several minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor flew out. The meteor charged out at a high speed, penetrating the water surface and reaching tens of meters into the sky in the blink of an eye. The meteor stopped suddenly in the air. It went from high speed to stillness, showing its true form. It was the rank 6 immortal Goo house, incomplete Profound Ice House. "Come out!" "In the house," Shark Demon said with a look of dejection. Immediately, the doors opened and the immortals flew out, floating in the air. In the air, the immortals looked down. The sea had turbulent waves. It was no longer calm like before. This was caused by Profound Ice House emerging to the surface. But the immortals' minds were all on Yulu Blessed Land, which had been placed deep underwater. The immortals had attacked Yulu blessed land more than once. There were victories and losses. Now it was not their first loss, but it was the most dispiriting one. Attacking Yulu blessed land was not about attacking it forcefully, it was about balancing the gains and losses. This Yulu blessed land was firmly controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. There were no other forces trying to compete for it, thus, they could explore it at their own pace and progress slowly. Facing such a mystical battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Ice House, they could only leave the blessed land, they could not break through it. In that case, what should they do to pass this round? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He retrieved Profound Ice House and thought to himself with a hint of dejection. I made a huge loss this time. Not only did I gain nothing from attacking Yulu blessed land, I even used Profound Ice House. When we get back to Zombie Alliance, I will have to pay a huge amount of contribution points. Thankfully, we had Profound Ice House, otherwise we would still be trapped inside. Goo Immortal Bodan said with some lingering fear. Shark Demon gave him a harsh glance. He quickly shut up. The other Goo Immortals nodded slightly. They felt glad that Shark Demon brought Profound Ice House along with him on this trip. This vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain is too powerful. Even the immortal Goo House could not defend against it. We were still hit by it. At another side, Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly spoke. Seeing Tai Bai Yunxing speak, Shark Demon's expression became milder as he said, that is because this Profound Ice House's greatest purpose is to help Ice Path Goo Immortals cultivate. Don't be deceived by its ordinary-looking appearance. Inside it is extremely damaged. It was fixed to the extent of barely being usable. If this was a complete immortal Goo House, we could use it to defend even if we were inside. So that is it. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, not saying anything else. Alright, this trip of exploring Yulu blessed land has ended. We can split up here. Shark Demon waved his hand, declaring this. The immortals left one by one rapidly. But Tai Bai Yunxing was in no hurry to leave. Sir Tai Bai, are there any issues? Su Bai Man asked. This immortal zombie couple were extremely courteous to Tai Bai Yunxing. The reason was the man as before immortal Goo in Tai Bai Yunxing's possession. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. Both of you know I am a Northern Plains Goo immortal. I've been in Eastern Sea for some time already. Su Bai Man and Shark Demon gave each other a glance before nodding together. They knew this. Tai Bai Yunxing could not conceal his aura as he did not have a method like old Lord Kenyang. Thus, his Northern Plains Goo immortal identity was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had the earth tide. Once in a while, from the bottom of the sea, there would be a boundless force from the earth. It was grand and imposing, the might of nature. It was a fearsome power that far exceeded the limits of rank 8 Goo immortals. The force from the earth would move up, stirring the seawater, causing the earth tide. The power of the earth tide was great. It could easily whip up giant tsunamis. The earth tide would collide on the regional walls, causing them to weaken. Chapter 8:19. Returning to the Blessed Land, putting up a show. It was already an extremely difficult thing for Goo immortals to pass a regional wall. However, at this time every year, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weaker and thinner, and Goo immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border could take this chance to enter Eastern Sea. Naturally, there were also a few Eastern Sea Goo immortals that took this chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains or Southern Border. Thus, it was not a strange thing for Goo immortals of these three regions to come to Eastern Sea. However, it was rare for Western Desert Goo immortals to be in Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Eastern Sea were separated by the other regions in the middle. It would definitely be eye-catching if a Western Desert Goo immortal appeared in Eastern Sea. There were 5 regions: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the highest all-around strength, with countless Goo master sections. Southern Border was covered with hundreds of thousands of mountains. Northern Plains terrain was flat and boundless, the tribes moved around the most, and they were the most battle-hardened. And Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources. In the vast sea areas and deep seas, countless water creatures, sea beasts, minerals and precious stones were hidden. The Goo immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources, and this situation was common. Especially Northern Plains, where battles occurred the most and resources were few, their Goo immortals came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to grow, and there were also many who came to stay away from trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing continued. With your support, I have been able to make good progress in Eastern Sea, And now my immortal aperture is showing signs of instability. The Earth tide is arriving. I want to take this chance to return to Northern Plains and place my blessed land down, to stabilize my immortal aperture for the earthly calamity. So it is like that. Shark Demon nodded. We should have thought of that. Sir Tai Bai should pay attention to safety when you leave. Maybe you can let us drop you there? Su Bai Man suggested while smiling. Tai Bai Yunxing waved his hand. No need, no need. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not insist when they saw Tai Bai Yunxing's refusal. The regional wall would become weaker because of the earth tide, but endless tidal forces would be present at the weak area. They were like countless reefs and vortexes, and it could get very dangerous. To pass through these, one must have an accurate map of the route. This kind of map was extremely precious. It was better if the map was deduced by a wisdom path Gu Immortal, but if one did not have wisdom path methods, they could only rely on themselves to map the route through trial and error. If Tai Bai Yunxing let the two escort him, then wouldn't his route be revealed? Thus, Shark Demon and his wife did not insist. After dealing with my matters in Northern Plains, I will return in the next earth tide. Maybe I can even persuade a few friends to come with me. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke this, as a way of preparing for Fang Yuan's appearance. Good. Brother Tai Bai's friends are our friends, we will definitely welcome them properly. Shark Demon laughed, and said with great enthusiasm. Tai Bai Yunxing bade his farewell. When Tai Bai Yunxing's receding figure had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Bai Man frowned as she sent a transmission to Shark Demon. Although the regional wall will be weakened, the earth tide is terrifying. If one is just the slightest bit careless and struck by the formless tidal forces, fractured bones would be the least of their problems. It is very possible for them to die a violent death on the spot. Did you see how relaxed Tai Bai Yunxing appeared? He definitely has complete confidence in his route. Are we really not going to follow him? If we had this route, we could also enter Northern Plains, and even if we don't have any use for it, we can turn it over to Zombie Alliance for large amounts of contribution points, and reduce the losses of this attempt. Shark Demon firmly refused. No need. The routes are not fixed in place. After some earth tides, the formless tidal forces would change greatly, and the old routes will lose their value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him to use man as before for our revival. This is a long-term plan, and we cannot harm the good relation between us and him for small profits in the short term. All right, I will listen to you. Su Bai Man dispelled her thoughts, looking at her husband with a warm gaze. Her zombie face, however, was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not care in the slightest as he affectionately took Su Bai Man in his arms, letting her lean on his chest while he consoled her gently. I know what you are worried about. We hold the task of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, and by using Profound Ice House, our losses have become large. But it doesn't matter. Who doesn't suffer setbacks and failures as they live in this world? We still have the foundation to sustain the losses. Now we have the hope of revival. Don't be afraid. No matter what the future is like, how many difficulties we face, I will always guard you by your side. Dear. The vast eastern sea and the clear sky merged into one at the horizon, and seagulls could be seen occasionally flying in the sky. Tai Bai Yunxing flew through the sky without stopping. White fog lingered around his body, increasing his speed without producing any noise. Naturally, this was only a mortal killer move, and it could not compare to Fan Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. And once Fan Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle's strength activated, the disparity between them would become even greater. However, this killer move had its own advantages. As the clouds covered one's body, mortals would not be able to see him. This was not yet the time of 5 regions' chaotic war. There was a chasm between Gu immortals and mortals. Most mortal Gu masters had only heard of immortals and had no personal experiences with them. Many even only thought of immortals in a similar way to wispy legends. Tai Bai Yunxing was, after all, a Northern Plains Gu immortal and was an outsider in Eastern Sea, thus he tried to keep a low profile. At the beginning, as per Fan Yuan's instructions, he received tasks of restoring sea areas in Haishur Blessed Land, and after making a name, he was able to get connected to Shark Demon and others. All the attempts at attacking Yulu Blessed Land essentially included him as well. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well, which was naturally because of his man as before. Shark Demon possessed Time Anchor Immortal Gu, which, when used with man as before, produced the hope of revival. However, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had no thoughts of seizing man as before Immortal Gu. Unless one had methods like those of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to forcibly take Immortal Gu. Dong Fang Chang Fan was so weak and Fan Yuan held such huge dominance, but at the end, Dong Fang Chang Fan self-detonated with just a thought, not giving Fan Yuan even one immortal gu as the spoils for battle. The difficulty of seizing immortal gu was evident. Tai Bai Yunxing flew for a long while before he finally saw a gray streak on the surface of the sea. As he approached closer, the gray streak in his sight gradually enlarged. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring, and it was scarce in vegetation. It was basically a bare, grayish-brown rock, even sea birds rarely visited it. In a region with bountiful resources like Eastern Sea, it was a barren place. However, Tai Bai Yunxing was a gu immortal. He did not care about this, only treating it as a temporary residence. An isolated island with a barren landscape would naturally not be coveted by anyone, reducing potential attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly landed on the island. He first inspected the gu formation he had set to see if there had been any changes. These gu formations were all coarsely arranged by him. One use was for simple monitoring, and another use was that if some other gu immortals came here, the gu formation would indicate that this island was not ownerless. After inspecting it, Tai Bai Yunxing found close to 10 additional gu worms. These were all information path gu worms, carrying messages. Originally, although Tai Bai Yunxing had been low-key in his conduct, but as a time path healing gu immortal with extremely useful immortal gu on him, he earned quite a bit of attention and could not be hidden for long. These information path gu came from all sorts of parties. Some were from super forces, some from the demonic path, some from immortal zombies, and some from righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them were requests for Tai Bai Yunxing to remedy certain things. A smaller portion did not request Tai Bai Yunxing to immediately help, but wanted to establish friendly relations. If by chance, a mishap happened in the future, would this relationship not be of use? Tai Bai Yunxing had a benign nature, and also possessed 2 time path immortal gu, thus he was greatly welcomed in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing collected these information path gu worms and entered a cavern. He had only made this cavern for temporary use and had not spent any efforts on it, thus it looked very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunxing first replied to these information path gu worms, excusing himself from the invitations one by one, before sinking into deep thought. I can open a stargate to conveniently return to Vu Immortal Blessed Land. But if I directly open a stargate now, it can ruin the situation. Tai Bai Yunxing could now be considered to have some fame. His actions would be secretly observed by many people. Thus, his return to Vu Immortal Blessed Land this time was more troublesome than previous times. He would really have to put on a false show of approaching the regional wall, using a stargate after there was nobody paying attention. Vu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan had been studying the Wisdom Path Inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were expended in his mind, in producing many insights. Dong Fang Chang Fan was brimming with talent. This Wisdom Path Inheritance in itself primarily gave priority to deductions, and is not specialized for battles, but he conceived the immortal killer move Myriad Star Fireflies, which is a unique concept that almost perfectly transforms the superiority in deduction of the inheritance into offensive power. In this entire inheritance, Myriad Star Fireflies is truly worthy of being the strongest offensive killer move. This was why Fan Yuan was sighing inwardly. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunxing. His was a nature filled with heavy aggressiveness. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods of the inheritance. How did Myriad Star Fireflies cause Fan Yuan to sigh inwardly? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Gu. Every Starlight Firefly was encased in a Star Thought. The consumption of using this move was terrifying. Not only immortal essence, it also expended the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the Gu Immortal's body. Gu Immortals contained Dao marks in their bodies. Fan Yuan had Strength Path Dao marks. Fire Path Gu Immortals had Fire Path Dao marks. Dong Fang Chang Fan's body naturally had Wisdom Path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, it would consume at least 16 Wisdom Path Dao marks. Dao marks were very hard to obtain. To obtain Dao marks, besides rare and unique methods, the most common and orthodox method was to pass heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every tribulation and calamity passed could add Dao marks to the Gu Immortal's body. The amount of Dao marks received was determined by the strength of the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, the more Dao marks would be obtained. Chapter 820. Insufficient wealth to refine immortal Gu. Myriad Star Fireflies was a move that expended at least 16 Dao marks when used. There was no upper limit. The greater the range of myriad star fireflies, or the higher its power, the more down marks would be consumed when using it. But that was precisely why this move was extremely strong. The down marks enter space, forming a peculiar battlefield. It was hard to destroy. When goo immortals entered the range, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts, forming the attack for myriad star fireflies. As time passes, myriad star fireflies would grow stronger. This was converting the enemy's strength into one's own strength, and attacking them with it. To enemy goo immortals, this was an obscene feeling. It was like they were dropping a rock onto their own feet, or taking a dagger and stabbing themselves. After understanding the secret of myriad star fireflies' usage, Fan Yuan understood something else. No wonder that in the past, Dong Fang Chang Fan usually used plots and schemes to deal with matters. Only until he had no choice would he take action by using myriad star fireflies. Because even though Dong Fang Chang Fan was the #1 wisdom path goo immortal of the current generation in Northern Plains, he could not use myriad star fireflies frequently. Its cost was too high. Once down marks were expended, they could not be recovered. Down marks were hard to obtain. Most goo immortals could only get a large number of down marks after going through a tribulation. This myriad star fireflies is on par with my current killer move, Myriad Self. Of course, my killer move, Myriad Self, still has a lot of room for improvements. Myriad star fireflies cannot compete with it in this regard. I do not have any wisdom path down marks. Unless I enter into wisdom path, I might never be able to use this killer move in my lifetime. Of course, there was also another important point to consider. That was, this killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, needed a core of 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan did not have a single one. When Dong Fang Chang Fan lost, he self-detonated all of his Immortal Goo. He did not leave any to Fan Yuan. Among these 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, the one Fan Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal Goo. There were more than 10 Immortal Goo recipes in this Wisdom Path inheritance. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal Goo. There was even the refinement experiences of all the past inheritors, and all of their findings after failures. Once he had Star Thought Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan would not need to waste so much effort in slowly accumulating the mortal Star Thought Goo. The inheritance said, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence could produce 100,000 Star Thoughts from the use of Star Thought Immortal Goo. Of course, if Fan Yuan used Star Thought Immortal Goo, the number he would obtain would be less than 100,000. That was because each of the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Inheritors had Wisdom Path down marks in them, that amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal Goo. It was the same as how Fan Yuan could increase Giant Hand's power by 20% with his Strength Path down marks. 20% was very low. Ordinary Goo Immortal experts had down marks that could increase the power of their Immortal Goo, and their Immortal Killer moves would grow in power accordingly. Twice, thrice, 4 or 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. One of the main reasons why the difference between rank 7 and 8 was so great was due to this. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations. Once they passed them, they would obtain a greater number of down marks. Fortune and disaster appeared in turn. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, the more benefits one would obtain. It was a good thing. Once Fan Yuan had Star Thought Immortal Goo, in terms of deductions, he would have fewer obstacles. He would not need to plan their consumption so painstakingly, maintaining such minimal and cautious consumption of Star Thought Goo. In addition, with his current wealth, he could sustain the expenditure of it. But the problem was, though Fan Yuan could sustain the cost of using the Immortal Goo, he could not afford to refine the Immortal Goo itself. Even though he made some profits, he was still a long way from refining Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique. They were fragments of the Great Tao. The immortal essence stones and immortal materials expended when refining Immortal Goo were extremely great. Most importantly, when refining Immortal Goo, one could not prepare just one set of materials. They had to prepare many portions because the success rate of refining Immortal Goo was too low. Dong Fang Chang Fan was a formidable person in his time, the #1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in Northern Plains. He was in control of a superforce for many years. He had also secretly worked with Immortal Crane Sect, obtaining a fair sum of funds. But even so, at his peak, he only had 8 Immortal Goo in his possession. Among these 8, there was Mency's Blood Immortal Goo and Split Shadow Immortal Goo. These Immortal Goo were not of Wisdom Path. There were more than 10 Immortal Goo recipes in his Wisdom Path inheritance. Among them, he only refined less than half. For example, looking at old ancestors Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, the former had the highest battle strength among the rank 8s in Northern Plains. while the latter was one of the foremost famous refinement path Gu immortals in northern plains. They had deep foundations and were very affluent. But to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, even though they had Ma Hong Yun and could save a lot of resources, the rest of the resources needed still used up almost all of their savings. It could be said that they were going all in on this. With Fan Yuan's current situation, wanting to refine immortal Gu was simply wishful thinking. Other than Star thought immortal Gu, there was an immortal killer move that Fan Yuan thought highly of. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move was used to enshroud a Gu immortal in a layer of foggy starlight for extended periods of time. It could conceal their appearance and prevent others from seeing it. This was just the surface level effect. Its true effect was to conceal the Gu immortal from appearing as among the secrets of heaven. When other Gu immortals tried to deduce matters about this Gu immortal, the information would be concealed in fog. They would obtain unclear answers. This was almost like the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's effect was to make the Gu immortal be overlooked and for others to fail in the deduction. Star Fog Concealment obscured the information and make deductions harder, getting unclear answers. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more unorthodox ones in the Wisdom Path inheritance. Many of the inheritors did not use it in their lifetimes, thus the recorded experiences on this move were very few in number. Because Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Gu immortals rarely plotted against or attempted to make each other's schemes fail. Under most situations, even if they used it, they could not know what their enemies sensed when deducing information on them. But to Fan Yuan, this was very useful to him. Wasn't his motive for getting the Wisdom Path inheritance to defend against other Wisdom Path Gu immortals, to greatly delay the information of him being the culprit from being exposed to everyone? But unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the core. But the problem was this: Fan Yuan did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Eventually, after Fan Yuan browsed through the entire Wisdom Path inheritance, he realized that what he could learn and make use of currently, while also being suitable for himself, was only one particular part. It was how to deal with enemy wills. There was a lot of content on this: how to defend against enemy wills, how to differentiate wills, how to control enemy wills, what to do when under the control of enemy wills and how to control them instead, how to use wills to attack, important matters when engaging in a battle of wills, how to detect wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify the power of wills, how to weaken wills, and much more. Why did Fan Yuan want to learn this? Because in his hands he had Mo Yao's will.